The college entrance examination results were released on July 26th. It is often said that 10 years of diligent study culminate in a single moment of glory. However, Lynn gazed at a score of 305 with a heavy heart. At the age of 20, the prospect of not gaining admission to university weighed heavily on him. He could no longer afford the luxury of repeating the year. He faintly recalled his previous attempts. A score of 303 on his first try, followed by 304 on his second, and now, on his third attempt, he had achieved 305. Calculating the trajectory of his progress, Lynn realized that if such a steady improvement continued annually, it would take him 3 centuries to gain entry to a prestigious university in Huaxia. A sigh escaped his lips. Am I truly incapable of even securing a place in a second-tier university? Am I really so utterly unremarkable? Tears welled in his eyes as he glanced at the Rolex adorning his wrist, then shifted his gaze to the spacious 180-square-meter living room. This was not the life Lynn envisioned for himself. He yearned for more than merely overseeing the 300 property deeds inscribed with his name, counting wealth and living a life steeped in superficial opulence. He certainly had no desire to inherit his father's company, waiting each year for a percentage of shares and receiving dividends amounting to billions. Young master, the financial report for the overseas investment company has been released. This year, the total profit has decreased slightly compared to last year, totaling only 100 billion. Young master, the investment mogul Warren Buffett has scheduled 5 appointments with us. He wishes to dine with you. Young master, you've been named one of Time magazine's top 10 most influential young entrepreneurs of 2020, and you are ranked first. Enough. Lynn suddenly rose, his eyes reddening as he spoke. Do not speak of these matters. They hold no significance for me. I have no interest in wealth. My greatest regret is not dedicating myself to my studies and instead creating these Fortune 500 companies. The surrounding maids, their eyes glistening with tears, implored, Young master, please do not despair. Lynn stood from the leather sofa and approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the azure sky. After taking a deep breath, he declared, I have made my decision. I wish to renounce worldly ties and seek enlightenment in a Taoist temple. I believe that is where I truly belong. The maids gasped in shock, exclaiming, Young master. Just as Lynn was about to respond, a sudden notification resounded within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the cultivation system. Would the host like to activate the system immediately? Lynn was taken aback. A system? Had he truly awakened a system? Lynn was not particularly astonished, having perused a multitude of novels. He was well aware of the various CTS of such systems. What had taken him by surprise was the fact that he would awaken a system himself. Without delay, Lynn commanded all the maids in the living room to leave. Activate, he declared, attempting to initiate the process. In an instant, a synthesized voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Cultivation system successfully activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the cultivation system. This system is a divine wealth cultivation system, designed to assist the host on their path to immortality. The ultimate goal is to aid the host in becoming the supreme immortal king. Each day, the system will issue tasks to the host. Upon completion, the host shall receive various rewards provided by the system. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly exclaimed, System, is it truly possible that such a thing as cultivation exists in this world? I thought it was merely a myth. The system responded, It is not a myth, it is simply inaccessible to ordinary individuals. In the world where the host resides, numerous cultivators still exist, but due to the limitations of the era and the scarcity of spiritual energy, most cultivators remain hidden in the eyes of the mundane. Lynn was astonished. He had never anticipated that what was typically relegated to the realms of novels and various cinematic works could indeed manifest in reality. Visions of soaring through the skies, traversing mountains, and filling seas flooded his mind. Cultivators, defying the heavens, traversing vast distances with a single step, wielding swords that could pierce the heavens. Merely contemplating this filled him with a profound sense of excitement. The system announced, The system has detected that the host is currently in the age of decline. However, T's era shall soon come to an end. Within a year at most, the world in which the host resides will witness the revival of spiritual energy. At that time, the world will undergo a profound transformation, and many ancient celestial sects that have long remained hidden will re-emerge. It is no longer wealth that will determine status, but rather power. Thus, I urge the host to prepare diligently. Lynn was taken aback. Such a thing could actually occur. The system reassured him. Fear not, for this system is a divine wealth and cultivation system. With its assistance, the host will undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by the revival of spiritual energy in a year. Lynn felt an overwhelming surge of excitement at the thought that the world might indeed change, as the system described, with the revival of spiritual energy. If that were the case, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Ding! The system has detected that the host has a novice gift pack awaiting collection. Would you like to retrieve it immediately? Lynn was momentarily stunned. There was actually a gift pack. Retrieve. Congratulations, host. You have received the novice gift pack. The novice gift pack is now being opened. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a portable inner space of 5 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 muscle-transforming elixir. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 supreme revitalization pill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 supreme spirit-absorbing pill. Instantly, Lynn realized the formation of a 5 cubic meter internal space within his mind, where the 3 elixirs he had acquired were neatly arranged. A wave of astonishment washed over Lynn. He promptly retrieved the 3 gleaming golden elixirs from the space. A mere glance was enough for him to discern that these elixirs were extraordinary, as their presence alone filled the entire room with a captivating fragrance. Exquisite. Lynn's breathing quickened slightly. These were indeed elixirs of legend, previously confined to the realm of novels. Ding! Would the host like to accept the first quest? Upon completion, the host will be rewarded handsomely by the system. Accept! Lynn exclaimed, his heart surging with excitement. Ding! The system has issued the first quest. I Jing Shi Sui Marrow Cleansing. Quest details. To embark on the path of cultivation, one must first cleanse the body of all impurities, consume the finest elixirs, and establish a solid foundation. The host is requested to utilize the marrow cleansing pill provided by the system to commence the marrow cleansing process. Upon successful completion, the host will receive rewards from the system. Penalty for failure: 100 supreme grade marrow cleansing pills. If unable to cleanse, continue cleansing. Lynn's eyes widened in disbelief. Even failure was met with compensatory rewards. What a considerate system. He was enamored. Lynn immediately ingested the marrow cleansing pill in his hand. His eyes widened once more. He instantly felt a surge of warm currents spreading from his stomach to every part of his body, a comforting and soothing sensation. However, in the next moment, Lynn suddenly felt a wave of excruciating pain enveloping his entire body, as though his bones were being forcibly extracted. Damn, why does it hurt so much? My bones feel like they are about to shatter. Lynn grimaced in agony. At that instant, a voice echoed in his ear, emanating from the system. The process of muscle and marrow cleansing is designed to eliminate impurities within the host's body, and it is indeed a significant undertaking. However, there is no need for concern to assist the host in successfully completing this cleansing. The system has specially provided a pain relief pill. Would you like to claim it immediately? Lynn was taken aback. What a considerate system. With such a system, what more could one desire? I claim it. In an instant, a verdant pill materialized in Lynn's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Immediately, a chilling sensation surged throughout his body. Indeed, it was effective. That heart-wrenching pain vanished in an instant. Moreover, the coolness was utterly delightful. Lynn soon noticed that from the pores of his skin, a copious amount of black sludge was gradually oozing out, appearing quite repulsive. A surge of joy welled up within him. It appeared this was the impurities. The cleansing pill was actively aiding him in purging the toxins from his body. Lynn hurried to the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and thoroughly rinsed off all the impurities from his body. Half an hour later, his body no longer exhibited any signs of impurities. System, have I completed the cleansing process? Ding! The system has detected that the impurities within the host have been reduced by 10%. The task has failed. and the host has received a penalty of 100 premium cleansing pills. In the next moment, 100 cleansing pills cascaded before Lin like a flurry of dumplings. Lin was utterly astonished. Truly, the divine wealth system is extravagant. Its generosity knows no bounds. At that instant, a notification echoed in Lin's ears. Ding! A new task has been assigned to the host. Cleansing the essence of the I Ching. Perseverance leads to triumph. The impurities are too numerous, bring forth the medicine. The divine wealth system has an abundance of remedies. Task failure penalty, 1,000 cleansing pills. With continued effort, the cleansing will surely be accomplished. Even Lin found himself invigorated by the fervor emanating from the system. Without hesitation, Lin immediately scooped up those 100 cleansing pills and began to consume them as if they were mere jelly beans. Be cautious, do not choke. The system possesses a precious elixir that can aid the host in swiftly digesting the cleansing pills. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. The system offers 5 kilograms of body purification elixir, which can assist the host in expelling bodily impurities. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. The system has. Claim it. Meanwhile, in a Taoist temple nestled within the heart of Huaxia, a venerable elder with snow-white hair sat cross-legged upon a mat, with 3 pure ones enshrined behind him, surrounded by an atmosphere of solitude and incense. Before the venerable old Taoist knelt a young woman clad in a Taoist robe. Her long hair flowed gracefully, exuding an ethereal beauty, however. One flaw marred her visage, a pair of oversized spectacles perched upon her nose. Qing Xian, the old Taoist, trembled as he spoke. You must remember that our Qingyang sect was once a formidable presence in the realm of cultivation thousands of years ago. The decline we now face is not due to the mismanagement of our ancestors, but rather the stark depletion of spiritual energy in this era. The maiden known as Qing Xian blinked her eyes and replied, Yes, master. You have recounted this to your disciple 200 times already. With a quivering hand, the old Taoist retrieved a finely crafted wooden box from his robes. Qing Xian, take this. It is a low-grade Shisui Dan, passed down through generations by your forebears. Keep it close. You are the most gifted disciple of our Qingyang sect in millennia. Had you not been born in such a waning age, you would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the world of cultivation. Qing Xian extended her hand to accept the exquisite box, opening it to reveal a dark, glistening pill within. Curiously, she inquired, Master, is this truly the Shisui Dan? The old Taoist sighed wistfully and affirmed, Indeed. The Shisui Dan can aid in purging impurities from your body and represents the first step on the path to immortality. Do not underestimate this pill. Even thousands of years ago, a low-grade Shisui Dan was valuable enough to exchange for an entire city in the mundane world. Upon hearing this, the young woman gasped in astonishment. This Shisui Dan is so incredibly precious. The Taoist nodded and sighed. Indeed, it is regrettable that so few are capable of refining such elixirs nowadays. A few years ago, an old friend of my master, by sheer fortune, managed to concoct a subpar washing marrow pill, which fetched an astonishing price of 100 billion. The young girl gasped, 100 billion? Such an immense sum. Master, what if it were a top-tier washing marrow pill? The Taoist gazed forlornly at the sky and replied, A top-tier washing marrow pill? Ah, you needn't dwell on that. Even thousands of years ago, very few could produce a top-tier washing marrow pill. Just a single one could exchange for a century's worth of tribute from a dynasty. The girl, named Qing Xian, drew in a sharp breath, tightening her grip on the elixir in her hand. Hearing her master's words, the value of this pill was almost beyond comprehension. With excitement, she exclaimed, Master, if I consume this washing marrow pill, will I be able to cleanse all impurities from my body? The old Taoist scoffed, Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. To rid your body of all impurities would mean attaining a flawless form. Achieving such perfection is beyond the capability of a mere inferior washing marrow pill. Curiously, the young girl asked, Is it truly impossible to become flawless right from the beginning? No, it is possible. The girl hastily inquired, What method is that? The old Taoist chuckled. If you were to consume hundreds or even thousands of exquisite cleansing pills as if they were mere candies, you would undoubtedly attain a flawless physique. After all, A garment can only become cleaner the more it is washed. The young girl replied, Master, you jest again. You have mentioned that exquisite cleansing pills are worth their weight in gold. How could anyone truly treat them like mere sweets? She pouted, feeling once more the sting of her master's playful mockery. Within the heart of Jianghai City, in a towering edifice, Lin felt utterly rejuvenated after consuming a whole 100 cleansing pills. Reclining in the bathtub, he inquired, System, have I completed the cleansing process? Ding. The system detects that 20 of impurities remain within the host's body. Task failed. Lin was taken aback. Are you serious? 100 cleansing pills have not sufficed to complete the process? The system responded, Host, you are the human with the highest level of impurities I have ever encountered. 100 cleansing pills cannot render you flawless, but fret not. The system has an abundance of cleansing pills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a penalty for task failure. 1,000 exquisite cleansing pills. In an instant, the cleansing pills rained down like popping beans, filling 5 basins. Lin exclaimed, A new task is assigned to the host. I Ching cleansing. Task penalty, 10,000 exquisite cleansing pills. The system encouraged host. Please do not be disheartened. Perseverance is the key to victory. As long as you are willing to sacrifice, you shall surely complete the cleansing process. I was truly swept away by the fervent enthusiasm of the system. Indeed, perseverance is the key to triumph. We're a mere 1,000 cleansing elixirs. Let's just do it. Onward. Half an hour later, accompanied by the crisp sound of a system notification, Lin had consumed a total of 1,000 cleansing elixirs. Finally, finished eating. Congratulations to the host for completing a comprehensive transformation through the I Ching. The cleansing process was extraordinarily successful, and the elixirs have eradicated 100% of impurities from the host body. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the immaculate form. Congratulations to the host for receiving system rewards. Purple Chi from the East Cultivation Method X1. Great Restoration Pill X1. Chi Fist X1.
Chapter 3. Immaculate Form. Supreme Beauty System. Excellent. Host, congratulations on successfully completing your first task. Continue to strive forward. Do not lose heart. Lin joyfully rose from the bathtub, and to his astonishment, he realized that his body felt remarkably lighter. The physique that had once been somewhat overweight due to a lack of exercise had now transformed into a figure of exquisite proportion. His abdominal and pectoral muscles were distinctly defined, neither bulky nor exaggerated, achieving perfection. More importantly, Lin felt an extraordinary sharpness in his senses. It was as if his entire being was infused with boundless energy. His gaze instinctively fell upon the nearby mirror, and he was rendered speechless. Lin swore that in that moment he was truly entranced. He had never witnessed anyone who could possess such breathtaking handsomeness. With a well-proportioned body, a healthy complexion, chiseled cheekbones, and defined abs, coupled with a pair of piercing eyes that seemed to radiate charisma, even a distant glance could evoke an overwhelming sense of allure and vigor. Who was he? How could such an extraordinarily handsome person exist in this world? Time seemed to stretch on, and then it dawned on him. It's me! I thought someone extraordinarily handsome had suddenly appeared, nearly giving me a fright. System. How could I have become so strikingly handsome so suddenly? Lin was met with the system's voice. Host has successfully eliminated all impurities from within, resulting in a monumental shift in physical condition. The host's attractiveness now scores a perfect 10, rated at 9. Host is now positioned among the elite ranks of beauty. Congratulations, host! You have successfully attained the status of a top-tier beauty and have ascended to a flawless form. As a reward, you have received 99 elixirs of great rejuvenation. Would you like to claim them immediately? Lin was taken aback. Wait, I became more handsome and there are rewards to collect. The system responded, Indeed. My full name is the Divine Tycoon Cultivation System. Naturally, it must live up to its title. Would you like to claim your reward now? Claim it.
Lin exclaimed in astonishment.
In the next moment, accompanied by a rhythmic sound, 99 elixirs of great rejuvenation appeared before him. Gazing at the golden pills radiating ethereal energy,
Lin's eyes widened in disbelief.
He was certain these were extraordinary elixirs. If such pills were to surface in the realm of cultivation, they would incite a fierce scramble among practitioners. Yet here they were, as if he could collect them in a basin. It was truly extravagant. The system elaborated. The elixir of great rejuvenation is a superior-grade pill capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation. Consuming one before meals daily will ensure your advancement is as swift as a rocket. Lynn couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I love it. I adore this extravagant aura of the system. What Lynn remained oblivious to was that even in the eyes of cultivators, a single elixir of great rejuvenation was a coveted treasure, enough to incite fierce competition. Especially in this era of diminished magic, such elixirs were priceless and nearly unobtainable. Would you like to accept the next task immediately? Yes. Lynn replied. Task release. Please cultivate the purple chi rising technique provided by the system, successfully enhancing your cultivation to the chi refinement stage. Task description. Cultivating a sense of chi is the first step on the path of immortality, and also the first challenge encountered on this journey. Task penalty. A remarkably severe punishment. Lynn was taken aback and exclaimed, "Why has the task penalty suddenly become so daunting?" The system responded, "How could a young man be intimidated by such a trivial punishment? Embrace the challenge with determination and fearlessness." Lynn retorted, suddenly feeling all fired up. Nevertheless, Lynn promptly retrieved the purple chi rising technique from the inner space. Upon taking it out, he was astonished. Truly, it was a cultivation method of immortality. Even the pages emitted a faint glow, exuding an air of elegance. Satisfied, Lynn exited the bathroom. Just then, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a melodious female voice. "Young master, it's noon. Your lunch has been brought to you by Lon. The door swung open to reveal a charming young girl in a maid outfit, delicately carrying a tray of food. However, the next moment, upon seeing Lynn, she was utterly stunned. Am I seeing things? How handsome. So incredibly handsome. Is this not the young master's room? When did such a remarkably handsome gentleman arrive? Is this truly the level of beauty a human can possess? Just one glance makes me yearn to swoon." Lynn turned his head, waved his hand, and said, "Understood. Just place the dishes on the table. Lon, come here and help me change." Then, Lynn removed the towel, revealing a well-proportioned and robust male physique. Lon exclaimed. In an instant, 2 jets of blood erupted from the nose of the maid named Lon. She stared blankly at Lynn's retreating figure, her heart racing wildly. Her face flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Is this truly the young master? Could this ultimate handsome figure really be him? As Lynn's personal maid, assisting him in changing clothes was her duty, one she had performed countless times before. Yet now, everything felt utterly transformed. His physique, his appearance. Merely a glance made her feel that her life had been worth living. With breathless urgency, she approached, gazing at Lynn's strong body, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. "Are you truly the young master?" Lynn, hearing her words, turned his head and playfully tapped her nose, teasing, "What? You no longer recognize the young master?" Instantly, Lanlin's face turned an even deeper shade of red, her eyes fixed on Lynn's face as wisps of steam seemed to rise from her head. Blushing furiously, Lon helped Lynn change his clothes, overwhelmed by the intoxicating aura surrounding him, her mind swirling the entire time. With such looks, the young master was undoubtedly a top-tier god of beauty. After the meal, Lynn promptly sat cross-legged on the floor and began to peruse the purple chi arising from the East cultivation technique in his hands. Observing the manual, Lynn inquired, "System, I have now completed the cleansing of my marrow. What should I do next?" The system stated, "The initial step in cultivating immortality is undoubtedly to develop a sense of chi. This sense of chi represents the perception of spiritual energy. Only by being able to sense this energy can one truly cross the threshold into the realm of cultivation. However, this threshold is formidable enough to deter 99% of individuals in this world. For those with poor aptitude, even a lifetime of cultivation may yield no progress whatsoever." Lynn exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it truly that difficult?" The system replied, "Indeed, cultivating immortality is inherently a defiance of natural order, and thus, It cannot be a smooth journey, especially in this era where the external spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce, making the development of a sense of qi exceedingly challenging. However, there is no need for the host to worry. The system has already prepared a generous gift for you. In the next moment,
a notification echoed in Lynn's ears. Ding.
Subtask issued. Cultivate a sense of qi. Task description. Due to the scarcity of external spiritual energy, one must resort to medicinal enhancements. Utilize the spiritual energy within the elixirs to substitute for the external energy, allowing the host to cultivate a sense of qi. Task requirements. Consume the system-rewarded Great Recovery Pill and sense the circulation of spiritual energy within the body. Task failure penalty. Great Recovery Pill X 9.99. Do you accept? Chapter 4. Task penalty. 99.99 Great Recovery Pills. Lynn was taken aback. Goodness, the system truly lives up to its reputation for extravagance. I accept. Without hesitation, Lynn accepted the task, retrieved the 100 Great Recovery Pills previously awarded by the system, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Following the system's guidance, Lynn opened the introductory chapter of the Purple Qi rising from the East breathing technique and began to cultivate with earnest intent, practicing the inhalation and exhalation of qi. Lynn quickly comprehended that by adhering to the breathing techniques outlined in the Qi Cultivation Manual, there existed a certain probability of cultivating a sense of qi. However, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the environment, the likelihood of successfully developing this sense approached near zero. Gazing at the large Dan in front of him, which resembled the size of a basin, Lynn inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, "Let us do this." He immediately began to consume the large Dan in handfuls, much like one would devour roasted beans. Had this scene been witnessed by any cultivator, they would undoubtedly chastise Lynn for his extravagance. This was, after all, a large Dan. In this era of spiritual energy deficiency, it was invaluable, a treasure beyond measure. Many elder members of various cultivation families meticulously safeguarded a single large Dan, awaiting the moment when they could extend their lives in their twilight years. Yet here was Lynn, treating it as mere sustenance. Ding. The host has consumed a large Dan but has failed to cultivate a sense of qi. Ding. The host has consumed a large Dan but has failed to cultivate a sense of qi. The incessant system notifications echoed in Lynn's ears. After half an hour, he had consumed all 100 large Dan before him. Ding. The system has detected that the host has not cultivated a sense of qi. Mission failed. The host has received a penalty of large Dan X 9.99. In the next moment, to Lynn's astonishment, accompanied by the sound of pattering, numerous large Dan began to rain down into the basin before him. There were so many that the basin could scarcely contain them. Ding. A new task has been issued to the host. Cultivate a sense of qi. Task penalty. Large Dan X 99.99. Lynn was taken aback. However, he quickly became invigorated by the system's spirit. Wasn't it merely about cultivating the sense of qi? Wasn't it simply about the great elixir? Eat. Just do it. With that resolve, Lynn seized the great elixir, practicing the method of inhaling and exhaling qi while continuously feeding himself the pills. If any cultivator were present, they would witness the surging spiritual energy emanating from Lynn's body at that very moment. The intensity of the aura was so profound that it enveloped the entire room in a misty haze. This phenomenon was a result of the spiritual energy that Lynn was unable to absorb. Only by cultivating the sense of qi could a practitioner regulate the spiritual energy within and facilitate the circulation of the microcosmic and macrocosmic orbits. This was the very first step in the path of cultivation. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lynn was once again greeted by the system's notification. Ding. All great elixirs consumed. Host has still not cultivated the sense of qi. Mission failed. Congratulations, host, you have received a system penalty. Great Elixir X 99.99. Lynn exclaimed in shock. System. Do not despair. Success is just within reach. While the system may lack in other areas, it is abundant in elixirs. Keep going, host. You will surely cultivate the sense of qi. Gazing at the 999 great elixirs scattered on the ground, Lynn felt a surge of dread. This was untenable.
Absolutely impossible.
Those 999 pills were already on the verge of overwhelming him. If he consumed any more, it would surely lead to his demise. In that moment of realization, Lynn was struck by a brilliant idea. The system had indicated that the deficiency of spiritual energy in this place was what rendered the cultivation of the sense of qi exceedingly challenging. There is no need for me to consume it myself. Why not allow these precious elixirs to transform into spiritual essence? Someone, he bellowed towards the door. In the next moment, Lynn heard the hurried sound of footsteps, followed by a loud crash as 5 exquisite and charming maids burst through the entrance. "Young master, we are here." Instantly, the 5 maids were taken aback. They beheld the ground strewn with countless precious elixirs, leaving scarcely any space to stand. Lynn promptly rose and commanded, "Summon more people to gather these herbs from the floor. Follow me." "Yes, young master." A mere 10 minutes later, at the largest bathing center in the heart of Jianghai City, a long-wheelbase Rolls-Royce glided to a halt before the entrance, trailed by a procession of high-end sports cars. Passers-by gazed enviously at the spectacle, each vehicle in the convoy valued at over 10 million. What an extravagant display! Good heavens! That appears to be the latest limited edition Rolls-Royce. Truly opulent. It is indeed extravagance personified. Even if they toiled their entire lives, they could not afford a single component of one of those cars. Under the curious scrutiny of the crowd, the convoy came to a stop, and a maid swiftly exited from a Porsche at the rear, respectfully opening the door of the Rolls-Royce. "Young master, we have arrived." Dressed in a tailored suit and adorned with sunglasses, Lynn stepped out of the Rolls-Royce with a commanding presence. Upon witnessing this, the onlooking young ladies in front of the bathing center were left utterly mesmerized. "How handsome! Did you see that young man? Wealthy and handsome. He is the epitome of a male deity. Oh, how I long to be his girlfriend. He is simply magnificent." Ignoring the gazes of those around her, Lynn strode confidently towards the spa, with 5 maids promptly trailing behind her, awaiting her commands. Upon entering the spa, the manager, who had received news of her arrival, hurriedly approached with his associates. Upon sighting Lynn, the manager's eyes lit up. He instantly recognized her as the daughter of a wealthy family. The suit she wore was familiar to him. It was the latest global design unveiled just 5 days ago at the Italian fashion show, crafted by a top Italian designer, valued at no less than 2 million. Glancing at the 5 stunning maids and the dozen or so bodyguards accompanying her, he felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. How many could afford to maintain maids and hire bodyguards? Not to mention the fleet of luxury cars parked outside. The manager quickly approached her, saying, "Good day, I am the manager here. How may I assist you?" Lynn replied directly, "I am here for a bath, but I prefer not to be disturbed. Do you have any recommendations?" The manager's eyes brightened as he responded, "That is certainly manageable. We offer a variety of private luxurious bathhouses for you to choose from. May I inquire about the size of the bathhouse you require?" Lynn raised an eyebrow and asked, "What sizes of bathhouses are available?" The manager hurriedly replied, "We have a luxurious presidential spa covering 500 square meters, equipped with all the necessary facilities. Additionally, we can provide you with a round-the-clock personal yoga instructor, as well as bespoke lunches prepared by Michelin-starred chefs." Lynn, growing impatient, interjected, "The price, the price." The manager's expression brightened instantly as he responded, "The cost for our presidential spa is 500,000 yuan per day. If you wish, we can offer you a 10% discount." Lynn pondered, 500,000? Is it really that expensive? The manager chuckled, "In truth, it is not exorbitant, considering the services we provide." Lynn then raised her head and declared, "Let us rent it for a year. Will it be cash or card?" "The cash. I can arrange for the bank to send an armored transport." The manager was left speechless, and the receptionist was equally astonished. Chapter 5. Mistaken for a tycoon, yet truly a magnate. At the moment Lynn uttered those words, everyone was taken aback. The manager appeared utterly dazed, stammering a year. It is noteworthy that this was, after all, a presidential spa. The daily rental fee amounted to 500,000. An entire year would total an astonishing 182,500,000. The manager felt his mind go blank. He had initially thought a mere tycoon had arrived, but he never anticipated that this visitor was, in fact, a true magnate. Under the astonished gaze of the manager and the receptionist, Lynn waved his hand and summoned a maid. With swift strokes, he penned a check instructing, "Take them to the bank to withdraw the funds. Handle any other trivial matters as well." "Yes, sir." The maid obediently accepted the check. Lynn casually tore another check from the checkbook and handed it to the maid, saying, "This 100,000 is for your errands and transportation. Keep the rest for your expenses. Off you go." Elated, the maid took the check and replied, "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Witnessing this scene, the manager and the surrounding receptionists were utterly astonished. Such generosity was truly remarkable. The receptionists gazed enviously at the maid, thinking how fortunate she was to be in the service of such a master. The allowance she received for errands alone was equivalent to their annual salaries. Oh, how wonderful it would be to marry such a wealthy benefactor. It would ensure a lifetime of security. With a grand gesture, Lynn strode confidently towards the interior of the bathing center, commanding, "Lead the way." Yes, the manager, brimming with excitement, hurried ahead, nodding and bowing, enthusiastically introducing the various services they offered. How could he not be thrilled? A client of such immense stature would yield astronomical commissions for him. If he could ensure this distinguished patron's utmost comfort, a generous tip could very well surpass his annual earnings. A true benefactor. This was indeed a true magnate. Meanwhile, within the public bathhouse's swimming pool, a young girl, adorned in a swimsuit with cascading long hair, emerged from the pool, revealing a pair of charming dimples. The surrounding onlookers were left utterly mesmerized. This girl possessed a beauty that was simply unparalleled. Her figure was a perfect embodiment of graceful curves, unmistakably a stunning beauty. Her name was Su Yanyan, the belle of Zhanghai City's No. 1 high school. With the results of the college entrance examination now released, Su Yanyan had triumphantly scored an impressive 600 points, securing a place in one of China's prestigious universities. "Yanyan, congratulations on your acceptance to Tsinghua," exclaimed a girl on the shore, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Our talented girl is indeed extraordinary." With a shy smile, Su Yanyan playfully tossed her wet hair, exposing her fair neck, and replied, "You're not too shabby yourself." The other girl pouted slightly and said, "I only scored 550. I'm nowhere near your level." After speaking, she quietly approached Su Yanyan, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile, and said, "Yanyan, I have a secret to share, but you must promise not to tell anyone it was me." Confused, Su Yanyan blinked and asked, "What secret?" The girl grinned mischievously and said, "Do you remember that senior in our class who has been held back for 3 years? Su Yanyan paused, realizing, "You mean Senior Lynn?" The girl nodded vigorously, her smile widening. "Let me tell you, Senior Lynn has failed again this year. Do you know what score he received? A mere 305 points. Ha ha ha. That's barely half of what you scored, Yanyan. Isn't it hilarious that he has been held back for 3 years with such a score?" Su Yanyan shook her head and said, "Yuyan, refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs.
I truly admire Senior Lynn.
It's unlikely anyone else would possess such perseverance." The girl named Yuyan snorted, leaning against the shore, her long legs splashing against the waterous surface as she retorted, "That's not perseverance. It's stubbornness. Besides, he looks so ordinary, clearly from a working-class family. One can only wonder how much his parents have spent to support his education. With that time, he might as well work at a construction site." She continued, "Unlike our class leader Wang, who is handsome, wealthy, and excels academically, now that's what one would call a true idol." Su Yanyan furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and replied, "Yuyan, I shall no longer engage with you." Instantly, Yuyan came over, wrapped her arms around Su Yanyan's, and with a playful expression said, all right, I won't speak ill of him anymore. I know that Lynn often seeks your help with his studies. Your relationship is actually quite good." Su Yanyan shook her head but couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. During her first year of high school, Lynn was already in his 3rd year. When she reached her 3rd year, he remained in his 3rd year. While she blossomed into the school's belle, the senior became somewhat of a laughingstock. Su Yanyan felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Very few people manage to persist in repeating a grade for so long. She thought, if Senior Lynn still intended to continue retaking exams, She wouldn't mind providing him with further tutoring, striving to assist him in breaking the curse of the college entrance examination. As she found herself momentarily lost in thought, a sudden commotion arose from the distance, accompanied by a chorus of whispers and exclamations. Wow, look over there. You must see this. A super handsome guy has arrived. Goodness, did you see that? The two individuals bowing and flattering the handsome man up ahead are none other than the owner and the manager of this place. So charming. What an impressive presence. He even has a maid and a bodyguard with him. Wow, does anyone know who he is? Su Yanyan was taken aback and turned her gaze towards the source of the excitement. In the very next moment, upon spotting Lynn, who was surrounded by admirers, she was utterly stunned. He is Senior Lynn. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her hands instinctively covered her mouth in shock. She lingered on Lynn's face, then glanced at the bodyguard and made flanking him, completely bewildered. How could this be possible? Is that really Senior Lynn? How could he suddenly appear so strikingly handsome? Furthermore, wasn't Senior Lynn from a humble background? How could he command such an impressive presence? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Su Yanyan shook her head in disbelief. No, it must be a case of mistaken identity. There was no way Senior Lynn could be this dashing. Perhaps he simply bore a striking resemblance to someone else. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Gazing at Lynn, impeccably dressed, her heart raced. A young man of such refined background and striking looks must surely be the object of affection for many young ladies. Although reluctant to admit it, a small part of her felt a twinge of envy deep within. If only she could have a boyfriend like him. It would certainly save her 2 decades of hard work. However, she could only dare to dream of such a wealthy and handsome idol, as he seemed far beyond her reach. Yes, Yan, I have brought a bottle of red wine. Let us have a toast as an apology for my previous behavior. It must be quite expensive. Not at all. It's merely 2,000 yuan. Come. Yan, once again, I wish you success in your Tsinghua University entrance exam. Let us drink to that. Chapter 6. Creating a Paradise. Opening the system mall. Meanwhile, within Lynn's luxurious presidential bathhouse, upon his arrival, he immediately entrusted the entire establishment to his subordinates. System. Host. Why are you here instead of diligently cultivating with the Great Recovery Pill? Lynn crossed his arms, standing before the expansive hot spring-like bathing pool, and with a wise smile he replied, I have already consumed over 1,000 Great Recovery Pills, yet the results have been negligible. I believe my approach may be flawed. Did you not mention that a rich spiritual environment is crucial for cultivating one's energy? System. Indeed, Lynn smiled faintly. Since our era lacks such an environment, why not create one ourselves? System. In the next moment, Lynn turned to a maid in the distance and called out loudly, Has my Great Recovery Pill been prepared yet? The maid bowed, blinked her eyes and sweetly replied, Young master, everything is ready. I have instructed the staff to transform all of your Great Recovery Pills into a broth. Lynn smiled slightly and said, Excellent, let us begin. Indeed, my lord. In the next moment, the system was suddenly startled by the distant roar of a blower. Instantly, the system was taken aback. Thick, swirling white mist was continuously billowing from the blower into the bathing area, and the system quickly sensed that this mist contained an unimaginable richness of spiritual energy. It did not take long for the mist to envelop the entire bathing area. In the following instant, the sound of rushing water echoed through the space, as torrents of water imbued with potent spiritual power surged into the hot spring pool. The system was astounded. Oh my, host, you! Lynn responded with a serene smile, stretched his shoulders, and strode into the hot spring filled with abundant spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, It's quite simple. Since the Great Return Pill is infused with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, I shall unleash all of its power. The enclosed environment will allow the energy to transform into mist, enveloping the entire bathing area, effectively creating a space rich in spiritual essence. Seated cross-legged in the medicinal bath brimming with spiritual power, Lynn smiled and said, With this hot spring infused with the essence of 9,999 Great Return Pills, do you think this environment is suitable for my cultivation? The system was utterly astonished this time. Ding! The system detects that the concentration of spiritual energy surrounding the host is rapidly increasing. Ding! The environment has reached the standard of a level 1 celestial paradise. Ding! The environment has now attained the standard of a level 2 celestial paradise. Amidst the incessant prompts from the system, it ultimately determined that the standard achieved in the testing reached a formidable level of spiritual richness equivalent to a 5th-tier paradise. In the realm of cultivation, a 5th-tier paradise is undoubtedly a treasure that could incite a war among celestial sects. Even the system was taken aback by the host's remarkable prowess. Lynn, seated cross-legged in the hot spring, smiled lightly and said, "System, look, I have exhausted all the great rejuvenation pills, yet have not cultivated any sense of chi. This is clearly a failure of the task. So what about the punishment? What about the penalty of 999 great rejuvenation pills?" Observing the mischievous grin on Lynn's face, the system comprehended the scheme brewing in his mind. He had not even begun to cultivate, yet Lynn's ears were met with the system's notification. Ding! Task failed. Please accept the punishment. You owe 999 great rejuvenation pills. System, you are too humanized. I adore it. A few minutes later, Lynn instructed the maid to prepare all the penalized great rejuvenation pills into a soup. The spiritual richness within the bathing area surged instantaneously to the standard of a 9th-tier paradise. What does a 9th-tier paradise signify? It is a celestial sanctuary, a premier venue capable of triggering a war in the cultivation world. Although it only briefly reached the 9th-tier standard, who among others would dare to act so recklessly? This is an extravagance only the wealthiest could afford. Lynn promptly settled down, cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation. Time passed minute by minute. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lynn abruptly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he found himself surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Startled, he quickly shut his eyes, and to his astonishment, he felt the vibrant energy coursing through his very being. Observing the energy as it flowed through his organs and traversed the meridians, his shock was beyond comprehension. Could it be that I have cultivated a sense of chi? At that instant, an alert resonated in his ears. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully cultivated a sense of chi. Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a system reward. Double cultivation time card x 1 hour. Ding! Congratulations on stepping into the realm of cultivators. The system has unlocked a new feature, Exchange Mall. Lynn was taken aback, then elated. No way. Have I truly cultivated a sense of chi? Have I genuinely crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivators? The system replied, Indeed. Congratulations, host. From this moment forth, you are a bona fide cultivator. You have cultivated a sense of chi in a mere 5 hours and 8 minutes, breaking the record for the fastest cultivation of chi in this realm's history. Congratulations, host. If this scene were to be witnessed by other cultivators, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. For others, even a lifetime of cultivation might not yield a sense of chi, and even the most gifted would require at least 5 years. Yet Lynn accomplished this feat in just 5 hours. It was truly remarkable. Taking a deep breath, Lynn curiously inquired, "The mall? System, do you also have a marketplace?" The system replied, "Indeed, as a comprehensive system, it is essential to cater to all needs. Within the system's marketplace, an array of rewards unlocked by the host will be offered at remarkably low prices. Shall I open the marketplace immediately?" Startled, Lynn responded, "Yes." In the next instant, a virtual panel materialized before him. The panel displayed several rewards he had already unlocked. Supreme Cleansing Pill, a marvelous elixir that aids practitioners in purifying their meridians and marrow. Stock, 10,000 units. Sale price, 20 renminbi. Great Restoration Pill, a wondrous potion infused with abundant spiritual energy, capable of enhancing a practitioner's cultivation. Stock, 100,000 units. Sale price, 10 renminbi. Spirit Recovery Pill, an extraordinary remedy that swiftly alleviates the host's fatigue and replenishes their vitality. Stock, 10,000 units. Sale price, 20 renminbi. Double Cultivation Card, a card that doubles the host's cultivation speed for 1 hour. Stock, 24 cards. Sale price 1,000 RMB, and so forth. All inventory is refreshed daily. Upon reading the above text, Lynn was astonished. What on earth? Such low prices. This is practically a giveaway. 10 RMB for a great restoration pill, 20 RMB for a supreme cleansing pill. Even the most expensive double cultivation card is only 1,000. This is absurdly cheap. Lynn exclaimed, System, are you certain these prices are correct? Are you sure? Chapter 7. Stepping into the Qi Refinement Realm. Unlocking the Meridians. The System. This system is a divine luxury system, brimming with sincerity when compared to others. Were it not for the regulations of the system realm, and the limitations on the items available in the marketplace which cannot be obtained for free, this system would have already maxed out the elixirs for you. Lynn's heart raced with fervor. This system. I am enamored. Truly. I initially thought I was affluent enough. Little did I know. The system surpasses my wealth. Such a system, I desire a dozen of it. The system. Please strive to accomplish the various tasks issued by the system. Upon completion, you will unlock new items. Of course, the system will also periodically provide various benefits, filled with genuine goodwill. Lynn was moved to tears. System, from now on, we shall be brothers in arms. You understand me, as I understand you. Lynn promptly retrieved the double cultivation card rewarded by the system and inquired, System, does this truly enhance my cultivation speed? The system replied, Indeed, the double cultivation card can double the host's cultivation speed. After the host completes various tasks, they will unlock triple, quintuple, decuple, and even centuple cultivation cards. Remarkable.
Lynn was astonished.
Grasping the card in his hand, he exclaimed, Use! In an instant, the double cultivation card transformed into a radiant light, entering Lynn's body. He immediately felt a remarkable increase in the flow of spiritual energy within him, now operating at double the speed.
Lynn exclaimed in delight, Wow!
This is undoubtedly a treasure. The next moment, a prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! A new task has been issued to the host. Within 1 hour, cultivate the first layer of the purple qi from the East Qi technique, and circulate energy through 5 small circulations. Furthermore, one must open the Rin and do meridians. Failure penalty. 1 exquisite Sanha pill. Upon seeing the penalty for failure, Lynn was momentarily taken aback and inquired, System, could you enlighten me on what the exquisite Sanha pill is? The system responded, You need only know that it is equivalent to a 10-fold Dawandan. Lynn was instantly astonished, exclaiming, What a formidable penalty for failure. The prospect of 10-fold spiritual energy truly tempts one to fail a few times. However, Lynn did not dare to be negligent. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and, following the description in the purple qi from the East technique, began to adeptly mobilize the spiritual energy within his body, initiating the internal circulation. Prior to opening the Rin and Du meridians, the spiritual energy would flow through various acupoints in the body to complete a small circulation. Once the Rin and Du meridians were opened, the energy would travel through both meridians to complete a large circulation. This is a gradual process. After all, nothing can be achieved overnight, especially in cultivation, which emphasizes steady progress. After developing a sense of energy, Lynn, adhering to the instructions of the Qi technique, was now able to exert his spiritual power and navigate through the acupoints around his body. As he embarked on this journey, it was undeniably challenging at first. Although he benefited from a 2-fold acceleration, it still took a full hour to complete the first small circulation. Nevertheless, Lynn was utterly exhausted, feeling as though he had been drained of all energy. 3 seconds remaining. Just 3 seconds. Lynn's eyes widened in ecstatic realization. Only 3 seconds left before my task fails. System. 3 seconds later, accompanied by a notification of task failure, a supreme elixir suddenly materialized in Lynn's hand. Gazing at the pill emanating a soft blue glow, Lynn wasted no time and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a sensation akin to being engulfed in flames enveloped him, as torrents of spiritual energy surged through his entire being. What a potent elixir! Lynn exclaimed with delight. He promptly directed the overwhelming spiritual energy to circulate through his minor meridian pathways. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the supreme elixir. Your system store has been updated. Lynn eagerly accessed the store and immediately beheld the elixir. Supreme Elixir, a pill capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's prowess. Stock, 1,000. Price, 100 renminbi. Lynn was overjoyed. It was merely 100 yuan. What a bargain. He swiftly produced 100,000 yuan and purchased 1,000 supreme elixirs. Then he began his cultivation. Tired? Exhausted? 1 cycle. 2 cycles. 3 cycles. Lynn's mastery over the spiritual energy grew increasingly adept. Initially, he could only complete 1 cycle in an hour, but after several hours, he could barely manage 3 cycles. With each task failure, he received a supreme elixir as compensation, which was delightful. Finally, by evening, Lynn could accomplish 5 cycles of minor meridian circulation. Now it was time to challenge the Ren and Du meridians. Once he cleared the Ren and Du meridians, he would officially step into the realm of Qi cultivation. System, open the marketplace. Before Lynn, a virtual panel materialized in an instant. He promptly exchanged all remaining 3 harmony pills from the marketplace in one breath. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pills one by one, forcefully harnessing his spiritual energy to digest them. Soon, the spiritual power within him surged to an unimaginable extent. He intended to utilize the formidable medicinal potency of the pills to aid him in breaking through the Ren and Du meridians. Let us commence, Lynn bellowed, instantly commanding the torrent of spiritual energy, transforming it into a deluge that surged towards the barrier. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the Ren and Du meridians remained steadfast. Again, with the second impact, a slight loosening occurred in the meridians. Once more, with the third strike, accompanied by another resounding boom, a breach was created in the Ren and Du meridians, yet it remained unbroken. Again, boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and Lynn immediately sensed the tumultuous spiritual energy within him bursting forth, successfully breaking open the Ren and Du meridians. Several minor circulations of his body instantly connected, forming a grand circulation. Lynn abruptly stood up, exclaiming with joy, I have unblocked the Ren and Du meridians. Should this scene become known to other practitioners in the realm of cultivation, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Lynn, having achieved the unification of the minor circulations within his body, realized how brief the time taken was. It was utterly terrifying to fathom. However, in reality, Lynn was not a prodigy. He was acutely aware of this fact. Yet, he possessed a divine wealth system. This is simply beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Elixirs such as the Great Elixir and the Triune Elixir are undoubtedly among the finest in the realm of cultivation. Who could achieve what Lin N has accomplished, effortlessly producing thousands of them, measured by the pound? At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Lin N's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unblocking the Ren and Du meridians. Congratulations on reaching the first stage of Qi refinement. Congratulations, host, for receiving system rewards. Triple Cultivation Card X1, Sword Control Technique X1, Tai Pill X1. Chapter 8. A body with dozens of times the strength, as tough as steel. Lin N's eyes brightened instantly. Wow! The rewards from the system this time are abundant. Not to mention the Triple Cultivation card, but he has actually received the remarkable sword control technique. In his mind, images of practitioners soaring through the skies on swords flashed before him. He never imagined he would also possess the ability to wield a sword in such a manner. Upon seeing the Tai pill, Lin N's breath quickened. He could distinctly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy within it. System, does this pill possess any extraordinary effects? Lin N asked in astonishment. System, the spiritual energy contained in the Tai pill is 50 times that of the Great Elixir, and upon consumption, it can significantly enhance your physical strength. Lin N was taken aback. Could it truly have such miraculous effects? Without further ado, Lin N swallowed the Tai pill whole. In an instant, he felt as though his body had exploded, with torrents of spiritual energy surging throughout him. The effects of this Tai pill are even more explosive than those of the Triune Elixir. Lin winced in pain, exclaiming, "Goodness, this hurts so much. It feels as though my entire body is about to explode." The system's messages had become increasingly succinct. Claim pain relief pill? Without hesitation, he responded, "Claim." After consuming the pain relief pill, Lynn finally exhaled in relief. However, in the next instant, he was astounded to discover a faint golden glow emerging upon his skin. It was so subtle that one would hardly notice it without close inspection. The system clarified, "The Tai pill has enhanced your skin, significantly boosting your defensive capabilities, while also substantially augmenting your strength." Lynn gasped in astonishment, asking, "Could it be body refinement?" Indeed, the system affirmed. Both body refinement and chi refinement are viable paths in cultivation. Compared to chi refinement, body refinement is more challenging. However, upon achieving the formidable golden body, a body refinement practitioner's destructive power will greatly surpass that of chi refiners. Lynn inhaled sharply, realizing, "Does this mean I can?" "Absolutely," the system confirmed. "Holistic development is the true path. With the divine system at your side, starting tomorrow, I will arrange body refinement courses for you.
J'assure you.
You will become invincible in both chi and body refinement." Lynn's eyes lit up at this prospect. Truly, the system was a remarkable ally, so considerate and understanding. He felt a surge of appreciation. He then turned his gaze toward a grand marble pillar opposite him. Eager to test his newfound abilities, Lynn took a deep breath, summoned his spiritual energy, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and with a mighty roar, unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, Lynn was momentarily stunned as a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his fist, striking the marble beneath him. Instantly, the marble column fractured, splintering into countless cracks, and ultimately, with a thunderous explosion, it shattered. Astonished, Lynn could hardly believe his eyes. He had become remarkably powerful. The system chimed in, "Host, there is no need for astonishment. Even though you have merely just entered the chi refining stage, your physical prowess and strength far exceed that of an ordinary individual. Currently, your power intensity is at least 50 times greater than that of an average adult." Lynn was taken aback. 50 times. He recalled that just a day prior, he had been a frail, reclusive man, likely to be incapacitated for weeks from a single punch. Young master, are you all right?" Upon hearing the shattering of the marble, Lynn's dozen or so bodyguards, who had been stationed outside, rushed in. Lynn smiled slightly and addressed them. "It's nothing. Xiao Bing, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Lei, come here and attack me with all your might." At his words, the bodyguards were left in utter shock. "Young master, what are you saying? You want us to hit you? Is this some kind of joke?" Lynn remained calm, replying, "It's fine. If I say to hit, then hit. To be honest, my physical strength now far surpasses yours." These bodyguards of Lynn were all retired Special Forces soldiers, possessing exceptional physical capabilities and formidable combat skills. Testing their defensive capabilities is undoubtedly the best course of action. Of course, Lynn would not genuinely engage them in combat. Although he had significantly enhanced his strength and defense, he remained utterly unversed in the art of fighting. Upon hearing Lynn's words, the bodyguards exchanged glances, taken aback. Strike the young master? A careless move could potentially lead to the young master's demise, which would spell disaster for them. Lynn's eyes widened in exasperation. "What are you dawdling for? If I say to hit, then hit. Stop hesitating, and be quick about it." One of the bodyguards, gritting his teeth, replied, "Young master, I will proceed with the strike." He inhaled deeply and, with a mighty shout, launched a straight punch toward Lynn's chest. However, at the very moment his fist made contact, the bodyguard was taken aback. Despite not exerting all his strength, his punch, infused with a considerable force, felt as though it had struck a steel plate. The sheer recoil from the impact sent him staggering backwards several steps. Lynn, momentarily surprised, remarked, "Put in some effort. Is that all you've got? Have you not eaten?" He felt no particular sensation, as if merely being bitten by a mosquito, soft and inconsequential. The surrounding bodyguards were equally astonished, gazing incredulously at their young master. Being professionals, they quickly discerned that, while the punch had been restrained, it was certainly a blow that no ordinary person could withstand. Yet, their young master remained completely unscathed. The bodyguard, gritting his teeth, finally adopted a serious demeanor and said, "All right, young master, With resolute determination, I shall unleash my full strength. In the next moment, the bodyguard roared, taking a running leap to deliver a powerful punch to Lynn's chest. As he launched the blow, the surrounding bodyguards instinctively closed their eyes, recognizing the immense force behind it. If they were to endure such a strike, it would undoubtedly cost them dearly. Yet, in the following instant, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air, accompanied by a pained wail. They opened their eyes in astonishment, only to find Lynn standing unwaveringly in place. While the bodyguard staggered back several meters, his wrist bloodied and broken. In disbelief, they gazed at their young master. When had he become so formidable? This was simply terrifying. His defensive prowess rivaled that of steel. Chapter 9. 100,000 each. Spend freely. The bodyguard knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in respect, exclaiming, "Young master, I humbly concede." Lynn examined his own chest, noticing only a slight redness, with no sign of injury whatsoever. He was astounded. Just as the system had indicated, his current defensive capabilities had far surpassed those of an average person. The bodyguards around him gasped in awe. The bodyguard who had struck Lynn felt the weight of the encounter profoundly. His punch had felt akin to striking a heavy tank, rendering his arm nearly useless. Lynn glanced at the bodyguard with a smile and approached him, saying, "Rise, take this elixir. Consuming it will be beneficial for you." Lynn produced a large elixir and handed it to the bodyguard with the broken arm. The bodyguard gazed in astonishment at the vibrant, golden pill, and without a second thought, he swallowed it whole. In the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the elixir ignite within him, racing through his entire being. Remarkably, he noticed that his fractured wrist was enveloped in a warm sensation, and the skin was visibly healing before his eyes. Within his bones, a series of crackling sounds echoed. When he raised his hand, he was utterly astonished to discover that it had completely restored itself. The shock was beyond comprehension. What kind of elixir could mend broken bones in such a fleeting moment? Furthermore, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, as if his senses, sight and hearing, had been elevated to an extraordinary level. The bodyguard stared at Lynn in awe and said, "Young master, what is this?" Lynn smiled subtly and replied, "This is a great recovery pill. You may have come across this name in various novels and martial arts dramas. I happen to have a few." Upon hearing this, all the surrounding bodyguards were taken aback. A great recovery pill. Incredible. Such a miraculous elixir truly exists in this world. The rapid healing of broken bones, the swift closing of wounds, the enhancement of physical prowess. This all transpired in an instant. "Thank you, young master," the bodyguard exclaimed, kneeling once more, his eyes alight with joy. Could it be that the young master has suddenly grown so powerful due to his exposure to the inner strength and wondrous techniques found within the realm of martial arts novels? This is simply unfathomable. Such things truly exist. The great rejuvenation pill. It must be an exceedingly precious elixir, and yet, the young master has generously bestowed it upon him. How moving! Little does he know that Lin is not practicing martial arts but rather cultivating immortality. Nor is he aware that the great rejuvenation pill holds no real value, as their young master had just been using these pills for his bath. Lin turned his gaze towards the astonished bodyguards in the distance and smiled, saying, "Enough! No need to gawk. I have plenty of these pills. Come over. Each of you shall receive one. As my bodyguards, if you lack strength compared to me, how can you protect me?" The surrounding bodyguards erupted in joy, exclaiming, "Yes, young master." After each receiving a great rejuvenation pill, Lin was delighted to witness their expressions of happiness. Although he had been cultivating for nearly 8 hours, Lin felt an abundance of energy coursing through him. The system chimed in, "Please continue to strive, host. Tomorrow, resume your training. One day, you shall undoubtedly become the mightiest immortal king in this world." Lin gave a thumbs up, revealing his pearly white teeth, which sparkled in the light. Indeed, he strode out of the bathhouse, glancing at the maids outside, and with a cheerful demeanor, he smiled and asked, "Have you all been busy today? Are you tired?" The surrounding maids responded in unison, "Not at all." Lin shook his head with a smile, for these were all carefully chosen confidants. The bodyguards were all retired special forces, and the maids were exquisite beauties with a score of 9 or above. Naturally, their monthly salaries were substantial, each earning over 100,000. Lynn extended his hand, retrieving a checkbook from his pocket, and swiftly wrote several checks, declaring, "All right, after a day of hard work with me, take this money and go have fun. Each of you gets 100,000. Upon hearing this, the maids displayed expressions of sheer delight. The young master is truly generous. Wow, 100,000 for each of us. That's equivalent to a month's salary. It's absolutely fantastic to be with the young master. Long live the young master. Thank you, young master. I love you, young master. Oh, how splendidly generous you are." Seeing the joy radiating from their faces as they received the checks, Lynn couldn't help but smile. When it comes to his trusted associates, one must be generous. Otherwise, how could one expect them to carry out their duties? "Lan, come here," Lynn beckoned to his personal maid. The exquisite and charming girl named Lan immediately approached obediently, bowing slightly and sweetly saying, "Young master." Lynn playfully pinched her cheek and cheerfully said, "Let us go for a drive. Young master will treat you to French cuisine." Lanlin's eyes widened with excitement as she exclaimed, "Yes, young master." Gazing at Lynn's extraordinarily handsome face, Lan felt her heart race. He was becoming even more strikingly handsome. While the young master had taken her out for drives before, he was invariably morose and prone to fits of pique, making each outing somewhat trepidatious. Now, however, she could distinctly perceive a profound transformation in him. His eyes, in particular, radiated a newfound confidence and brilliance, which, coupled with his exquisitely handsome features, was utterly captivating. Could mere handsomeness truly exert such an influence on one's character? The other maids, observing Lan's adoring gaze upon Lynn, were consumed with envy. Lan was indeed fortunate to be able to go for a drive with the young master. They yearned for a similar opportunity. The young master was simply too dashing. To venture out with such a paragon was like a dream. Chuckling amiably, Lynn, with his personal maid in tow, exited the bathhouse. Though not yet having attained the chi-refining realm, Lynn could nonetheless clearly sense the changes within his body. He was now capable of felling a tree as thick as a bowl with a single punch, without any difficulty. As he merely desired a leisurely drive, Lynn refrained from selecting a more ostentatious vehicle. Instead, he chose the least expensive of his fleet, a Ferrari valued at 8 million, and departed with Lan. Upon entering the city in the Ferrari, they immediately garnered the envious attention of countless pedestrians. Lynn chuckled softly, leaving only a fleeting silhouette as he departed in his Ferrari. Chapter 10. The handsome young man in the Ferrari is the most captivating moments later. Lynn arrived at an upscale luxury boutique with his petite maid, Lan, and declared, "It is time to acquire some new attire, Lan. Come, accompany me in selecting a few outfits." Lanlin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. "Of course, young master." Observing Lynn's tall and athletic figure, a blush crept onto Lanlin's cheeks. "Are you really going to buy clothes, young master? Wow, I can hardly wait." In an instant, her mind conjured images of Lynn's fashion show. The mere thought sent her heart racing with exhilaration. With a swift drift and a graceful halt, Lynn parked the Ferrari, instantly attracting a multitude of gazes, particularly from the young ladies who had just exited the luxury store. Upon seeing Lynn emerge from the Ferrari, their eyes gleamed with admiration. The combination of a luxurious car and a handsome man was indeed a perfect match. Many ladies paused, covering their mouths in astonishment as they gazed at Lynn's striking features. This attention was not Lynn's intention. His charm was simply undeniable. As he and Lan stepped into the boutique, the eyes of the several attractive attendants, each scoring a solid 7 in looks, lit up with excitement. "Wow, this young man is incredibly handsome. You are the most striking gentleman I have ever encountered." Responding to the compliment with a polite smile, Lynn took Lanlin's hand and strode confidently into the store. This visit was surely an opportunity for an indulgent shopping spree. Overjoyed with his newfound affluence, Mr. Lynn was indiscriminate in his purchases, opting to acquire anything that captured his fancy without hesitation. Guided by Ms. Land's discerning eye, he emerged moments later, clad in an impeccably tailored suit. The transformation was such that it immediately seized the attention of everyone present, rendering them speechless with awe. Remarkably handsome, they murmured. Ms. Lon, in particular, was astounded, her hand instinctively covering her mouth in disbelief. The suit she had selected for Mr. Lynn, a testament to her refined taste as his personal attendant, was a striking shade of violet, the latest design of the season, even featured in advertisements endorsed by the renowned Liu Shaohan. Yet, as Mr. Lin donned the garment, Ms. Lon couldn't help but notice that he surpassed even Liu Shaohan in sheer attractiveness. "How does it appear?" Mr. Lin inquired, adjusting his shoulders. "Does it suit me?" Ms. Lon nodded with alacrity, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "Master, you look absolutely dashing. This suit is perfect for you." Extending his hand without a word, Mr. Lin simply stated, "Payment." A sales assistant promptly approached, her demeanor radiating politeness. "Sir, the total cost for this suit is 525,000 RMB. Will you be paying in cash or by card?" Mr. Lin casually produced a card, replying, "Card." The sales assistant's eyes widened with admiration, her envy of Mr. Lin almost palpable. Compared to him, the nouveau riche who haggled over prices were insignificant. This was true opulence, acquiring whatever one desired without regard for cost. Moreover, the act of reaching for his wallet was utterly graceful, decisively charming, and captivatingly alluring. And he is so strikingly handsome. He is truly a modern-day Adonis. Just then, the sales assistant, having just taken Linn's card, heard his voice. The young lady promptly inquired, "How may I assist you further?" Lin turned around, walked over to the nearby women's clothing section, extended his hand, and pointed to 5 dresses, each priced above 100,000 RMB, saying, "Let us include these as well." In an instant, Lon was left speechless. She immediately recognized those dresses as her favorites from when she had merely glanced at them earlier. Had he truly noticed her admiration and committed it to memory? Lin casually shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "I noticed you stealing glances at these dresses when I came in. I presumed you found them appealing." He offered a faint smile before addressing the bewildered sales staff. "Why are you standing there in shock? Pack these up and process the payment." Yes, of course." The sales attendants quickly snapped back to reality, hastily wrapping up the selected garments. "Sir, these dresses are rather expensive." One of them hesitated, her beautiful eyes shyly fixed on Lin. "But I'm not lacking in funds," she added, slightly hesitant. "However, my salary isn't sufficient to purchase these dresses. Who said you were buying them?" Lin cast a puzzled glance at Lon, and as if struck by a sudden realization, he gently patted the latter's small head and said, "Do not worry, my dear. Today I am in good spirits. Consider these garments as a token of appreciation for accompanying me on this outing. They are a gift, and will not be deducted from your wages." "Is that so?" Lon pondered, uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. It seemed that these were merely small tokens from her master for his companionship. How could she, a mere maid, ever dream of being the object of his affections? With a slight droop in her demeanor, she lowered her gaze. However, this scene, observed by the shop attendants, appeared as a manifestation of overwhelming shyness in the presence of a master who showered her with excessive affection. Oh my! Who could resist such a generous master? With his striking appearance, impressive physique, and his lavish demeanor, it was no wonder that they would willingly serve him as maids, even without a salary. As Lin noticed the envious admiration in the eyes of the attendants, then glanced at Lon, who was shyly bowing her head in silence, he felt an acute headache. He had merely purchased a few dresses for this little maid. After all, he had ample wealth and abundant leisure time. Soon, the two departed the luxury boutique under the envious gazes of the staff. As they stepped outside, Lin was met with a throng of young ladies gathered around his opulent car, excitedly snapping photographs with their phones. A few girls leaned against his Ferrari, striking flirtatious poses for selfies. "Alas, my boyfriend insists on gifting them a new car. It is truly quite bothersome. Today feels so lonely. I can only take a drive alone, yet there is no companion by my side." Lin shook his head, striding towards his Ferrari with Lon in tow, and politely said, "Please step aside. I must take my leave." The surrounding young ladies immediately stood up in a flurry, but upon seeing Lin, they were momentarily captivated by his striking appearance. How handsome! The group of ladies covered their mouths in astonishment, stepping back a pace, their alluring eyes fixed on him. "Hey there, could I add you on WeChat? Might I invite you to dinner? Could we take a photo together?" Observing the crowd of admirers, Lynn remained remarkably composed, retrieving his Ferrari key and settling into the driver's seat. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Please make way. I am about to drive." Amidst the roar of the engine, Lynn departed, leaving the young ladies behind, their hearts racing. Oh dear, such an aloof young man. It is rare to encounter someone with such character, especially one driving a Ferrari. Chapter 11. How could Lynn possibly be as handsome as you? After enjoying French cuisine with his little maid, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Sitting in the Ferrari, Lynn glanced at the rosy-cheeked maid in the passenger seat and smiled softly. Lon, would you like to take a drive?" The little maid, her cheeks flushed, blinked adorably and exclaimed, "Really? Of course, my dear. Why would I deceive you?" "Wonderful." Lon cheered with joy. Soon, Lynn drove his car away from the city, speeding up outside amidst the whistling summer breeze. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lanlin's heart raced as she gazed at the fleeting scenery outside, listening to the engine roar like a wild beast, and she could not help but exclaim in excitement. She immediately discerned that Lynn was in an exceptionally good mood today. Compared to before, he seemed transformed, more cheerful and captivating than ever. Lynn drove furiously for over an hour before pulling over to the side, smiling as he did so. Lanlin's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling. She blinked and said, "Yes, thank you, young master." Beneath the dim car lights, the summer wind blew briskly. Lon leaned back in her seat, cautiously observing the profile of Lynn. They were alone together. Reflecting on the day, Lon felt as if she were in a dream. Moreover, why did the young master have so many maids yet chose to take her out for a day of fun? The thought made her heart flutter. Her mother had once mentioned that if a boy took a girl out shopping and spent money on her, it might not be for noble intentions. However, if it were the young master, she found herself quite willing. He was so handsome. It seemed she was the one who had gained an advantage. Yet, should she feel excited, shy, angry, or merely play the fool? Lynn took out a bottle of mineral water and said, "Drink." Upon hearing Lynn's voice, Lanlin's eyes widened in astonishment. Her body tensed as she sat upright, her fair complexion flushing a vibrant red. Lynn was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why is your face so red?" "Because..." Lanlin's eyes grew wide as she stammered, Lon is not quite sure. "Am I burning up?" Lynn furrowed his brow, reached out to gently sweep aside her hair, and placed his palm against her forehead. Lon gazed at Lynn, whose eyes reflected genuine concern, and a wave of warmth from his presence enveloped her, inducing a dizzying sensation. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Perhaps it would be better to simply succumb to the young master right here. Noticing the perplexity in Lynn's eyes, Lon shyly pressed her lips together. "Young master, I am indeed feverish, but not in that way." Trembling, she extended her small hand to gently grasp Lynn's hand resting on her forehead, then guided it to her heart. "It is here that burns." Lon lowered her gaze, her cheeks aflame, too bashful to meet Lynn's eyes. Lynn, if he could not discern the sentiments of his little maid in such a moment, he would truly fail to embody the essence of manhood. Observing Lanlin's rosy cheeks and her eyes brimming with affection, how could he possibly misunderstand her intentions? As his meticulously chosen personal maid, Lon was undoubtedly stunning, her beauty rating well above a 9.9. Innocent, charming, and adorably oblivious, she seemed as if she had stepped straight out of an anime. However, Lynn vowed that his decision to take his maid out for a drive today was solely due to his elation at having awakened a new system. Being alone felt rather dull, so he simply brought his maid along for company. Lynn found himself at a loss for words. Lon, with her head bowed and cheeks flushed to the point of near embarrassment, said, "Young master, it doesn't matter what we do." Lon held a deep affection for her master, and thus, it was of no consequence. Lynn, feigning ignorance, inquired, "It doesn't matter at all?" Lon gently nodded, her face growing even redder as she lowered her gaze. In the desolate wilderness, amidst luxury cars and beautiful women, with dim streetlights and a moonless, windy night. Moreover, his little maid had made her intentions quite clear. Perhaps I should omit 50,000 words here? Just as Lynn was contemplating engaging in some intimate activities with his little maid, the atmosphere growing increasingly heated, a sudden cacophony of roaring engines echoed from the distant road. A van sped past his Ferrari, crashing heavily into a nearby tree. Boom! With a resounding crash, Lon, nestled in Lynn's embrace, was startled and let out a cry. Lynn furrowed his brow and peered through the window. He saw a young man in a white shirt stumbling out of the van that had crashed into the tree. He was covered in blood, his body marred by numerous knife wounds, as if he had just survived a fierce battle. Upon recognizing his face, Lynn was taken aback and exclaimed, "Vice Class Leader Bai?" Indeed, Lynn recognized this individual, Bai Zhe, the vice class leader of their class. Regarding this individual, Lynn is not particularly acquainted with Bai Zhe. Firstly, Bai Zhe possesses an eccentric disposition, exhibiting a certain reclusiveness. Secondly, his academic performance is unparalleled in the school, rendering him distant from those who struggle academically. In Lynn's mind, Bai Zhe exudes an air of quietude, a quintessential scholar. How could he possibly engage in a brawl? Lon, remain in the car, do not exit. After issuing this command, Lynn forcefully opened the car door and strode purposefully towards Bai Zhe, who stood across the road, calling out loudly, "Hey, are you Bai Zhe?" The young man in the white shirt, panting, turned at the sound of his name, eyeing Lynn with suspicion. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Upon hearing his voice, Lynn was certain it was indeed him. Shaking his head, Lynn smiled lightly. "Ah, is it truly you? Out wandering at this hour instead of resting? Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Bai Zhe was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on Lynn's face. Lynn, the one who repeated the third grade, always seated at the back of the classroom, frequently taking leave to skip school. This. Bai Zhe regarded Lynn warily and exclaimed, "Are you joking? How could you possibly be Lynn?" Lynn was momentarily stunned. "Doesn't he resemble me?"
Bai Zhe replied gravely.
"Lynn could never be as handsome as you." Lynn, Chapter 12. This shot, do you intend to take my life? Lynn cleared his throat and smiled lightly. "Surely you recall the mock examination from half a month ago? At that moment, I inquired about the answer to a multiple-choice question and handed you a note. Yet you responded by drawing a pig's head, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that such an incident indeed occurred. "Are you really Lynn?"
Bai Zhe exclaimed in astonishment.
Lynn strode confidently towards him, declaring, without a doubt. Bai Zhe gazed in disbelief at the impeccably dressed Lynn, whose Ferrari stood parked behind him. He found it impossible to reconcile this strikingly handsome young man with the Lynn he remembered. The transformation was simply too drastic. Just as Lynn reached the center of the road and was about to inquire of Bai Zhe, a distant roar of approaching cars pierced the air. Bai Zhe's expression shifted dramatically as he urged, "This is bad. They are coming after us. Lynn, you must flee. Do not let me drag you into this." Lynn turned to observe the several cars racing towards them and asked, "What trouble have you encountered?" Bai Zhe replied anxiously, "Someone is after my life."
Lynn smiled.
"The ones seeking to kill you are in those very cars behind us? Why are you hesitating? Do you wish to be run over?"
Bai Zhe shouted in alarm.
At that instant, the speeding vehicles honed in on Bai Zhe, accelerating rather than slowing down. He could distinctly see the cold smirk upon the face of the man in the driver's seat.
Lynn.
Bai Zhe cried out in panic, ready to shove Lynn out of harm's way. However, in the next moment, he was astonished to see Lynn suddenly raise his leg and deliver a powerful kick to the oncoming car, which was hurtling towards them at over 100 miles per hour. As Bai Zhe gazed in astonishment, the car was astonishingly dented by Lynn's kick, ultimately skidding several meters away. The two vehicles trailing behind, upon witnessing this spectacle, swiftly swerved and collided forcefully against the railings on either side.
Bai Zhe exclaimed in disbelief.
"What on earth?" Lynn, adjusting his ankle, shook his head and remarked, "Did you not see the sign above? The speed limit is 15 kilometers. How dare you drive so recklessly?" From the wreckage of the three vehicles, a dozen young men in suits struggled to emerge, their expressions a mix of shock and bewilderment, as if they had encountered a ghost. What was happening? Their car had been brought to a halt by this young man with a single kick. This was no laughing matter. Their vehicle had just been racing at over 100 kilometers per hour. They turned their gazes towards the deep imprint left by Lynn's foot on the ground, fear evident in their eyes. Was this a superhero? Zay, incredulous, managed to rise and stammered, "Lynn, how did you do that?" Lynn, wishing to avoid excessive explanation, simply smiled and replied, "Perhaps it is just innate strength." Zay stood there, dumbfounded. Innate strength? What kind of natural power could possibly halt a car traveling at such high speeds? Lynn strode forward and asked, "Were they trying to kill you?" Zay swallowed hard, his pupils trembling as he replied, "Why yes." The group of young men immediately recoiled in trepidation. The earlier display had left them utterly shaken. At that moment, an elderly man with a grim expression approached from behind the group of young men. Upon noticing the footprint on the car, he felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively swallowed hard. The old man fixed his gaze on Lynn and inquired, "Are you also a practitioner of martial arts? May I ask which sect you belong to?" Lynn paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Practitioner of martial arts? I have never heard of such a thing." The somber-faced elder clasped his hands together and said, "Why must you conceal the truth? In Huaxia, to halt a vehicle traveling at 100 miles per hour without sustaining any harm is a feat accomplished by no more than a handful of individuals. Those capable of such a task are undoubtedly exceptional masters with profound inner strength. I am Wang Jiwei, the 71st generation successor of the Five Elements Fist. May I inquire about your name?" Lin crossed his arms, still smiling lightly, and stated, "I am Lin with no sect or affiliation, and I do not comprehend your convoluted language. Let us be direct. Why are you pursuing my classmate? Provide a reason, or else you shall not leave here unscathed today." The old man's expression shifted between uncertainty and determination as he regarded Lin. The young man's unexpected appearance was certainly beyond their expectations. Moreover, observing Lin's calm demeanor, even after intercepting a vehicle traveling at such speed, he displayed no signs of injury, indicating his formidable prowess. After a moment of contemplation, the elder solemnly declared that Zay is treacherous and ruthless. In Zhanghai City, he has taken advantage of his modest martial skills to repeatedly provoke our 5 major martial arts schools, even injuring my disciple and rendering him disabled. How could I possibly tolerate such actions? Upon uttering these words, Zay was instantly consumed by rage and stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Do not play the victim. 3 years ago, my father and I arrived in Zhanghai City, providing the Martial Arts Association with 30 million in registration funds. The president of the association had granted us permission to establish a school here, yet after his demise, you reneged on your word. Not only did you injure my father, but you also sought to expel us from Zhanghai City. Who is truly treacherous and cruel? You know all too well." The elder replied gravely, "Zhanghai City has always been our territory. When did it become the right of outsiders like you to intrude? I extended an opportunity to you which you failed to cherish. Now, do not blame me for my mercilessness." Beside the elder, a young man with a flickering gaze seemed unsettled. They were unaware of the powerful figure that had unexpectedly appeared beside Zay. Yet it was evident that this matter would not conclude amicably today. The young man discreetly reached behind him, slowly drawing a handgun from his waistband. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Lin, arms crossed, smiled lightly and said, "I have grasped the general situation. You wish to eliminate dissenters, thus plotting to assassinate my classmate. Am I correct? Were it anyone else, I would refrain from intervening. However, unfortunately for you, he is my classmate. Now, what do you propose we do about this?" Just as Lin finished speaking, the young man suddenly brandished his firearm from behind, aiming it at Lin's head and pulling the trigger. "What to do? This is how it shall be." The young man sneered, and with a loud bang, the gun fired. In an instant, the bullet surged toward Lin's forehead. Witnessing this scene, Zay's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that these individuals possessed firearms. However, in the following moment, just as the bullet was about to strike Lin, he abruptly extended his hand and caught the bullet mid-flight. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes were fixed in terror on Lin's outstretched hand, where wisps of white smoke emanated from the bullet he grasped. This unbelievable. catching a bullet with bare hands. Is this a joke? Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. The young man trembled backward, as if confronted with a specter. Lynn slowly raised his head, narrowing his eyes as he regarded them, before releasing his grip. The deformed bullet clattered to the ground. So, you intend to take my life with that shot? Chapter 13. Extravagance. In a heartbeat, Lynn charged toward the gunman. No one could perceive how Lynn traversed the 100 meters in an instant. His speed was simply extraordinary. In the next moment, the young man's eyes widened as Lynn's fist rapidly approached. With a thunderous sound, Lynn's punch connected with the young man's face, sending his body flying several meters before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Drawing a weapon changes everything, Lynn remarked calmly. Witnessing this, the expressions of those around him shifted drastically. The elderly man bellowed, "Kill him!" Instantly, the crowd surged forward. Lynn then witnessed a dazzling array of martial arts, typically reserved for television dramas and novels. 5 elements fist,
Eagle Claw Technique.
formless boxing, continuous kicks, an overwhelming barrage of mesmerizing techniques rained down upon Lynn. Among them, a young man's Wing Chun was executed with a speed that surpassed even Donnie Yen's portrayal of IP Man. The punches fell upon Lynn like a relentless machine gun. Lynn stood there with lifeless eyes, unyielding to their assaults, utterly unharmed. These flowery techniques, is this all you have? Are you merely performing a scraping treatment? Without hesitation, Lynn extended his hand and struck out at the dozen or so individuals attacking him. Smack! Under the astonished gaze of Bai Zhe, those individuals were sent flying several meters by Lynn's single slap. Bai Zhe exclaimed in shock, "What the hell? Is this for real?" Bai Zhe was acutely aware that these were elite disciples from the renowned 5 Elements Fist School in Zhanghai City, and that elderly man was an elder of the school. Their strength was formidable. Even special forces would seem like mere child's play in their presence. Yet, they were effortlessly dispatched by their own classmate with a single blow. Could it be? This is what they call the legendary strength that can break a myriad of techniques. The elderly man spat a mouthful of blood, pointing incredulously at Lynn, stammering, You. Lynn, with a scowl, tore away the tattered remnants of his suit, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how much this suit cost me? I just bought it, and you've ruined it." Grabbing the old man's collar, he lifted him off the ground, glaring fiercely, "Are you a cat?" The elder trembled, Young brother, as a practitioner of martial arts, let us keep it to a minimum, please. Please." In a moment of terror witnessed by all, Lynn delivered a resounding slap that sent the old man flying several meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as he fainted. The onlookers, sprawled on the ground, were left in shock. Elder! What kind of monster is he? Such physical prowess, how can one combat this? It's utterly astonishing. After this, Lynn turned and strode toward the dazed Bai Zhe, patting him on the shoulder. "All right, as classmates, how you deal with them next is up to you. I'll take my leave. Is this truly the Lynn I know? This is utterly terrifying." In the Ferrari, Lon looked at Lynn with trepidation, saying, "Young master, are you hurt?" Lynn extended his hand, revealing a gaping wound where he had caught the bullet, blood streaming profusely. Seeing this, Lon gasped in shock, her heart aching. "Young master, don't move. I'll bandage you immediately." Lon immediately rummaged through the car for medical supplies, but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, she tore a strip from her skirt to bandage Lynn. Lynn chuckled softly and reassured her, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. No need to fret." He then retrieved several large healing pills from his inner space and consumed them. In the next instant, Lon was astounded to witness the gaping wound in Lynn's palm healing at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. Having never encountered such a phenomenon, she grasped Lynn's wrist and exclaimed in disbelief, "Young master, it's healed. What did you just eat? How? How impressive." Lynn smiled gently, drawing his little maid into his embrace. He produced another large healing pill and playfully touched it to Lan's cherry lips, saying, "Open your mouth." With a blink, she obediently complied, allowing Lynn to place the pill into her mouth. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through her mouth, exploding in her stomach and radiating throughout her body. Lan Lan's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Young master, I feel so comfortable all over." The spiritual energy contained within the healing pill was a tremendous boon for mortals. Observing her slightly parted lips, Lynn couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her lips.
Cậu xinh lang lang to look deeply.
Lynn smiled and said, "This is a wonderful thing. If you wish to have more, you must be good. Understood?" Such a charming little creature was simply irresistible, and Lan Lan shyly nodded in agreement. "Whatever you wish to eat," said the young master. Lin smiled faintly as he started his Ferrari, preparing to set off. However, just as the car roared to life, Bai Zhe suddenly darted in front of Lin N's vehicle. Had Lin N not slammed on the brakes, he surely would have been launched several meters away. "Bai Zhe, you fool!" Lin N seethed, kicking the car door open, intent on teaching this reckless individual a lesson. Yet, before he could unleash his wrath, he was taken aback when Bai Zhe bent his knee and, with a thud, knelt before him. Lin N was momentarily stunned. What was happening? In the next instant, Bai Zhe began to bow repeatedly, his head striking the ground with resounding thuds. Lin N could even see the dust on the ground rise as Bai Zhe continued his fervent display of respect. After a considerable pause, Lin N finally regained his composure. "Bai Zhe, there is no need for such grand gestures. A single bow would suffice." "There is no need for so many," he said, shaking his head. Bai Zhe lifted his gaze, determination shining in his eyes.
Lin N,
"Please take me as your disciple. I wish to follow you and learn martial arts." Lin N was taken aback. "What are you joking about? You want to be my student? Are you out of your mind?" Bai Zhe insisted. "My master said it himself. I am indeed out of my mind. For the past 3 years, I have foolishly believed you to be an ordinary student, but now I realize how gravely mistaken I was. You are, in fact, a true master, a genuine expert." "Lin." Bai Zhe's eyes instantly turned red as he declared, "Master, I wish to follow you in martial arts training. I aspire to become as powerful as you." "Lin." After speaking, Bai Zhe bowed 3 times in quick succession. Observing the bloodstains on his forehead, Lin's lips twitched slightly as he approached to assist him, saying, "Please, rise." "Bai Zhe, you have misunderstood. I am not a master at all." Bai Zhe resolutely replied, "Master, I understand. True masters prefer to remain unknown to outsiders. Rest assured, I will never divulge your identity." Lin, witnessing Bai Zhe's expression of understanding, Lin felt an overwhelming urge to imprint his foot upon that face. Raising an eyebrow, Lin asked, "Are you truly eager to take me as your teacher?" Bai Zhe nodded determinedly, stating, "Yes, I wish to learn from you." Lin crossed his arms and replied with a faint smile, "Very well, I will assign you a task. Should you complete it, I will accept you as my disciple." Bai Zhe immediately looked up, filled with hope. "Really? What is the task?" Bai Zhe was taken aback. The distance to the city was a full 100 kilometers. Observing the hesitation on Bai Zhe's face, Lin gently patted his shoulder and smiled. "Well, what do you think? Is it too difficult? If so, you may abandon it. We can remain classmates and keep in touch." With that, Lin ceased to concern himself with Bai Zhe, entered his Ferrari, pressed the accelerator, and drove toward the city. Lin acknowledged that he had indeed deliberately made things difficult for him, intending to dissuade him from continuing. The thought of taking on an apprentice had never crossed Lin's mind. However, what Lin did not anticipate was, watching the Ferrari recede into the distance, Bai Zhe fell silent for a moment before suddenly lifting his head, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. "Lin, I have decided to become your disciple," he proclaimed. "Is it merely a matter of performing a one-handed handstand?" In an instant, Bai Zhe extended his hand, executing the handstand with precision. Gritting his teeth, he released one hand and began to bounce along the road towards the city. As he passed by the elderly man, Bai Zhe reached into the man's pocket and retrieved a mobile phone, dialing his father's number with it. "Dad, it's me. Hurry and bring people to the highway outside Zhanghai City. I am being pursued." Half an hour later, a convoy of vehicles roared into view, and from a distance, they spotted Bai Zhe, still performing his one-handed handstand. The leading car came to an abrupt halt, and an elderly man with white hair hurriedly disembarked, rushing towards Bai Zhe. Gritting his teeth, Bai Zhe continued to bounce forward, stating, Dad, the individuals pursuing me have already been subdued. They are just behind. I will explain everything later. I have tasks to attend to. I cannot stay with you now. With that, Bai Zhe bent his arm and executed another leap in his handstand. Witnessing this scene, Bai's father was astounded. From the vehicles behind, a dozen individuals surged forth, swiftly heading towards the 3 abandoned cars at the back. Subduing the moaning figures sprawled on the ground. Observing his son Bai Zhe performing a one-handed handstand, Bai Fu exclaimed urgently, Son, please do not frighten me. What on earth are you doing? Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback. A master? They gazed at the group of youths who had been subdued by Bai Zhe. Were these individuals truly vanquished by the master Bai Zhe encountered? Bai Fu, astonished, inquired, Son, who is the master you encountered? Do you know his name? Bai Zhe, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and smiled. He is my classmate. Until now, I believed him to be an ordinary person, disregarding him entirely, but I have come to realize that my discernment has been woefully inadequate. Father, have you ever witnessed someone halt a vehicle traveling at 100 kilometers per hour with a single kick? Have you seen anyone catch a bullet with their bare hands without sustaining a scratch? At these words, Bai Fu's face displayed sheer disbelief. The bystanders were equally flabbergasted, swiftly turning their gazes toward the 3 wrecked cars behind them. Could it truly be possible for someone to achieve such feats? This was simply inconceivable. Bai Zhe leaped forward, panting as he declared, Therefore, I must take him as my master. Our horizons are still too narrow. Following his guidance, I may venture into a far broader world. In the next instant, with a sudden surge of energy, Bai Zhe propelled himself forward at an unimaginable speed, performing a one-handed handstand along the road towards the city, all under the astonished gazes of his father and the surrounding crowd. His velocity rivaled that of a hare. This was the power of belief. The recent battle has allowed Lynn to truly recognize his current strength, and this is merely the initial step into the Qi refinement realm. One can only imagine the heights he may reach in the future. As for spiritual energy, Lynn harbors no concerns. He possesses an abundance of grand elixirs, and a few would suffice to invigorate his entire being. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Host, the system has detected that you engaged in combat half an hour ago. Do you have any insights to share? Taken aback, Lynn leaned against the wall and replied with a faint smile. It was child's play. What insights could there possibly be? No sooner had he uttered these words than a jolt of electricity surged through his mind, causing him to leap up, baring his teeth in surprise. System, what on earth is happening? Seated cross-legged on the ground, he glared and demanded, What do you wish to convey? The system responded, In the previous battle, you relied on your formidable physical prowess to overpower those dozen or so humans. However, after a thorough analysis, it appears that if their physical capabilities were on par with yours, you would have been utterly defeated. Crossing his arms, Lynn retorted, Strength in physicality is a manifestation of power. The system interjected, Indeed, but if you were to encounter beings with equal physical strength, you would find yourself defenseless. As your system, I cannot allow any weaknesses to exist within you. It would be utterly disgraceful to be overwhelmed by other system hosts in the future. Lynn was taken aback and asked the hosts of other systems, System, what did you just say? The system replied, I said nothing. From now on, I shall subject the host to rigorous training. Please prepare yourself. Chapter 15. Devil Training. Divine Companion Lynn was astonished and stood up, exclaiming, Devil Training? In the next moment, a notification echoed in his ears. Ding! You have accepted the task. Basic Martial Arts Training. Task Failure Penalty. A terrifying consequence. Upon hearing the notification, Lynn was shocked and exclaimed, 5 minutes? Is the system joking? Who can master a martial art in just 5 minutes? The system responded, Remaining time, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Lynn was speechless. It seemed the system was quite serious today. Gritting his teeth, Lynn quickly retrieved the system reward he had previously obtained, the Qi Energy Fist. He promptly opened the martial art manual and skimmed through it rapidly. The Qi Energy Fist is a foundational technique for harnessing Qi, representing the most basic method of utilizing the spiritual energy within the body. The principle involves gathering qi from the dantian and concentrating it in the fist, channeling it into a singular point for release. The powerful qi energy fist can even create explosive energy bursts, significantly amplifying strength. According to the manual, the qi energy fist consists of 10 levels, with each level enhancing the user's power tenfold. Upon reaching the 10th level, the user's strength can be augmented by 100 times. Under a 100-fold magnification, with a single strike, those who stand in the way are reduced to ashes, thereby achieving the feat of overcoming myriad techniques with sheer force. Just as Lynn had finished perusing the essence of the martial art, he had yet to commence his training when a prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! 5 minutes have elapsed. Host's mission has failed. Please accept your punishment. Startled, Lynn exclaimed, "Is this some kind of joke? I've only just reviewed the fundamentals of the technique." The system responded, "It seems, host, that unless you adopt a stricter approach, you will not exert yourself." Lynn retorted, "This isn't merely a matter of effort. Even if I strive, you must grant me the necessary time." In the very next moment, Lynn felt a sudden darkness envelop him, and he found himself in a pitch-black space, scarcely 50 square meters in size. Astonished, Lynn queried, "System, what is the meaning of this?" Ding! Punishment task has been issued. Divine level practice partner, Chun Daoxian Phantom X1. Almost instantaneously, a translucent figure of a young man clad in ancient garb, the era of which Lynn could not discern, appeared before him, standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal presence. The introduction of the young man resonated in Lynn's ears. Chun Daoxian, a practitioner from the Tang dynasty, born of Taoist lineage, he ascended against the odds during an era of scarce spiritual energy. In the latter part of the Tang dynasty, Chun Daoxian triumphed over 80% of the qi refinement masters of the cultivation realm, remaining invincible among his peers, and secured the 10th position in the rankings of qi refinement masters within 5 millennia. The system declared, "From this moment forth, Chun Daoxian shall serve as your practice partner, aiding you in swiftly grasping the quintessence of the qi energy fist. Now a task is issued to the host." Ding! The host has accepted the task. Divine Training Partner. Task Penalty. Divine Training Partner X1 Lin N was immediately taken aback. What the heck? Is this too harsh? To train him, the system has actually summoned an ancient figure who, within 5,000 years, could rank among the top 10 qi refinement practitioners. This is beyond human capability. Ding! The host has 5 minutes to peruse the qi energy fist technique. After 5 minutes, the formal instruction will commence. Lin N promptly gritted his teeth, seated himself in a meditative posture, and swiftly opened the qi energy fist manual in his hands. It seems that this time, the system is serious. He must devote himself with 200% of his focus. Otherwise, he could face dire consequences. Gazing at the utterly indifferent figure standing before him, Lin N realized that this entity was certainly not merely a training partner. The strikes would be neither light nor gentle. Soon, the 5 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. Ding! The 5-minute period has elapsed. The training partner will now subject the host to rigorous training. Please prepare yourself. Lin N abruptly closed the book, raised his head, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Bring it on." In an instant, Chun Daoxian expressionlessly lifted his head, with strands of spiritual energy swirling around his fist. Meanwhile, in the northern part of Jianghaking, hidden within the mountains, there lies a Taoist temple. In the central hall of the temple, statues of the 3 Pure Ones are enshrined. Beneath the statues of the 3 Pure Ones are rows of spirit tablets, with incense wafting through the air. Several Taoists sit on cushions on either side, reciting sacred texts. Below the spirit tablets, several elderly men dressed in ancient garments, accompanied by a few young disciples, are engaged in worship. Long Lin, the venerable elder at the forefront, turned his head, casting a look of satisfaction upon the young man standing behind him. "What level have you reached in your cultivation?" The youth named Chun Chonglin clasped his hands together and nodded slightly, replying. As these words left his lips, the surrounding elders were illuminated with surprise, exclaiming their admiration. Indeed, Chonglin, you truly embody the brilliance of our Chun family in this generation. to progress so rapidly in this era of diminished spiritual energy. One can only imagine the heights you would achieve in a time of abundant aura. Upon hearing the elder's praises, Chun Chonglin merely lowered his head slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face as he humbly responded, "It is thanks to the wise guidance of the elders and the family head." The head of the Chun family nodded in appreciation, his gaze towards Chun Chonglin filled with greater satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the ancestral spirit tablet enshrined beneath the three purities, where the three prominent characters, Chun Dao Xian, were inscribed. The family head sighed, reflecting, "In this era of dwindling spiritual cultivation, true practitioners are indeed few and far between." Though our Chun family may only be considered a third-rate clan in the realm of cultivation, during the Tang dynasty, we were among the great families of the cultivation world. Chun Chonglin raised his head, gazing reverently at the central spirit tablet, asking, "Family head, was our ancestor Chun Dao Xian truly invincible in his time?" A flicker of pride crossed the family head's eyes as he replied with satisfaction, "Indeed, the Tang dynasty marked the last brilliance of this waning age, when Qi practitioners flourished, and countless seekers of truth roamed the land. Our ancestor, Chun Dao Xian, carved a bloody path through that era of competition with his extraordinary talent. Among the practitioners of the Qi refinement stage at that time, my ancestor was unparalleled, hailed as the most resplendent prodigy in the realm of cultivation. As his descendants, we naturally feel immense pride." Chun Chonglin gazed at the ancestral tablet with deep reverence and inquired, "Patriarch, what transpired thereafter? Where did our esteemed ancestor go?" The head of the Qin family sighed, lifted his gaze, and replied, "Eventually, our ancestor successfully transcended the Qi refinement stage, advancing rapidly through the foundation establishment and into the void returning stage, ultimately becoming a practitioner of the Yuandan realm. Alas, the spiritual energy was scarce, and despite our ancestor's relentless cultivation, he could no longer progress further. In his later years, aware of the fleeting sands of time, he emulated the great Laozi, departing westward through the Hangu Pass, and from that moment forth, he vanished without a trace." Chapter 16. The host's talent is undeniably exceptional. Chun Chonglin spoke with admiration. Our ancestor's mastery of transformation must surely have enabled him to ascend to the Yuan Ying stage, living for another millennium. The head of the Chun family smiled wryly, fully aware that such a notion was utterly implausible. In this age of diminished spiritual energy, it is likely that our ancestor has long since returned to the earth. He regarded Chun Chonglin earnestly and said, "Chonglin, though we have hesitated to speak of it, now that you have become a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, it is time for you to learn of a particular matter." Chun Chonglin raised his head and clasped his fists, replying, "Please enlighten me, Patriarch." The head of the Qin family spoke profoundly. "Years ago, before my ancestor ventured west beyond the Hangu Pass, he sensed the heavenly path and glimpsed a sliver of divine insight. The elder once prophesied that a millennium hence, the era of decline would come to an end, ushering in a grand tide of spiritual energy that would transform the world. This shall also be your opportunity." Upon hearing these words, Chun Chonglin's heart trembled, and he gazed in astonishment at the grave expression of the family head. The revival of spiritual energy, a world transformed. "Do you know the precise time?" Chun Chonglin asked breathlessly. The head of the Chun family replied earnestly, "According to the elder's prophecy, the specific time should be precisely 1 year from now. After 1 year, the era of decline will conclude." Chun Chonglin shuddered once more. If the elder's prophecy holds true, then at that time, the hidden clans lying in wait will surely re-emerge into the world. Perhaps even those ancient powerhouses will make their appearance. For no one knows how many ancient cultivators have chosen to entomb themselves to evade this era of decline. Chun Chonglin suddenly clasped his fists and vowed, "Rest assured, family head, I Chonglin will dedicate myself to rigorous training. In 1 year, I shall seize the advantage of the heavenly path for our Chun family." The head of the Qin family nodded with satisfaction. With a child like you, what more could one desire? Meanwhile, within Lynn's home, a thunderous crash resonated. Lynn was struck squarely in the chest by a fist, propelling him backward several meters before he barely regained his footing. Opposite him stood 9 individuals clad in garments from various dynasties, their expressions indifferent as they regarded him. 9 individuals were adorned in various traditional garbs. Some donned tang suits, while others wore Qin attire, and astonishingly, a few were clad in animal hides. With each failure, the system would bestow upon him an additional divine training partner. Lynn gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "System, where on earth did you procure these 9 characters? Each one is more formidable than the last." No sooner had Lynn uttered these words than a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Task failed. Task penalty. Divine Training Partner X1. Lynn was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? More?" In the next moment, accompanied by a radiant light, a robust young man materialized before him, garbed in attire so ancient that Lynn had never encountered it before. Yet, the mere presence of this individual emanated an aura of regal authority, suggesting a historical significance beyond compare. Lynn pondered, who is he? Gongsun Shenyuan, the sovereign of Huaxia, the foremost among the 5 emperors, the mightiest of the human race, who ascended 5 millennia ago. In the realm of Qi cultivation, he is undoubtedly the pinnacle of humanity. Lynn was astounded, exclaiming, "No way, the Yellow Emperor. This training partner is none other than our cultural ancestor, the Yellow Emperor." Taking a deep breath, Lynn still felt a wave of dizziness. System, is it truly wise to summon the phantom of our ancestral figure to train with me? The system responded, the Yellow Emperor's merits are boundless, having transcended the mortal realm. If he were to know that his legacy could aid the descendants of Huaxia in their cultivation, he would surely feel a profound sense of satisfaction. Host, even your ancestor has begun to serve as your training partner. Shouldn't you strive a little harder? Lynn gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Once more, time ticked away relentlessly, and as the night progressed, Lynn's comprehension of the energy fist deepened under the rigorous training of the 10 greatest historical figures. With every misstep, he was corrected in the most harrowing of manners by these legendary individuals. Hours slipped by, and as the clock struck 5 in the morning, the sky began to brighten. Within the confines of the space created by the system, Lynn had endured a grueling 5 hours of relentless training. With a thunderous crash, Lynn's body was struck once more by Chun Daoshuan's fist. He staggered back, regaining his footing, and took a deep breath. Images flickered through Lynn's mind. In the next instant, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze transforming into a piercing sharpness. Gradually, he assumed a horse stance, executing the initial posture of the energy fist with impeccable precision. He fixed his gaze upon the apparition of Chun Daoxian and declared, "Come." Throughout the ordeal, Chun Daoshuan's spectral eyes remained indifferent, yet upon witnessing Lynn's stance, a glimmer of light flickered in his gaze. Subsequently, Chun Daoxian mirrored Lynn's initial posture of the energy fist. In the next moment, Lynn let out a fierce shout, advancing to engage in combat with Chun Daoxian's apparition. Punch was thrown. Sidestep. Block. Another punch. Observing this scene, the system trembled, gazing at Lynn in astonishment. Standard. Remarkably standard movements. Had it not been aware that its host had only practiced Qi-infused fist for less than a night, it would have assumed that Lynn had been immersed in the art for many years. Then, in the ensuing moment, Lynn bellowed, and surging spiritual energy coalesced upon his fist, as he unleashed a punch towards Chun Daoshuan's phantom.
Simultaneously, Shen Daoxuan mirrorait de l'un en action.
The 2 fists collided in mid-air. A deafening crash ensued. Both Lin and Chun Daoxian staggered backward a dozen steps before regaining their balance. Witnessing this, the system was astounded. It gazed at Lin in disbelief, a hint of elation flashing through its core. Exquisite. This move is flawless. The system's sudden desire to subject Lin to grueling training stemmed primarily from a desire to temper its host, lest he become conceited. In truth, it had harbored little hope that Lin could master Qi-infused fist in a single night. After all, it had observed Lin's completion of marrow cleansing and the cultivation of Qi sense firsthand. Its host was by no means a naturally gifted individual, but rather had forcibly embarked on the path of cultivation through the accumulation of elixirs. But now, it realized that its perception of its host might have been flawed. Its host was undoubtedly not devoid of talent. It simply had yet to be awakened. Lin inhaled deeply, panting as he gazed at Chun Daoxian across from him, and inquired, "Well, system, I've mastered it. Are you satisfied?" Lin. No. The The system was acutely aware. The Qi Jin Fist, a martial art form, stands as one of the most distinguished practices derived from the rich tapestry of Chinese history. Throughout various dynasties, this martial discipline may have been referred to by different names, yet one aspect remains steadfast. The Qi Jin Fist is exceptionally challenging to master. The intricate control over spiritual energy and physical strength demanded by this technique is truly extraordinary. Remarkably, Lynn accomplished this feat in merely 5 hours. While the presence of 10 divine-level mentors undoubtedly contributed to this achievement, it is essential to acknowledge that even the most skilled instructors would be of little use if the student's comprehension were lacking. Lynn, at least in terms of insight, possesses an innate talent that is nothing short of exceptional. In an instant, the system space enveloping Lynn dissipated, and he found himself back in his room. A notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering the first level of Qi Jin Fist. You have been awarded a 1-day usage right for the battle space. Lifetime instruction from divine-level mentors. System. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Lynn sat there, feeling a surge of frustration. System. Host has completed the task. System host. A shiver ran down Lynn's spine, leaving him with goosebumps as he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" System host. The system is also considering your future. Its mission is to assist you in becoming the most powerful immortal king in this world, which would also bring pride to the system. Therefore, it is hoped that you will progress swiftly. Lynn, with a vacant stare, retorted, "Even if I wish to advance, it must be done gradually, step by step. You are truly testing my limits." System. I apologize, host. My eagerness led me to prepare breakfast for you. Lynn was taken aback. How thoughtful of you. System. Indeed. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, a plate appeared on the nearby table, adorned with 2 purple fruits radiating an otherworldly glow, alongside a cup filled with a crimson liquid reminiscent of blood.
Lynn was instantly astonished.
Merely glancing at them, an eerie aura enveloped him. Consuming such things would surely lead to death. Lynn instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes wide. What is this? System. Exceptional purple essence berries, the essence fluid of the king of diamond ants. Lynn's eyes widened further. Is this item truly valuable? System. In the realm of cultivation, these 2 purple essence berries are worth approximately the annual tribute of 2 cities with populations of 1 million, while the essence of the king of diamond ants is extraordinary. A single drop could exchange for a spiritual mine with a cultivation sect. Lynn exclaimed, "Though your claims sound exaggerated, I can't shake the feeling that these are not meant for human consumption." System. Are you afraid to try? Lynn. Is this a provocation? System. If you are hesitant, so be it. Haha. Afraid? Lynn chuckled at the thought. Gazing at the glistening purple fruits and the cup bubbling with an ominous froth, he resolutely took a seat at the table. Although aware that the system was employing a tactic to challenge him, he could not suppress his anger. A true man should have no fear of experimentation.
What ist?
Is it merely 2 fruits and a glass of milk? Cheers. Bottoms up. Lynn seized the cup and tilted his head back, draining it entirely. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. This extraordinary sensation resembled as if a nuclear bomb had detonated upon his taste buds, akin to the flavor of overripe durian mingled with a drop of expired herring soup, steeped in the essence of salted fish aged for over a decade, producing an indescribable taste. For a fleeting moment, Lynn felt his mind go blank. He fully experienced the peculiar liquid coursing down his throat, entering his stomach, where it amalgamated with his gastric juices, before surging toward his brain in a bewildering embrace. This sensation. Ugh. System. Host. Hold on. It's a delicacy. Do not expel it. Perseverance leads to triumph. There are still 2 fruits remaining. Consume a bit to suppress the urge to vomit. With great effort, Lynn extended his hand and grasped the purple fruit, biting into it despite his pallor. Immediately, his eyes widened once more. At that moment, as the rich juice flooded his mouth, Lynn suddenly realized how utterly delightful the expired durian was, evoking a sense of nostalgia. When the purplish-red pulp intertwined with the residual ant king essence in his mouth, the sensation felt celestial. He felt as if he might float away, weightless. Host, host, please awaken, wake up. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Lynn struggled to rise from the ground, his complexion ashen. System, apologies. He managed to say, as he laboriously settled into a cross-legged position, endeavoring to dissipate the contents of his stomach with his spiritual energy. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. The instant his spiritual energy made contact with the peculiar substances he had recently consumed, he felt a surge of warmth radiating from his stomach, swiftly coursing throughout his entire body. To his astonishment, he beheld a golden luminescence gradually emanating from his skin. Moreover, it was not merely his skin. He sensed that his muscles and bones, too, were fortifying themselves amidst this torrent of heat. Lynn, in disbelief, stood upright. What is happening to me? He pondered, abruptly lifting his gaze. Instantly, the technique of the chi blast manifested in his mind. He unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, as the air itself produced a sonic boom. With another punch, the tempered glass of the room shattered into fragments. Lynn was utterly astonished. He realized he had transformed completely. Compared to before, his strength had escalated nearly 20-fold, and his senses had become remarkably acute. He swiftly turned to gaze out the window towards the sky, and in an instant, he was able to discern minute insects nestled among the feathers of birds soaring hundreds of meters away. Staring in awe at his own body, he murmured, "What is this?" Chapter 18. Dream Realm Matching. Practical Training System. Previously, during the rigorous training imposed on the host endured numerous strikes while sparring with a divine instructor. However, every blow delivered by the instructor was, in fact, a means of honing the host's physique through a unique methodology. The system has meticulously prepared purple berry juice and the fluid from the king ant, designed to maximize the effects of the instructor's physical conditioning on the host. Presently, the host's physical attributes have surpassed those of an ordinary individual by a factor of 100, while the host's defensive capabilities, under the enhancement of the Ant King's fluid, have exceeded those of an average human by 200 times. Upon hearing the system's words, Lynn was moved to tears. Indeed, the system is truly a loyal companion, always considering the host's well-being. The adage about harsh truths rings true. With the system by his side, what more could he desire? System. No tears, no tears. It is only to be expected. Lynn, however, that condescending tone treating him like a child is rather infuriating. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Lynn's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming the dark breakfast prepared by the system. A new function has been awakened. Would you like to try it immediately? Lynn exclaimed, wide-eyed. You are aware it's a dark breakfast, aren't you? And isn't your method of awakening new functions rather casual? Ding! Would you like to immediately activate the dream matching system for practical training? Upon hearing this prompt, Lynn was taken aback and inquired, Dream matching system? Regardless of the circumstances, the most effective means to enhance combat prowess is through real combat. The training system will provide the host with one-on-one guidance, facilitating a swift comprehension of martial arts techniques. However, it is only through the application of these techniques in actual combat that the most significant results can be achieved. Thus, the system has arranged for the host to engage in a dream matching system. Within this dream matching system, the host will encounter adversaries of similar rank in this world, engaging in battle with them. Fear not, for the system flawlessly simulates the myriad human senses, ensuring that the host experiences the same visceral thrill of combat as in reality.
Lynn exclaimed, Will I die?
The system replied, You will not perish, but you may experience the sensation of death.
Lynn inkured. Kan I refuse?
The system chuckled. Haha! Lynn gritted his teeth. After all, it was merely combat. Who had he ever feared? Let it come. Clenching his fist, Lynn bellowed. All right, infernal system. Commence the matching. Beep. The host is entering the matching sequence, selecting suitable opponents. Beep. Opponent selection complete. Opponent name. Chun Lin. Rank. 5th stage of Chi refinement. Beep. The dream commences. As Lynn contemplated how to initiate this duel, in the next moment, immediately following the system's announcement, Lynn's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward, slipping into a profound slumber. Little did Lin En know. Meanwhile, within a villa outside Jianghaking, Chun Chonglin, seated in meditation, was abruptly overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. Stunned for a moment, he collapsed, succumbing to slumber. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in the midst of a desolate wilderness. In the next instant, he spotted a strikingly handsome young man a mere 10 meters ahead of him. Chun Chonglin furrowed his brow and approached confidently, saying, "My friend, you." However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin En swiftly turned and delivered a powerful straight punch to his cheek. Bang! With a resounding impact, Chun Chonglin had yet to react when Lin En's fist connected, sending a tooth and a stream of saliva flying forth. His body was propelled backwards, soaring several meters away. Lin En took a deep breath and remarked, "That was close. I nearly fell victim to an ambush, but fortunately, my reflexes are sharp." Chun Chonglin, clutching his swollen face, scrambled to his feet in fury. The pain was excruciating. This was no dream. It was unmistakably reality. Had he unwittingly fallen prey to some illusion, transported to this place without his knowledge? Suddenly, Chun Chonglin stood upright, fixating his gaze on Lin En with utmost vigilance. This man exuded strength. Although he had reached the qi refinement stage, the fact that he had been caught off guard and sent flying by a single punch was a testament to Lin En's formidable prowess. Could it be that he too was a cultivator? Clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, Chun Chonglin declared, "You despicable scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? If that is the case, do not blame me for responding with ferocity." In an instant, he summoned his spiritual energy and appeared beside Lin. His fist aimed directly at Lin's heart, a lethal strike intended to end his life. Images of the 10 training partners who had previously evaded his attacks flashed through Lin's mind, and he instinctively mimicked their movements to dodge. In that fleeting moment, Chun Chonglin's attack missed entirely. How? How could this be? Chun Chonglin was stunned. His punch was incredibly swift with a remarkably sharp angle. During battles with other members of the Qin family, hardly anyone had ever managed to avoid his blow with such precision. Yet, this man had done so with such ease. Just as Lin evaded the strike, he suddenly focused his mind, clenched his fingers into a fist, and the essence of the first layer of the Qi fist technique surged through his thoughts. He shouted, "Go!" Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy enveloped his fist. Qi fist. First layer. Boom! Lin's fist struck directly upon Chun Chonglin's head, and in that moment, it shattered. The headless corpse of Chun Chonglin emitted steam and then crashed heavily to the ground. He had done it in an instant. Lin stared in astonishment at his fist, realizing he had just slain a 5th-tier Qi refinement practitioner in a heartbeat. Ding! Combat training concluded. Congratulations, host, on your victory. Congratulations, host, for receiving a system reward, Premium Spirit Stone X1. With a soft thud, a stone radiating a faint glow appeared in Lin's hand. He paused, asking System, "What is this?" The system. Spirit stones, the sole currency in the realm of cultivation, vary in value according to their purity. The host will inevitably enter the realm of cultivation, and these spirit stones will facilitate transactions with other cultivators. Lin, filled with delight, exclaimed, "What a splendid item! I shall reluctantly accept it." The system responded, "Well done, host. That last strike demonstrated the potential of a true cultivator. Shall we continue the matching process?" Lin En smiled slightly, gazing at the slowly vanishing corpse, and declared, "Continue the matching." Chapter 19. I have been defeated 191 times. Beep. Dream matching begins. Meanwhile, outside a villa in Zhanghai City, Chun Chonglin rubbed his head, hissing as he took a sharp breath, sitting up. The image of himself being struck in the head by a punch lingered in his mind, yet he could not recall the face of the assailant. Perhaps fatigue had taken its toll. Chun Chonglin stood, furrowing his brow as he made his way to the bed. He decided it would be best to rest. After all, tomorrow marked the family competition, and he could not afford to be in poor condition. Lying on the bed, a smile graced his face as he cast aside the recent nightmare, preparing for a rejuvenating sleep. He then closed his eyes. In the next instant, a vague voice echoed in his mind. "Matching successful. Battle begins. In an instant, Chun Chonglin was astonished to find himself once again in the desolate wasteland where he had previously been shot in the head. What on earth? What is this? Why is this dream recurring? Is it possible for a dream to continue like this? He immediately raised his head and spotted Lin a dozen meters away. A jolt ran through his heart as he murmured, "What? What the hell? It's him again." Lin turned his head and, upon seeing Chun Chonglin, inquired with curiosity, "Is it this fellow again?" A slight smile graced Lin's lips as he suddenly raised his fist and declared, "Excellent. Let us begin." In a flash, Lin charged towards him. Chun Chonglin, feeling urgent, quickly extended his hand and called out, "Brother, please wait. I have something to say." Bang! 2 hours later, within the Chun family estate. The Chun family was the most prominent cultivation family in Jianghai City, yet to outsiders, they appeared to be an ordinary business family. Few were aware of the Chun family's true status as a lineage of cultivators. Today marked the family competition that had been held for over 1,000 years, taking place once every decade, with participants being the young descendants of the Chun bloodline. Those who ranked in the top 10 of the competition would receive special training from the family. At this very moment on the high platform, the head of the Chun family and the heads of various branches sat upright, engaged in cheerful conversation. "Head, I have heard that in recent years, a young man with extraordinary talent and potential has emerged within our clan. May I ask if this is true?" The head of the Chun family chuckled as he stroked his beard, responding, "Indeed, he is my great-grandson, named Chun Chonglin, a mere 20 years of age, yet he has already attained the 5th stage of the Qi refining realm." Upon hearing this, the heads of the branch families were taken aback, gasping in astonishment, exclaiming, 20 years old? 5th stage of Qi refining? Such talent, even among the ancient clans and esteemed families, would undoubtedly rank among the finest. The head of the Chun family, filled with pride, declared, "Indeed, this is a testament to the divine favor bestowed upon my Chun family. I can vouch for his strength." The head of the Chun family lifted his chin with pride, boasting, "My great-grandson Chonglin has already triumphed over 100 practitioners of the same rank. Not to mention the ancient clans, even among the renowned practitioners of our realm, my great-grandson can be deemed invincible." The elders around him were instantly enlightened. If this is indeed the case, our Chun family is truly blessed with a worthy successor. The title of genius surely belongs to Chonglin. Furthermore, in a month's time, a venerable figure from the northern Taihang Mountains will invite young practitioners from various regions to a grand gathering of celestial martial arts. If Chonglin can achieve distinction at this event, the future of our Chun family is indeed bright. Hearing the praises from everyone, the head of the Chun family stroked his beard, beaming with joy. With such a great-grandson, he felt honored as the leader of this clan. "Now, go and summon Linner," the head of the Chun family said with satisfaction. "Let Linner meet our esteemed elders." Yes. Just as he finished speaking, a disheveled and weary young man stumbled through the entrance. That young man was none other than Chun Chonglin. Upon witnessing the current state of Chun Chonglin, the head of the Chun family furrowed his brow in astonishment, rising to his feet and inquiring, "Chonglin, what has befallen you? Why do you appear so haggard?" All present gazed in disbelief at the pallid youth, questioning whether this was indeed the exceptional prodigy the family head spoke of. Chun Chonglin, in a daze, lifted his gaze towards the patriarch seated in the main position, his parched lips moving soundlessly, his complexion ashen. Suddenly, with a thud, he knelt before them. The head of the Chun family was taken aback, exclaiming, "Chonglin, what is the matter?" Chun Chonglin, still in a daze, raised his head, his face devoid of color, murmuring, "Patriarch, I feel as though I am ill-suited for the path of cultivation." These words sent a wave of shock through the assembly. The family head and the surrounding elders sprang to their feet, staring in disbelief at the kneeling, dazed Chun Chonglin. The patriarch's brow furrowed deeply as he hastily approached Chun Chonglin, locking eyes with him. In that instant, a tremor coursed through his heart. He immediately discerned that Chun Chonglin's Tao heart was unstable. He was engulfed by profound self-doubt, a clear sign of potential deviation from the path. It is well understood that for cultivators, the steadfastness of one's heart is paramount. Should the Tao heart become clouded, one's progress halts abruptly, and one may even regress. Yet, how could it be that just yesterday he was well? What has transpired today to bring about such a transformation? Lynn, the head of the Chun family, implored urgently, what exactly has happened? Confide in your patriarch, and I shall assist you. Lynn murmured. Lynn has lost, utterly defeated, and to a mere first-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Upon hearing these words, the head of the Chun family was taken aback, and the surrounding elders displayed expressions of astonishment. How could this be possible? Who could have vanquished Lynn? It is important to note that Lynn is a once-in-a-thousand-years talent for the Chun family. In an era rich with spiritual energy, he would undoubtedly be one of the paragons. For a first-stage Qi refinement cultivator to defeat him, what level of prowess must that individual possess? Observing the dazed expression on Lynn's face, the head of the Chun family understood that he could not allow Lynn to suffer further distress. He hastily reassured him, so what if you were defeated once? It is hardly of consequence. No. A look of profound sorrow crossed Lynn's face as he murmured, it was not just once. Lynn has been defeated 191 times. At this revelation, the room fell silent. The expression of the Chun family head became frozen in place. All the surrounding elders were left in a state of shock.
What ist?
The head of the Chun family, incensed, retorted, Lynn, do not attempt to deceive the family head. Last night you were in your villa. Do not think I am unaware. Lynn, still in a stupor, raised his head and replied, Lynn was defeated 191 times. In a dream. A dream. The head of the Chun family stood in stunned silence. The surrounding elders exchanged bewildered glances. Lynn murmured in a state of despair, in my previous failures, I believed it was due to my lack of preparation. However, as time passed, I realized it was not a matter of readiness, but rather a deficiency in my own strength. I fought him for a full 2 hours, yet it felt as though 2 years had elapsed. At the beginning, he could defeat me once every minute, but gradually he became more proficient, and the intervals diminished 30 seconds, 15 seconds, 10 seconds. In the end, he could shatter my head in merely 2 seconds. Lynn painfully lifted his gaze and asked, can you envision such a scene? Crack, crack, crack. My head burst like firecrackers, and I was utterly powerless. The head of the Chun family swallowed hard and said, Lynn, please don't despair. After all, it was just a dream. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It does hurt. Who says it doesn't? Lynn stiffly turned his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. It hurts, profoundly hurts, as if one truly died. Crack, crack, crack. My head exploded, just like firecrackers. Everyone around him was rendered speechless. If what Lynn said was indeed true, they could scarcely fathom the torment he had endured in his dreams. What kind of terrifying ordeal could transform such a confident youth into this state? Lynn lifted his head in a daze and remarked, indeed, it would be better to be a salted fish. As for cultivation, I shall forego it. With that, his mind seemed to explode. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, all present were immediately alarmed. Could it be that Lynn's mental state had faltered? He was the hope of the Chun family. Such thoughts were unacceptable, absolutely intolerable. The head of the Chun family, trembling with fear, hurried to reassure Lynn, saying, child, you must not entertain such thoughts. Maintain your composure. It is imperative to stay calm. He quickly raised his head and shouted urgently, hurry, fetch a psychologist. We need the very best in the country. My grandson must not fall into despondency. Meanwhile, Lynn sat up from his bed, feeling refreshed. It was precisely as the system had described. The sense of impact was truly visceral. It was far more exhilarating than playing a game. Lynn stretched, relishing the sensation throughout his body. I wonder how that cultivator who fought against me is faring. He must have significantly improved in practical combat. Very well. I shall seek him out for another duel tomorrow night. Today shall conclude here. Satisfied, Lynn stood up and glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the morning. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Lynn picked it up and was taken aback. The number seemed to belong to Bai Zhe. He smacked his forehead. realizing he had completely forgotten about him. Recalling the event from last night when Bai Zhe sought to apprentice under him, Lin shook his head, dismissing the thought. Such a challenge was undoubtedly beyond Bai Zhe's capabilities. With this in mind, Lin smiled faintly, picked up his phone, and said, "Hello, this is Lin.
Baishe.
How is your rest?" From the other end, Bai Zhe's breathless voice responded, "Lin, where are you right now?" Lin replied with a smile, "At home." "What's the matter?" Suddenly, Lin felt a fleeting sense of foreboding, but it passed swiftly, and he casually informed Bai Zhe of his address. No sooner had he finished speaking than Bai Zhe hurriedly exclaimed, "Great! Lin, wait for me. I'll be there shortly." "Hello?" Lin attempted to say more, but Bai Zhe had already hung up. Shaking his head, Lin mused that it was likely just a gesture of gratitude. He dismissed the thought, yawned, changed into a fresh outfit, and strode out of his room. It was the sturdy locust tree that had captivated him and prompted the purchase of this villa. The adage "shade under a tree is pleasant" perfectly encapsulated his sentiment. Not long after stepping outside, his phone rang again. Lin answered, only to hear Bai Zhe's breathless voice once more. "Lin, I've arrived. I'm right outside your door, but I'm a bit inconvenienced. Could you come and open the door?" Lin shook his head and replied, "Got it. Just a moment." With that, he made his way to the iron gate of his home, slightly impatiently pressing the button to open it. As soon as the door swung open, Lin impatiently remarked, "Bai Zhe, what on earth is so shrouded in mystery?" Before Lin could finish his sentence, he was struck dumb, for what he beheld was not Bai Zhe's head and face, but rather his two legs. Lin's body stiffened in surprise, and he lowered his gaze, trailing from the feet up to the face. There stood Bai Zhe, supporting himself with one hand on the ground, gritting his teeth, drenched in perspiration from head to toe. Lin exclaimed in astonishment, You must be kidding me." Suddenly, a confident smile broke out across Bai Zhe's face, sweat glistening on his brow as he declared, "Master, I have completed the task. If you doubt me, I have the entire recording here. I certainly did not slack off." Upon finishing his statement, a man in a suit approached, holding a camcorder with a sympathetic expression. As Lin watched the footage of Bai Zhe performing a handstand along the road, he was left speechless. This is absurd. Chapter 21. I fear I might strike you down. Is this some kind of joke? Lin chuckled incredulously. Bai Zhe, panting and gritting his teeth, replied, "My master is a person of great stature, and naturally the standards for choosing disciples are exceedingly rigorous. If I cannot even overcome this minor challenge, how could I possibly have the audacity to call myself your disciple?" With a sigh, Lin opened the door wider and said, "All right, get up. Let us discuss this inside." Bai Zhe's eyes lit up. "Lin, have you decided to accept me as your disciple?" Lin replied, "Not at all." Bai Zhe insisted, "Then I shall not rise." Lin retorted, "Then remain as you are." Upon overhearing their conversation, Bai Zhe's father and his subordinates, who stood a distance behind him, revealed expressions of fury. They had accompanied Bai Zhe throughout his arduous journey, witnessing firsthand the moments when he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, yet he persevered with unwavering determination. From the outskirts to the city center, a span of over 100 kilometers. Even for a martial artist, such endurance is not easily attainable. Suddenly, a girl who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old furiously pushed open the car door and stormed to Bai Zhe's side, glaring at Lin with indignation. "Brother, is this the so-called master you speak of? He seems rather unimpressive to me."
Baishe bellowed, "Yinian."
"Step aside." He quickly turned to Lin, explaining, "Master, please do not take offense. She is my younger sister, Bai Yin, a headstrong girl who lacks understanding. Kindly overlook her behavior." The girl, named Bai Yin, gritted her teeth and defiantly fixed her gaze on Lin, insisting, "Brother, you are defending him, yet he has no idea of the struggles you endured to keep going. Regardless of his strength, there is no necessity to become his disciple. Brother, let us leave." As she spoke, the girl seized Bai Zhe's leg, tugging him backward with all her might. If not for Bai Zhe's remarkable balance, he would have surely stumbled. Lin remained silent, while Bai Zhe was compelled to jump back, urgently exclaiming, "Bai Yin, let go. This is my affair. Do not meddle. The girl, with tears welling in her eyes, shot a fierce glance at Lynn and before turning her gaze back to Bai Zai, saying, Brother, the individual in question has clearly been making things difficult for you. Bai Zai, in a fit of anger, retorted, Step aside. The adult is speaking. It is not your place, you impertinent girl, to interrupt. As the situation threatened to devolve into a farcical domestic dispute, Lynn shook his head and sighed. Please, come in and sit down. We can discuss matters further inside. After saying this, Lynn strode purposefully into the room. Upon hearing his words, Bai Zai was instantly overjoyed, exclaiming, Yes, master. Yet Bai Zai did not release his grip, continuing to support himself with one hand as he swiftly pursued Lynn. Witnessing this scene, those outside exchanged glances. Bai Yin, displeased, shot a glance at Lynn's retreating figure before turning to her father with dissatisfaction. Father, have you perceived anything? Is this Lynn truly as formidable as my brother claims? Bai Fu responded gravely, just now, I deliberately released my internal energy to test him, but curiously, my energy vanished without a trace before even reaching him, as if it had sunk into the ocean. This man is indeed remarkable. Bai Yin scoffed. I see him merely as a pretender seeking fame. Besides, he appears to be only a few years older than my brother. How could he possibly be an expert? Minutes later, in the courtyard, Lynn sat upon a stone chair, gazing at Bai Zai and the dozen or so suited men who had entered behind him. He took a sip of tea, cast a sidelong glance at Bai Zai, then turned his gaze to the elderly man with gray hair, saying, You must be Bai Zai's father, am I correct? Bai Fu deeply expressed his gratitude, saying, Indeed, I am immensely thankful to you, young brother, for assisting my son in his time of need. After speaking, he bowed respectfully to Lynn. Lynn, with a resigned smile, shook his head and replied, Uncle Bai, your son and I are classmates. It is only natural for me to lend a helping hand when he is in distress. However, matters of apprenticeship should be approached with careful consideration. After sipping his tea, Lynn continued, I fear that he may act impulsively, making a hasty decision that he might later regret. Bai Zai, feeling a surge of urgency, was about to speak, but Bai Fu restrained him, gazing intently at Lynn. He declared, In the realm of martial arts, integrity is paramount. Though my son Bai Zai is still young, he understands this principle. Should he ever dare to show you disrespect in the future, I, as his father, will not spare him. Lynn, both amused and exasperated, remarked, So, you are in support of his decision? Bai Fu nodded, saying, Children grow up and must forge their own paths. Since he wishes to take you as his master, I have no objections. Turning to Bai Zai, who was still performing a one-handed handstand, Lynn shook his head and stated, If that is the case, then so be it. Bai Zai, rise. From this day forth you shall be my disciple. A spark of excitement illuminated Bai Zai's face as he exclaimed, Yes, master. Lynn found himself in a most bewildering situation. Given the circumstances, it would be unreasonable to refuse his acceptance any longer. Bai Zai immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists before Lynn, and began, Disciple Bai Zai pays his respects. However, before he could finish his sentence, a female voice suddenly called out from behind, Wait a moment. Emerging from the shadows was Bai Zai's sister, Bai Yin, who cast a frosty gaze upon Lynn and declared, Lynn, I am unaware of the methods you employed to beguile my brother, but I must inform you that he is a prodigious talent in the martial arts. Should you genuinely possess the capability to mentor him, I would remain silent. However, if you are merely a charlatan seeking fame, then I cannot acquiesce to your influence. With a sudden flourish, Bai Yin extended her hand, pointing accusingly at Lynn, and shouted, Dare you engage in a duel with me? Bai Zai, alarmed, prepared to restrain his unruly sister, when he felt a hand tugging at him from the side. Turning, he was taken aback to find his father, who gazed deeply at Lynn, saying nothing. It was clear that he, like Bai Yin,
arborait de considérables doutes regarding l'un en S-Pro.
If Lynn truly possessed strength, perhaps his son would achieve remarkable feats under his tutelage. Yet, if he were indeed a mere pretender, he would never risk his son's future. He was acutely aware of his daughter's capabilities. While not as exceptional as Bai Zai's, She was undeniably a remarkable young talent in the realm of martial arts. Will you not engage in combat with me? Bai Yining demanded once more, her voice echoing with challenge. Lin sipped his tea and replied, I shall not fight you. Bai Yining sneered. What? Are you afraid? Lin raised his gaze, a serene smile gracing his lips as he responded, I fear I might inadvertently cause your demise. Chapter 22. Father, your sudden actions are quite unexpected. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yining was instantly filled with fury, and the members of the Bai family around her also showed subtle changes in their expressions, furrowing their brows. In the next moment, Bai Yining stepped forward with determination, gritting her teeth in anger, declaring, arrogant fool, I shall show you the extent of my prowess. In an instant, Bai Yining stood before Lin, her attack poised at an exceptionally cunning angle, evoking the image of a celestial crane soaring behind her. Observing this scene, my father nodded slightly. His daughter was employing the crane-style fist, a form of Xingyiquan. Having trained for many years, Bai Yining's comprehension of the crane style surpassed that of many seasoned martial artists who had dedicated over a decade to this path. At the moment she launched her strike, my father recognized that his daughter had made significant progress in her mastery of the crane style. Lin, intending to intercept her blow, seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, in the next instant my father was left in shock. Just as his daughter's fist was about to connect with Lin, he casually extended a hand, gesturing towards Bai Yining. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a prolonged scream. In an instant, Bai Yining's body was sent flying away with the force of that singular slap. By heavens! Young lady, she has been sent flying. My goodness! Before their astonished eyes, Bai Yining's figure traced a perfect parabolic arc, soaring over 100 meters before landing beyond the high wall. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated from afar. All present instinctively felt a tightening in their hearts. That sound could only signify a collision with the wall. This is truly terrifying. Lin shook his head, took a sip from his teacup, and remarked, Unbelievable. Mr. Bai's eyes widened in shock. Even he could not discern what had just transpired. What on earth happened? How could his daughter be sent flying with a mere slap? And to a distance of over 100 meters, could such strength truly be humanly possible? Quick! Mr. Bai exclaimed, his eyes blazing. Go check on Yining. We cannot afford to let her come to harm. The bodyguards beside him immediately dashed toward the entrance in a flurry. Lin shook his head, took another sip of tea, and assured them it's all right. I controlled my strength. She won't be injured. Just as the guards reached the gate and were about to open it, a deafening crash echoed through the air as Bai Yining kicked the iron door open, sending the two bodyguards crashing against the wall. With her hair disheveled and fury radiating from her, Bai Yining stormed in, her gaze directed at Lin, filled with anger and humiliation. Lin, the last blow doesn't count. If you dare, come at me again, and I will ensure you understand my true prowess. Bai Yining was enraged, fiercely so. The earlier encounter had caught her unprepared. A surprise attack from this insufferable person. There was no way she could lose to someone like him. In the next moment, Bai Yining executed the 7-star stance, gritting her silver teeth as she launched a palm strike toward Lin. Mr. Bai was instantly taken aback. He recognized that his daughter was employing the Bai family's secret technique, the profound ice palm. If that strike were to land upon a person, it could severely crush their internal organs. Bai Fu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Yining, do not. However, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding bang echoed through the air, accompanied by Yining's anguished scream. Under the stunned gaze of the onlookers, her palm, suspended in midair, had yet to descend when Lin struck her once more, sending her flying through the air. Just as before, Bai Yining's body soared over the high wall and fell outside with a thunderous crash. The surrounding crowd stood in shock. Lin furrowed his brow and remarked, This madness seems endless. Bai Fu swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin. At this moment, he harbored no doubts regarding Lin's prowess. Though Lin had employed no particular technique, the sheer ability to send someone flying with a single strike, while precisely controlling the force to minimize harm, spoke volumes of his unparalleled mastery over strength. A true master, this young man was undoubtedly of remarkable caliber. In the next instant, the iron gate was thrust open with a tremendous bang. Bai Yin, disheveled and in tattered clothing, charged back in, tears of fury streaming down her face. She rushed towards Lynn, screaming, "Lynn, how dare you treat me with such disrespect?" Yet this time, as she entered just a few steps, still 50 meters away, Lynn, growing impatient, simply waved his hand in her direction. Instantly, a fierce gust of wind surged toward Bai Yin. Bai Yin's complexion changed dramatically, and she instinctively let out a gasp. In the next moment, her body was hurled away by a fierce gust of wind. Ah! A cry of distress escaped her lips. Bang! A deafening noise echoed from outside the door, evidently the sound of Bai Yin colliding violently with the wall. My goodness! Everyone around was stunned into silence. Bai's father widened his eyes in disbelief, gaping at the scene before him, his mouth agape amidst his whiskers, utterly astonished. This. Someone was injured from a distance of 50 meters. What on earth is happening? Could it be that this is the legendary external manifestation of inner strength, striking from afar? How fantastical! They turned their heads in disbelief to gaze at Lynn, who remained seated, calmly sipping tea. They were utterly bewildered. If just moments ago, they had merely acknowledged Lynn's prowess, now he had transformed in their eyes into an enigmatic and unparalleled master, the external manifestation of inner strength, injuring through sheer will, striking from a distance. It was as though they were witnessing a scene straight out of a film. While they were convinced that such individuals must exist, they had never anticipated encountering one here. Although Bai's father felt a pang of anguish at seeing his daughter struck away, it paled in comparison to the spectacle of this legendary moment. He hesitantly inquired, "May I ask, Senior Lynn, what is this technique?" Lynn took a sip of tea and replied, "Would you like to learn it?" Bai's father instantly widened his eyes, his breath quickening. "I would. Lin Dao, I will teach you when I have time." Bai Fu was taken aback. Goodness, Senior Lin is so nonchalant, effortlessly offering to impart such terrifying techniques. Could this be the demeanor of a true master? Bai Fu was both astonished and elated, hastily clasping his fists, exclaiming, "Yes, Senior Lin." Bai Zhang pays his respects to Master Lin. "Rise," Lin gestured dismissively. "Goodness, is this a joke?" Not far off, Bai Zhe erupted in disbelief, exclaiming, "Hey old man, what are you doing? I was the one who wanted to apprentice myself. Are you trying to steal my master?" Bai Fu stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he addressed Lin. "Master Lin, I wonder if you might invite this old disciple to your humble abode for a discussion. I have numerous inquiries regarding martial arts that I wish to consult with you." Bai Zhe, startled, interjected, "But I arrived first. Besides, weren't you just questioning Master Lin's abilities a moment ago?" Bai Fu, still enraptured, gazed at Lin. "Master Lin's martial prowess is extraordinary. That move you executed earlier clearly demonstrates that you have reached the pinnacle of internal energy mastery. After so many years of cultivation, I have yet to approach your level. I am filled with shame," Bai Zhe, exasperated, retorted. "Father, your flattery is rather sudden." Chapter 23. This pill, how terrifying it is. Observing this father-son duo, Lin could only chuckle in disbelief. He waved his hand, saying, "All right, uncle, you should go check on your daughter. That last strike may give her a bit of a trial, though it shouldn't be anything serious." Bai Fu clasped his fists, his excitement palpable. "Understood, Master. Moreover, Master, please refrain from addressing me as uncle in the future, as it truly mortifies me. If it is not too much trouble, referring to me as old Bai would be splendid."
Baishe. Lin.
Observing the excited figure of Bai's father retreating, Lin cleared his throat and awkwardly turned to the dazed Bai Zhe, saying, "Your father possesses an exceptionally youthful spirit." Bai Zhe gritted his teeth and replied, "It's not youthful spirit. It's simply shamelessness. After witnessing your prowess, he instantly became sycophantic. He was just wearing a sour expression moments ago." Lin shook his head in bemusement. He then casually retrieved a few golden elixirs from his pocket and tossed them to him, saying, "Bai Zhe, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and then accepted the handful of golden pills, inquiring curiously, "Master, what are these?" Lynn took a sip of tea and replied, "Candy beans." "Candy beans?" Bai Zai exclaimed in astonishment. "Master, are you jesting again?" He gazed at the golden pills in his hand, a delightful fragrance wafting towards him. Bai Zai did not ponder too much, as the items referred to as candy beans by his master were evidently not of great value. Thus, he swallowed one whole. However, the moment it slid down his throat, his eyes widened in shock. He felt a surge of warmth cascading from his stomach, enveloping his entire being. All the fatigue that had burdened him vanished in an instant, and even more astonishingly, he could distinctly see the wounds inflicted upon him by yesterday's assassins beginning to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What the hell?
Bai Zai was astonished.
Staring in disbelief at his own body, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. What kind of elixir is this? Bai Zai's eyes widened in shock, his breath quickening. Such terrifying potency. He was not foolish. The moment he ingested the pill, he understood that it was extraordinary. He had consumed numerous so-called miraculous potions procured by his father, yet those paled in comparison to the one gifted by his master. One was celestial, the other terrestrial. What other elixir in this world could possess such formidable effects? Is this an immortal pill? Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is it expensive? Indeed. It was rather precious, considering it was purchased for merely 10 coins. Lin adjusted his non-existent beard and smiled. Keep it. Think of it as a welcoming gift from your master, and there is no need for formality between us. Oh, by the way, just as Lin was about to depart, he turned slightly and said, "Remember to give one to your sister. Though she may be foolish, she is still your sister, and her demise would be unfortunate." Bai Zai immediately knelt again, bowing twice toward Lin, his eyes reddening. "Yes, master, master. You are truly benevolent. I always thought my master was an ordinary person with a reserved demeanor, but it appears that everything before was merely a facade. Such generosity from my master brings tears to my eyes. Moreover, he shows such care for In, who has repeatedly provoked him. This is the mark of a true sage. Alas, I am utterly enamored." Bai Zai forcefully wiped away the moisture at the corners of his eyes. After bowing once more, he turned and departed from Lin's courtyard. Upon reaching the outside of the wall, he immediately spotted his father, who was carrying the unconscious Bai In towards the carriage. Bai Zai was taken aback and hurried over, exclaiming, "Father, how is In?" Bai's father sighed with a wry smile. The master was absolutely correct. 2 ribs are fractured, and there is a slight displacement of her internal organs, but it is not a grave concern. Bai Zai gazed at his sister, shaking his head in silence. "Once she awakens, I shall certainly impart a proper lesson to her." Fortunately, the master is magnanimous. Not only did he refrain from chastising In for her impudence, but he also entrusted me with a medicinal pill for her. As he spoke, Bai Zai opened his hand, revealing a golden pill that emitted a faint, fragrant aroma. Bai's father widened his eyes in astonishment, asking, "What is this?" Bai Zai replied earnestly, "It is a celestial elixir." Bai's father exclaimed. The onlookers around them also widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "A celestial elixir? Goodness! Young Master Bai, do not jest." Bai Zai narrowed his eyes and then placed the elixir into his sister's mouth, gently squeezing her jaw to ensure she swallowed it. In 2 seconds, all her injuries will be healed. Do you believe it? The crowd was taken aback by this audacious claim. Just as they finished speaking, Bai In, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and stood up from her father's embrace. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Goodness! Have you truly recovered?" Bai Fu trembled, inquiring In, "How do you feel?" Upon his utterance, Bai Fu and the surrounding bodyguards were struck with astonishment. "Is everything fine? What sort of jest is this?" Bai In hesitated. "Brother, what did you give me earlier? I feel warm all over, and it seems as though..." She suddenly froze, standing still. Bai Fu's heart sank. In, what is the matter?" Bai In murmured, "Father, I have a sensation that I am about to break through." The moment those words escaped her lips, everyone around was left in a state of shock. Break through? In the realm of martial artists, there are 10 distinct ranks, and only those who surpass the 10th level can attain the ability to project their inner strength and return to a state of simplicity. In an instant, Bai Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, diligently regulating the energy flowing within her. After a stick of incense had burned, she rose to her feet, her gaze instantly transforming into one of piercing sharpness. Then she struck a nearby wall with a fist. With a resounding crack, the wall split into numerous fissures. Bai Fu exclaimed, "What the hell?" His eyes wide with disbelief. This elixir is truly formidable. He had never anticipated that this pill would not only heal his daughter's injuries, but also facilitate her breakthrough. Bai Yin, filled with elation, exclaimed, "Wow, father, did you see that? I have ascended to the rank of a 5th-tier martial artist. I am now as formidable as brother." Observing Bai Yin's joyful expression, Bai Fu, in a daze, nudged Bai Zhe and asked, "Son, do you still possess the celestial elixir given to you by your master?" Bai Zhe, immediately on guard, responded, "What are you planning to do?" Bai Fu swallowed hard, his expression dazed, and remarked, "Of course, we must quickly treasure it. Such a precious item, if not passed down as a family heirloom through generations, would indeed be a terrible loss." Bai Zhe replied resolutely, "Father, you are absolutely right. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment." With tears in his eyes, Bai Fu continued, "To think that your master has bestowed upon you such a precious elixir. Given its formidable potency, this pill must be exceedingly rare. Your master has truly invested a great deal in you. You must never disappoint the expectations your master has for you." Bai Zhe clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. He vowed silently to never betray his master's hopes. Meanwhile, back in his room, Lynn retrieved a stack of cash from his safe and promptly accessed his digital marketplace. "I would like to purchase 10,000 great recovery pills,"
Lynn declared extravagantly.
The system responded, "Host, why do you wish to buy so many great recovery pills?" Lynn waved his hand dismissively, "For making soup and soaking in baths." In the bathroom, Lynn sat cross-legged in a newly acquired double bathtub, large enough for two, and focused his mind, channeling the spiritual energy within him to circulate. With the Ren and Du meridians unblocked, the flow of spiritual energy within Lynn was now unimpeded. The energy began at his dantian, coursing repeatedly through the major acupoints. His cultivation rapidly advanced. "Young master," a sweet voice called from outside. "The soup you wish to brew is ready, young master." Lynn closed her eyes and said, "Come in." A moment later, Lon, straining under the weight of a large wooden tub, opened the door and entered. In the next instant, she beheld Lynn seated cross-legged in the bathtub. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and a blush instantly crept onto her cheeks. Though she had seen her master's physique numerous times before, each occasion rendered her breathless with admiration. With her face aflame, Lon approached Lynn, carrying the tub filled with medicinal concoction, and curiously inquired, "Master, are you going to take a medicinal bath?" Lynn opened his eyes, gazing at Lon, who stood outside the tub in her maid outfit, blinking innocently. A smile graced his lips as he replied, "Indeed, a medicinal bath is beneficial for the body. Be a dear and pour the concoction into the tub." "Yes, master." Lon, trusting his words, struggled to lift the tub and began pouring the warm medicinal liquid into the bathtub. However, just as the concoction reached halfway, Lynn suddenly reached out and tugged at her. Startled, Lon lost her balance, tumbling into the bathtub with a cry. "Ah, master!" she exclaimed, flailing in a panic to find something to hold on to. Instinctively, she grasped a long, thick object, which helped her regain her equilibrium, emerging from the water like a lotus. Yet, upon witnessing the mischievous grin on Lynn's face, Lanlin's eyes brimmed with tears. Ignoring her drenched attire, she cried out, "Master, you are bullying me." Lynn chuckled softly as he reached out to tousle her hair, saying, "What do you mean I bullied you? It was clearly your clumsiness that led you to fall in." Lon bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and replied, "I didn't. You pulled me in." With a mischievous grin, Lynn countered, "Indeed, I did pull you in. What are you going to do about it?" Lon was momentarily speechless, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she murmured, "Woo-woo." Observing her utterly aggrieved expression, Lynn decided to relent, gently taking her small hand and drawing her closer, reassuring her, "All right, stop crying. I apologize, but since you've already come in, why not enjoy a bath together? My bathtub is quite spacious and can easily accommodate both of us." Lanlin's face turned scarlet at the thought. Memories of the intimate moments shared with Lynn in the Ferrari the previous night flooded her mind. Lynn leaned in closer, his playful smile evident as he asked, "What do you think?" Lan lowered her gaze, her shyness barely perceptible as she nodded slightly. With a teasing smile, Lynn inquired, "Honestly, don't you quite enjoy bathing with me?" Lanlin's eyes widened in surprise. In a flurry of panic, she shut her eyes and turned away, exclaiming, "I don't like it. Not at all." Lynn replied with a knowing smile, "Then why are you holding on so tightly?" In that instant, Lan was rendered speechless. Oh dear. It seemed that in her effort to maintain balance, she had inadvertently grasped something beneath the water's surface and had not let go. Instantly, her face turned an observable shade of crimson, leaving her in a state of shock. Could it be that what I grasped was the young master's? In an instant, Lanlin's heart began to pound like a war drum. In a flurry, she hastily released her grip, gazing at the smile on Lynn's face, her eyes darting around in a panic as she stammered, Well, young master, it's not what you think. Please let me explain. I truly didn't mean to." Sob. Lynn, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what did you catch?" Lan was on the verge of tears, her face flushed as she replied, "Young master, can I not say?" Lynn extended his hand from beneath the water, curiously asking, "Were you not holding my 2 fingers just now?" "Ah, fingers? Could it not be?" Lan stood frozen, staring at the 2 fingers emerging from beneath the surface, then glancing at the smile adorning Lynn's face. She realized she had been teased. Once again, the insufferable young master had played a trick on her. How infuriating. Young master! Was it not fingers? If it were not fingers, what do you suppose you grasped? Sobi. I don't know. In truth, occasionally teasing his little maid proved quite delightful. However, Lynn refrained from advancing further with his charming little maid, as the system had begun to chastise him in his mind. "Host, it is time for cultivation. Yet you engage in such shameless antics. I feel utterly embarrassed for you. If you do not focus on your training, I shall terminate you. Your goal is to become a heartless cultivator. How can you allow distractions from other women? Host, I have misjudged you." Lynn, for this reason, did not tease his maid for long before commencing his cultivation. Utilizing the spiritual energy extracted from the great alchemy pill, coupled with the assistance of a double cultivation card, he simultaneously received guidance from the 10 most formidable practitioners of the Qi refinement realm within his mind. The speed at which Lynn circulated the spiritual energy gradually accelerated. As time passed, it was not until the evening that Lynn abruptly opened his eyes, which were instantly filled with surging spiritual energy. With a resounding crack, the bathtub exploded. The spiritual energy derived from the great alchemy pill was drawn into Lynn's body in a tumultuous surge. He immediately sensed a significant enhancement in the reserves within his dantian. Ecstatically, he gazed at his hands and heard a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 2nd stage of Qi refinement. The host's spiritual power has doubled, and physical attributes have increased to 220 times that of an ordinary person. Lynn inhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with delight as he stepped out of the shattered bathtub and into the courtyard. In the yard, the cold wind rustled, and Lynn, clad only in shorts, revealed his well-proportioned upper body, yet he felt no chill whatsoever. "I sense that my punching power has advanced further." Lynn suddenly clenched his fist, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the large locust tree 100 meters away. His eyes narrowed, and a surge of energy enveloped him entirely. The next moment, he let out a powerful shout, executing the first form of the energy fist towards the large locust tree. In that instant, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from Lynn's dantian, ultimately converging at his fist. With a mighty strike, he unleashed his punch. With a resounding crack, the immense force of the fist shattered the large tree, causing it to collapse. Elated, Lynn exclaimed, "I can now strike enemies from afar." System. Indeed, as a cultivator, vanquishing foes from afar is effortless. With diligent cultivation and focus, you shall ascend to the ranks of a mighty immortal king with the system's aid. Chapter 25. The host's exceptional talent evidently. The system remained fixated on the earlier dalliance with the maidservant. Nevertheless, Lynn was surprised by the rapid progress in his cultivation. With a touch of pride, he remarked, in a sense, I am quite the prodigy. System. Pray, harbor no delusions of grandeur. You pale in comparison to true geniuses. Your swift advancement is merely a result of the system's abundant elixirs, expert guidance, and overpowered training aids. Lynn retorted, System, must you constantly undermine my confidence? System. Despite its words, the system was acutely aware of its host's true potential. Though seemingly frivolous, lecherous, and prone to boasting, the host possessed latent abilities of the highest caliber. If one were to categorize human talent on a scale from 1 to 9, one could assert that the innate abilities of my host undoubtedly exceed level 8. However, there exists a significant flaw in my host, an overwhelming propensity for lethargy. Should this shortcoming be surmounted, my host is destined to become an extraordinary individual. Even when confronted with other fortunate souls, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to surpass them. System. Host. You have now ascended to the second tier of the Qi refinement stage. With your current cultivation, you are now able to practice the second move of the Qi Strength Fist. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then coughed and replied, Is that so? Good. Excellent. I think I shall retire for the night now. As he spoke, Lynn turned to leave. System. Wait a moment. Host. Since you have already met the training conditions, do you not intend to master the second level before resting? Lynn nodded and said, I do not wish to. However, before Lynn could finish his thought, a series of radiant lights suddenly manifested around him. 10 divine-level training companions, including Chun Daoxian, emerged emotionlessly from the luminescence. Upon seeing himself encircled by these elite companions, Lynn exclaimed, System, must we not proceed with gradual steps? I have already been training for an entire day. System, since you have already dedicated a day to training, a few more hours will not make a difference. Host, keep it up. I have faith in you. Just as Lynn was about to respond, he was interrupted by a system notification. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have accepted the task. Perseverance. Task introduction. Within an hour, under the guidance of a divine mentor, learn the second tier of the Qi Strength Fist. Task reward. A random real combat match with a divine mentor. Lynn was taken aback and exclaimed, What? System, are you serious? Ding. The system granted the host 5 minutes to peruse the Qi Strength Fist manual. Practice would commence thereafter. Gritting his teeth, Lynn swiftly opened his inner space and extracted the manual, rapidly scanning its contents. This wretched system must be a lonely soul, truly pushing one to learn. Lines of text flashed before Lynn's eyes, transforming the knowledge of Qi operation into tangible images. In the next instant, he abruptly rose, teeth clenched, and declared, Let us go. The first to spar with him was still Chun Daoxian, who employed the same second-tier techniques of the Qi Strength Fist. However, Lynn was undaunted. He promptly adjusted his techniques and the efficiency of his Qi operation, stepping forward once more to engage Chun Daoxian in combat. Through repeated failures, Lynn continually gleaned lessons, managing to withstand longer under Chun Daoxian's onslaught. Observing Lynn's increasingly precise punching posture, the system was filled with boundless delight. Indeed, it was correct. The host's comprehension and learning ability in the realm of cultivation surpassed that of ordinary individuals. It could easily discern that Lynn was deliberately mimicking Chun Daoxian's movements, refining his own techniques through real combat and repeated setbacks. This remarkable capacity for learning was truly astonishing. What perplexes the system is the remarkable learning ability of its host, yet the inability to excel in the college entrance examination. After deep contemplation, the system arrives at a conclusion. A prodigy in one domain may appear as a novice in another. Much like a student who excels in humanities but struggles in the sciences, its host undoubtedly embodies a severely specialized genius. In less than half an hour, the system astonishingly observes that Lynn has managed to withstand 10 strikes from Chun Daoxian. Such a capacity for learning is truly formidable. With a resounding crash, Lin abruptly crossed his arms and was once again sent flying by Chen Daoxian, landing several meters away. However, he merely smiled, rose from the ground, and clenched his fist, exclaiming, "I anticipated the second tier of techniques to be more challenging. It appears to be nothing extraordinary. System. Host, you are overly naive. Do you genuinely believe you can grasp the essence of the second tier of chi-strength fist so swiftly? I must inform you that you are merely imitating without understanding. Rigid techniques without adaptability will lead to your downfall in actual combat. Chen Daoxian, step aside. Allow them to take their turn." Chen Daoxian nodded slightly and instantly retreated several meters. The ninth-ranked genius surged forward, launching a fierce assault on Lin. He immediately stood up, his expression turning grave. It was different now. He distinctly sensed that, although both employed the second tier of chi-strength fist, this ninth-ranked genius exhibited numerous subtle differences compared to Chen Daoxuan's earlier technique. The trajectory of spiritual energy, the variations in the punching path, and the timing of the strikes were all minimally distinct. Yet it is precisely these myriad subtle distinctions that accumulate, allowing the second layer of this martial art to reveal an entirely different approach to combat. Lin narrowed his eyes, assumed his stance, and resolutely declared, "Come." In an instant, Lin engaged in battle with the prodigy. Clearly, Lin was adapting to the combat style of this genius. The system, astonished, observed that although it appeared as if its host was merely imitating, it soon discerned that within this mimicry, Lin was subtly assimilating knowledge. Remarkably, he began to integrate their insights into his own style, transforming them into something uniquely his own. Upon realizing this, the system's excitement grew exponentially. Its host was formidable, truly formidable. Chapter 26. The Yellow Emperor bestows skill. The enhanced chi cultivation technique. Time passed, second by second. Before long, an hour had vanished in the blink of an eye, for Lin was exceedingly focused. Following Chen Daoxian and the ninth-ranked genius, the system continued to dispatch the 7th, 6th, and 5th-ranked prodigies to train Lin in succession. Each of these individuals was a supreme master with profound expertise in the realm of chi cultivation throughout history. They possessed unique interpretations of the chi force fist. However, in this moment, their personal understandings were gradually being absorbed and transformed by Lin into his own essence through practical combat. The system's excitement intensified. If Lin could truly integrate the comprehensions of all 10 individuals, his mastery of the chi force fist technique would undoubtedly transcend the annals of time. Oh, how impressive his host is. Keep it up. Such astonishing perception would undoubtedly leave other cultivators utterly speechless if they were to witness it. With a single punch, the shockwave emanating from Lin's fist collided with the formidable energy of the second-ranked genius, forcing him to stagger backward for several meters before regaining his composure. He steadied himself. The system remarked, "Host, well done." Gasping for breath, Lin hastily exchanged dozens of great recovery pills, consuming them as if they were mere candy, to swiftly replenish his expended spiritual energy. During this interval, he had already utilized over 1,000 great recovery pills and several hundred spirit-gathering pills to sustain his combat capabilities. As he observed Gongsun Shenyuan approaching him, he summoned every ounce of mental fortitude and focus within him. Now he stood alone, the ancestor of the Huaxia, the foremost of the 5 emperors, the progenitor of countless Huaxia descendants, a figure who had long since ascended to immortality in ancient times. "Ancestor," Lin said with a faint smile, "I carry the blood of Yen and Huang within me, quite pure, and I might as well be your distant descendant. Please take it easy on me." Gongsun Shenyuan remained silent, advancing without hesitation, delivering a series of energy-infused punches that swept Lin away. As Lin engaged in combat with the Yellow Emperor, the system felt a knot of anxiety tighten in its metaphorical throat. Although the host's learning ability was indeed extraordinary, he was now confronting the sovereign of Huaxia, whose level far surpassed the combined might of the other 9. It was evidently a daunting task for the host to assimilate and wield the understanding of such a being. "To all the mighty ones, though you are but remnants of their legacy, I am aware that you possess fragments of self-awareness as well. What score do you think we should give to my host? On a scale of 10. The system gazed expectantly at the silent crowd. After a long pause, Chen Daoxuan's apparition expressionlessly extended a hand, raising a single finger, which then curled into a hook. The system's heart brightened, asking, 9 points? Chun Daoxian nodded slightly, before once again falling into silence. The others also assigned scores to Lin N. 8 points? 8.5? 7.5? Soon, all 9 individuals had given their scores for Lin N, and the system was immensely pleased. Every score was above 7, indicating that its host had gained their recognition. Bravo! The host has truly brought honor to the system. Boom! With another tremendous sound, Lin N was sent flying over 100 meters by the Yellow Emperor, crashing heavily against the wall. Lin N wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth, determined to rise and continue the fight. However, just as he stood, his legs suddenly buckled, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Alarmed, the system immediately assessed Lin N's condition, discovering a slight injury to his heart, several internal organs misaligned, and 3 broken ribs. Lin N had been engaged in combat with his sparring partner for several hours. Despite the various elixirs aiding him, the relentless battles had inflicted internal injuries on his body. The system urged anxiously, "Host, please, stop for a moment."
Lin gasped.
"It's nothing. It's just a bit of blood. Consuming a medicinal pill would suffice. The battle with the ancestor has imparted profound insights upon me." The system urgently interjected. "No amount of insight can justify endangering your own body. Your internal organs have sustained varying degrees of damage. If you continue fighting, you may lose your life." Lin N was taken aback and inquired, "Is it that severe?" The system retorted emphatically. Obviously, the Yellow Emperor stood before him, silently gazing at him. Lin N shook his head and sat cross-legged, still caught up in the heat of battle, completely oblivious to the turmoil within his body. The system urged, "Host, follow my instructions to circulate your vital energy and gradually mend the internal injuries." Lin N sighed in resignation. Understood. With that, he retrieved a triune pill from his internal space, ready to consume it. The system cautioned, "Do not ingest the pill. Taking it now will only exacerbate the chaotic energy within you, inflicting further harm upon your body." Almost simultaneously, the Yellow Emperor, standing silently before him, suddenly extended his hand and pointed. The triune pill in Lin N's grasp was instantly split in 2, falling to the ground.
Lin N was momentarily stunned.
The system was equally astonished. The Yellow Emperor had independently intervened without its command. In the next instant, the Yellow Emperor astonishingly reached out, tapping 121 acupoints on Lin N's body with incredible speed. Waves of pain surged through Lin N, causing him to grit his teeth, on the verge of erupting. Yet, the very next moment, he felt his vital energy uncontrollably coursing through his major meridians, surrounding the misaligned and damaged internal organs. He gazed in astonishment at the silent Yellow Emperor before him. He was channeling the spiritual energy within himself, engaged in self-healing.
Lin exclaimed, "System."
"Did you not claim that all the divine-level training partners you summoned are merely imprints? Do they possess self-awareness?" The system replied, "Indeed, they do, albeit with incomplete consciousness, somewhat akin to puppets. However, I find it quite astonishing. Under normal circumstances, they would unconditionally obey my commands and would not react without my orders. Yet, the Yellow Emperor has chosen to heal you voluntarily, which is indeed unexpected." Lin N inquired, "Where did you acquire these imprints?" The system responded, "I requested them from above." Lin N was taken aback. "Above? Are you not the system? Is there an organization above you?" The system replied, "That is unnecessary for you to know." Lin N fell silent. After the Yellow Emperor had punctured several acupoints across his body, he ceased his actions, returning to silence. Lin N immediately noticed that his meridians had returned to normal, and his misaligned internal organs had all been restored. Even his damaged heart had been mended. The Yellow Emperor had successfully healed all his internal injuries. The system announced, "System diagnostics complete. The host's body has returned to normal." The Yellow Emperor truly embodies the cultural progenitor of your Huaxia. His healing methods surpass those provided by the system by 30%. Grateful, Lin N expressed, "Thank you, ancestor." Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly realized that the spiritual energy within him was moving through his meridians autonomously, beyond his control. Lin felt a stir within his heart and spoke. This is, sensing something profound, He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously attuning himself to the fluctuations of spiritual energy within. Soon, he was astonished to discover that his internal energy was following the operational patterns of the purple chi arrives from the East cultivation method, embarking on an entirely distinct trajectory. Moreover, he could distinctly perceive that this new pathway was far more fluid than the previous one. Stunned, Lynn lifted his gaze to the silent figure of the Yellow Emperor and inquired, "Ancient One, have you refined my cultivation technique?" Chapter 27. If this person is not killed, my heart will not be at peace. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! The system has detected an alternative path of cultivation within the host's body. After evaluation, its effectiveness is rated at 150 of the purple chi arrives from the East cultivation method. Ding! After assessment, the compatibility of the refined technique with the chi power fist has reached 99, surpassing the purple chi arrives from the East cultivation method by 5. Lynn was overwhelmed with joy. The system remarked, "The system has detected that just now the Yellow Emperor, while mending your meridians, has guided you towards a new cultivation trajectory. You are extraordinarily fortunate. This is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for you." Instantly, Lynn rose and clasped his fists in gratitude towards the Yellow Emperor, solemnly proclaiming, "Thank you, Ancient One, for bestowing this gift." However, the apparition of the Yellow Emperor remained silent, resembling a mere puppet, seemingly oblivious to Lynn's voice. The system conveyed, "The Yellow Emperor's bestowal of merit upon you likely stems from his recognition of your innate talent in cultivation. This refined cultivation method will be automatically recorded by the system, alleviating any concerns on your part. Now that even the sovereign of your people has acknowledged your aptitude, shouldn't you endeavor to be even more diligent?" Lin clasped his fist, his eyes gleaming with determination, and solemnly affirmed, "I shall. Tonight, I will thoroughly master the second level of the Chi Strength Fist." Concurrently, on the opposite side of Zhanghai City, within a towering skyscraper, an elderly man occupied the head seat of a conference room. His eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his palm heavily upon the table, causing it to shatter instantly. "My brother has been missing for an entire day. What is the status of the investigation I entrusted to you? Do not tell me that within the vast expanse of Zhanghai City, you are unable to locate a single living soul." The surrounding elders all lowered their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. This was the Martial Arts Association of Zhanghai City, and the presiding elder was none other than Wang Hong, the newly appointed president of the association. The missing individual, Wang Jiwei, was his younger brother. In an attempt to coerce the Bai family into withdrawing from the Martial Arts Association, Wang Jiwei had personally led dozens of individuals to abduct Bai Zhe, the son of the Bai family's patriarch, with the intention of using him as leverage. Their motive for compelling the Bai family to depart Zhanghai City stemmed from the Bai family's martial arts academy having transgressed a cardinal rule within the martial arts fraternity, imparting genuine knowledge. Within the martial arts discipline, prominent martial arts sects have historically adhered to ancestral precepts. When establishing a school, they only impart true and profound skills to a select few, typically 3 to 5 disciples per generation, while the remaining disciples are only taught superficial knowledge. This has been a time-honored rule, a tacit understanding that must be adhered to upon joining the Martial Arts Association. However, the Bai family has contravened this tradition. In recent years, the influence of the Bai family in Zhanghai City has grown exponentially, with a constant influx of individuals into their martial arts school, as they impart genuine teachings that yield disciples far superior to those from other institutions. Consequently, the interests of various other martial arts schools have inevitably suffered. Following the escalating tensions, the events of yesterday unfolded. At that moment, the phone of one elder suddenly rang, prompting him to frown slightly. He answered, speaking gravely, "Hello?" Upon hearing the voice on the other end, the elder abruptly rose and turned to President Wang Hong, exclaiming, "President, Elder Wang has been located." Wang Hong's expression darkened. "Where is he now?" The elder replied somberly. "He is imprisoned in one of the Bai family's martial arts facilities, enduring severe torture." What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, causing everyone to rise in alarm. The elder narrowed his eyes and continued, "Our informant embedded within the Bai family has conveyed crucial information to me. Last night, after Elder Wang located by Zhe in the city, he pursued him to the outskirts, but unfortunately, it seems they encountered a formidable opponent who inflicted grave injuries upon them, after which they were captured by the Bai family's reinforcements. The crowd exchanged glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Are you suggesting? Wang Hong intoned gravely, that individual incapacitated my brother and the dozens accompanying him? This is impossible. Wang Hong suddenly rose to his feet, exclaiming with fervor, You have all witnessed Wang Jiwei's prowess. He is undeniably one of the 5 foremost masters of our martial arts association. Not to mention, he commands dozens of disciples. Who among us could possibly vanquish such a formidable number single-handedly? The surrounding elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, while Wang Jiwei may not be regarded as the pinnacle of martial arts, he certainly ranks among the elite. Even if he were to encounter a formidable opponent, he would undoubtedly be able to retreat unscathed. How could he be gravely injured? One elder hesitated, saying, Yet the facts speak for themselves. My informant has revealed that the Bai father and son personally visited a wealthy second-generation individual surnamed Lynn in a certain location within Zhanghai City this morning. I cannot ascertain whether this matter is connected to the individual named Lynn. Indeed, I shall make arrangements at once. Wang Hong, seated at the head of the table, narrowed his eyes. With a sharp crack, he crushed the pen in his hand into fragments. Bai family, your end is nigh. Hours later, in the dead of night, outside a Bai family martial arts hall in Zhanghai City, on the desolate street, several vans halted before the closed Bai family dojo. The doors swung open, and a succession of men armed with steel pipes and knives disembarked, surging toward the Bai family hall. With a resounding crash, the entrance of the Bai family dojo shattered under the force of a middle-aged man's fist. Who goes there? Within the dojo, several night watch Bai warriors turned abruptly, their voices rising as they drew their swords. The middle-aged man, with an impassive expression, led a group of dozens into the room. He gazed coldly at the 2 warriors from the Bai family and commanded, Attack! Instantly, the throng surged forward, overwhelming the 2 warriors, who soon found themselves bested, bloodied, and collapsed on the ground. The middle-aged man contemptuously lifted one warrior's chin with his toe, peering down with an air of indifference, and demanded, Speak. Where are the dozens of individuals you captured yesterday? Should you choose silence, I shall take your life this very moment. The warrior, gasping and trembling, stammered, They are in the basement. Moments later, the door to the basement was forcefully flung open, and blinding light flooded in. Within, dozens of individuals were shackled in the vast underground warehouse, squinting against the sudden brightness. Elder, the middle-aged man immediately spotted Wang Jiwei, battered and chained to the wall. He rushed forward to his side. Wang Jiwei's eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth, asking, Did my brother send you? The middle-aged man hastily unlocked the shackles binding him, saying, Indeed, we received word that you were captured by the Bai family last night. The president has been deeply concerned for your safety. We have searched tirelessly for you and have finally located you. Elder, 2 individuals supported Wang Jiwei as he staggered out of the basement. His teeth clenched, his eyes filled with resentment. He demanded, Tell my brother. He grimaced menacingly, exclaiming, I demand him to take a life. If he does not, my heart shall remain unsettled. Whom? Inquired the middle-aged man. In Wang Jiwei's eyes, fury and hatred surged like a tempest, as he gritted his teeth and declared, Lynn. Chapter 28. The second layer of Chi Force Fist, mastery achieved as dawn broke. The sun ascended in the east, illuminating the earth. In the courtyard, 10 elite trainers encircled Lynn, all poised in the initial stance of the Chi Force Fist. With closed eyes and bare torso, Lynn stood firm upon the ground. Each of the 10 instructors possessed a unique interpretation of the Chi Force Fist, each with its strengths and weaknesses, closely aligned yet distinctly different. Should Lynn manage to synthesize these varied understandings, his prowess in the Chi Force Fist would surely reach new heights. Time slipped away second by second. In the next moment, Lynn abruptly opened his eyes, which bore an extraordinary seriousness, his expression profoundly solemn. Under the watchful gaze of the 10 elite trainers, Lynn gradually assumed his stance, extending his hand and intoning deeply, Come. The apparition of Chun Daoxian suddenly lifted his head, stepping forward with the Northern Dipper's stride, launching an immediate assault towards Lin En. Fist after fist, Lin En remained steadfast in his horse stance, motionless, yet his fists unleashed a torrential barrage akin to a tempest. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth from his fists like a fierce gale. With a powerful shout from Lin En, he discerned a flaw in Chen Daoxuan's defense and landed a blow upon his chest, causing Qian to stagger backwards several paces, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Lin En had actually forced him back. Remarkably, this was merely one night. This youth is extraordinary. The system exclaimed in astonishment. Host, well done. Next, Lin shouted. The genius ranked 9th approached without hesitation, engaging Lin in a fierce contest of energy-infused punches. Next, Lin declared earnestly. Observing Lin standing resolutely at the center, the system struggled to contain its excitement. Just one night. Indeed, it was merely a single night's time. Moreover, he had seamlessly integrated the teachings of 10 masters into his martial technique. Each of his punches was unpredictable, akin to a tempest, yet also reminiscent of a tranquil lake. The host's potential had truly been unleashed. Oh, and the determination displayed by the host was undeniably impressive. Soon, 9 out of 10 sparring partners had succumbed to Lin's prowess. His gaze settled upon the Yellow Emperor, who assumed a stance and said, "Ancestor, please." In a rare moment, the Yellow Emperor slightly nodded and mirrored Lin's posture. In the next instant, the two clashed in combat. It wasn't just the system that was astonished. Even the 9 sparring partners were taken aback. Clearly, they too had been moved. In Lin's martial art, they recognized their own understanding, witnessing the sparks ignited by the fusion of their insights with those of others. Powerful, incredibly powerful. They believed that when they were at the Qi training stage, they could never have achieved what Lin had done. The system exclaimed, "The host is magnificent. Keep it up, keep it up." Time passed by, and Lin astonishingly engaged in a battle of energy-infused punches with the Yellow Emperor for over 10 minutes.
Moments later.
Both combatants discovered each other's vulnerabilities, and with a resounding thud, their fists struck against one another's chests. Lin was propelled backwards, soaring several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The system promptly inquired, "Host, are you unscathed?" Gasping for breath, Lin rose and clasped his fists towards the Emperor, declaring, "Ancestor, I am outmatched. I concede defeat." A flicker of emotion briefly illuminated the tranquil gaze of the Emperor's apparition, which was a rare occurrence. As he slightly shook his head before turning away, his form gradually fading until he vanished entirely. The 9 accompanying practitioners surrounding them could discern that, in truth, Lin had not been defeated. They were mere imprints. As long as the spiritual energy sustaining their existence remained unbroken, they would endure eternally, free from fatigue and pain. They were beings of immense power. During the final clash between Lin and the Emperor, they observed that Lin's strike was executed a mere thousandth of a second faster than the Emperor's. What did this signify? It indicated that if the two were to engage in battle at the same level, Lin would surpass the Emperor by a fraction of a move. His being sent flying was solely due to the depletion of his internal spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of sustaining further combat. In a strict sense, Lin had triumphed. Turning their gazes towards Lin, a subtle hint of respect began to surface in their eyes. Such a remarkably gifted individual would undoubtedly have been eagerly sought as a disciple had their true forms still been present. The system exclaimed, "Host, incredible! To have surpassed my 10 divine practitioners is truly moving. Your talent is exceptionally high." With considerable effort, Lin settled into a cross-legged position, gritting his teeth as he retrieved over a dozen 3-harmony pills from his inner sanctum. He ingested them, wincing as he spoke. "Flattery will avail you naught. You cur of a system. I feel as though my very being is on the verge of dissolution." Scarcely had Lin uttered these words when the system's notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully vanquishing the 10 sparring partners. Reward, Chi bracers. Ding! Congratulations, host, on mastering the 2nd level of Chi Force Fist. Reward, Giant Spirit Breastplate." Lin paused, taken aback. By the heavens! Is the system bestowing equipment upon me? In that instant, accompanied by a flash of white light, the two items materialized before Lynn. The bracers appeared unadorned, yet upon contact, Lynn could distinctly sense the spiritual energy emanating from them, an undeniable indication of their exceptional quality. The breastplate, resembling a vest, was equally unassuming, but its texture was remarkably smooth, with a subtle flow of spiritual energy. Lynn exclaimed with delight, "Could these be spiritual artifacts?" System: affirmative. In the cultivation realm, spiritual artifacts are categorized into heaven, earth, profound, and yellow tiers, each further divided into supreme, high, medium, and low grades. The system has rewarded the host with 2 pieces of equipment, both of which are low-grade yellow tier spiritual artifacts. Lynn's countenance darkened. Low-grade yellow tier? Is that not the most inferior of equipment? System: nay, host. Even low-grade yellow tier spiritual artifacts would be revered as divine objects by countless individuals in your mortal realm. Lynn glared, clearly disbelieving the system's words. The system remarked, of course, if the host exerts greater effort in cultivation, it will undoubtedly reward the host with superior equipment in the future. Why not try it on right away? Chapter 29. You want me to slay such a monster? Lynn chose to disregard the system's grandiose promises. He stood up and donned the colossal spirit chest armor and the chi barrier wrist guards. In the next moment, he felt a surge of spiritual energy flowing into his chest armor. To his astonishment, the colossal spirit chest armor began to emit a faint glow. The most striking sensation was that, after the transformation of his spiritual energy through the armor, a thin layer of luminous membrane formed on the surface of his body. The system explained, this is one of the abilities of the colossal spirit chest armor. It can transform the host's spiritual energy into a defensive chi barrier to safeguard the host's safety. Do not underestimate this barrier. With the host's current level of spiritual energy, not even a bullet could penetrate it. Lynn exclaimed in surprise, "Is it truly that powerful?" "Indeed," the system affirmed. "Both of these pieces of equipment have been meticulously selected for the host. And do not underestimate those wrist guards. They are chi barrier wrist guards, capable of assisting the host in rapidly condensing spiritual energy, which could enhance the power of the host's chi fist by at least 20%. Lynn could clearly discern the pride in the system's tone. Although the system imposes stringent demands on his cultivation, it certainly does not skimp on his ability to strike. Lynn chuckled and said, "Thank you, system." The system responded, "This is what the host deserves. As the host grows stronger, I too benefit from the glory." Without further contemplation, Lynn picked up his phone and boldly declared, "Hello? Who is this?" An urgent voice came through the line, "Master. It's Zay. There is something I must inform you. The people who were pursuing me yesterday have fled, and I fear they might cause trouble for you. Master, you." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Lynn suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in the air. He swiftly turned his head, his piercing gaze fixed on the distant city. At that very moment, a bullet sliced through the sky, aimed directly at Lynn's forehead. Bang! With a resounding impact, the bullet struck Lynn's brow, only to be crushed and deflected by the protective aura surrounding him, crashing to the ground. Lynn stepped back, raised his head, and gazed at a tower 1,000 meters away, his expression remarkably calm. "Hello, Master. What's going on? Are you all right?" Isaiah's anxious voice echoed from the phone. Lynn replied serenely, "I will call you back shortly." With that, he ended the call. The system chimed in, "Host, it appears that someone intends to assassinate you. The target is approximately 1,000 meters away, and I have already locked onto them." Lynn flexed his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Being shot in the head twice within 2 days has truly ignited my fury. Damn it! Just watch. I shall tear you apart today." Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a towering building 1,000 meters away, a man lying prone, gripping a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle, suddenly lifted his head, disbelief evident in his eyes. "What is happening? Is this some kind of joke? A head that even bullets cannot penetrate? Am I seeing things?" He was acutely aware that the weapon in his hands was the Barrett M82A1, renowned for its ability to effortlessly pierce several centimeters of steel from a kilometer away. In the face of such a formidable sniper rifle, the human skull appeared as fragile as paper. Yet, the recent scene had utterly shattered his understanding of humanity. Is this still a human? he gasped, immediately peering through the scope towards his target. His heart sank as he beheld Lynn effortlessly vaulting over several meters of high wall, his gaze icy and fixed upon him, advancing at an unimaginable speed. His mind raced, calculating in terror as he realized that this target was moving at a staggering pace of 100 meters per second. Good heavens! 100 meters per second means 10 seconds equals 1 kilometer. What kind of speed is this? 360 kilometers per hour. Is this truly achievable by a human? In a flurry of panic, the sniper gritted his teeth and aimed once more at Lynn, then abruptly squeezed the trigger. A thunderous bang resonated in the air. A bullet was instantaneously discharged from the barrel, hurtling towards Lynn. The marksman anticipated Lynn's trajectory, aiming directly for his chest. However, at the very moment the bullet approached Lynn, he was struck with terror as he witnessed Lynn abruptly extend his hand, swatting the bullet aside with a swift motion as if swatting a fly. He could distinctly see the bullet ricochet off, forcefully crashing against the wall, penetrating the concrete barrier with ease. Good heavens! Is this a Superman? The sniper was thrown into a genuine panic. He gritted his teeth, hastily retracting his Barrett sniper rifle, preparing to retreat. Just then, a deep voice resonated in his earpiece. Gun Demon, what is the status? Has Lynn been neutralized? The man known as Gun Demon bellowed in frustration. Neutralized? I'd rather shoot you in the head. You didn't inform me I was up against a Superman when you hired me. Curse your ancestors. Hearing Gun Demon's furious outburst, the voice on the other end paused, asking what's the matter? Did you fail the mission? Grinding his teeth, Gun Demon swiftly approached the skyscraper, retrieving a mechanical device. After pressing a button, a long steel wire shot forth from the apparatus, its end fitted with sharp claws that swiftly latched onto the railing of a neighboring building's rooftop. Grasping the wire, he rapidly swung towards the adjacent edifice, almost amused by the absurdity of the situation. Failure? Have you ever witnessed someone struck in the head by a Barrett yet remain unfazed? Have you encountered an individual capable of catching bullets with bare hands? Have you seen a human traveling at a staggering speed of 360 kilometers per hour? To think they would offer me a mere 2 million to eliminate a monster. Let me make this abundantly clear. Should I perish this time, my organization will not let you escape unscathed. With a sharp crack, the Gun Demon crushed the earpiece. Hello, hello. On the other side of Jiang Haking, Wang Hong, in a fit of rage, hurled his phone forcefully to the ground. Infuriating, just as the Gun Demon swung towards the edge of another skyscraper, he suddenly sensed something and glanced down at the base of the building. Instantly, terror flickered in his eyes. Oh God, have mercy on me. Below the skyscraper, Lynn abruptly lifted his head, a cold smile flashing in his eyes as he declared, "Found you." Beyond the realm of transformation lies the Chi refinement stage, where the protagonist resides. However, the protagonist has ascended through the arduous consumption of elixirs, possessing a greater reservoir of spiritual energy than his peers at the same level. His recovery rate of spiritual energy is contingent upon the speed at which he consumes these elixirs. Typically, when the protagonist engages with others of the same cultivation rank, victory is assured for him. As long as he is not defeated in an instant, he can replenish his health and energy swiftly, while his opponent can only gradually absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for recovery. Above the Chi refinement stage are the Foundation Establishment, Valley Breaking, Yuan Dan, and Yuan Ying stages, among others. Chapter 30. It turns out Big Brother is a superhero. Since it was morning, there were not many pedestrians on the street. However, as he had now entered the city center, the streets were bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. Lynn hastily arrived beneath the towering skyscraper, lifting his gaze to behold the edifice that soared at least 50 stories high. "System, do you believe I can scale this building within 5 seconds?" he inquired. The system responded, "Host, you are currently a second-tier practitioner in the Chi refinement stage. This is hardly a challenge." "Oh right, you are in the city now. If you wish to avoid drawing too much attention, it would be wise to cover your face," it advised. Lynn nodded, glancing around in search of something to conceal his features. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a graceful and dignified young lady emerging from a nearby shop. Their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback. "Su Yanyan?" he thought. Su Yanyan, slightly stunned, gazed at Lynn's handsome visage and mused. Isn't he the striking gentleman who resembles my senior, Lynn, from the bathhouse? She was accompanied by a little girl who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, innocently holding a lollipop. The girl looked up at Su Yanyan with wide eyes before turning her gaze toward Lynn, her face lighting up with delight. Wow, what a handsome big brother. Sister, do you know that big brother? Su Yanyan found herself at a loss for words. In the next instant, Lynn swiftly approached her, greeting her with a smile. Class monitor. It's been a while. Su Yanyan was momentarily speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stammered. You are? Lynn smiled and replied, It's me, Lynn. Have you forgotten me so soon? Su Yanyan was taken aback, her beautiful eyes agog with astonishment as she covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, Lynn.
Lynn, Senior?
Is it truly you? How can this be? How have you become so handsome? Lynn shook his head, smiling gently. I will explain later. His gaze then fell upon the Sun Wukong mask held by the little girl. With a cheerful demeanor, he crouched down and patted the girl's head, asking, Little one, are you Su Yanyan's sister? The little girl blinked her eyes and nodded innocently, saying, Yes, big brother, you are so handsome. Are you sister's boyfriend? Lynn chuckled, shaking his head. I am your sister's classmate, not her boyfriend. Little sister, could you lend me that mask for a moment? Okay. The little girl beamed with joy, obediently handing the mask to Lynn. Without hesitation, he donned the mask upon receiving it. He then bent down once more to pat the little girl's head, expressing, Thank you, little sister. Su Yanyan was left in a daze, stuttering, Lynn, you are going to...
Lynn chuckled heartily. Oh,
it's nothing. Just taking a stroll. I have a few matters to attend to. You both carry on. With that, Lynn turned his gaze towards the distant skyscraper, lifting his head to gaze at it. Under the watchful gaze of Su Yanyan and the little girl, Lynn suddenly bent his legs, his expression turning serious. In an instant, with a resounding crack, the ground beneath him fissured with countless cracks, and Lynn's body shot upwards towards the skyscraper like a cannonball. Wow! Su Yanyan gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth as she stared incredulously at Lynn's explosive ascent, her eyes filled with astonishment. The little girl widened her eyes in awe, gazing at Lynn's sudden flight, and exclaimed, Wow! Big brother is flying. He must be a superhero. So cool. So handsome. Su Yanyan was utterly stunned. Could that truly be Senior Lynn? This was simply terrifying. Passers-by shared expressions of disbelief, many whipping out their phones to capture the moment, exclaiming, Wow! Did you see that? There's someone outside the building. Oh my gosh! A superhero. This can't be real, can it? That person is actually running up the skyscraper. Quick! Take a picture. I need to post this on Douyin. It's Sun Wukong. Did you see? It's Sun Wukong. The crowd gasped in amazement, each person capturing the spectacle on their devices. The skyscraper towered 50 stories high, reaching hundreds of meters into the sky. Lynn, with a serious expression concealed beneath his mask, raced up the outer levels of the building. In less than 5 seconds, he leaped gracefully to the rooftop. A small helicopter whirred its blades to life as the marksman placed his Barrett rifle atop the aircraft, preparing to board. In that very moment, he caught sight of Lynn leaping from the building's exterior. An expression of sheer terror washed over his face. Could it be that he had scaled the skyscraper's wall? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily boarded the helicopter, shouting frantically to the pilot, Quick! Take off! Do not engage! That's a monster! The pilot immediately yanked the control lever, and the helicopter ascended into the air. Lynn's eyes glimmered with determination. Attempting to escape? How naive! In an instant, he launched himself into the air, soaring several dozen meters high, and, amid the sniper's horrified gaze, he seized the helicopter's railing. The pilot and marksman were both left dumbfounded. That was a staggering height. Lynn coldly declared, You shot at me twice, and you think you can get away? The sniper yelled, Quick! Shake him off! The pilot abruptly pulled the control lever, desperately steering the helicopter away from the skyscraper. Meanwhile, on the streets below, onlookers witnessed this astonishing scene. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as passers-by exclaimed, Is this a movie? How explosive. My goodness. The man clinging to the helicopter was none other than the formidable figure who had just scaled the skyscraper. Incredible. Wow. A superhero. A true superhero. Su Yanyan clutched the little girl and hurriedly took refuge at the entrance of the convenience store that had just opened. She raised her head, gazing incredulously at the scene unfolding in the sky, murmuring, "Could that truly be Senior Lynn?" The little girl, her eyes sparkling, opened her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "How cool!" Above them, the pilot anxiously declared, "This is impossible. I can't shake him off." The sniper, with a sinister expression, brandished his Barrett sniper rifle, leaning out of the window to aim directly at Lynn's head, shouting at this close range, "Let us see if you live or die." Bang! The deafening sound of the gunshot reverberated. Lynn suddenly extended a hand, and with a sharp crack, he crushed the bullet that was hurtling towards him. As the bullet disintegrated into dust within Lynn's grasp, the sniper was left utterly despondent. Lynn squinted and remarked, "3 shots, remember that." In that fleeting moment, Lynn summoned his spiritual energy, seizing control of the entire helicopter, directing it towards a nearby skyscraper. The pilot, in sheer terror, realized he could no longer manipulate the helicopter's trajectory. In the next instant, Lynn landed firmly on the skyscraper's exterior wall, where an array of astonished office workers stared at him through the massive glass windows. Grasping the helicopter, Lynn leaped once more to the rooftop. Then, executing a perfect 180-degree shoulder throw, he slammed the helicopter down onto the skyscraper's terrace. Chapter 31. Do you think I am a person without principles? Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the entire helicopter was obliterated. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly astonished. Goodness! A single-handed aerial assault. How terrifying! Who is this person? Is he truly a superhuman? The pilot was instantly engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. At the last moment, just as Lynn hurled the helicopter over his shoulder, the gunman leaped from the aircraft, landing heavily at the edge of a skyscraper. Grasping the ledge with his hand, his body dangled perilously over the precipice, mere inches away from a catastrophic fall from the towering height. The gunman, filled with dread, gazed up at Lynn, who was approaching him step by step, trembling as he pleaded, "Save me. I don't want to die." Lynn, with an expression devoid of emotion, seized his arm and hoisted him up, then forcefully pressed him to the ground. Having witnessed the sheer terror of Lynn's formidable prowess, the gunman was now quaking in fear. He swallowed hard and said, You may ask." Lynn narrowed his eyes, a deadly glint flashing within. "Who sent you to assassinate me? We are complete strangers." The gunman, trembling with fear, replied, "The head of the Wang family, Wang Hong. He is the president of the Martial Arts Association in Jianghai City. You severely injured his brother, and he offered 2 million for your head." Lynn stroked his chin and remarked, 2 million? Then, with a fierce glare, he lifted the gunman once more, exclaiming, "Is my life so cheap? Just 2 million to dispose of me? Couldn't you have asked for a bit more?" The gunman was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Had I known you were this difficult to kill, I would never have accepted the contract for 2 million. What do you believe my life is worth? 20 million. Is my life valued at a mere 20 million? No, it is worth 100 million. The gunman was on the verge of tears. Lynn glared and demanded, "Where's the money?" Trembling, the gunman retrieved a card from his pocket, lamenting, "This is the 1 million deposit he provided me, and the password consists of 6 zeros. The remaining 1 million will only be paid upon the successful completion of the task." Lynn silently tucked the card into his pocket. He then cast the gunman to the ground, clenched his fist, aimed it at the man's head, and narrowed his eyes. The gunman, terrified, stammered, What are you going to do? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me?" Lynn replied through narrowed eyes, "I did say that, but you shot me 3 times, and I feel quite dissatisfied. Therefore, I intend to strike you 3 times to vent my frustration. Is that too much to ask?" In an instant, Lynn raised his fist and struck toward the gunman's forehead. The punch created a sonic boom in the air. If it connected with his skull, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome explosion of brain matter. However, Just as Lynn was about to crush the gunman's forehead, the terrified man hastily pulled another card from his pocket and held it in front of Lynn's fist, exclaiming, 5 million! The password is 123,456. Lynn's fist halted just 2 centimeters from the gunman's forehead. Observing the nameless bank card trembling in the gunman's hand, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Time ticked away. No one could fathom what thoughts lingered in their minds. The atmosphere felt decidedly eerie. 2 seconds later, Lynn silently slipped the card into his pocket. The gunman exhaled in relief, instinctively swallowing hard. In the next moment, Lynn seized him by the collar. His fury ignited and bellowed in a resonant baritone. "Are you attempting to bribe me?" The gunman cried out. "No, absolutely not." Lynn thundered. "Then are you insulting me?" "No, certainly not." "What do you mean, then?" "I mean nothing. Do you find your existence devoid of meaning?" "No, that is not what I meant." Lynn roared, raising his fist. "Watch as I deliver a blow that will leave you unrecognizable to your own mother." The gunman, in a panic, swiftly produced another card from his pocket, exclaiming, $3 million, password 223,344. Lynn's fist halted just a centimeter from his forehead, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The gunman's eyes widened, and cold sweat cascaded down his forehead like a waterfall. Seconds ticked by in silence. Lynn, without uttering a word, took the card and tucked it into his pocket. The atmosphere around them fell once again into silence. A solitary crow glided slowly across the sky. In the next moment, Lynn's fury erupted like a volcano, as he seized the assailant by the throat, raising his fist and bellowing, "Do you look down upon me?" The gunman, in a fit of hysteria, screamed, "That is absolutely not my intention." Lynn thundered back, "So, do you think I am someone who would betray my principles?" "No, absolutely not." The gunman cried out. "Then do you believe that I wouldn't turn you into a pulp with this punch? I assure you, even if Jesus himself were here, it would not matter." Lynn roared. In a frantic gesture, the gunman pulled out a card from his pocket, shrieking, $5 million, password, 6 ones. As Lynn's fist hovered just a mere inch from the gunman's forehead, time seemed to freeze once more. Cold sweat poured down the gunman's face, drenching his clothes as Lynn silently tucked the card into his own breast pocket. The sky appeared bluer, and the air felt fresher. Everything seemed so serene. In the next instant, Lynn hoisted the gunman up, raising his fist again, and shouted, "Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to kill you? You are woefully naive." The gunman, on the verge of tears, wailed, "It's gone. That was all my savings. I am left with nothing." Lynn bellowed, "Do you think I am the kind of person who cares whether you have money or not? You are too naive." The gunman, now terrified, felt his trousers grow damp as he howled in despair. "It's all gone. Really, it's all gone. You must believe me. Please, believe me." The gunman was utterly despondent. "This is utterly inappropriate." Observing the despair in his tears, Lynn paused, relaxing his clenched fist and inquiring, "Is it truly gone?" The gunman, tears streaming down his face, solemnly swore, "I swear to the heavens, it is indeed gone." "I see." Lynn casually discarded him to the side, stretching his shoulders and remarking, "The wind today is rather boisterous." The gunman was nearly in tears, so startled that he had lost control. Lynn chuckled heartily at the gunman, who was thoroughly terrified, then surveyed his surroundings, his eyes suddenly brightening. In the corner of the rooftop, he spotted some unused steel bars, presumably left over from renovations. Seizing a few, Lynn dragged the trembling gunman towards a pillar, instructing him to lean against it. With a creak, and under the gunman's horrified gaze, Lynn effortlessly bent the steel bars. The gunman gulped nervously, stammering, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 32. I want that big brother to be my close friend. After securely binding him, ensuring he could not escape, Lynn cheerfully retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed 110. "Hello, is this 110? "Yes. I wish to report an incident. I am on the rooftop of the XX skyscraper and have discovered an armed criminal who seems to have lost consciousness. Please send someone over." The gunman. After reporting to the police, Lynn squatted before him with a cheerful demeanor, perusing his phone under the gaze of his terrified expression. "Oh, Your identity is rather impressive. It appears you are a hitman, and it seems you are on an international wanted list, he remarked. The gunman, in a state of panic, pleaded, Aren't you going to let me go? Lynn shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Indeed, but as a law-abiding citizen, it is my duty to report a fugitive to the authorities upon encountering one. That is the obligation of a citizen. As for how the state chooses to deal with you, that is no concern of mine. With that, Lynn delivered a swift strike, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Contentedly clutching several bank cards, Lynn descended the elevator from the skyscraper. Of course, he had already removed the mask from his face. As he stepped outside, the wail of police sirens filled the air, indicating that numerous individuals had alerted the authorities prior to his call. Unfazed, he changed into a different outfit within the building and strolled through the murmuring crowd towards Su Yanyan, who stood absent-mindedly in the distance. The surrounding chatter continued to rise and fall, ceaselessly. What transpired? Did I miss something extraordinarily thrilling? I captured a video of the earlier events. Take a look. Wow, who is that person? So impressive. Oh my, so handsome. Even though we can't see his face, he must be a strikingly handsome fellow. Lin approached Su Yanyan with an air of confidence, hands tucked into his pockets and a gentle smile adorning his face. He affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair and returned her Sun Wukong mask, saying, Little sister, it is time for your belongings to return to you. Thank you. The young girl gazed up at Lin with utmost admiration, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, Big brother, you are so amazing. Whoa, are you a superhero? You are so handsome. Lin, still smiling, tousled her hair once more, then turned his attention to the dazed Su Yanyan, saying, My esteemed class monitor, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? She stammered. Lin replied with a smile, Please do not let today's events leak out. I prefer to keep a low profile. If others were to come knocking, it would be quite troublesome. Su Yanyan was taken aback and nodded slowly, then timidly inquired, Senior Lin, are you an alien? An alien? He paused, taken aback. Have you ever encountered such a handsome alien? System. Shameless. And no, I haven't. Su Yanyan's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. Lin waved as he prepared to depart. Wait a moment. Senior Lin. Lin turned back, revealing a captivating smile. Is there anything else? With her face still flushed, Su Yanyan said, Senior Lin, we are holding a graduation party for our class tonight at 8 o'clock at the Minghua Bar. You must remember to come. Lin casually agreed, saying, All right, see you tonight. Let's not part ways. Su Yanyan, her cheeks flushed, gently waved her hand. As she gazed at Lin's retreating figure, her bright eyes sparkled with excitement. The little girl blinked and looked up at Su Yanyan, saying, Sister, I want that big brother to be Yaya's boyfriend.
Su Yanyan frowned.
What does a child need a boyfriend for? The little girl blinked again. I'm not a child anymore. Why can't I? Is it because you also like that big brother? Su Yanyan was momentarily taken aback. Don't talk nonsense. The little girl laughed. So, sister, you don't like that big brother? That's wonderful. I want that big brother's phone number. I'm going to flirt with him.
Su Yanyan.
After leaving the skyscraper, Lin hailed a taxi. Hey there, where to? The cheerful taxi driver asked, gripping the steering wheel. Lin politely replied, Sir, do you know where the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association is? Of course. The driver responded boisterously. The Martial Arts Association is quite famous here in Zhanghai City. The headquarters of our 10 martial arts schools are located there. Are you planning to seek a master and learn martial arts? No, I'm going to challenge them. Meanwhile, at the Zhanghai City Martial Arts Association, indeed, after rescuing his brother from the Bai family last night, he immediately dispatched assassins, preparing to eliminate Lin. Gun Ghost, a hitman in whom he held profound trust, had been instrumental in Wang Hong's ascent, eliminating numerous dissidents along the way. He understood a fundamental truth. Even the most formidable martial arts were rendered insignificant in the face of advanced weaponry. Preposterous. Immune to a Barrett rifle? Speeds exceeding 360 kilometers per hour? Is this even human? At that moment, an urgent knock echoed from the entrance. Wang Hong promptly opened the door to find a trusted disciple bursting in, breathlessly securing the entrance. Wang Hong seized the disciple, urgently inquiring, "What of the investigation I tasked you with?" The disciple, still catching his breath, responded, "President, Gun Ghost is no more. It appears we have encountered a formidable adversary." Wang Hong's heart jolted. "Elaborate." The disciple, trembling, retrieved his mobile device. "President, I implore you to witness this firsthand." Wang Hong swiftly took the phone. The screen displayed a trending short video application, Douyin. A video was playing, boasting over 500,000 views, entitled, "An Encounter with a Superman, a Visual Spectacle Beyond Imagination." The footage depicted the earlier scene of Lynn ascending a skyscraper and dismantling an aircraft with a single hand. Having viewed the video, Wang Hong was instantly astounded. Is this not a cinematic production? A skyscraper over 100 meters tall. Unbelievable. Is this still within the realm of humanity? In the next moment, his gaze fell upon the helicopter depicted in the video, causing his heart to tremble and his pupils to quiver violently. Chapter 33. Provoking the Unforgivable. He recognized that helicopter. It was one of the urgent measures he had arranged for the gunman several months prior. Under ordinary circumstances, this helicopter would never be deployed lightly. For a sniper, especially in an urban setting, using a helicopter would signify being cornered with no escape. In fact, the helicopter had remained stationed on the rooftop of that building, never having been utilized. Although the image was somewhat distorted, he immediately recognized the terrified individual seated inside the helicopter. It was indeed the gunman. He trembled as he gazed at the video and exclaimed, "Could it be that person is Lynn?" His trusted disciple replied in fear, "It must be him. It has to be Lynn." Wang Hong pointed at the video, shouting, "What nonsense is this? Have you ever seen anyone capable of running up a skyscraper? Is this even human?" The disciple cried out, "President, I wish it weren't true, but it is indeed Lynn. If he discovers from the gunman that we were the ones pulling the strings and seeks revenge, how can we contend with such a ruthless individual?" Wang Hong took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He suddenly turned, gritting his teeth, and said, "Stay calm. Quickly. Hasten to inform the masters of the 10 prestigious martial arts schools, urging them to convene immediately in the conference room. This matter bears significant weight, and you must not divulge any information." "Yes, President. I shall attend to it at once." After assigning tasks to his disciples, Wang Hong promptly made several calls, summoning his elite disciples and elders to the association in haste. Upon viewing that video, his anxiety surged. Was that Lin truly human? What a jest! How could a mere mortal accomplish such feats? Nevertheless, he resolved not to relinquish the enterprise he had cultivated for so many years. Should Lin dare to approach him in broad daylight, he would rally his forces to confront him. He could scarcely believe that one could withstand an onslaught of hundreds, even thousands. With a heart laden with unease, Wang Hong exited his chamber and proceeded to the room where his brother, Wang Jiwei, was recuperating. Upon entering, he beheld Wang Jiwei reclined upon the bed, his body swathed in bandages, and it was evident that his injuries had significantly improved. "Elder brother," Wang Jiwei exclaimed in astonishment, "You have come?" At these words, a tremor coursed through Wang Jiwei's heart, and a sense of foreboding swiftly arose within him. After being rescued from the Bai family the previous day, he had refrained from detailing the events of that fateful night to his brother, for the humiliation was too great to bear. How could they possibly confess that dozens of martial artists had been effortlessly overpowered by Lin? Moreover, how could they articulate the even more outrageous incidents, such as halting a car traveling at 100 miles per hour with a single kick, or catching bullets with bare hands? What could they possibly say? However, upon observing Wang Hong's grave expression, he parted his lips, and the unease within him intensified. "Brother, you wouldn't have already initiated actions against Lin, would you?" He was acutely aware that his elder brother was even more ruthless than he. Wang Hong took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, stating, "This morning, I dispatched a marksman to Lin's residence to carry out an assassination." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiwei's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "What method of assassination are you referring to?" Wang Hong replied somberly, "A Barrett sniper rifle, a long-range kill." Wang Jiwei was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant he shouted, "Are you joking? You intend to use a gun against that formidable man?" Wang Hong seized his brother by the collar and gravely asked, "Do you know something I do not?" Wang Jiwei hesitated and murmured, "Brother, you cannot confront him with firearms. Lin En is a monster. That night, one of my disciples fired at him from close range. He caught the bullet with his bare hands." Wang Jiwei exclaimed, "That man is capable of catching bullets with his bare hands." Wang Hong was immediately struck with shock, taking a step back and saying, "Why? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Wang Jiwei trembled, replying, You never asked." Wang Hong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, traitors among teammates. How could I be surrounded by such incompetent allies? This is a disaster." Wang Jiwei swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. "Brother, that night my disciple used a 9mm pistol, which surely lacks the power of a Barrett sniper rifle. Even if Lin could catch a bullet from a handgun, there is no way he could withstand a round from a Barrett." Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hong interrupted him with a furious shout. "Yet he managed to catch it." Wang Jiwei exclaimed, "If he hadn't caught it, would I be here questioning you about this matter?" Wang Hong, his eyes ablaze with anger, pulled out his phone from his pocket, opened Douyin, and thrust the video in front of Wang Jiwei while bellowing, "You better take a good look at this." Wang Jiwei watched the heart-stopping, nerve-wracking scene unfolding in the video. When he saw Lin disassembling the aircraft, he was utterly astonished. "What on earth? Are you serious? Brother, are you sure this isn't a movie?" Wang Hong was on the verge of losing his mind as he replied, "This is the Lin you were talking about." Wang Jiwei stood there in complete shock. Although he was aware of Lin's formidable strength, this was beyond comprehension. It felt utterly surreal. How had they provoked such a terrifying entity? Staring blankly, Wang Jiwei swallowed again and stammered, Brother. This is truly not my fault. Brother, you are too anxious. We must wait until I have recovered from my injuries before we discuss how to deal with Lin En." Wang Hong exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. "How dare you say such a thing?" he shouted, seizing Wang Jiwei by the collar, visibly agitated. Wang Jiwei trembled as he replied, "Brother, if this assassination fails, do you think Lin En will suspect us and come after us?" Wang Hong furrowed his brow, a glint of menace flickering across his features. "If he truly discovers that we are behind this, he will undoubtedly come for us. However, I have already informed the heads of various factions. Should he dare to confront us openly, we will have no choice but to face him head-on. Together, we are as resilient as tempered steel. We shall navigate this peril safely." Wang Jiwei, propped up by his cane, sat up in bed, quivering as he said, "Brother, this does not concern me. I have been lying here in ignorance. This was your directive, not mine." Wang Hong was taken aback, gripping his collar fiercely. "How can you betray me like this? Let me make myself clear. Should anything happen to me, rest assured I will arrange for your demise beforehand. We shall descend into the abyss together." Chapter 34, Martial Arts Association. A few minutes later, a restless Wang Hong strode into the association's conference room. However, upon pushing the door open, he discovered it was entirely vacant. His brow furrowed in concern as he swiftly retrieved his phone, dialing the number of his trusted disciple in a fit of rage. "Hello, what on earth are you doing? Did you summon people for the meeting? Where have you sent them?" His trusted disciple swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. "President, there has been some unforeseen development. You should hurry to the training arena. Someone has arrived from above." At these words, Wang Hong felt a jolt of anxiety. From above? Could it be representatives from the Provincial Martial Arts Association come to inspect? This was implausible. If that were the case, he should have been notified in advance. With a heavy heart, he hastened towards the training arena. Upon arriving, he was immediately struck by the sight of the 10 martial arts schools under his management, along with their elite disciples, all standing in perfect formation below the platform. On the elevated stage, several elderly men clad in Zhongshan suits surrounded a young girl adorned in a black dress, holding a black umbrella. The vice president was bowing and flattering her with a smile. Wang Hong's heart raced as he recognized one of the elderly figures beside the girl. Yuan Kai, the vice president of their Provincial Martial Arts Association, a master of profound martial arts, ranking among the pinnacle of experts. Yet, He noted that even Yuan Kai occupied the last position beside the girl, with the elders before him emanating an even greater aura of power. This young girl's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Not daring to delay, Wang Hong quickly approached. "Miss, our president has arrived." The vice president's eyes lit up upon seeing Wang Hong approaching and promptly introduced. "This is our president, Wang Hong, the direct overseer of all martial arts schools in Zhanghai City." The girl holding the black umbrella turned her head and calmly cast a glance at him. Wang Hong suddenly felt as if his body had been sliced by a piercing chill, a shiver coursing through him as he instinctively trembled. Who could this girl possibly be? Merely a single glance sent shivers down his spine, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. It was a sensation he had not experienced in decades. The pressure exerted by the elderly gentleman was overwhelming, leaving him acutely aware of the sweat soaking his back. He cast a pleading glance at Yuan Kai, the president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, who was following the girl, and hurriedly said, "I am the president of the Zhanghai City Martial Arts Association, and I am unaware of your esteemed identities." Yuan Kai stepped forward, politely nodding in his direction, and said, "President Wang, allow me to introduce you." He turned and extended his hand towards the girl with the black umbrella, stating, "This is Miss Hua Qiming, the honorary advisor invited by Mr. Dugu, the president of our National Martial Arts Association." Wang Hong quickly clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Miss Qiming." Instinctively, he raised his head to steal a glance at the girl, and his heart skipped a beat. As the president of the Zhanghai City Martial Arts Association, he had encountered countless stunningly beautiful women, yet the moment he beheld her visage, the breathtaking sensation was beyond description. She was beautiful, extraordinarily so, like a snow lotus blooming atop an icy peak, impossible to approach, sacred and untouchable. She resembled a frost-laden fairy, devoid of worldly distractions. Wang Hong perceived not a trace of mundanity about her. Yuan Kai gradually extracted a document from his briefcase and stated, "Miss Qimeng's purpose for visiting Zhanghai City is quite straightforward. In 2 weeks, Mr. Dugu will host a grand banquet in the northern imperial capital, inviting the most distinguished martial talent from cities across the nation. Naturally, the slots are limited, and Miss Qi is responsible for the selection of participants from our province. Zhanghai City is the final destination of Miss Qi's journey, and she has 1 slot remaining." With a faint smile, she gazed at the apprehensive Wang Hong and remarked, "Thus, President Wang, whether this slot will be granted to Zhanghai City depends on your performance. Mr. Dugu's sudden organization of this grand banquet undoubtedly presents a significant opportunity for these young aspirants. Naturally, the city that secures this slot will receive considerable resources. Do you understand?" Upon perceiving Yuan Kai's suggestive gaze, Wang Hong felt a surge of delight. Unbeknownst to many, Yuan Kai was his mentor. It was through Yuan Kai's support that he attained his current position. The seriousness with which Yuan Kai addressed him clearly indicated the paramount importance of this slot. He promptly clasped his fists and declared, "Our Zhanghai City is brimming with young talent and shall certainly not disappoint Miss Qi. May I inquire how the selection of this slot will be determined?" Hua Qiming gazed ahead, offering no response. An elderly man beside her remarked lightly, "In this grand competition, you may recommend the talents from Jianghaking. During the contest, they shall exert their utmost efforts, and whether they meet our standards will be determined by our own criteria." Wang Hong was elated, exclaiming, "Yes, I will make the arrangements at once." Meanwhile, outside the Martial Arts Association building, a taxi came to a halt. Lynn stretched his shoulders and stepped out of the vehicle with a smile, turning back to wave, "Farewell, driver." Raising his gaze, he beheld the towering structure of the Martial Arts Association. It dawned on him that this was indeed the esteemed building. He had previously focused solely on international matters, leaving him somewhat uninformed about his own city. However, that was of little consequence, for today he had come not to familiarize himself with the Martial Arts Association, but rather to challenge it. With his hands tucked in his pockets and an air of nonchalance, Lynn strolled towards the martial arts building. Before he even reached the entrance, he noticed a stream of luxurious cars racing towards him. One by one, young individuals, all seemingly around 14 years of age, emerged from the vehicles, each clutching martial weapons wrapped in white cloth, their expressions solemn as they entered the Martial Arts Association. Among the onlookers, most were disciples from various martial arts schools, engaged in lively discussions. Have you heard? Our Jianghaking Martial Arts Association has attracted some remarkable talents this time. Indeed, I have. It appears that high-ranking officials from the National Martial Arts Association have arrived. Earlier, I even spotted Yuan Kai, the vice president of our Provincial Martial Arts Association, as they entered. The nature of the gathering remains a mystery. Our senior brother from the martial arts school has also received an invitation to enter the building, and many young martial artists have traveled from afar. After listening to the discussions around him, Lynn stroked his chin, sensing that an event was underway within. The more people there are, the more intriguing it becomes. Does it not? A faint smile graced Lynn's lips as he turned to survey his surroundings. In the next moment, he noticed a massive bulletin board not far from the building. Chapter 35. I won, now bring me the master. The board was densely filled with small script, and at the top were several prominent characters. Lynn approached the bulletin board, lifted his gaze, and began to read with keen interest. Indeed, it was well-structured, a commendable set of industry management regulations. Then, Lynn's eyes fell upon the stipulation at the very bottom regarding challenges. Simultaneously, a sedan approached from a distance and halted nearby. A young martial artist emerged from the vehicle, clad in a fitted outfit, his gaze sharp and exuding an aura of strength. Master, I shall enter first. A white-haired elder in a long robe exited the sedan, nodding with a smile, gazing proudly at his most promising disciple. Xiao Luo, go forth. You are the most gifted among all my students, and I firmly believe that securing that spot will be well within your capabilities. The young man nodded confidently and clasped his fists, exclaiming, Rest assured, Master, I will certainly not bring shame to our Chongfeng Martial Arts School. After uttering these words, he strode purposefully towards the martial arts building. The elder, filled with satisfaction, stroked his beard and mused, When the youth is strong, the nation is strong. The future growth of the martial arts industry relies on you young ones. He shook his head, turned, and was about to get into his vehicle. However, in the next moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lynn, who stood before the bulletin board, engrossed in studying the industry regulations. A flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Ah, this young man's innate potential is extraordinary. At that instant, he sensed that Lynn was different from the others. His posture was remarkably steady, his aura prolonged. Even from behind, it was evident that this young man was undoubtedly an exceptional candidate for martial arts training. Moreover, the faint ethereal aura he radiated further accentuated his remarkable charm and distinguished temperament. For a moment, he found himself captivated. He was Lin Chongfeng, and throughout his life, his discerning eye had always been exceptional. Among the few young individuals he had identified from the mundane world, all possessed outstanding talents. Thus, he immediately recognized Lynn's potential. There could be no mistake. This young man undoubtedly possessed top-tier talent and the aptitude for martial arts. He widened his eyes, swallowed hard, and endeavored to calm his racing heart. Then, feigning nonchalance, he strolled over to Lynn's side, gazing at the industry regulations displayed on the bulletin board, and cheerfully remarked, Young brother, it appears you have quite an interest in our martial arts industry. Lynn was taken aback. Turning to look at the elderly man, he politely replied, Oh, just browsing. Lin Chongfeng turned to him with a beaming smile, ready to speak, but upon catching a glimpse of Lynn's face, he was momentarily stunned. Wow, so handsome. Indeed. He was not mistaken in recognizing the young man's exceptional talent. Such a striking visage was undoubtedly the archetype of a protagonist and genius. Lin Chongfeng swallowed again, forcing himself to regain composure, stroking his beard as he kindly inquired, Young brother, I see you possess extraordinary potential and exceptional roots. May I ask which martial arts school you are affiliated with? Lin casually replied, I have not practiced martial arts, nor do I belong to any school. Lin Chongfeng's eyes lit up. Is that so? How wonderful. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting our martial arts school? He handed Lin his business card, stating, If you are willing to come to my school, I can waive your tuition for a year. Lin was taken aback as he accepted the card. It read, Headmaster of Chongfeng Martial Arts School, chairman of Chongfeng Martial Arts Cultural Media Company, Limited. He couldn't help but glance at the old man again, realizing he was indeed a headmaster. Lin shook his head and replied, "I am not here to learn martial arts." Lin Chongfeng was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Then what brings you here?" Lin pointed to the last notice on the bulletin board with her chin and smiled, saying, "I am here to challenge the dojo." Lin Chongfeng was taken aback, then couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, so she was merely jesting with the old man. Did she truly believe that this was akin to the movies, where one could simply walk into any martial arts school and engage in a casual duel? Ever since the establishment of the Martial Arts Association, the industry had been thoroughly regulated. Challenging a dojo was not as simple as she presumed. He could immediately discern that Lin was the type who had indulged in too many martial arts films, impulsively seeking to experience the thrill of a challenge. With a tender gaze, Lin Chongfeng looked at Lin and said with a warm smile, "My dear, engaging in a challenge is quite a serious matter, and there are numerous restrictions and requirements regarding the identity of the challenger." He continued, "For instance, if you wish to challenge a dojo here in Zhanghai City, you must either hold the title of dojo master or be a disciple authorized by the dojo master. Otherwise, if you simply waltz into someone else's dojo and defeat them, that is not a challenge. It is merely a brawl." Lin was taken aback and frowned. "Is it really that complicated?" Lin Chongfeng chuckled. "Indeed, after all, we live in a society governed by law. If anyone could challenge a dojo at will, it would surely descend into chaos." Lin nodded thoughtfully, conceding, "You do make a valid point." A sly grin crept across Lin Chongfeng's face, one reminiscent of a man attempting to charm a young girl. "However, if you are particularly eager to challenge a dojo, how about this? You could join my dojo, and once you have honed your skills, I will arrange for you to challenge any dojo you desire. What do you say?" Lin chuckled softly and said, "I have no intention of becoming anyone's disciple. If there were to be a challenge, the master of the dojo would be the one." Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Little brother, you truly possess great ambition." Lin raised his head, gazing at him innocently, and proposed, "Master Chongfeng, how about we have a match? If I win, you must relinquish your position as master to me. If I lose, I shall join your martial arts school. What do you say?" Lin Chongfeng was momentarily taken aback. Goodness! He never anticipated that Lin would make such a request. Ha ha ha! Lin Chongfeng was on the verge of laughing out loud. How adorable! This young man is utterly charming. Ha ha ha! To think he wishes to challenge a dojo master and even aims to usurp his position. It's simply delightful. The elderly man had always favored this kind of audacious, passionate youth who was blissfully unaware of the heights and depths of the world. Lin Chongfeng stretched his arms and, with a smile directed at Lin, replied, "Very well, I accept your wager. If you lose, you must come to my dojo to train, and there will be no discount on the tuition. You shall not leave the dojo for 5 years. How does that sound?" Lin responded cheerfully, "No problem." Just as Lin was about to make a move, Lin Chongfeng interjected slyly, "Wait a moment. I fear you might have a change of heart, so let us record this agreement. If you back out, we will resort to legal proceedings. Do you dare?" Lin sighed, so tedious. Lin Chongfeng felt an exhilarating thrill. Were it any other young individual, he would never engage in such a trivial game. However, it was precisely Lin's talent that piqued his interest. What sheer delight it is! With but a simple motion, one can acquire a remarkably gifted disciple. Such fortuitous occurrences are indeed rare in any corner of the world. Should there be more of such charming youths, the Chongfeng Martial Arts School would undoubtedly be teeming with students. Chapter 36. The Fist Like a Gale. Astonishment enveloped the crowd as two individuals stepped onto the open expanse of the square, establishing a distance of 10 meters between them, each assuming their respective stances. Witnessing this spectacle, those gathered at the entrance were utterly taken aback. Goodness! Look over there. It appears someone is engaged in a duel. What excitement! I never anticipated such an event today. Let us hurry and witness it. As they approached, several youths in the crowd were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixated on Lin Chongfeng, their expressions morphing into sheer astonishment. Goodness, that elder seems to be the master of the Chongfeng Martial Arts School. It truly is. He resembles the man in the photographs. It is indeed Master Lin Chongfeng. Although the Chongfeng Martial Arts School does not rank among the top 10 martial arts academies, Master Lin's prowess is undeniably respected throughout Zhanghai City. Indeed, I have heard that even Mr. Wang Hong, the president of our martial arts association, holds Master Lin in high esteem. How could Master Lin possibly be dueling with a young man? Amidst the curious and astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chongfeng assumed his stance, a serene smile gracing his lips as he addressed his opponent. Young brother, do not attempt to evade responsibility should you find yourself at a loss. However, my young brother, rest assured that at Chongfeng Martial Arts School, we possess genuine skills. Should you choose to join our esteemed institution, you shall undoubtedly find no cause for regret. Lin En slowly extended his hand, gently forming a fist, and with a calm gaze fixed on Lin Chongfeng, inquired, "Shall we commence?" Observing Lin En's stance, Lin Chongfeng felt a surge of admiration. Indeed, he appeared far from inexperienced, his posture reflecting diligent training. "We may begin now, young brother. Please, initiate your attack. It is customary to show respect to one's juniors." The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Go for it, young brother. I admire your fearless spirit, undaunted by the challenges ahead. Ha ha ha, Master of Chongfeng, do go easy on him. A gentle nudge will suffice. We wouldn't want him to be brought to tears. That would be quite embarrassing." "All right, esteemed elder, I shall make my move," Lin Chongfeng replied with a smile. "Attack with confidence. Rest assured you cannot harm me. Give it your all." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a tempestuous wind sweep over him. In an instant, Lin En's figure materialized in his vision. He scarcely comprehended how Lin En had traversed the 10 meters that separated them, appearing before him as if merely a fraction of a second had passed. And there it was, Lin En's fist halting perilously close, merely a 1/10 of a centimeter from his forehead. Yet the force unleashed by that punch surged forth like a tempest, sweeping towards him. His white hair whipped back violently, while his lengthy beard was blown straight behind him. My goodness! The crowd gathered a short distance behind Lin Chongfeng was instantly propelled backward by the sheer force of the punch, shrieking in terror. What just transpired? Did you witness when he approached the esteemed master of Chongfeng? Surely, I must be hallucinating. The speed is astonishing. Such formidable punch wins. How could this be possible? Whose fist possesses the strength to send someone flying? Observing this spectacle, the onlookers were left in utter shock. Initially, they perceived Lin En as merely an ignorant youth, yet this scene rendered them speechless. What on earth is this? A superhero? Lin Chongfeng was equally astonished. His eyes widened as he beheld that fist, which resembled a massive sandbag. His long white hair was sculpted into a straight line by Lin En's punch winds, as though styled with gel. How? How could this be? How could his fist be so swift? This is utterly outrageous. Lin En calmly inquired, "Old man, shall we continue?" "No."
Absolutely impossible.
Lin Chongfeng gritted his teeth, grappling with the realization that this young man's speed was incomprehensible. He had yet to make his own move. To be defeated by this youth here would be a tremendous loss of face. "Continue," he commanded resolutely. Lin Chongfeng roared, and at the moment he uttered those 2 words, he suddenly darted forward, channeling his lifelong mastery into a clenched fist aimed squarely at Lin En's face. However, in the next instant, he was struck with astonishment as he realized that even at such close range, he could not perceive the young man's movements. So swift, too swift, his fist merely struck Lin En's afterimage. Simultaneously, Lin En's iron fist surged from the side, targeting his temple. With a whoosh, the force of Lin En's punch halted just a centimeter from the left side of his temple. The terrifying gale generated by the punch swept his long hair to the right, and the muscles of his face rippled under the pressure of the wind. The onlookers to his right screamed as they were propelled several meters away by the punch's force. Goodness, what an overwhelming force! What kind of punch is this? Is it the King of Worlds punch? It's utterly terrifying. The surrounding crowd was once again left in shock. They could barely comprehend how Lin En had executed his strike. It was simply too fast. Moreover, those who had been blown away were unmistakably familiar faces. not mere actors. This young man is astonishingly formidable. Lin Chongfeng stood frozen, swallowing hard as he distinctly felt the cold sweat trickling down his back when Lin En's punch approached. Even his legs felt somewhat unresponsive, and in a certain area above them, there was an inexplicable dampness. This. Lin slowly inquired. Shall we continue? Again. Lin Chongfeng bellowed, leaving Lin no opportunity to respond. Before he could utter those two words, Lin Chongfeng launched his assault. With a rush, the wind surged once more. He had barely managed to shift his body when Lin's uppercut halted a mere centimeter from his chin. The long hair that swayed to the right in response to his movement stood erect above his head, as if propelled by a rocket. The gusts of air unleashed by the punch echoed through the sky with a resounding crack, an explosive sound. It was an air burst. He had actually unleashed an air burst with a single punch. My heavens! Chapter 37. I warn you, beware of my kneeling before you. The surrounding spectators erupted in astonished screams. Indeed, that was an air burst. Lin Chongfeng's eyes quivered. He had certainly heard the thunderous roars produced by Lin's punch slicing through the air. The disparity was palpable, a chasm between him and this young man. If he so wished, that punch could send his head soaring into the sky, bursting forth like the sound of that air explosion. How had he misjudged this? This young man was far from ordinary. He was a formidable powerhouse whose strength was beyond his comprehension. Lin Chongfeng stared blankly at Lin En and said, Why? Why didn't you strike me? It was merely a contest, just a point of contact, Master Lin, I concede. In an instant, Lin Chongfeng collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat cascading from his forehead like raindrops. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death. Truly, he had come perilously close. Was he even human? If so, how could such formidable beings exist in this world? The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, witnessing the unimaginable. Master Chongfeng had actually lost. Incredible. That young man's fists were akin to those of a superhero. Utterly devastating. What did I just witness? Is this truly martial arts? This cannot possibly be reality. Who exactly are you? Lin Chongfeng trembled as he gazed at him, having never encountered someone so powerful. Could it be that you are a grandmaster? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old could you possibly be? Lin En raised an eyebrow and replied, Do you look down upon the youth? Lin Chongfeng hastily shook his head, swallowing hard. No, absolutely not. A friendly smile graced Lin En's face as he extended his hand towards the prostrate Lin Chongfeng, saying, Master Chongfeng, how shall we fulfill our agreement? He then pressed the play button on his phone, and Lin Chongfeng's earlier words echoed forth. Wait, I fear you may have second thoughts, so let us record this. If you back out, we shall proceed with legal action. Dare you? Upon hearing his own words, Lin Chongfeng felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself fiercely. How foolish he had been to speak so thoughtlessly. Recording? What a ridiculous notion. Lin Chongfeng was on the verge of tears. He never anticipated that the young man he encountered was, in fact, a highly accomplished master. With gritted teeth, Lin Chongfeng slowly rose to his feet and declared, I will comply. However, the transfer of the martial arts school's equity will require some time. Within a day, I shall present you with the equity transfer document. As he spoke, he took out his phone, despondently preparing to call the martial arts school. Yet, before he could place the call, Lin En halted him, shaking his head with a faint smile. I do not require your equity. You merely need to inform your associates that today, the master of Chongfeng Martial Arts School is not you, but rather me. After tomorrow, everything will return to normal. The actual operational rights and shares of the school would remain yours. At this pronouncement, Lin Chongfeng's hand, clutching the phone, froze in place. He stood there, bewildered, staring at Lin En, utterly motionless. What? What do you mean by that? Lin En crossed his arms and replied, To challenge the school, one must hold the title of master. Therefore, I will serve as your master for just one day. Once I have completed my challenge, you shall resume your position. With that, Lin En offered a light smile, stretched his limbs, and turned, striding purposefully towards the towering skyscraper. Lin Chongfeng stared in astonishment at Lin En's elegant silhouette, then hurriedly pursued him, exclaiming, Young brother, are you jesting? Do you truly not wish to become the master of our martial arts hall? Lin replied slowly, I find your modest assets beneath my consideration. Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng stood frozen in place, while those around him gazed blankly at Lin An's retreating figure, all captivated by his personal charm. How striking! The grace with which he turned was simply mesmerizing. So impressive. Could it be that this is the essence of a true master? He appears utterly uninterested in a mere martial arts hall. Indeed, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Oh, how I admire him! In that fleeting moment, Lin An's image soared in their minds as if propelled by a rocket. Such nonchalance, such elegance, possessing formidable power yet holding wealth and fame in such disregard. In that instant, they all realized they were enchanted by Lin An's charismatic presence. Is this the chasm that separates masters from ordinary individuals? Lin Chongfeng, too, was left in a state of shock. He had never anticipated that such a person with such a profound mindset could exist in this world. This. Suddenly, he recalled his former self. His greatest dream had once been to rejuvenate the martial arts of China, to let its name resound throughout the world. Thus, in his youthful arrogance, he established the Chongfeng Martial Arts Hall. However, as time progressed, he found himself unwittingly transformed into a merchant, masquerading as a warrior solely in pursuit of profit. The future of martial arts, as well as the destiny of the Chongfeng Martial Arts School, had become tainted with the stench of greed. His path had veered further from righteousness. Yet the qualities exhibited by Lin An, who remained unperturbed by the allure of fame and fortune, struck a profound chord within him. In this society, rife with avarice, there existed a martial artist so pure, untouched by the murk of material gain. Lin Chongfeng felt tears welling in his eyes. No, he shouted vehemently. How could such a formidable and dignified elder be allowed to depart so easily? Absolutely not. He realized his error. Indeed, a grave misjudgment. His foremost priority should not have been to safeguard his martial arts school, but rather to find a way to retain this extraordinary individual. He hastened to catch up with Lin An, imploring, young brother, please wait. Lin An paused, looking at Lin Chongfeng with a hint of confusion. Lin Chongfeng's demeanor grew serious. He gritted his teeth and declared to Lin An, a true man has his aspirations and his principles. Since I have made a wager with you, and I have lost, I must honor our agreement. I will hand over the Chongfeng Martial Arts School to you.
Lin An,
Bemused, replied, I have already stated that you may consider this a jest. I will only serve as your schoolmaster for a day. No way, Lin Chongfeng bellowed, his eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin An. I am a martial artist. You may belittle my strength, but you shall not tarnish my reputation. If a martial artist loses even the most fundamental integrity, what face do I have left to call myself one? Today, I shall hand over the martial arts school to you. Not merely the title, but all shares must be yours. Lin An, incensed, retorted with determination, what if I refuse? Lin Chongfeng, infuriated and humiliated, declared, then do not blame me for being impolite. Lin An, both angered and amused, replied, what can you do to me? With a sudden thud, Lin Chongfeng bent his knees, kneeling straight before Lin An. Lin An was taken aback. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the entire assembly in stunned silence. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with disbelief. Lin An staggered back a step, exclaiming, you must be kidding. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Chongfeng smirked, if you refuse, then I shall remain here on my knees until I am old. Kneeling for 3 to 5 years is no trouble at all. The crowd around them stood frozen in shock. How cunning! How despicable! Lin An clenched his fists, teeth gritted in frustration. He never anticipated that this old man would resort to such underhanded tactics to coerce him. This was beyond his imagination. In such a public setting, to show such disregard for his age was utterly shameless. What do you truly desire? Lin An seethed. Isn't this just being unreasonable? Lin Chongfeng retorted with a cold laugh. Indeed, this is precisely being unreasonable. I understand, my young brother, that you hold little regard for power and wealth. However, I must convey that the annual revenue of the Chongfeng Martial Arts School will undoubtedly be credited to your account, which amounts to approximately 8 or 9 million each year. Furthermore, since the shares of the Chongfeng Martial Arts School are intertwined with my Chongfeng Group, upon acquiring the shares, you would also ascend to the position of a major shareholder in the Chongfeng Group, receiving annual dividends that also hover around 8 or 9 million.
Lynn,
In a fit of anger, pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, "You cannot coerce virtue into vice." Lin Chongfeng laughed heartily and retorted, "I intend to do just that. Moreover, allow me to inform you, Master Lin, that even if you do nothing each day and entrust the disciples of the martial arts school to dedicated instructors, your earnings will remain unaffected. Even if you recline in leisure, you would still rake in hundreds of thousands every minute. How does that sound? Quite comfortable, I senti it?" Chapter 38. Kicking the school. The more, the better. Everyone around them stood in stunned silence. The unfolding of events was beyond their imagination. Could this old man truly be a fool? Yet, in reality, Lin Chongfeng was far from foolish. He was acutely aware that if Lin En were to indeed become the head of the Chongfeng Martial Arts School, the positive impact on its development would be remarkable. Why, you ask? Simply based on the 3 punches Lin En had just delivered. To his knowledge, anyone capable of unleashing such formidable fist winds had undoubtedly reached the realm of internal energy projection. What does this signify? Such an extraordinary individual, if indeed he could be persuaded to join their ranks, Lin Chongfeng would willingly relinquish his entire group to him. For money can always be earned anew. Yet the opportunity to encounter a sage like Lin En remains an uncertainty. After all, having lived for so many years, it is impossible for this seasoned individual to be lacking in sharpness. Such a fortuitous encounter, how could he possibly let it slip by? Gazing at Lin Chongfeng, who knelt before him with unwavering determination, Lin En inhaled deeply and, gritting his teeth, said, "Please rise. In this public setting, we can discuss matters at length." Lin Chongfeng's eyes sparkled with hope as he responded. "So, does this mean you have agreed, young brother?" Lin En's expression darkened as he replied, "Is it acceptable for me to say that I acquiesce?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng instinctively stood up, a broad smile illuminating his face, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent being, entirely devoid of the earlier subservience he had displayed. Lin En felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had witnessed various forms of intimidation, yet this was the first instance he encountered someone threatening another while kneeling. This man was undoubtedly a scoundrel. Observing this scene, everyone around them gritted their teeth in frustration. Why was it that no one had ever knelt before them, demanding they inherit a martial arts school and its shares? It seemed so unjust. Oh heavens, why must I bear witness to this? It is utterly infuriating. I am consumed by envy. With a shake of his head, Lin En turned his gaze towards the towering skyscraper and declared, "I have already squandered a considerable amount of time here. Now I must go challenge the martial arts dojo. You will accompany me and serve as my witness." At this, Lin Chongfeng's eyes glimmered with excitement as he replied, "Of course, naturally." Suddenly, he was taken aback and inquired, "But I still do not understand, Master Lin. Why do you wish to challenge a martial arts school? Has any dojo offended you?" Lin En chuckled deeply and replied, "Someone has dispatched assassins to eliminate me. Naturally, I cannot remain idle. Thus, my purpose for coming here is to present them with a rather fitting greeting." He gestured with his hands and added, "Of course, I am a law-abiding citizen. I would never resort to assassination. I shall adhere to the proper procedures, by firmly pinning them down and delivering a resounding thrashing." Upon hearing this, Lin Chongfeng stood in stunned silence. How imposing, how charismatic, how magnificent. Indeed, he was worthy of being called Senior Lin. The aura he exuded in conversation was unlike that of an ordinary individual. Absolutely admirable. With excitement, Lin Chongfeng exclaimed, "Which martial arts school do you intend to challenge this time? I can arrange it for you immediately." Lin En strode confidently towards the towering skyscraper, smiling as he said, "The more, the merrier. As many as there are, I shall challenge them all." In an instant, the expression on Lin Chongfeng's face froze. What did he just say? Challenge them all? Is it possible that? He gazed in disbelief at Lin En's retreating figure. Was he truly planning to take on the entire martial arts association? What a preposterous notion. His heart raced with anxiety. Yet by observing Lin En's demeanor, he knew that Lin En was not jesting. Good heavens! Lin En marched purposefully towards the entrance of the skyscraper, where two burly martial artists stood guard. Previously, when Lin En and Lin Chongfeng had engaged in combat, a crowd had gathered in layers, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. Upon seeing Lin and Lin Chongfeng approaching, one of the martial artists was momentarily taken aback and inquired of Lin Chongfeng, "Is that not the esteemed Master Lin? You have graced us with your presence as well?" As the master of Chongfeng Martial Arts School, it was only natural that most individuals present recognized him. Just as Lin Chongfeng was about to respond, he caught a glimpse of Lin's expression and promptly fell silent. Lin turned and asked, "Is it permissible to strike directly?" Lin Chongfeng's heart sank, and he lamented inwardly, "Oh dear ancestor, must we be so straightforward?" He quickly retorted, "No, we are practitioners of martial arts. Such barbarity is unacceptable. This must be communicated in advance." Lin nodded and then turned to the two bewildered martial artists, asking, "Which martial school do you belong to?" One of the martial artists furrowed his brow and replied, "We are disciples of the Wang Martial Arts School, the foremost in Zhanghai City." "And who might you be?" Lin was taken aback and responded, "The school of Wang Hong." "Indeed." The martial artist narrowed his eyes and stated gravely, "What guidance do you offer?" Upon hearing this, the two martial artists were initially stunned, but soon exchanged glances and scrutinized Lin closely. Then, they erupted into laughter, one of them laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. "Ha ha ha! Surely, I did not mishear. Challenge our establishment? You? Am I suffering from a hearing impairment? Or has your mind taken leave of its senses? Master Lin, who on earth is this individual? Is he truly not here for amusement? Our Wang Martial Arts School boasts thousands of members, and I have never encountered anyone so deluded as to challenge our entire school single-handedly. This is unbearable. Allow me a moment to revel in laughter. Good heavens!" Upon hearing their words, Lin Chongfeng trembled in fear. "Do you truly not comprehend the extraordinary presence of the young man standing before you? How remarkable you are! Should misfortune befall you, do not blame me for failing to warn you." Observing the two martial artists doubled over in laughter, Lin En maintained his composure and turned to Lin Chongfeng, who was drenched in sweat and visibly shaken, and said, "I have already notified them. May we proceed now?" Lin Chongfeng instinctively swallowed hard and quickly retreated 5 steps, murmuring, "Why yes. It's permissible now. I shall have someone attend to the notifications and documents." One of the martial artists chuckled as he wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, then straightened his posture, tearing open his shirt to reveal a muscular chest, exclaiming. Lin En displayed a benevolent smile, gradually curling his fingers into a fist, assuming a stance. "Are we truly to exert our full strength?" The martial artist laughed heartily. "Indeed, strike with all your might. If you can make me take a single step back, I shall concede defeat." Lin En responded cheerfully, "Then I shall not hold back. I shall treat you to a meal afterward." "Excellent." In an instant, the smile vanished from Lin En's face, and his eyes turned sharp as a blade. A tempest swirled around him, yet it was not merely wind. It was energy, emanating from his dantian, gradually enveloping his fist. Chapter 39. The bold assault on the martial arts tower. Meanwhile, within the confines of the martial arts tower, Hua Qiming sat majestically in her seat, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. A dark umbrella rested quietly beside her as she gazed down at the martial arts arena, her expression unwavering and serene, devoid of any discernible emotion. Not far from her, the director Wang Hong's palms were slick with cold sweat. He occasionally lifted his gaze to steal a glance at Hua Qiming's countenance. His heart lodged precariously in his throat. Over half an hour prior, in a desperate bid to secure a coveted spot for the grand banquet from Hua Qiming, Wang Hong had summoned the majority of the city's young martial artists to partake in this grand competition. Yet now, as the 11th group took their turn, he still discerned no shift in Hua Qiming's expression. Was it because the competitors were simply too weak, failing to meet her standards? Or was it merely her customary demeanor? He furtively glanced at Yuan Kai, the vice president of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, only to find him slightly furrowing his brow. Clearly, Yuan Kai also harbored hopes that this opportunity would be bestowed upon Jiang Haiqing. The 3 minutes elapsed, signaling the next group. An elderly man accompanying Hua Qiming observed the ongoing duel in the arena with indifference and declared with a lack of emotion. The 2 young fighters, taken aback, raised their heads in disappointment and bowed, exiting the stage. They had been allotted a mere 3 minutes, and regardless of the outcome, they were compelled to leave after that brief interval. Anxiety gnawed at their hearts as they remained uncertain whether they had any prospect of claiming that coveted spot. At last, Wang Hong could contain himself no longer. The 2 youths who had just exited were the most outstanding disciples of his martial arts school. He carefully organized his thoughts and quietly inquired of Miss Hua Qiming, who sat in the prominent seat. "Miss Qiming, may I ask if you were satisfied with the martial artists just now?" Hua Qiming replied with calmness. "They are merely mediocre individuals." There was neither arrogance nor disdain in her tone. It was as if she were merely stating a straightforward fact, delivered with utmost tranquility.
Wang Gong es besiegt.
A flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes, yet he dared not express it. An elder beside Hua Qiming glanced at his pocket watch, then whispered something into her ear. Hua Qiming nodded, and the elder coolly remarked, "President Wang, we do not have the luxury to squander time on these mediocre souls. If, after the 10th group, no one meets the standards, we shall conclude here." Upon hearing this, the young martial artists seated below all raised their heads, their faces betraying astonishment and anger. Mediocre souls? Was this directed at them? They were all esteemed disciples of prominent martial artists, revered by countless admirers. How had they suddenly been deemed mediocre in this context? A few young martial artists felt an urge to protest but were silenced by a mere glance from their leader, ultimately having to suppress their fury and stand there seething. As time ticked away, 1 group, 2 groups passed. Hua Qiming's expression remained as serene as the still waters of a deep pond, showing no signs of change. The elder checked his pocket watch, and when the 10th group concluded, he leaned in to whisper to Hua Qiming once more. She nodded and stood up, while another elder promptly raised an umbrella for her. The time had come. Hua Qiming calmly declared, "You may disperse." Wang Hong, in a state of urgency, stepped forward and implored, "Miss Qiming, do you truly find none of them worthy? They are, after all, the youngest martial elites of our Zhanghai city." Hua Qiming replied with serene composure, "If they can be regarded as elites, then the term elite has lost all its value." This statement sent shockwaves through the crowd, inciting expressions of fury among many martial artists. What does this mean? Are you belittling the martial prowess of Zhanghai city? Numerous among us have secured accolades in the national martial arts competitions. What gives you the right to judge us? Indeed, who do you think you are? One young martial artist could no longer contain his indignation. He erupted, pointing at Hua Qiming on the platform, and declared angrily, "You call us mediocre. If you dare, step down and fight me. Let us see if you possess the ability to assess our strength." Hua Qiming replied, "Fighting you would be beneath me." Her words darkened the atmosphere even further. The young warrior, unable to restrain himself any longer, charged towards Hua Qiming on the platform, seething with rage. "Then I shall see if you are truly qualified to speak thus." He gritted his teeth, determined to challenge her. "I refuse to believe she possesses the power to make such judgments. I have endured her condescending demeanor for far too long." With exceptional agility, he propelled himself into the air, landing swiftly upon the platform, his fist poised to strike directly at Hua Qiming's face. The elderly figures surrounding them indifferently observed the young martial artist, showing no inclination to intervene. However, in the instant his fist was about to strike Hua Qiming, she gracefully sidestepped and extended her slender fingers, gently touching his brow. The martial artist emitted a piercing scream and was propelled several meters backward, landing heavily on the ground and vomiting a mouthful of crimson blood. A collective gasp swept through the assembly. No one had witnessed Hua Qiming's attack, her speed surpassing the limits of human perception. With merely 2 fingers, she had vanquished their promising talent. It was an unbelievable outcome. Wang Hong, seated in his chair, felt beads of perspiration cascade down his forehead. Observing the entourage surrounding Hua Qiming as they turned to depart, he was overwhelmed by a sense of dread and trepidation beyond description. Could this be the true power of the National Martial Arts Association? A young woman, possessing such formidable strength. Her technique undoubtedly involved the projection of internal energy. What kind of prodigy could cultivate such terrifying power at such a tender age? This profound sense of helplessness sapped him of his strength to even stand. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the direction of the building's entrance. The crowd was taken aback, pivoting to face the closed doors. The two martial artists guarding the entrance immediately clasped their fists in salute, declaring, "Master, we shall investigate at once." As the two martial artists were about to open the door, their hands barely resting on the handle, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. A screaming warrior burst through the thick door, hurtling towards the venue like a cannonball. In the astonished gaze of all present, the warrior soared across the hundreds of meters of the venue, crashing towards Hua Qiming and her entourage. An elderly man bellowed, rushing forward, "Who dares to disrespect Miss Qiming?" He swiftly extended his hand, striking forcefully against the chest of the incoming warrior. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly felt an unimaginable force surging within the warrior as his palm made contact, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon him. Someone had infused a tremendous energy within this warrior. Crack! At the moment of contact, his arm shattered before the invisible power. The warrior collided with him, toppling him and several other elderly men behind him to the ground. Chapter 40. Miss, the arrival is not human. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in shock. What on earth is happening? Yuan Kai instantly sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was acutely aware that those elderly men were renowned internal martial arts experts within the National Martial Arts Association, possessing profound strength. How could they possibly be felled by a flying warrior? Who could it be? The elderly man, collapsed on the ground, clutched his arm tightly, gritting his teeth as he turned to say, "Miss, the one approaching is no ordinary person. My arm is broken, and my spirit is shattered. I fear they may be targeting you." Hua Qiming calmly shifted her gaze towards the other side of the venue, where the blasted passage lay exposed. The audience was in a state of shock. In the next moment, all present heard the sound of footsteps slowly echoing from the passageway. Out from the corridor emerged several disheveled disciples of the martial arts school, their faces bruised and filled with terror, as they retreated in fear, glancing back down the corridor as if a monster was drawing near. Wang Hong leaped into action, shouting, "What is happening? Speak quickly." One of the battered disciples, trembling with fear, turned to him and exclaimed, "President, it's terrible. Someone is here to challenge our school." "Challenge? Who dares to challenge us?"
Wang Gong bellowed.
The disciple, still quaking with fright, replied, "It's the master of the Chongfeng Martial Arts School." Wang Hong furrowed his brow and said, "Lin Chongfeng? Are you jesting? That old man wouldn't he have the audacity?" The disciple, in a state of panic, retorted, "No, it's not Lin Chongfeng. They have a new leader. It's someone else. No, it's a monster. Which schools does he intend to challenge?" Wang Hong pressed. The disciple screamed, "All of them. He aims to challenge every martial arts school in Jianghaking." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in an uproar. To challenge all martial arts schools in Jianghaking. What kind of madness is this? Who possesses such audacity? In the next moment, under the gaze of all present, Lynn, clad solely in a tank top, slowly stepped into the dim corridor, a smile gracing his face, exuding an air of ease and contentment. The assembly was taken aback. Could it be that this young man was the challenger?
What ist?
He appeared to be nothing more than a delicate youth, utterly incapable of any real confrontation. However, upon witnessing Lin's entrance, Wang Hong's pupils constricted sharply, and the image of the photograph he had seen while investigating Lin the previous night flashed vividly in his mind. No, this cannot be. He staggered backward in disbelief. Could it truly be him? Was he here to settle accounts? Lin surveyed the crowd with a cheerful demeanor and remarked, "Ah, so many people. It seems most of the martial arts school members have gathered." His gaze then settled on Wang Hong, whose eyes trembled with apprehension. Lin's expression remained warm and friendly, as if he were greeting an old acquaintance, and he continued, "You must be President Wang Hong. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope your brother's injuries are not too severe. If they are serious, feel free to seek me out." I assure you I can provide a clear path for his recovery. A profound silence enveloped the room. On the high platform, Hua Qiming observed Lin's countenance with a calm demeanor, her surprise fleeting. Beside her, an elderly man with a severed arm gasped, "Miss, this individual is extraordinary." Hua Qiming replied serenely, "I am aware." In the next moment, Wang Hong clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as he suppressed the tremors of his inner turmoil. He pointed an accusing finger at Lin and declared, "Who do you think you are to dare intrude upon my martial arts mansion? Are you disrespecting our martial arts association and the laws of our nation?" Lin responded with a slight smile, holding a document between his fingers. "You should refrain from hurling baseless accusations. However, I have come here in strict accordance with your industry regulations to challenge you openly. Even when the police arrive, they will not detain me. They might even award me the title of model practitioner." The document he held was the challenge declaration that he had requested Lin Chongfeng to print at the earliest opportunity. By issuing a challenge as the head of a martial arts school, the challenge party was compelled to accept, and the timing of the challenge was to be determined by the challenger. "Oh, I possess a hard copy, but you may also find the electronic version recently published on your official website and forums by Chongfeng Martial Arts School. If you doubt it, feel free to verify." Upon hearing this, disciples affiliated with Chongfeng Martial Arts School displayed expressions of shock. "This is impossible. We have never encountered you." Wang Hong's glare intensified as he retorted, "Lin, do not presume that by fabricating a challenge document, you can act with impunity here. Let me make it clear what you are doing is illegal." Lin paused momentarily, then chuckled lightly. "Oh, so now you recognize me? But don't you find yourself rather amusing? When you were plotting my assassination, did you ever consider that your actions were unlawful? Yet here I am, challenging you openly, and now you wish to discuss legality?" Wang Hong's eyes sparkled with defiance as he deliberately avoided addressing Lin's remarks, furiously pointing at him and declaring, "You are not the master of this establishment. You possess no qualification." However, before he could finish his sentence, a voice echoed through the corridor. "President Wang, my apologies, but Lin is now the official master of our Chongfeng Martial Arts Hall. I have duly transferred the position to young Lin through proper channels." Emerging from the passage was the white-haired Lin Chongfeng, stroking his beard and exuding an air of moral rectitude. Upon seeing Lin Chongfeng, the disciples of Chongfeng gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Master!" Lin Chongfeng glared and admonished, "Enough of this nonsense. Get over here now. Why are you still aligning yourselves with them?" The disciples exchanged bewildered glances before hastily retreating from the crowd, heads bowed as they positioned themselves behind Lin Chongfeng and Lin. Though they were oblivious to the unfolding events, they understood that the master's command outweighed all else. Wang Hong's breath quickened. While others might be unaware of Lin's prowess, those who had witnessed the video recognized him as a formidable force. Trembling, he turned his gaze towards the serene face of Hua Qiming, who stood upon the platform, her expression devoid of emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. Perhaps, in this moment, their hopes rested solely upon Miss Qiming's intervention. As an advisor to the National Martial Arts Association, surely she would not allow the interests of the association to be jeopardized. With this thought, Wang Hong clenched his teeth and fixed an intense stare on Lin, declaring, "Very well. If that is the case, let us proceed according to the rules of the challenge." He suddenly turned his head and gazed at the surrounding masters, speaking gravely, "This battle represents our entire martial arts association. Who among you is willing to accept his challenge first?" The eyes of the masters around him burned with fury. To confront them all publicly, intending to humiliate their martial halls, was an unabashed affront. Should they show fear in this moment, their establishments would have no hope of standing firm in Zhanghai City. "I shall." A middle-aged man, clad in a martial artist's robe, with long hair and a flowing beard, stepped forward with a somber demeanor. He stood firm and clasped his hands towards Lin, declaring, "I am Yen Chongyun, the master of Yunhe Martial Hall and a disciple of the Bagua Dagger. I accept your challenge." Lin's expression remained calm and composed. Under the gaze of all, he strode confidently toward the center of the practice arena. Upon reaching the center, he paused, his smile fading, and stated calmly, I am Lin N. Chapter 41. The fist that can shatter blades. The entire assembly held their breath. They never anticipated such a monumental upheaval today. Though they were unfamiliar with this young man, they sensed his extraordinary prowess. Otherwise, how could even Master Chongfeng be willing to relinquish his position? Yan Chongyun regarded Lin N with a serious expression and asked, Do you have anything else to say? Lin N replied calmly, If I win, I wish for you to inscribe certain words upon the sign of Yunhe Martial Hall. Yan Chongyun furrowed his brow and inquired, What words? Lin stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then lifted his head and smiled, utterly worthless. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yunhe Martial Arts Academy erupted in fury. Such a statement was a blatant affront, and if those 4 words were to appear on their signboard, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Zhonghai city. Just as the crowd was about to retaliate, Yan Chongyun raised his hand to restrain them and declared solemnly, Very well, I accept your challenge. But what will you wager if you lose? Lin replied with a smile, Your head. Very well. A cold smirk crept across Yan Chongyun's face as he continued. However, I have no interest in your head. I simply require you to bow your head before each of us in front of everyone. Lin maintained his calm demeanor and smiled. No problem. In an instant, the atmosphere in the training ground became tense. With their words exchanged, a confrontation was now inevitable. With a resounding clang, Yan Chongyun accepted the long knife handed to him by his disciple and flicked it lightly, producing a series of crisp sounds. Narrowing his eyes, he proclaimed, At Yunhe Martial Arts Academy, we value the Bagua knife above all. Today, I shall use it to defeat you. Do you require any weapons? Lin replied with a serene smile, My fists shall serve as my weapon. Very well. Yan Chongyun said gravely, How audacious. In that case, I shall allow you the first move. Lin smiled and said, No need. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a cherished virtue in Chinese tradition. Please. All present held their breath, their eyes fixated on the 2 figures in the training ground, realizing only then how remarkably composed this young challenger appeared. Do they truly regard everyone with disdain, or do they possess an unwavering confidence that leads them to believe defeat is inconceivable? They are acutely aware that in the realm of martial arts, confronting a cavalry with bare hands is a certain path to failure. The cinematic spectacle of disarming an opponent is rarely replicated in reality. Unless there exists a substantial disparity in strength between 2 combatants, the individual wielding a weapon invariably holds the advantage. Furthermore, Yan Chongyun is the heir to the Bagua blade, his swordsmanship honed to perfection. Master, let this audacious young man know the prowess of our Yunhe Martial Arts Academy, shouted the disciples surrounding them. Begin, roared Wang Hong. In that very instant, Yan Chongyun sprang into action, his long blade in hand, his movements as elusive as a shadow, reminiscent of the interplay of yin and yang in Tai Chi. As he advanced towards Lin N, he employed the renowned footwork of the Bagua school, the Bagua step. With this agile technique, he could both attack and defend, making it exceedingly difficult for his opponent to discern his position. In that fleeting moment, Yan Chongyun found himself at Lin N's side, his eyes glinting with malice, as his long blade descended at an exceptionally acute angle toward Lin N's vital points. Excellent. Wang Hong exclaimed in admiration at this unfolding scene. Yan Chongyun's strike was a complex blend of feints and realities, nearly impossible to evade. To avoid it meant accepting a grievous wound. However, should one attempt to dodge, Yan Chongyun would swiftly change tactics, launching an even more ferocious assault. Indeed, Yan Chongyun's mastery of the Bagua blade is truly remarkable. A cold smile flickered across Wang Hong's face. Lin N, I acknowledge your formidable strength, yet do you truly believe that the Martial Arts Association consists solely of mediocrity? The individual you face, Yan Chongyun, is a master of weaponry, having dedicated 40 years to his craft. He once journeyed north and achieved an esteemed ranking among the top 50 in the Grand Masters tournament. Do you genuinely think? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin N suddenly made his move. Rather than evading, he clenched his fist and charged directly toward Yan Chongyun's descending blade. To confront a sword with a mere fist. What absurdity! Every martial artist present wore expressions of astonishment, quickly followed by uproarious laughter. I had assumed he was a genuine maestro of martial arts, a youthful prodigy. But it appears he is merely a charlatan seeking fame. To think he would attempt to withstand a steel blade with his bare hand. Ha! This will surely render his hand useless. We shall see if the master will show him mercy. Just then, Lynn's fist made contact with Yen Changyun's sword. In that instant, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded, leaving the entire assembly in utter shock. With a resounding clang, as Lynn's fist collided with the blade, brilliant sparks erupted, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking metal. Under the astonished gazes of all, Lynn's fist shattered the very sword that Yen Changyun wielded. My goodness! Every spectator was left in a state of disbelief. As the shattered blades scattered in all directions, Lynn's fist aimed directly at Yen Changyun's face. In an instant, Yen Changyun felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, akin to a ferocious flood. A look of sheer horror manifested on his countenance. A visceral fear reminiscent of encountering a primordial beast enveloping his entire being. However, Lynn's fist did not make contact with his face. It halted mere centimeters from his cheek. Yet, his body was utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying energy emanating from Lynn's punch. Before his fist could even graze Yan's skin, his body was propelled backward 100 meters, crashing violently against the wall. With a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood, trembling as he lifted his gaze to point at Lynn, stammering, You. With a thud, Yen Changyun collapsed to the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone stood frozen, incredulous as they beheld Lynn, standing in the training ground, steam rising from his clenched fist. Their esteemed leader, Yen Changyun, had been sent flying. What on earth was happening? Was he some kind of superhuman? This was absurd. How could a human possess such formidable strength? The blades had shattered. Who was this individual? No, was he even human? Shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Wang Hong gasped, stumbling back several paces before abruptly turning and shouting, Quick! Go check on the situation with Master Yen. The medical personnel, who had long been prepared, swiftly approached Yen Changyun to assess his injuries. They soon lifted their heads, trembling as they reported, Chairman, the bones in Yan's face are fractured. He has suffered a mild concussion, and his internal organs are slightly displaced. However, there is no immediate threat to his life. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Above on the platform, an elderly man beside Hua Qiming furrowed his brow and remarked, Miss, this individual's punch is truly formidable. He has reduced Yen Changyun to this state with a single blow. Hua Qiming responded calmly. He held back. Upon hearing this, the old man was instantly taken aback. He held back? Hua Qiming offered no further explanation. Among all present, she was the only one capable of discerning that Lynn's punch had not directly struck Yen Changyun's face. He had pulled back at the last moment. Had his fist truly connected, it would have likely resulted in a catastrophic explosion of Yan's head, leading to a tragic demise. In the training arena, Lynn turned, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the furious members of the Yunhe Martial Arts School. Remember to inscribe the 4 characters I gave you on your signboard. I shall come to check on it from time to time. Do you understand? The members of the Yunhe Martial Arts School were filled with indignation yet dared not retaliate against Lynn. His strength was simply too overwhelming. Lynn withdrew his fist, smiling as he declared, All right, next. Who is up now? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, with the masters of the various martial arts schools exchanging glances, their eyes filled with indignation. Clearly, Lynn's earlier display of prowess had left them utterly astounded. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, with not a single dojo daring to step forward. Lynn shook his head and inquired, Is there no one willing to challenge me? If so, I shall select my opponent myself. In that fleeting moment, his gaze fell upon a master of a martial arts school standing beside Wang Hong, and he commanded with conviction, You, come here. The master felt a jolt of trepidation course through him, instinctively taking a step back. Lynn's gaze pierced through him like a needle, causing him to tremble. Reluctant to engage, he nonetheless recognized the weight of the situation as all eyes turned toward him. Gritting his teeth, he stepped onto the training ground and cupped his fists, declaring, I am Luo Jiang, the heir of the Kanglin Martial Arts School, and I accept your challenge. He had no choice but to ascend the stage. To shy away from combat at this juncture would obliterate his stature in the eyes of his disciples. The younger disciples from the various schools erupted in fervent cheers. Go, Master Luo. Defeat him. Show him the might of our martial arts association. Yet, as he listened to the crowd's fervor, Luo Jiang inwardly lamented. Every master among them was a distinguished figure in martial arts, and it was evident to all that Lin's decisive blow against Yan Chongyun had showcased a prowess that far surpassed that of his opponent. The strength of the masters present was closely matched, and with Yan Chongyun's defeat, how much better could they hope to fare? Lin gazed deeply into him and extended his hand, inviting, "Please." Luo Jiang gritted his teeth and cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you, young brother. It seems I must charge forward despite the odds." Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Luo Jiang engaged in close combat, unleashing his mastery of grappling techniques. He chose to evade Lin's ferocity, employing a strategy of softness to counter hardness, aiming to neutralize his opponent's formidable strength. With deftness, he believed he could dislocate Lin's entire arm. The onlookers held their breath, pondering whether it was possible to overcome this monstrous adversary. "Come on, Master Luo. Don't give him any chance. Incapacitate his shoulder." However, Luo Jiang's strength seemed to dissipate against Lin, as if it had sunk into an abyss. The Luo family wore expressions of astonishment. This individual possessed not only remarkable punching power but also an almost inhuman physical prowess. Even with all his skill, Luo Jiang found himself utterly unable to subdue Lin. His grappling techniques were rendered ineffective in the face of such strength.
Indeed, Lynn remarked slowly.
"Your grappling methods are quite intriguing. I had always perceived our martial arts community as mere charlatans, yet it appears there is some genuine merit to it." Gradually rising under the pressure of Luo Jiang's grip, Luo Jiang, teeth clenched and drenched in sweat, desperately attempted to suppress Lin. Yet, the strength he faced felt less like that of a human and more like a colossal beast. He soon realized that his arm was beginning to deform from the excessive strain. If he did not relent, it would surely be his own arm that would break first. How can such a creature exist in this world? Luo Jiang gritted his teeth, declaring, "Naturally, the Luo family's grappling techniques have been passed down for 500 years. Lin swiftly turned, breaking free from his grasp, and in an instant, hoisted him up, her fist poised threateningly above his head. "Might we have the opportunity to dine together in the future? I wish to inquire about some techniques of grappling." In that fleeting moment of liberation, he realized his defeat. Once his hold failed, he was utterly powerless against Lin. He gazed at her serene countenance with a bitter expression and said, "If you wish to learn, I could teach you." "Let us agree upon that," Lin replied with a nod. "Could you perhaps go a bit easier on me?" Luo Jiang said with a pained smile. "Certainly." With a thunderous crash, Luo Jiang's body was propelled over 100 meters, akin to a cannonball, colliding with the wall recently impacted by Yan Chongyun. Gradually, he slid down the wall, offering a wry smile as he murmured, "That was far from gentle." And then, with a tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Silence enveloped the arena. Many martial arts school masters swallowed hard, fear evident in their eyes. 2. He has already defeated 2 masters. He was a monster, an absolute monstrosity. Within the training ground, Lin slowly retracted her fists, casting a profound gaze upon Wang Hong, declaring, "Next, step forward." Wang Hong's heart tightened immediately, and he trembled as he stepped back, turning to his fellow masters. He could distinctly perceive the trepidation reflected in their eyes. No, this could not happen. If he were to defeat them all here, their martial arts association would be utterly disgraced throughout the nation. He gritted his teeth, gazing at the masters of the various halls, and declared, "Master Wang, Master Jin, Master Chun, let us engage together." The 3 masters exchanged glances, steeling their resolve, and leaped onto the stage, fixating their stares on Lin as they clasped their fists and proclaimed, "With the eternal long fist of our forefather, Wang Yongheng, the Tai sword technique of Jin Qing, and the 7 injuries fist of Chan Xiangbei, we wish to join forces and challenge you." Lin slowly extended his hand and replied earnestly, "Please." All the disciples of the martial arts halls ground their teeth in apprehension. 3 against 1 was already a breach of martial ethics. If they could not conquer him even in such overwhelming numbers, the reputation of their martial arts association would be irreparably tarnished. In the arena, the three masters encircled Lin from different directions, exchanging a knowing glance before simultaneously launching their assault from three distinct angles. The two powerful fist techniques closed in to restrain Lin, while the Tai sword aimed for his neck from behind, executing a flawless coordination. Yet, before Lin, their efforts proved utterly futile.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
With three resounding impacts, the trio was sent hurtling back, shrieking in agony, crashing into the wall 100 meters away. The audience was left in stunned disbelief. How could this be possible? The combined might of the three masters was no match for him. How could they possibly prevail? Just how formidable was his strength? No. Was he even a practitioner of martial arts? After defeating the three masters, Lin remained unfazed, extending his hand once more, and intently stated, "Next, please." Chapter 43. On stage, you are a warrior. Off stage, you are nothing. Below the stage, the five masters suddenly gritted their teeth, exchanging glances filled with unspoken resolve. Armed with their weapons, they ascended the platform in unison, proclaiming, "We shall engage you together. Do you dare to fight?" Lin replied simply, "Please." Boom, 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 boom. In less than 2 minutes, amidst the resounding explosions of energy, the five masters found themselves helplessly hurled away by Lin's might. Beneath the wall, medical personnel frantically lifted the blood-soaked, unconscious masters onto stretchers. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. The disciples of the various martial arts schools gazed at Lin with eyes brimming with terror. They were undeniably crushed. One master, gravely injured and lying on a stretcher, clutched Wang Hong's arm with a bloodied mouth, trembling as he uttered, "President, it is futile. Do not engage him. He is no ordinary martial artist. His level surpasses us all." With that, the master succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Hong turned, fixating his gaze on Lin, his fists gradually tightening. Having challenged 10 martial arts schools and severely injured all 10 masters, Lin had effectively shaken the very foundation of their Jianghai City Martial Arts Association. Lin turned his head, gazing at him with an air of nonchalance, and said, "President Wang, it is time to settle our matter. You provided me with 3 bullets. I challenge your entire guild. Is that unreasonable?" He extended his hand in a gesture of invitation and said, "Please, President Wang, should I fall before you, my head is yours. However, if you should be defeated by me, I do not seek your life. Rather, I request that you grant me 3 years of peace in the hospital. After 3 years, should you feel dissatisfied, you may seek me out at any time." His words were imbued with a calmness, as if they floated lightly on the air, devoid of any hint of malice. Yet, in Wang Hong's ears they rang with mockery. Clenching his teeth and fists, Wang Hong retorted, "I refuse to engage with you. I am the president of the Martial Arts Association. You lack the qualification to challenge me." The disciples of his dojo stared at him in shock, murmuring, "Master." Meanwhile, the elderly men beside Hua Qiming on the high platform knitted their brows. In the realm of martial arts, to decline a challenge is to invite scorn from the entire community. Although all 10 dojo masters had been defeated, at least they had the courage to confront their opponents. It was their duty as martial artists and leaders. However, to shy away from a battle would bring shame upon all warriors. Lin stated calmly, "Are you conceding?" Wang Hong looked at him with disdain and replied through clenched teeth, "What is there to concede without a fight? How can you assert that I am inferior to you without engaging?" Lin remained composed and said, "Then please ascend the stage and face me in combat." Wang Hong scoffed, "You have no right to challenge me. Why should I fight you?" At this declaration, the arena fell into a profound silence. Many disciples of the martial arts school exchanged glances, uncertain if their president dared to take the stage. The 10 masters had already fallen, yet their leader remained hesitant. On the high platform, the elderly man beside Hua Qiming shook his head, frowning as he expressed his dismay. What a fool Wang Hong is! Does he not realize that, as a president, he serves as a benchmark for the entire industry? If a president openly disregards the rules of martial arts, what will other martial artists think? The existence of the Martial Arts Association relies on established regulations that govern all practitioners, allowing the nation to permit martial arts to thrive. Those who flout the rules are a true malignancy to the country, society, and the association itself. Lynn has already triumphed over 10 martial arts schools, and at this juncture, he has earned the right to challenge the president. According to the rules, he should engage in combat, rather than behaving unreasonably and acting like a rogue. Whispers filled the air as the crowd murmured among themselves. On the training ground, Lynn's expression remained undisturbed. He shook his head, offered a faint smile, and remarked, "This is quite good." Then, under the gaze of all, Lynn descended from the training platform and approached the audience. Wang Hong eyed him warily and questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Lynn, flexing his wrist, replied calmly, "Previously, I reviewed your association's regulations and found it truly gratifying that our nation's martial arts have achieved such extensive development. This is indeed a matter of great joy for all of us." He descended the stage step by step, continuing, "As I have a profound fondness for martial arts, I shall adhere to your customs and resolve this matter in a manner befitting your traditions." Standing below the stage, he raised his gaze and smiled. "However, since you are unwilling to engage with me under the rules of combat, I am not averse to employing societal norms to settle this, as the ultimate authority lies within your hands. Yet," he slowly turned his eyes towards Wang Hong, squinting as he spoke. "On stage, I regard you as a warrior. Off stage, I perceive you as nothing more than nonsense." In that instant, as Lynn uttered those words, a tremendous surge of energy emanated from his dantian, enveloping his entire being. An overwhelming aura suddenly radiated from him, rendering the martial artists within a dozen meters breathless under its pressure. Fear was evident in their eyes as they recoiled in alarm. "What is this? Such immense pressure. Is this chi mastery? No, that cannot be. Could it be the release of internal energy? No.
Impossible.
Has he truly attained the realm of transformation?" As Wang Hong sensed the oppressive force exuding from Lynn, a deep-seated terror emerged within his gaze. He comprehended the sheer horror of that pressure more acutely than anyone else, for it was directed solely at him. It felt as though a mountain had abruptly descended upon his shoulders, as if his body had plunged into a viscous quagmire in an instant. In the realm of martial arts, practitioners are typically categorized into 10 levels, ranging from the 1st to the 10th tier. Levels 1 to 3 are considered third-rate martial artists. Levels 4 to 6 represent second-rate experts, while levels 7 to 9 signify first-rate masters. Achieving the 10th level allows one to be referred to as a grandmaster. Beyond the grandmaster level lies the extraordinary realm of externalizing one's internal energy, known as the transformation stage. However, this classification pertains solely to martial arts, for it is said that the pinnacle of martial arts marks the commencement of the path to immortality. Should the path to immortality indeed exist, then above the transformation stage, one would encounter the legendary. Hua Qiming spoke calmly. The first realm of the immortal path is the Qi cultivation stage. The expressions of the elders standing beside her instantly morphed into one of astonishment as they gazed in horror at the energy radiating from Lynn, trembling as they stammered, "Miss, are you suggesting he is an immortal cultivator?" Hua Qiming replied with composure. "A practitioner at the Qi cultivation stage confronting a group of martial artists signifies an insurmountable disparity in levels. There is no way to bridge such a gap." The elders gasped sharply, their eyes filled with trepidation. Could it be that the world was indeed so small? Had they truly encountered another immortal cultivator in this place? If that were the case, they were utterly outmatched. The confrontation between an immortal cultivator and martial artists was akin to a battle between mice and a lion. No matter how robust the mouse, it could never hope to defeat even the weakest of lions. The crushing disparity in levels was palpable. Chapter 44. Those who stand in the way shall perish. Lynn narrowed his eyes, advancing step by step towards him, the overwhelming energy emanating from him instilling fear in all present, preventing anyone from daring to approach. Wang Hong retreated in trepidation, exclaiming, You mustn't act recklessly. I shall inform you that I am the president of the Martial Arts Association. Should you dare to lay a hand upon me, I will ensure that you cannot survive in Jianghaking." To think of making Lin unable to thrive in Jianghaking? If he were aware of Lin's true identity, he would undoubtedly refrain from uttering such foolish words. Previously, Lin maintained a low profile. However, his international renown is not something a mere president of a martial arts association can hope to rival. Numerous Fortune 500 companies worldwide are under his purview, and abroad, he possesses countless entertainment ventures. His father is among the top 10 conglomerate leaders in the country. His influence and capital span the nation, with an extensive network of connections. If Lin so desired, with a mere utterance, the entire economy of Jianghaking would crumble. Stop him! Wang Hong bellowed. What are you all doing standing there? If he dares to touch me, none of you shall escape unscathed. The disciples of the various martial arts schools gritted their teeth, steeling themselves as they positioned themselves before Lin. The 10 major martial arts schools, with thousands of practitioners, formed a barrier between Lin and Wang Hong. Lin was not taken aback, for in reality, there are times when having the truth on your side proves futile. Although the majority of the warriors here had grown weary of Wang Hong's unreasonable antics and bullying behavior, he was still the president. Many had become accustomed to submitting to authority. Lin gazed at the warriors blocking his path, feeling no tremor within his heart. For what of it? He calmly declared, "Those who obstruct me shall meet their demise." A shudder ran through the hearts of those warriors, their bodies trembling as they were filled with dread towards Lin. Having witnessed the transformation in Lin's gaze, which no longer bore the previous calmness and warmth, but was now brimming with murderous intent, the realization dawned upon them: he was capable of taking a life. His mere 4 words instantly deterred 90% of the martial artists present, for none would jest with their own existence. As a portion of the crowd disbanded, a chain reaction ensued, causing the majority of those who had stood before Lin to scatter in a frantic rush, scrambling in all directions. Ultimately, only the disciples of the Wang Hong martial arts school remained steadfast before him. Gritting their teeth, they fixed their unwavering stares upon Lin and declared, "This is the Martial Arts Association. I refuse to believe you would dare to kill. Are you truly beyond all restraint?" They were wagering on Lin's reluctance to take a life, but evidently, they had miscalculated. Lin calmly responded, "I shall not repeat what I have said." In that very instant, he appeared before the crowd with lightning speed. It was astonishingly swift. They could scarcely comprehend the motion. Before they could react, Lin had already unleashed a strike, and an overwhelming surge of energy swept through the venue as if a tempest had erupted. They only caught a glimpse of his eerily tranquil eyes before his hand made contact with their bodies. In an instant, propelled by an immense force, several disciples were sent hurtling over 100 meters, blood spewing from their mouths, rendered unconscious. Witnessing this scene, all present were seized by dread. Unbelievable! He was extraordinarily powerful. This transcended the realm of martial arts. It was a sheer domination of a superior caliber. The disciples yearned to resist, attempting to employ a strategy of sheer numbers against Lin. They howled as they charged toward him, launching their assault. Yet their efforts proved futile. The disparity in levels was insurmountable. Even with thousands at their disposal, they could not bridge such an abyss. Lin moved through them like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, each strike claiming dozens, with a tempestuous aura enveloping him, rendering it impossible for anyone to approach. Throughout, his demeanor remained remarkably serene. He had extended them an opportunity. It was their own failure to cherish it. If they did not believe he would dare to slay them, then he would demonstrate his resolve. Wang Hong trembled as he witnessed this scene, watching his disciples fall one after another like moths drawn to a flame. Terror gripped him utterly. He had never anticipated the depth of Lin's intent to annihilate him. No, this cannot stand. He abruptly turned his gaze toward Hua Qiming and the esteemed elders upon the platform. He dashed to Hua Qiming's side, kneeling heavily before her, trembling as he implored, "Miss Qiming, I beseech you to intervene and defend our martial arts association. That Lin is utterly unreasonable, brazenly provoking our disciples. If word of this spreads, our reputation will be irrevocably tarnished." His eyes quivered as they met Hua Qiming's, for he knew that only this national-level advisor of the Martial Arts Association could offer salvation. However, after uttering his plea, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The stillness only intensified his growing dread. Hua Qiming's tranquil eyes, as deep as a serene pond, regarded him devoid of any emotional fluctuation, remaining silent and non-committal. Wang Hong's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. After a long pause, Hua Qiming slightly bent down, gazing intently into Wang Hong's trembling eyes. She placed her hand gently upon his temple and spoke with a calm demeanor. If even the outsiders can adhere to the rules, how can you expect me to assist you when you cannot? Rising to her full height, she delicately removed the glove that had touched him, looking down upon him as she declared, "You must carve your own path to survival." Wang Hong, trembling, regarded the expressionless Hua Qiming, and in a moment of desperation, he turned to the warriors beside her, their faces mirroring the same indifference. Clinging to the last vestige of hope, he turned to his mentor, Yuan Kai, and stammered, "Teacher." Yuan Kai shook his head, casting a glance at Hua Qiming and her companions, and grit his teeth as he proclaimed, "This is the consequence of your own actions. You have no one to blame but yourself." In that instant, Wang Hong realized he had been forsaken. "No, no," he gasped, raising his head to plead with Hua Qiming, then suddenly bowed multiple times before her, his voice cracking with overwhelming fear. "Miss, I was wrong. I shall never dare to offend again. Please grant me another chance. I promise to lead the Martial Arts Association of Jianghaking honorably, never to commit any heinous acts again. Miss, I implore you for another opportunity." However, his pleas fell on deaf ears, for sometimes, one's demise is of their own making. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted behind him. His foremost disciple was hurled before him, blood spewing from his mouth, unconscious and lifeless. Wang Hong trembled as he turned his gaze toward the conference hall, a sight that filled him with trepidation, revealing an expression of sheer terror. Scattered across the floor were his disciples, wailing in despair, while Lynn stood resolutely, his 100 disciples lying defeated at his feet. Remarkably, Lin appeared utterly unfazed, his breath steady and calm. He single-handedly vanquished hundreds. In that moment, Wang Hong's eyes met Lin's, their gazes intertwining in the air, one exuding indifference, the other steeped in fear. In the next instant, reflected in Wang Hong's pupils, Lin leaped forward, effortlessly spanning the 100 meters that separated them, landing directly before him. An overwhelming aura loomed like a mountain before him. Lin narrowed his eyes and said, "Now, it is your turn." Chapter 45. The Ascension of the Celestial King Dream on. Wang Hong bellowed, attempting to retaliate. Yet, before his fist could reach Lin, it was seized with a vice-like grip. Instantly, Wang Hong felt as though his hand were trapped in an iron clamp, immovable and helpless. With a sharp crack, accompanied by Wang Hong's anguished scream, Lin crushed his fist. The chasm between them was insurmountable. In the face of absolute power, any technique proved futile. How could a martial artist possibly contend with an immortal practitioner? Lin hoisted him effortlessly, observing the fear in his eyes, and calmly stated, "Originally, I merely wished for you to rest peacefully in a hospital for 3 years. Regrettably, your unwillingness leaves me no choice." Wang Hong trembled as he gazed at Lin and stammered, I can apologize to you." Lin chuckled softly, replying, "Yes, you may. Go down and sincerely offer your apology." In a moment of sheer terror, Wang Hong let out a panicked scream, abruptly turning to the serene figure of Hua Qiming atop the platform, shouting, "Miss, save me!" Yet, at that very instant, Lin's fist collided forcefully with his chest. This time, it was a genuine and tangible impact. In an instant, Wang Hong felt the excruciating sound of his bones shattering, as if his very insides were being violently rattled and damaged. It was akin to crashing headlong into a cannonball. His body was propelled through the air. As he soared, the force coursed through him, causing fissures to erupt across his form, culminating in a thunderous explosion that transformed him into a cloud of crimson mist. With a resounding crash, Wang Hong was utterly obliterated. The scene sent tremors throughout the audience. He was dead. The president of the association reduced to nothingness. Was this truly the extent of his power? This suggested that, should he so desire, he could annihilate his adversary into mere mist with a single punch on the stage. Lin Chongfeng sighed and shook his head, remarking, "He was the one who violated the rules of martial arts. He cannot blame others." Having chosen to resolve this matter on the platform, his fate is now in the hands of destiny. Lin retrieved a handkerchief, furrowing his brow as he wiped the blood from his hands, mentally exclaiming, "System, are you satisfied now? System." Indeed, the host is increasingly exhibiting the demeanor of a destined child of fate. However, there remains a certain stiffness. After all, the host is destined to become a celestial king, and thus must elevate their presence to the utmost. "I cherish you, Lin. So, have I completed the task or not?" Lin expressed his dissatisfaction. No sooner had he uttered these words than the system's prompt resonated in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Task 001 Cultivation of Celestial King's Demeanor. Congratulations, host, for receiving the task rewards: Premium Divine Essence Pill Gift Pack X1, Qingling Flying Sword X1. Indeed, at the moment Lin was preparing to step into the martial arts hall to challenge the establishment, the system had assigned him a task. According to the system, as a qualified host endowed with a system, and a figure destined to ascend as a celestial king, it was imperative to master the nuances of demeanor. One may possess considerable power, yet lacking the corresponding presence would be a grave misstep. Only with an elevated presence can one be deemed a worthy cultivator. The system deemed Lin's current disposition far too frivolous, revealing an outlook akin to that of an ordinary person. Such a mindset is fraught with peril. Hence, it tasked Lin with resolving this matter in the most dignified manner possible. The system sought to cultivate its host's demeanor meticulously. However, observing the unwilling expression on Lin's face, the system realized that its endeavor to refine the host was still a considerable journey ahead. Though the host occasionally displays exceptional prowess, much like just now when her adorable host uttered the words "the barrier shall perish," even it was taken aback. Indeed, he exudes an impeccable and invincible charm. This, in fact, embodies the ideal host template in its mind. It has resolved to diligently refine the host's demeanor, ensuring that when encountering other fated children in the future, even if their abilities may be lacking, they must maintain an overwhelming presence that instills fear in their opponents. The goal is to render the adversaries trembling in submission, willingly bowing before the authority of the host and itself. As the system reveled in its beautiful daydream of the future, Lin's gaze had already fallen upon the substantial gift pack and the flying sword within her internal space. Upon seeing the sword, Lin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Despite her dissatisfaction with the system's inexplicable tasks, there was no fault to be found in the system's offerings. The flying sword, a low-grade mysterious flying sword, measuring a foot in length, as thin as a cicada's wing and semi-transparent, adorned with a faint glow that exuded an ethereal essence. Lin gasped, exclaiming, "System, this sword appears quite formidable." In resignation, she remarked, "So, that means I cannot utilize it at present, correct? What are its attributes?" The system responded, "The Qingling flying sword can autonomously absorb the ambient spiritual energy in the air. Once activated, the host need not exert control, as the sword will orbit around the host, automatically assisting in both offense and defense. However, due to the current scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, its consumption will be relatively rapid, necessitating the host to replenish the sword's energy periodically." After listening, Lin inhaled sharply. What a marvelous discovery! An automatic mechanism for both defense and offense. How splendid! Absolutely delightful! Lin then turned his gaze towards the magnificent gift pack of divine Huadan and inquired, "What about this package?" The system elucidated. This package contains 100 exquisite divine Huadan, a highly esteemed and precious elixir in the realm of cultivation. Even for a celestial-grade alchemist, producing a single batch of divine Huadan is no trifling matter. Lin was taken aback. Such a treasure, what are its effects? The system responded, "Essentially, divine Huadan is a miraculous elixir capable of altering one's fate. Can, to a certain extent, modify the nature of a spiritual root. For instance, if you possess a fire root, there is a significant probability that consuming it will temporarily transform your spiritual root into another attribute, such as water or metal." Lin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Spiritual roots. He had certainly heard of such things. After all, who hasn't indulged in countless novels during their youth? In many tales, spiritual roots form the very foundation of cultivation. Could it be that such entities truly exist in this world? If someone were to perish, handling the situation would become quite complicated. Yet it wasn't insurmountable, merely troublesome. With that thought, Lynn leisurely strolled out of the martial arts building, oblivious to the pair of eyes, as deep and enigmatic as a secluded well, observing him from behind. Chapter 46. Should I conquer you, you shall sever an arm in the venue. Gazing at Lin An's retreating figure, the elderly man standing beside Hua Qiming furrowed his brow and remarked, "Miss, is he truly a cultivator? In the Zhanghai City region, it appears that only your Chun family represents the sex of the immortal path. Moreover, are we genuinely prepared to let him depart so easily?" She uttered not a word, her eyes as tranquil as a still pond. Slowly, she extended her finger, which resembled jade, and at that precise moment, a faint blue radiance began to entwine around her fingertip. A diminutive, ancient blue flying sword, merely 2 inches in length, materialized before her, gently rotating around her finger. Upon witnessing this scene, the elderly man's breath quickened slightly, his eyes betraying a surge of excitement. This is the Orchid Sword. He could scarcely believe his fortune in witnessing one of the 4 swords of the Qinglan sect. Few were aware that their young mistress, Hua Qiming, was a contemporary prodigy of the reclusive northern sect, Qinglan. The sect's master possessed 4 renowned flying swords, each named after the 4 gentlemen: Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. Each sword was of superior quality within the yellow tier, and the sword in Hua Qiming's possession was none other than the Orchid Gentleman's sword. She spoke with calm assurance. "Isn't it? A trial will reveal all." With a delicate flick of her finger, the flying sword adjusted its trajectory, locking onto Lin An's silhouette. At that moment, accompanied by a sound of slicing air, the 2-inch blade surged forth, hurtling toward Lin An's back. At the very moment the sword shot forth, Lin sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air. The system warned him, "Host, be cautious of what lies behind you." A gleam of cold light flashed by, accompanied by a surge of sparks. With a resonant clang, Lin struck down the Orchid Gentleman's sword to the ground. His gaze remained remarkably tranquil, the blade of his sword held horizontally, with the sharp sound of collision reverberating throughout the venue. The audience was taken aback. Hua Qiming halted abruptly, her eyes pivoting sharply towards Lin. Her sword had been severed by him. The elderly figures beside Hua Qiming displayed expressions of horror and astonishment, instinctively retreating a step, trembling as they gazed at the blade in Lin's hand, muttering, "It is undoubtedly a flying sword. He is truly a cultivator. Good heavens!" They gasped in disbelief, their hearts quaking with unspoken fear. They never imagined that one day they would encounter a cultivator apart from the young lady. Lin raised his head, casting his gaze towards the distant Hua Qiming, and calmly stated, "Little sister, since we are both cultivators, it would be mutually beneficial to refrain from conflict. Do you wish to engage in battle with me?" From the very beginning, Lin had sensed the extraordinary nature of this woman. There was a powerful energy within her, formidable force. Such individuals were either peak masters of martial arts who had reached the transformation realm or cultivators akin to himself. Throughout, Lin had remained vigilant against her. Upon hearing his words, the attendees collectively inhaled sharply. Since we are all cultivators, this has surpassed their understanding. Hua Qiming gazed calmly at Lin En and inquired, "May I ask, from which sect do you hail?"
Linen replied nonchalantly, "No sect, a wandering cultivate."
Hua Qiming slightly bowed and said, "I am Hua Qiming, a disciple of the Northern Qinglan sect. It is a pleasure to encounter a fellow practitioner here." Lin En crossed his arms and asked, "What do you wish to convey?" She lifted her gaze, her expression serene, and stated, "Wang Hong has broken the rules. He deserves his fate. However, if news of this battle spreads, it would bring shame upon my martial arts association. So what do you propose?"
Linen responded indifferently.
Hua Qiming calmly declared, "Let us engage in a duel. If you defeat me, today's events shall be forgotten. If I prevail, you shall sever an arm." A hush fell over the crowd, all holding their breath, none daring to utter a word. It was evident that they were of the same ilk, cultivators, a realm that transcends martial arts and embodies a more formidable existence. "System, host, do not engage her. although she is merely at the 5th stage of Qi refinement. She is exceptionally strong, far beyond the individual you encountered in your dreams. Lin clenched his fists and rolled his neck, responding with a faint smile. System, even you have moments of fear? Few cultivators who rise in this era are easily provoked. It sought to dissuade Lin from undertaking a perilous fight, for the reason was simple. It feared for his life. Although it was merely a spar, the flying swords are merciless, and a single misstep could result in severe injury. Moreover, the host has yet to master the art of sword wielding and has not awakened their spiritual roots. Their only current advantage lies in the formidable strength bestowed by their Qi-infused punches. However, this alone cannot justify a victory. After listening to the system's words, Lin offered a serene smile and replied, "Do not concern yourself with me. While it may be delightful to effortlessly defeat weaker opponents daily, such a path offers no benefits when faced with genuine adversaries in the future." He assumed a stance, his eyes sparkling with mirth, and added, "After all, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the only reliable ally you can depend upon is strength." The system responded, "In that case, host, I place my faith in you. However, should you find yourself at a disadvantage, I shall summon Qin Daoxian to assist you." Upon returning to the arena, Lin narrowed his eyes and declared, "Lin, 2nd stage of Qi training, I accept your challenge." Hua Qiming, her expression serious and devoid of arrogance, calmly ascended the stage and stated, "Hua Qiming, 5th stage of Qi training, I look forward to your guidance." With a subtle flick of her finger, the 2-inch flying sword that Lin had previously dispatched to the ground immediately soared to her side. In the next instant, the diminutive blade expanded effortlessly into a 2-foot-long sword, gracefully encircling Hua Qiming. The flying sword, empowered by her Qi, was a testament to her immense prowess. As she unveiled her weapon, astonishment washed over the faces of all present, their eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, it was the legendary flying sword. It seems that both of them are truly cultivators. This epic battle was entirely beyond their comprehension. In the past, their understanding dictated that cultivators existed solely within the realm of film and television. Yet now they had materialized in the real world. How could this revelation not evoke astonishment? Lin assumed his stance, extending his hand and intently proclaiming, "Please." Chapter 47. The duel with Hua Qiming nodded, seemingly unperturbed, and in the next instant, her eyes snapped open, enveloped in a cerulean glow. In a heartbeat, her form transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. So swift, Lin abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes flickering as he endeavored to track her movement. However, he soon realized that her speed was astonishingly beyond his capacity to fully perceive. This woman was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Lin felt a chilling presence approach. Hua Qiming's graceful silhouette appeared before him as if she had teleported, her surrounding blades descending upon him with lethal intent. The clash of steel rang out, sparks flying in a brilliant display. At the moment her sword struck, Lin swiftly raised his blade to parry. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the ground beneath Lin shattered, demonstrating the sheer ferocity of her strike. This spectacle left all onlookers in a state of awe. The dazzling display of speed and power transcended the limits of ordinary human capabilities. Lin Chongfeng exclaimed in shock, "Could this truly be the power of a cultivator?" A collective gasp echoed among the crowd, for they had now surpassed the boundaries of their understanding. As Lin blocked the sword in a fleeting moment, Hua Qiming suddenly struck a palm against Lin's chest. Instantly, he felt a chilling wave surge violently into his body, causing his internal spiritual energy to spiral into chaos. Lin narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist, enveloping it with energy, and launched a punch toward Hua Qiming. Yet, before his fist could make contact, she deftly tapped the back of his hand with her finger, leveraging the force to flip gracefully above him. In midair, she grasped the Orchid Gentleman's sword and aimed a strike at Lin's exposed back. With a soft sound, the fabric of his clothing tore open, and sparks erupted as the sword blade scraped against his colossal spirit armor. Hua Qiming, taken aback, swiftly distanced herself and remarked, "A yellow-grade defensive spirit artifact?" Lin pivoted sharply, fixing his gaze upon Hua Qiming, who stood poised like an ethereal fairy, his expression turning solemn. In their initial clash, he had been bested thrice. This woman was extraordinary. Hua Qiming pondered deeply. In today's world, where spirit artifacts are scarce, you possess two. This is beyond my expectations. Your true identity must be more than just a lone cultivator, as one with such resources is likely a scion of a prominent family. She speculated about Lynn's background. In this era, the possession of more than one spirit artifact could imply numerous possibilities. System. Host. This woman's speed is exceptionally swift. Her cultivation technique likely emphasizes speed. In terms of strength, even with a 3-tier difference, she is still inferior to you. Lynn spoke with conviction. I understand. System. Host. Do you require me to download a temporary battle experience manual? One suitable for the Foundation Establishment realm, which would surpass her by 1 level. Lynn narrowed his eyes. No need, I can manage. Shortcuts may be tempting to traverse occasionally, yet they should not be relied upon consistently. Especially in practical combat, the insights one derives through personal experience far exceed any external knowledge. Moreover, if I must depend on the system to contend with a mere woman, I would indeed be a veritable failure. Lynn assumed a stance, resolutely declaring, I believe I have found a method to overcome you. Hua Qiming responded calmly. Is that so? I am eager to witness it. In an instant, the two clashed anew. The venue was instantly illuminated by flashing swords, and the explosive force generated resonated with a series of thunderous booms, causing the entire arena to tremble. The elder who had previously accompanied Hua Qiming sneered. Although Lynn possesses considerable strength, the young lady is even stronger. In terms of realm, she holds a 3-level advantage over him, and her mastery of sword manipulation and combat techniques far surpasses his. The outcome is already evident. He is no match for her. Surrounding martial artists exchanged glances, reluctant to admit the truth, yet they could not deny it. Her speed was astonishing, her relentless assaults akin to a tempest. Had it not been for Lynn's extraordinary defensive capabilities, he would have surely succumbed long ago. As time ticked by in the arena, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The sounds of battle echoed, accompanied by 2 glimmers of sword light. Lynn's breastplate bore 2 more sword marks. His entire outer garment was tattered and torn by the blades. Hua Qiming, riding the gentle breeze, descended 100 meters away, her toes lightly touching the ground, her hair billowing in the air, gracefully floating above the earth. She gazed at Lynn with calmness, her azure eyes devoid of any emotion. The disparity in our strengths is insurmountable. You have lost. Lin Chongfeng and the others could not help but sigh in unison. Indeed, Lin had been defeated. Throughout the encounter, he had been relentlessly pressured, failing to land even a single blow upon Hua Qiming. The difference in power was painfully evident. Yet, in the next moment, they were taken aback to see the corners of Lynn's mouth curl upwards slightly. He grasped his ragged outer garment, raised his head, and calmly addressed Hua Qiming. Lost? I beg to differ. This is merely the beginning. Upon hearing these words, the spectators were astonished. Surely, if this were a true battle, you would have perished long ago. Still unwilling to concede defeat? A flicker of surprise crossed Hua Qiming's eyes, but she soon nodded and replied, Very well, since you refuse to yield, let us continue. In the next instant, Hua Qiming soared into the air on her sword, charging towards Lin like an ethereal celestial being. Lin gazed deeply into Hua Qiming's eyes, as scenes flashed through his mind like frames of a movie. Every individual possesses a unique combat style. As long as the disparity in strength remains within acceptable limits, by mastering the opponent's fighting methods, one can attain an invincible position. He was probing, and this was merely the beginning. Lin closed her eyes and gradually assumed her stance. The methods of her attack flashed through his mind, every subtle shift unfolding in his thoughts. Witnessing this scene, everyone around was astounded. What nonsense is this? Look, he has closed his eyes. Is he conceding, or is he harboring a secret weapon? Chapter 48. I have already seen through you. Even Hua Qiming's eyes briefly reflected astonishment, but she quickly regained her composure. She did not believe Lin could be her adversary, for her heart was tranquil, her hands steady, and her sword swift. In an instant, Hua Qiming appeared before Lin, her orchid sword emitting a clear chime as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lynn's face. However, at that very moment, Lynn abruptly opened her eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. There was no change at all. Lynn suddenly turned her head, and Hua Qiming's blade grazed her cheek. A flicker of surprise crossed Hua Qiming's eyes. He actually evaded it. In the next heartbeat, Lynn's hand seized Hua Qiming's wrist, while her other hand, resembling a dragon, gripped her shoulder with claw-like precision. Crack! Lynn exerted force, dislocating Hua Qiming's arm. She winced in pain, the sword slipping from her grasp, her body hurled away by Lynn. In an instant, the arena fell silent. Shock was evident in everyone's eyes. What on earth? Miss Qi Meng was unexpectedly thrown out. And did you see that? The technique he just employed was a form of grappling? Indeed. It was the very grappling technique that Luo Jiang used against Lin En during their previous match in the arena. What nonsense is this? Could it be that he learned Luo Jiang's grappling technique after just one encounter? Everyone gazed in astonishment at Lin En, then turned their eyes towards the disciples of Luo Jiang's martial arts school, whose expressions revealed even greater shock. Indeed, they immediately recognized that Lin En was employing their school's grappling methods. But how could this be possible? Such a proficient and standard execution of the technique could not be achieved without years of relentless practice. How did he manage to accomplish it? Meanwhile, Hua Qiming, who had been thrown by Lin En, clenched her teeth and channeled her internal energy to regain her balance. With a sudden exertion, she reconnected her right arm, her face paling slightly from the pain. She looked at Lin En with seriousness and asked, "Have you seen through my technique?" Lin En stood up calmly and replied, "My sparring partner once taught me that if your method of attack remains unchanged, it becomes stagnant and is destined to fail. A true master does not allow others to decipher their techniques, for each move contains boundless variations." Lin took a stance, gazing deeply at her and remarked, "Indeed, you possess remarkable strength. Each of your moves is executed with exquisite precision, adhering strictly to a predetermined trajectory. If this were a performance, it would be undeniably beautiful. However, in combat, such rigid attacks may lead you to your demise. I have seen through you." A profound silence enveloped the arena. Moments ago, it became evident that Lin's cerebral activity had surged to an extraordinary level. He was analyzing, simulating, and deducing, mirroring the state he exhibited during his practice bouts. The perceptiveness of his host had evidently reached an astonishing pinnacle. If this were the case, his host could undoubtedly triumph over this woman. Encouragement surged within him. Hua Qiming's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, a fleeting glimmer of fury passing through her gaze. "Are you instructing me on how to fight?" Her voice turned icy. Lin replied calmly, "That is one way to interpret it." His words, though tranquil, resonated with sarcasm in the ears of those surrounding them. A hint of coldness flickered between Hua Qiming's brows. "Very well, let us see." In an instant, she brandished her sword, her expression turning frigid as the blade vibrated ominously, glinting with a chilling light. How audacious of a mere second-tier Qi refinement practitioner to speak so boldly before her. This time, she would not show any mercy. In an instant, the two engaged in fierce combat. Yet this time, the circumstances were markedly different. Gritting her teeth, Hua Qiming declared, "Come again." Lin deeply intoned, "Please." The two resumed their fierce engagement. Hua Qiming, gritting her teeth, responded, "Again, please." Lin's expression remained stoic as all present held their breath, gazing intently at the two figures in the arena. Suddenly, the tides of battle shifted. From an initial disadvantage, the momentum gradually turned, leaving Hua Qiming unable to advance even a single step closer. She panted, her skin glistening with perspiration, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lin. Within her heart, anxiety began to swell. Had he truly seen through her? Regardless of the angle or direction from which she attacked, it seemed as though he possessed foreknowledge, deftly countering her strikes with impeccable timing. Could she truly be bested by a mere second-tier cultivator? No. With newfound determination, her eyes sharpened as she fixed her steely gaze upon Lin. "Did you not claim to have discerned all my techniques? Very well. Allow me to unveil the true essence of my swordplay." In an instant, Hua Qiming leapt into the air once more. Yet this time, the spectacle was extraordinary. The onlookers beheld in astonishment as her form seemed to split, dividing into 2, then 4 and then 8. In a mere heartbeat, the sky was filled with 8 identical Hua Kaimings. Gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. Was this the technique of shadow clones? How impressive. 8 young ladies. Could that not lead to a delightful multitude of engagements? A resounding slap echoed as the elder accompanying Hua Qiming chastised him. The elder inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as he witnessed the 8 figures converging upon Lynn from every direction. He murmured in disbelief, external avatars? Can one achieve the external manifestation of one's essence merely by reaching the Qi refinement stage? The elder replied solemnly, no, it is merely a rudimentary form of external manifestation. However, the essence of these external forms is identical, capable of deceiving the senses, creating illusions. Yet, the true self remains singular. Chapter 49. Inferior Skills. I concede in the heart of the arena. Lin En stood resolutely, calmly gazing at the 8 figures of Hua Qiming advancing toward him with lethal intent. He assumed a stance, his left hand forming a tight fist. At that very moment, a torrent of spiritual energy enveloped his entire fist, coalescing into a swirling vortex above it. The formidable force emanating from him rustled the hair and garments of everyone present, as if a tempest had arisen within the venue. Lin En intoned deeply, Qi Force Fist, Level 2. A look of astonishment spread across the crowd. They had unleashed their full potential. How astonishing! Should this fist connect, it would surely obliterate all in its path. The atmosphere grew tense, breaths quickened. The might of this strike was indisputable. The question now was whether Lin En could discern the true form of Hua Qiming among the 8. This was the moment of reckoning. In that instant, the 8 Hua Qiming confronted Lin En, their sharp blades lunging toward his body. Simultaneously, they spoke in chilling unison. Did you not believe you could see through everything? Which of us is your true self? Lin En replied with conviction, none of you are truly her. What need is there to see through? However, at that critical moment, Lin unexpectedly turned around, presenting his back to the 8 flower dreamers. Had he lost his mind? Was he truly abandoning his resistance? What a jest! Yet, in the very next instant, before anyone could react, Lin suddenly reached out into the air behind him, grasping something with fervor. Then, with a resounding roar, his fist surged forth with unrestrained force. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the air. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. That was Miss Flower Dream. In the moment Lin's fist descended, the air rippled, and before him materialized Flower Dream, wielding the Orchid Gentleman's sword. Lin's hand gripped her wrist tightly, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Clearly, she could scarcely fathom how Lin had discerned her true form among the 8. Lin's fist, unimpeded, crashed through her defenses, striking her squarely in the chest. Instantly, her bosom heaved under the force of his blow. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Flower Dream herself was taken aback. A gentle breeze swept through, enveloping the scene in silence. In the next heartbeat, Flower Dream was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from her lips. The pain in her chest surged with a tingling sensation, flooding her mind. Enraged and humiliated, her face flushed crimson, her eyes igniting with a fierce intent to kill. With arms crossed, Lin remarked impassively, "Indeed, your protective spiritual energy is quite formidable. My charged strike failed to deliver a fatal blow." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, with some of the female disciples from the martial arts school instinctively clutching their chests, a shiver running down their spines. The mere thought of it was excruciatingly painful, a sensation uniquely understood by women, akin to a man's reflexive cringe upon witnessing another's groin being struck. This was a critical hit of the harshest kind. How ruthless! Master Lin was truly merciless. Shouldn't such areas be treated with the utmost care? How could one strike them so casually? Forgive me, may Buddha have mercy. Witnessing the scene, the elders were incensed and swarmed the platform, encircling Lin. They berated him. "Lin, what is the meaning of this? Was this intentional? How dare you humiliate our young mistress in such a manner? Do you have a death wish?" Lin retracted his fist and responded coolly. In a friendly exchange, Unintended strikes are inevitable. Furthermore, your young mistress employed certain tactics, making clear vision challenging. You, the elders, infuriated by Lynn's nonchalant demeanor, retorted, "Didn't you just claim to have aimed for the heart? Now you feign blurred vision." This was clearly deliberate. However, before they could erupt in anger, Hua Qiming's voice echoed from behind. "Withdraw." The elders, casting resentful glances at Lynn, dared not defy her command and retreated to the sidelines. Fixated intently upon him, her tresses disarrayed and her stance unsteady, Hua Qiming, clasping her arms to her chest, haltingly approached within 10 meters of Lynn. Grievously wounded, her internal organs had shifted, and several of her ribs were fractured. That blow had been exceedingly dreadful. Were it not for her protective aura, that very blow would have claimed her life. Yet, despite this, her spiritual energy had been entirely depleted by the strike. "How did you discern my true form?" Hua Qiming gasped. "I fancied my aura was concealed exceedingly well." Lynn calmly stated, "Quite simple, I deduced your very technique." Upon hearing this declaration, Hua Qiming was abruptly shaken, exclaiming, "What? That is preposterous." In the subsequent instant, Lynn abruptly brandished his hand, and in a flash, under Hua Qiming's horrified gaze, an identical doppelganger of Lynn materialized from his very being. Hua Qiming instantly recognized it. It was precisely the technique she had employed moments prior, the culminating move of her swordsmanship, phantom deception. Astonishment was revealed in her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. He truly deduced it. Lynn nonchalantly stated, "The 8 apparitions are but diversions. There exists but one true form, and I am keenly aware of the origin of your assault. Therefore, your defeat is inevitable." Hua Qiming, panting, stared blankly at the composed Lynn. This was an accomplishment beyond the reach of even a prodigy, nay, a monstrous talent. And yet, he actually. After a protracted silence, Hua Qiming closed her eyes, despondently conceding, "My skill is inferior. I have been vanquished." Chapter 50. Breaking through 2 levels. Entering the 4th stage of Qi training, she truly never anticipated that a person of her esteemed caliber would be defeated by a practitioner at the 2nd stage of Qi training. Despite being suppressed at the 3rd stage, her opponent had managed to exploit every flaw, delivering a profound blow to her confidence. Lynn gazed at her calmly and remarked, "It is well to recognize defeat. There are always those beyond oneself, and in this world, there will invariably be someone stronger than you." Hua Qiming bit her lip, her complexion pale as she rose to her feet. Without uttering a word, she turned and strode purposefully towards the exit. The surrounding elders cast Lynn a fierce glare before hastily pursuing her. "Wait, did I permit you to leave?" Lynn observed her retreating figure and continued, "Ensure this place is tidied up. The deceased will be attributed to you, and the injured as well. Furthermore, I do not wish to be perpetually bothered by the media. You are to silence them, understood?" Upon hearing her commanding tone, the elders abruptly turned, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at Lynn. Are you ordering our young lady to do your bidding?" With arms crossed, Lynn replied nonchalantly, "To the victor belongs the spoils. I concede, thus I sever my own ties. She has lost. This matter shall be resolved. Therefore, do not presume to escape unscathed. Hurry! Do you require me to guide you every step of the way?" Hua Qiming's body trembled, her gaze cast downward. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with deep-seated resentment, yet it bore no fruit. He spoke the truth. The victor is king while the vanquished is a bandit. Had she emerged triumphant, she would have surely severed his arm. First, the blood must be cleansed. Hua Qiming spoke in a somber tone. Then, contact the higher-ups to ensure they handle the situation discreetly. The deaths of Wang Hong and the others were merely unfortunate accidents during internal sparring. Moreover, ensure that everyone present remains. They must sign a confidentiality agreement. Should anyone recklessly divulge Lynn's identity, they shall face death. The elderly men cast reluctant glances at Lynn, yet they found themselves utterly powerless. Indeed, the elderly men gritted their teeth and turned away, striding forcefully towards the assembly hall. "You all, hurry, move it. The entire venue must be restored to its original state within half an hour. Do you all understand? Furthermore, listen carefully. Today's events must not be disclosed. Should anyone's lips loosen, They shall not blame us for our ruthlessness. The entire hall became a flurry of activity, as people busily cleared the area, transporting the injured one by one. Hua Qiming turned her head, her lips pale, and gazed at Lin En. Are you satisfied now? Lin En, with one hand in his pocket, casually picked up his coat and strode towards the exit of the Martial Arts Association without uttering a word to her. It is as simple as that. The victor is king while the vanquished is a bandit. As she watched Lin En's silhouette depart the building, Hua Qiming could no longer hold herself together. She suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. The surrounding elderly men were taken aback, rushing forward in alarm. Miss, quickly, call for an ambulance. She had been enduring in silence, her injuries far too severe. Meanwhile, Lin grasped his coat and strode out of the martial arts building. System. Host, you are incredibly impressive. This time, you triumphed solely through your own capabilities in this grand competition. Host, I hold you in newfound esteem. Yet, Lin suddenly staggered, a surge of blood rising in his throat, which he forced down. System. Host, are you injured? Lin shook his head and replied, It's nothing serious. That woman indeed possesses remarkable skills. Her attacks carry a chilling force that greatly affects my body. I can counter her techniques, but I cannot withstand the onslaught of this frost. A smile tore across Lin's face as he declared, Nevertheless, I emerged victorious. If she dares to challenge me again, I shall strike her down with another punch. However, just as his words left his lips, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed heavily. Host! The system was startled and hurriedly began to assess Lin's physical condition. It quickly discerned that the chilling current within him was wreaking havoc throughout his body. Yet this was not the primary reason for his fainting. The true cause was his mental energy had been utterly depleted. During the preceding battle, Lin had pushed his analytical and deductive abilities to their limits, calculating each of Hua Qiming's moves with meticulous precision, surpassing his capacity to endure. In simpler terms, it was akin to a computer overloading from too many applications running simultaneously, leading to a crash. The system sighed. Host, you truly put in an extraordinary effort. Although you can be exceedingly lazy, when you commit yourself, there is truly no one who can surpass you. In the next moment, a towering figure suddenly materialized beside Lin, a figure clad in ancient robes. Dimly, he seemed to perceive a magnificent golden dragon coiling above this figure. The system urged, Emperor Shenyuan, please seal my host's acupoints. The cold currents within him are rampaging uncontrollably, and if this continues, it will lead to dire consequences. Emperor Shenyuan nodded, kneeling on one knee, and pressed his fingertip against Lin's neck. Streams of golden energy coursed through Lin's meridians, establishing restrictions at several critical acupoints. However, at that very moment, the Emperor's finger halted, and he momentarily hesitated. He then swiftly unsealed several of Lin's acupoints. The system inquired, What is the matter? Just as the system finished speaking, it felt an astonishing surge. The chaotic spiritual energy within Lin rushed through the acupoints that the Emperor had just unsealed, breaking through at an unimaginable speed. Boom! Boom! A series of inaudible explosions echoed. The system was astounded to discover that the spiritual energy within Lin had consecutively breached several obstructed meridians, forming a new cycle within his body. The system stammered, Host, you've broken through. Yet, in the next instant, it realized that the flow of spiritual energy within Lin had not ceased. It continued to surge wildly towards the next meridian. Lin's cultivation, having reached the third stage of qi refinement, astonishingly propelled him towards the fourth stage. Even the system was taken aback. The system declared, No, the external spiritual energy is far too sparse to support the host's advancement. Huangdi, quickly, administer all these elixirs to him. In the next instant, accompanied by a radiant flash of light, the system opened Lin En's inner space and extracted the abundant elixirs stored within. Without hesitation, Huangdi pried open Lin En's mouth and began to cram the elixirs inside. The system urged, Feed him more. Quickly. More. The spiritual energy is insufficient. Push harder. Harder. 10, 100, 500, 1,000. Under the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Huangdi persistently forced over 1,000 elixirs into Lin En's mouth. Once filled, disregarding whether Lin could digest them, he employed his divine powers to transform the elixirs into spiritual energy, compelling Lin to absorb them.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
With each resounding explosion, Lin successfully ascended to the 4th level of Qi cultivation. Half an hour later, in Lin's home, Gongsun Shenyuan placed the unconscious Lin onto his usual resting bed and then stood still, enveloped in silence. They were but imprints akin to puppets, obedient to any command from the system. Gongsun Shenyuan slightly raised his head. Shenyuan, regarding that battle I showed you, what do you believe to be the cause? He remained silent for a considerable time, gazing at the Lin lying on the bed, his eyes shimmering with a flicker of brilliance. After a long pause, he uttered 2 words, spiritual root. Upon speaking, he fell into silence once more. The system exclaimed in delight, spiritual root. Are you suggesting that my host possesses innate wisdom? In the realm of cultivation, wisdom is regarded as one of the 5 fundamental roots, alongside spiritual root, life root, soul root, and determination root. To perceive the truth is to embody wisdom, which in Buddhism is believed to possess the capability to illuminate all, engendering virtuous actions and ultimately achieving all merits, leading to enlightenment. Hence it is referred to as the root of wisdom. In simpler terms, an individual endowed with this wisdom exhibits exceptional cognitive abilities, far surpassing the reasoning and comprehension skills of ordinary practitioners. Moreover, compared to spiritual roots, wisdom is far more elusive and difficult to detect. Among millions, it is rare to find even a single person with this innate wisdom, and among those who do possess it, very few can manifest signs of it even in the early stages of cultivation. System. What is the probability? Gongsun Shenyuan looked up and replied, 80%. The system was taken aback, gazing incredulously at its charming host. Even the illustrious Shenyuan granted such a high probability. It seemed highly likely that its host indeed possessed the root of wisdom. Furthermore, as the host's cultivation level increased, the full extent of this wisdom would surely be gradually unveiled. The system exclaimed, Oh, aha! Gongsun Shenyuan cast a puzzled glance. System. It's nothing, just a bit elated, unable to contain my joyful sentiment. You may disregard it. Time passed moment by moment. 2 hours later, Lin slowly awakened. Rubbing his temples, he grimaced as he sat up. System. Host, you are awake? Lin glanced around and realized he was lying on his own bed. He breathed in sharply, massaging his temples, and thought to himself that his head felt as if it had exploded and his entire body ached. System. Host, do you feel any differences within yourself? What? Lin was taken aback, puzzled. However, in the next moment, he suddenly sensed a vigorous surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body. He immediately sat cross-legged to examine the fluctuations of his spiritual power. Moments later, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He discovered that the spiritual energy within him had indeed doubled compared to before. Furthermore, several new pathways for the flow of spiritual energy had been established. Could it be? I have broken through to the 4th stage of Qi refinement. Lin's heart surged with joy. To have advanced 2 stages was beyond his expectations. Previously, he had scoffed at the protagonists in various dramas who overcame adversities to break through. Yet now it seemed there was some truth to it. In the heat of battle, the application of spiritual power surged like a tidal wave. As the situation unfolded, the trajectories of spiritual energy shifted and transformed, undoubtedly benefiting cultivation immensely. He quickly leaped from his bed and made his way to the courtyard. Taking a deep breath, he began to circulate the energy within him, condensing it upon his fist. In the next moment, his eyes gleamed fiercely as he struck towards the sky with a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. 500 meters away, the clouds were violently displaced by Lin's strike, creating a gaping void, and birds plummeted from the sky. Lin inhaled sharply, lifting his gaze to the vastness of the sky, exclaiming with joy, 500 meters. I can now extend my energy beyond 500 meters. I have truly grown stronger. If I can stabilize myself, I could certainly engage that Hua Qiming in a battle of sheer strength. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. System. Would you like to become even stronger? Isn't that an obvious question? He mused. In the next moment, a prompt resonated in his consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the 4th stage of Qi cultivation. Would you like to undertake the task of awakening your spiritual root? Lynn was momentarily taken aback. Awakening my spiritual root? Indeed, the system replied. You are already quite powerful, and it is time to unlock your own spiritual root. Do you recall the chilling force that invaded your body during Hua Qiming's attack? Lynn nodded, recalling, yes, it was peculiar. It bypassed my defenses effortlessly and disrupted the normal flow of my spiritual energy. Do you understand why? The system continued. That is because the woman possesses a spiritual root, likely a purer water attribute spiritual root. Spiritual root? It seems to be yet another new concept. Lynn furrowed his brow, realizing the vast expanse of knowledge he had yet to grasp. The spiritual root is the foundation of cultivation, the system explained. In the human body, each individual corresponds to a specific elemental attribute, and the spiritual root is derived from the extent of the elemental forces within one's body, serving as the cornerstone for cultivation. Meanwhile, the spiritual root is one of the 5 fundamental roots, alongside the life root, wisdom root, focus root, and soul root. Lin pondered. I understand the life root, but what of the others? System. Nonsense. The life root is not merely a life root. Please listen to me completely. Chapter 52. If not you, then who? Soon, under the system's elucidation, Lin grasped the concept of the spiritual root. The spiritual root represents the initial significant barrier that constrains a cultivator's advancement. Upon undergoing a cleansing of the marrow, an ordinary person may enter the Qi refinement stage, yet to transcend into the foundation establishment stage, one must possess a spiritual root within. Spiritual roots are classified according to the 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these, a singular attribute root is referred to as a heavenly spiritual root, typically the fastest type for cultivation. In contrast, multi-attribute roots are termed as mixed spiritual roots, such as those encompassing metal, wood, and water, or water, fire, and earth, which are considerably inferior to their single attribute counterparts. The most peculiar of all is the so-called waste spiritual root, characterized by the possession of all 5 elemental attributes. This type of root is neither elevated nor deficient. Those endowed with it are either deemed worthless or are destined protagonists. There exists no third possibility. Lin stroked his chin, contemplating. So, system, does this mean that after reaching the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage, if I lack a spiritual root, I cannot even break through to the foundation establishment stage? System. Precisely. Therefore, host, you must activate your spiritual root. This is the foremost significant hurdle in the path of cultivation, and you must surmount it. After a moment's contemplation, Lin clenched his fist and declared, Very well, I accept the mission. The encounter with that woman had indeed instilled a sense of urgency within Lin. It was evident that there were formidable cultivators lurking in the shadows, far surpassing her in power. Should he fail to diligently enhance his capabilities, he risked facing dire consequences in the future. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the mission. Awaken spiritual roots. Mission description. Utilize the Spirit Foundation pills provided by the system to unlock your spiritual roots. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving Spirit Foundation pills X100. With a flash of white light, a gift package materialized in Lin's hand. His eyes lit up with anticipation, for he relished the moments when the system dispensed its rewards. Upon opening the package, he beheld 100 pills, each shimmering with a verdant glow and emitting a subtle, refreshing fragrance. System. These are Spirit Foundation pills, commonly employed in the cultivation world to stimulate the awakening of one's spiritual roots. If your spiritual roots are of exceptional quality, a mere dozen or so pills should suffice to trigger their awakening. Lin inquired with a hint of bewilderment. Then why provide me with 100? System. It's out of concern that you might fail to awaken them. You must understand that, in the cultivation world, not everyone possesses the innate ability to awaken their spiritual roots. Many cultivators who exhibit remarkable prowess in the Qi refining stage find themselves perpetually stuck before the foundation establishment stage, unable to progress further due to their inability to awaken their spiritual roots. Lin raised an eyebrow and questioned, if one lacks spiritual roots, Does that imply that no amount of pills can induce awakening? The system remarked, one cannot put it that way, though it is indeed quite challenging. However, I firmly believe that the host possesses an exceptional spiritual root. Consuming a few more pills may significantly enhance the probability of awakening.
Lynn nodded.
Gazing at the 100 gleaming azure pills before him, gritting his teeth. Here we go, let us do this. Yet, the system failed to inform him that he now had a substantial chance of unlocking his wisdom root, which was a positive development, but it also stirred a deep concern within her. Typically, the wisdom root would only emerge at a higher realm, while the chi refining stage should correspond with the spiritual root. However, the host had seemingly bypassed the spiritual root altogether, awakening the wisdom root instead. Did this not imply that the host's spiritual root might be rather poor or perhaps non-existent? This was a considerable likelihood. For an ordinary individual, possessing a particular talent in one domain often necessitated a sacrifice in another. It is simply implausible for one to excel in every aspect. The system felt a twinge of anxiety. She fervently hoped her beloved host would not be devoid of a spiritual root. As time slipped away, Lynn leisurely sipped water and consumed the spirit-building pills, wearing a relaxed expression. In stark contrast, the system was on edge. With each pill Lynn ingested, she meticulously examined his physique, checking whether the spiritual root had been activated. No signs. No signs. As time advanced, Lynn's dantian remained devoid of any substance. The system silently pleaded, "Please, do not let it be as I fear. Awaken your spiritual root quickly." Before long, Lynn had consumed all 100 spirit-building pills. Lynn let out a satisfied burp, contentedly rubbing her belly as she reclined on the sofa, inquiring with delight, "System, I have consumed everything, yet why do I feel nothing?" The system replied, "Why the haste? Awakening one's spiritual roots is by no means a simple endeavor." Gradually, however, she found herself sinking into despair, for she realized that the spiritual energy derived from the spirit-boosting elixir she had ingested was failing to gather at the designated point for awakening her roots. Instead, all the energy had been absorbed into her dantian, transforming into ordinary spiritual energy for her internal circulation. It was empty, unyielding, incapable of awakening her spirit. This phenomenon was sufficient to indicate that her host had no spiritual roots. The system interjected, "How could this be?" Lynn, oblivious to the circumstances within her body, replied with satisfaction, "System, what kind of spiritual root do you think I will awaken? Fire or metal? Personally, I lean towards earth, as it counters water and enhances my physical prowess." The system responded, "Host." Lynn grinned and asked, "What is it?" The system hesitated, curiosity piqued. Lynn queried, "Is there a problem?" The system reassured her, "How could there be? Host, I have wonderful news. I have detected the beginnings of your spiritual roots, and they are uniquely exceptional." Lynn was taken aback, then settled into a meditative posture, intrigued. "Really? When can I awaken them?" The system urged, "Do not rush. Initiating the awakening of one's spiritual roots is no simple endeavor. However, it is imperative that you heed my guidance diligently. Should any issues arise with your spiritual roots, I shall bear no responsibility." Lynn smirked and remarked, "You are my system. If I do not heed your counsel, whom else could I possibly listen to?" The system responded with a hint of exasperation. Although I am aware that my host is jesting, I cannot help but feel a surge of affection." However, her demeanor soon shifted to one of gravity. While she had successfully placated her host, she knew that eventually, Lynn would uncover the truth of her lack of spiritual roots. This could not be allowed. Absolutely not. Her plan to cultivate a celestial sovereign had only just commenced. It was inconceivable to allow it to falter at this stage. It seemed she must seek assistance from above. Temporarily severing her connection with Lynn, she activated her exclusive interface. Just as she concluded her thoughts, an overwhelming will enveloped her. Outside, the previously clear sky began to darken without warning, leaving pedestrians in a state of astonishment. Why has the sky suddenly turned black? What is happening? Is it a solar eclipse? Chapter 53, System, your benefits are rather astonishing. Simultaneously, a voice, audible solely to the system, resonated within Lin En's mind. Shao Qi, is there something you wish to address? The system replied. Shao Qi seeks to request certain items from above. The voice continued, then you must adhere to the proper procedures, for you only have 3 opportunities to contact me. It would be ill-advised to squander them. System. I understand. I wish to exchange some items for my host using the indicators. The voice hesitated. Are you joking? Xiaoqi, you are but 1 indicator away from entering the management level. This is your last host. There is no need to squander indicators on him. System. I know, dear Auntie. Please assist me in exchanging for the ultimate spiritual root cultivation package from the Cultivation realm. My host is still waiting for me. The voice inquired. Have you made your decision? System. Yes, I have decided. A barely perceptible sigh escaped the voice. System. Understood. Thank you for your concern. Auntie? I desire the cultivation guide. The cultivation guide. I need the cultivation guide. The voice, resigned, replied. It has already been sent to you, and I shall deduct 2 indicators from your account. System. Yes, thank you, Auntie. Let us cherish our journey together. With the disappearance of the voice, the enveloping darkness gradually dissipated from the sky. Once the shadows lifted, all passers-by stood momentarily stunned, their minds blank, as if the preceding shroud of darkness had never existed. Everything returned to normal. Meanwhile, in Lynn's home, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Lynn's mind. Host, I have discovered the method to unlock your supreme spiritual root. Lynn was taken aback, hesitantly responding. Did you not say that consuming the spirit-building pill would suffice to unlock the spiritual root? Is there truly another method required? System. Naturally. Can a supreme spiritual root be compared to an ordinary one? Lynn instantly perked up, rising to his feet with a smile and exclaiming, So what must I do? Just as his words fell, a notification from the system resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received system benefits. 99 gold spirit pills, 99 wood spirit pills, 99 water spirit pills, 99 fire spirit pills, and 99 earth spirit pills. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the space, and nearly 500 large gift packages cascaded down before Lynn. Stunned, he gasped, Wow! System, the benefits you've provided this time are astonishing. The system replied, These are special 5-element gift packages prepared specifically for the host. Each package contains 100 spirit pills corresponding to their respective attributes. Are you not delighted? Lynn, clenching his fist in excitement, exclaimed, This is absolutely exhilarating. The system chuckled. As long as you're happy. Now, host, follow my instructions and open one of each of the 5 types of gift packages. We are about to awaken your spiritual roots. Lynn's breath quickened as he promptly complied with the system's request, opening one package from each of the 5 elements. True to the system's words, each package contained 100 pills resembling quail eggs. Moreover, the pills of different attributes radiated distinct glows and emitted a subtle fragrance that enveloped the entire room. Lynn was astonished. The system had truly outdone itself. So many pills, and he didn't even have to complete any tasks. Truly, a wealthy benefactor indeed. System, host, the next task is of utmost importance. There must be no negligence. You must consume the elixirs in the order of wood-generating fire, fire-producing earth, earth-yielding metal, metal-creating water, and water-nurturing wood. Remember, the sequence must not be disrupted, or all prior efforts will be in vain. Lynn forcefully restrained his rapid breathing, calming himself and responding. Understood. Without delay, Lynn began to consume the elixirs as instructed by the system. In the instant he ingested them, his eyes widened in astonishment. He felt as though his body were on the verge of exploding, as the 5 elemental energies surged uncontrollably within him. Were it not for the principle of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 elements, maintaining a delicate balance within his body, he believed he would have perished instantly. Was this truly the awakening of his spiritual roots? Why did it all seem so peculiar? System, host, next, according to the human anatomy diagram I provide, you must guide the 5 elemental energies within you to the designated locations. Block all the obstructed pores and acupoints. There must be no errors whatsoever. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the benefit Diagram of the 5 elements gathering spirit. With a snap, a human anatomy diagram, measuring 1 meter in both length and width, suddenly appeared before Lynn. The detailed analysis of the major meridians and the method of circulating the spiritual energy left Lynn astounded. The intricacy was overwhelming. It was so detailed and complex that a mere glance would likely leave an ordinary person dizzy. This seems rather complicated. System. Must the awakening of spiritual roots truly be this troublesome? System. Indeed. Host. I have faith in your perceptiveness. The channeling of the 5 elemental spiritual energy relies solely on your own efforts. As long as you follow the red lines indicated in the diagram, success is assured. Lynn took a deep breath, fixating intently on the illustration, stating, I will do my best. System. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, if you do not channel the spiritual energy within you, the balance will be shattered, and the consequences are unimaginable. Host. You can do it. Lynn dared not to show even the slightest negligence. He could sense that if the force of spiritual energy within him spiraled out of control, his demise would be inevitable. He immediately entered a state of meditation, the operational methods depicted in the diagram flashing before his eyes like scenes from a film. System. Host. You can do it. Keep going. Meanwhile, in the system space, Lynn's 10 divine companions watched intently as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Chun Daoxian remained silent for a moment before speaking. The 5-element spiritual pill, as I understand, cannot be forged by human hands. Each one embodies the essence of heaven and earth. If untouched by corruption for a millennium, each has the potential to give rise to 5 elemental beings. If I am not mistaken, in every realm, at most only 5 such spiritual pills can be born. System. Precisely. They are quite precious. Gongsun Shenyuan looked up, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, and quietly remarked, within him, there are no spiritual roots. You are not awakening his spirit, you are forging his spirit. System. Ha! I've been seen through, Chun Daoxian quietly said. Spirit forging is inherently an act against the heavens, not to mention using the 5-element spirit pill as a medicinal primer. This is seizing the creation of heaven and earth. You are forcibly creating a spiritual root that would not naturally occur. System. The light in Gongsun Shenyuan's eyes grew increasingly intense, and his voice was no longer as stiff and cold as before. You are creating. What for him? Chapter 54. I want to give the host the best spiritual root. Looking at the lifeless eyes of the 10 sparring partners, the system was immediately annoyed. It retorted, chattering incessantly, so annoying. Who cares what I'm creating? If you bother me again, I'm going to start cursing. You unwanted little biscuits. Chun Daoxian. Gongsun Shenyuan. The system was silent for a moment, then said, my host possesses wisdom, yet lacks a spiritual root. This is truly a great deficiency. Tell me, if such a person were stuck before foundation establishment for their entire life, wouldn't that be unreasonable? Chun Daoxian quietly said, everyone has their own destiny, which cannot be forced. System. What destiny? I am the host's destiny. Since I am here, I will certainly not allow my host to be stagnant. Gongsun Shenyuan hesitated and asked, so, system. I want to give him a spiritual root that others couldn't obtain in 10 lifetimes. What spiritual root? All 10 sparring partners looked over in astonishment. System. The supreme grade 5 elements heavenly spiritual root. Upon hearing this, the entire place fell silent. All the sparring partners were shaken. What a farce. Such a spiritual root exists only in theory. How could it possibly be forged? Even if it could be created, would heaven permit it? The emergence of such a spiritual root would undoubtedly invoke divine retribution. They were all astounded. Even Gongsun Shenyuan's pupils dilated upon hearing those 7 words, his spiritual energy in disarray. What, then, constitutes an exceptional 5-element heavenly spiritual root? First, one must grasp a fundamental concept. A heavenly spiritual root refers to a singular attribute awakened within a human body, characterized by an exceptionally elevated intensity. For instance, if the total quantity of the 5 elemental roots is 100, and one attribute constitutes at least 60 of that total, surpassing the sum of the other 4 attributes, it is deemed a heavenly spiritual root. An exceptional heavenly spiritual root, in contrast, is one where a single attribute reaches a total of 100, with the other 4 attributes at 0. This is what defines an exceptional heavenly spiritual root. And what, then, is an exceptional 5-element heavenly spiritual root? It is a root in which all 5 elemental attributes achieve their utmost potential, devoid of any weaknesses. Each attribute, when isolated, can utterly overpower the vast majority of other roots. In battles between other roots, one might exploit the principle of elemental interactions to gain an advantage. But against an exceptional 5-element heavenly spiritual root, what can one do? Not only is there a complete absence of attribute disadvantages, but the cultivation speed is also extraordinarily rapid. The heavenly spiritual root is the fastest among all roots in terms of cultivation speed, and an exceptional heavenly spiritual root is a tier above that, let alone considering the fusion of 5 exceptional heavenly spiritual roots. Chun Daoxian inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Such a concept is merely theoretical. It ought not to exist. System. Regardless, I possess the means to acquire it, so cease your incessant chatter. I am confident that my host will endure the forging process, yet the subsequent divine retribution will inevitably fall upon you esteemed individuals. As you are aware, my host and I are both impoverished and weak, lacking both power and wealth. Should divine retribution strike, it would surely spell our end." Enough. Chun Daoxuan's expression darkened. He could no longer bear to listen. Is this even human language? I concede my weakness, but do not conflate poverty with frailty. Are you impoverished? Reduced to treating elixirs as mere candies, somehow obtaining a legendary spiritual root so effortlessly? Reflect upon my past. I recall a time when even a minuscule elixir required countless licks before I could swallow it. In essence, Chun Daoxian took a deep breath and stated, "Do you wish for us to withstand the divine retribution summoned upon the completion of the spiritual root's forging? System. Indeed. According to the manual, under normal circumstances, it will invoke the 3 calamities of wind, fire, and thunder from your realm of cultivation. If you can withstand these 3 calamities, my host's spiritual root shall be forged." At these words, the surrounding companions shuddered in unison, falling into a contemplative silence. The 3 calamities? Within the realm of cultivation, these tribulations are typically encountered only after attaining the Great Ascension. They consist of the fierce wind, toxic fire, and the 5 thunders. The fierce wind, as its name suggests, is as sharp as a blade, piercing like needles, entering through your pores, penetrating every orifice, reaching the dantian, and obliterating your spirit and incinerating your internal organs. The venomous fire, a transcendent flame not of this realm, is also referred to as the rootless fire. It rises from below, penetrating the very marrow and incinerating the internal organs, reducing one to ashes in an instant. The 5 thunders, the most dreadful calamity among the 3 disasters, gives rise to the phrase struck by the 5 thunders, which signifies the tribulation that cultivators dread most encountering. Let us proceed. Gongsun Shenyuan spoke quietly, uttering only these 2 words, and he manifested first in Lin En's chamber. The other accompanying practitioners gasped in astonishment, refraining from further speech as they followed suit in manifesting alongside Gongsun Shenyuan. With the elder leading the way, they should be able to withstand this heavenly punishment. System. I beseech you, esteemed leaders, once my host's spiritual roots reach their full potential, you shall all share in the credit. Do your utmost. I believe in you. Meanwhile, Lin En had already begun the process of guiding the 5 elemental spiritual energies within his body, 3 minutes having passed. He gazed at the diagram of the 5 elements in front of him, his expression serene, as characters flickered across his vision. Difficult, as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Yet it was not entirely incomprehensible. Even Lin En himself was somewhat astonished, for it seemed he could truly grasp the meaning. He swore, had it been his former self, such an understanding would have been utterly unimaginable. He pushed aside further thoughts, maintaining his composure, and followed the methods depicted in the diagram. In an instant, he formed 81 hand seals, subsequently pressing on the acupoints of his body. With each acupoint he activated, a meridian within him would close off. He shut his eyes, employing the method of blockage to gradually guide the 5 elemental energies as they flowed through his body. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of astonishment crossed Chun Daoxuan's eyes. Wisdom, indeed, is a remarkable gift. Apart from this innate understanding, I doubt anyone could decipher the intricate trajectories of spiritual energy in such a brief span of time. Gongsun Shenyuan remarked quietly. His comprehension is indeed commendable, yet this is merely the initial step. This diagram encompasses a total of 81 distinct pathways, each exceedingly complex. Whether he can master them depends on his own fortune. Before long, half a minute elapsed. Lynn opened his eyes and calmly stated, "System, I have completed it. What shall I do next?" The flow of energy is quite uncomfortable. Upon observing Lynn's expression, the system recognized that its beloved host had entered a focused state. Despite his usual cheerful demeanor, when concentrated, his face bore no expression. The system responded, "Host, allow me to assess the values of the elemental energies within you." Soon, the results of the examination were revealed. Proportion of metal energy, 0.02 proportion of wood energy, 0.021 proportion of water energy, 0.019 proportion of fire energy, 0.02 proportion of earth energy, 0.02. The system promptly advised, "Host, your wood energy is somewhat elevated, while your water energy is relatively deficient. It is imperative to continue consuming the elixirs in the order of the 5 elements. Take 9/10 of the wood elixir and 1/10 of the water elixir. Remember, maintain balance. Do not allow any particular elemental energy to become excessive or insufficient."
Lynn replied calmly, "I understand."
Chapter 55. The catastrophes have arrived under the guidance of the system. Lynn meticulously adhered to the standards, maintaining the 5 elemental energies within his body in a state of delicate equilibrium. He positioned the elemental energies in designated locations with precision. However, as the quantity of these energies increased, Lynn could distinctly sense that he was nearing his limit. When consuming other elixirs, any excess energy would dissipate through his pores, imposing minimal strain on his body. Yet this time was different. The 5 elemental energies could not afford the slightest leakage. They were all confined within him. Nevertheless, the human body has its limitations and cannot accommodate an infinite amount of energy. System, the 5 elemental energies within me have reached their maximum capacity. Let the elemental essence replace the energy. Fill your body. Lynn gasped, his eyes bloodshot. "I am trying, but system, I still wish to inquire. Am I truly awakening my spiritual roots? Are you deceiving me?" System, deceiving you is trifling. Lynn gritted his teeth and declared, "Fine. System, I place my trust in you. I shall exert myself further." Indeed, Gongsun Shenyuan remained silent and remarked, "You are deceiving him." System, I merely wish to alleviate the host's burden. At that very moment, Gongsun Shenyuan seemed to sense something, turning his gaze indifferently towards the window. The sky appeared to darken abruptly. Just moments ago, it had been radiantly sunny, yet now the light had dimmed ominously. Chen Daoxian stated coolly, "Has it arrived?" The expressions of the surrounding practitioners turned grave. The 3 calamities. At long last, the moment has arrived. Meanwhile, ominous clouds gradually enveloped the skies above Jianghaking. Passers-by displayed expressions of bewilderment. Is rain on the horizon? Yet, was it not forecasted that the week would be entirely sunny? How could such dark clouds suddenly appear? Gongsun Shenyuan uttered not a word. He raised his gaze, his body transforming into a golden light, gently manifesting upon the rooftop. The sky swirled with dark clouds, and winds roared. He promptly assumed a meditative position on the roof, closed his eyes, and his form began to emanate a soft golden glow. Remarkably, as this faint golden light emerged, the ominous clouds above began to dissipate. Minutes later, the sky was a vast expanse of clear blue. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Daoxian inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "The ancestor is truly invincible, managing to thwart the simultaneous calamities with his own cultivation. The ancestor rightfully stands as the supreme progenitor of our Huaxia." He refrained from further words, opting to manifest alongside Gongsun Shenyuan. Clad in white, with hair as dark as ink, he approached the door, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and cradled his sword, mirroring Gongsun Shenyuan in closing his eyes. To defy the heavens invites retribution. That which the heavens do not permit cannot exist. The expressions of the other 8 practitioners were grave, as they surrounded Lin, forming an octagonal formation to guard his every direction. Gongsun Shenyuan and Chen Daoxian anchored the balance of yin and yang. Thus, they rendered themselves impervious to all forms of interference. Time gradually passed. The system indicated that I sensed the majority of the 5-element spiritual energy within me had transformed into spiritual liquid. Lin forcibly suppressed the turmoil within his body. At this moment, he felt as if he were a powder keg on the verge of explosion. Perhaps it would take merely a spark for the elemental essence dwelling within him to ignite in an instant. Lin refrained from further words, laboriously following the illustrated instructions to continue channeling the spiritual liquid. He had already expended 70% of the medicinal pills, which meant that nearly 350 elemental elixirs had transformed into energy, converging within him. Yet, at that very moment, a tempest arose outside. Leaves swirled chaotically in the air as a chilling breeze swept down from the heights. This sinister wind brushed past a passerby, causing him to feel as though something had infiltrated his pores, coursing through his organs and reaching his very mind. The passerby paused momentarily, only to be instantaneously reduced to ashes. Chen Daoxian, seated cross-legged at the entrance, suddenly opened his eyes and declared, "The gale approaches." Gongsun Shenyuan, meditating atop the roof, offered no reply. The other 8 companions wore stern expressions. The gale signified a formidable tribulation of the great ascension realm, one that ordinary beings could scarcely withstand. In that instant, the wind howled as it surged into the courtyard, akin to a vengeful spirit, wraith-like as it advanced toward Chen Daoxian. The other 8 immediately heightened their vigilance, yet Chen Daoxian remained motionless. Just as the sinister wind was about to invade his being, a flash of sword light flickered and vanished. No one witnessed how he had struck, for his blade moved with such swiftness that by the time he acted, he had already retracted his hand. The wind ceased. The other 8 companions gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your prowess is extraordinary, my friend, to have even severed the wind calamity. Surely your true form has already ascended to the realm of great ascension?" Chen Daoxian replied indifferently, "Merely a dying person. The wind calamity is the most manageable of the 3 tribulations." Yet, despite this, the other 8 companions endured considerable hardship while withstanding this trial. Nevertheless, they succeeded in overcoming it. Time slipped away moment by moment. The medicinal pills within Lin's package dwindled in number. The system announced, 90% complete. Host, only 10% of the 5 elements spiritual energy remains. Once it reaches 100%, your spiritual root shall emerge. At this juncture, even the voice of the system trembled slightly, for it had observed the fissures spreading across Lin's skin. It seemed that, in the next instant, he would explode from within. At this critical moment, Lin could utter no more words. The 5 elements spiritual energy within him had fully transformed into spiritual liquid, which was now rapidly transitioning into a solid state. Within his dantian, a spiritual root infused with the essence of the 5 elements was gradually taking form. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he rasped, "I have completed it." Almost simultaneously, outside the room, a sudden blaze erupted in the courtyard, an unrooted fire that appeared from nowhere, igniting with an unexpected ferocity. The flames arrived with an alarming abruptness. Chen Daoxian opened his eyes and declared, "It is poison fire. Dear friends, be cautious and avoid contact. Should you touch even a trace of it, your soul shall be consumed, and your internal organs reduced to ash." One of the companions gritted his teeth and inquired, "We have never faced the trial of fire. How shall we respond? This poison fire is even more dreadful than the gale. Only those who can endure the fire tribulation may transcend to the great ascension. Yet here, none have successfully navigated the fire tribulation in their true forms." Chen Daoxian lifted his gaze towards Gongsun Shenyuan, who sat cross-legged atop the roof, clasping his fists in respect. "Ancestor, I implore you to intervene." Gongsun Shenyuan remained with his eyes closed, emanating a faint glow, before extending his hand and gently waving his sleeve. The rootless flames that had ignited in the courtyard flickered momentarily before extinguishing completely. Chen Daoxian and the others inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Ancestor's power transcends creation." We are honored to learn from you. To extinguish the rootless flames so effortlessly speaks volumes of Emperor Xuanyuan's elevated realm. Those who have weathered the wind tribulation no longer fear the wind, and those who have triumphed over the fire tribulation no longer dread the fire. Chun Daoxian gazed gravely at the heavens and said, "Now, only the thunder tribulation remains. The 5 thunders are beyond our capacity to withstand. Only the ancestor can safeguard us." Gongsun Shenyuan, seated in meditation atop the roof, remained in deep concentration, his body radiating golden light that enveloped the entire dwelling. In the next moment, a voice filled with excitement echoed from within the house. "Quick, Chun Daoxian, you must enter and safeguard the formation. The spiritual root is about to begin its condensation." Upon hearing the voice, Chun Daoxian and the others quickly raised their heads and rushed into Lynn's room. Upon witnessing Lynn's current predicament, even they were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 56. A sword cuts through the thunder. Lynn's entire body was suddenly enveloped in a dense layer of frost. His hair transformed into a striking white. A torrent of frost emanated from him, enveloping the entire room in a chilling aura. This frigid presence extended beyond the confines of the room, blanketing the courtyard and even the street outside in a thick layer of ice. Was this an extraordinary water attribute spiritual root? He truly has achieved it. I never imagined he would endure until this moment. If the 5 supreme spiritual roots merge together, the legendary supreme 5-element spiritual root will be born. Chun Daoxian and the others were astounded. They quickly surrounded Lynn, sitting cross-legged to protect him. "System. Everyone, this is merely the first spiritual root. The next steps rely on you. I extend my gratitude to all on behalf of the host." Chun Daoxian remained silent, stating, "Utilize the Earth-type spiritual formation to help him stabilize." The 8 accompanying practitioners immediately adopted serious expressions, sitting cross-legged and forming various hand seals. One after another, the true words of the 5 elements materialized above their gestures. The frost spiritual energy radiating from Lynn was swiftly contained within a 2-meter radius around him. Time passed, second by second. The surrounding frost spiritual energy gradually settled within Lynn's body. The accompanying practitioners remained silent, releasing their hand seals as the spiritual formation slowly dissipated, signifying the successful condensation of this spiritual root. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen change occurred. A searing wave of heat suddenly emanated from Lynn's body, engulfing him in a blazing inferno. His hair transformed into terrifying flames, and the ambient temperature soared to an unimaginable height. The other 9 companions gazed in astonishment, hurriedly forming seals to suppress the overwhelming energy. So swift. Could it be that a second exceptional spiritual root has already been forged? Lynn, few across the globe possess the ability to achieve such a feat, yet you stand among them. Before their very eyes, the 3rd exceptional celestial spiritual root, an earth type, reached perfection. The 4th exceptional celestial spiritual root, a wood type, also attained completion. Excitement radiated from the onlookers, while the system was rendered speechless with exhilaration. In the next moment, the cleansing spirit soared from within Lynn's internal space seemed to possess a will of its own, soaring forth to pierce deeply into the ground before him. Meanwhile, the twisted rebar within the house slithered forth like serpents, transforming into sharp blades that swirled around Lynn. The Ferrari in Lynn's garage was instantaneously disassembled, morphing into metallic blades that soared through the air. Chun Daoxian observed the spectacle inside. The golden essence is ruthless, aggressive, and formidable. This is the heavenly spiritual root of gold. Gongsun Shenyuan raised his gaze to the heavens and remarked, "The 5 elemental heavenly spiritual roots have been realized. This is the legendary exceptional spiritual root. With 5 attributes that foster and restrain one another, it possesses no weaknesses. In combat against foes of other elements, it will not encounter any disadvantage but rather will have the capacity to counter any attribute. This is the destined spiritual root." As the 5 elemental roots reached their zenith, the fissures on Lynn's body gradually began to mend. His consciousness stirred, yet he refrained from opening his eyes. Instead, his awareness converged upon his dantian, where the quintet of distinct roots emanated an exquisitely pure spiritual energy. Then, under his focused gaze, the 5 roots commenced their fusion. However, in the next moment, the 9 sparring partners rose to their feet, gazing solemnly at the heavens. Weapons materialized in their hands as they all turned their eyes skyward. Upon the roof, Gongsun Shenyuan raised his head, opened his eyes, and proclaimed, "They have arrived." At the instant his words fell, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water barrel, streaked across the sky from north to south. The electronic devices throughout Zhanghai City erupted with crackling sounds and sparks, plunging 80% of the city into darkness. The interference from the lightning resulted in a complete blackout across Zhanghai City. Within the urban area, cars became ensnared at intersections, and pedestrians were startled by the sudden flash of lightning. A wave of commotion swept through the city. What happened? The weather forecast did not predict thunderstorms today. The power is out. The entire city is in darkness. Billowing dark clouds obscured the sun, and thunder resonated throughout the heavens, accompanied by flickering lightning within the storm clouds. This tumultuous thundercloud roused all cultivators residing in Zhanghai City. In the outskirts, the head of the Chen family, accompanied by Chen Chonglin, hastily exited the ancestral hall. The family head gazed gravely at the storm clouds and remarked, "A fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation." Chen Chonglin exclaimed in astonishment, "Thunder tribulation? But did you not say that only cultivators who have reached the Yuandan realm would undergo tribulation? Is it possible that there are still cultivators of the Yuandan realm in this era?" The head of the Chen family replied gravely, "No. The tribulation faced by those in the Yuandan realm is merely the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulation, far from this magnitude." Chen Chonglin's breath quickened slightly as he queried, "Grandfather, then what is this tribulation?" The head of the Chen family regarded him with increasing solemnity, stating, "It is neither born of nature nor sanctioned by the heavens. Certain entities that should not exist in this world defy the principles of heaven and earth, manifesting in this realm. Thus, the heavenly order will unleash true thunder to obliterate them. This could be the calamity of the 3 disasters. The 5 thunder true tribulation." Chen Chonglin's pupils trembled as he repeated, 5 thunder true tribulation." The head of the Chen family inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the fear within him, and remarked, "Could this be a harbinger of the revival of spiritual energy? How could such a divine entity capable of summoning the 5 thunders arise in Zhanghai City?" Heaven above, the sky rumbled with thunder, and true lightning surged forth. The 9 practice partners emerged from their quarters, their expressions grave as they gazed upward. The system announced, "Xian Yuan, we rely on you. Can you withstand this 5 thunder tribulation?" Sitting cross-legged atop the roof, Gongsun Shenyuan uttered not a word. He slowly opened his eyes, radiating a luminous aura that rendered him ethereal and elusive. In the next instant, a crack of lightning streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of extraordinary phenomena. Chun Daoshuan's gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip on the white blade in his hand. A formidable black lightning streaked across the sky, akin to an enraged dragon of thunder, gathering its might as if to crush the world beneath its weight, roaring toward Lynn's position. In an instant, the glass throughout the city shattered, and the populace clutched their ears, releasing piercing cries of terror. Yet, in that very moment, Gongsun Shenyuan raised his head and boldly extended his hand toward the void. In an ephemeral flash, the onlookers beheld a colossal golden sword, inscribed with the essence of mountains, rivers, lakes, and creatures, soaring through the air. To their astonishment, Gongsun Shenyuan ascended into the heavens, wielding his sword with a decisive cut. The next moment, a wave of shock enveloped all present. The tumultuous black thunder, upon meeting the radiant sword light, dissipated instantaneously. The dark clouds above seemed to part as if the very heavens had been torn asunder. A vast chasm appeared, stretching across the sky above Jianghaking. Chen Daoxian inhaled sharply, his pupils trembling as he uttered, "A single sword cleaves the heavenly thunder." Chapter 57. The Supreme 5 Elements Celestial Root. Great accomplishment. The immense chasm spanned across the skies of Jianghaking, the gathered thunderous energy severed by that singular sword strike. The terrifying power seemed to command the heavens, leaving the world in astonishment. System. Shenyuan. Look, the thunderclouds are still coalescing. The second wave of tribulation is imminent. Gongsun Shenyuan remained silent, merely lifting his head, hands clasped behind him, and with a gentle leap, he stepped into the swirling tempest of thunderclouds. In an instant, he extended his hand and casually waved it, erasing the celestial phenomena that enveloped the sky. In the heavens above, the rumbling thunder roared like a ferocious beast, crashing down upon him. Yet, Gongsun Shenyuan seemed utterly unfazed. He remained silent, ascending amidst the onslaught of the thunderclouds, until he reached the very source of the tribulation. Within the ocean of clouds, he beheld a pond radiating a gentle glow. This was the essence of the thunder tribulation, containing the legendary thunder liquid. The thunder liquid only materializes during a thunder tribulation, and the more potent the tribulation, the greater the quantity of thunder liquid. This treasure bestows immense benefits upon the bodies of cultivators. Without uttering a word, Gongsun Shenyuan waved his sleeve, gathering all the thunder liquid into his possession. A glance from him dissipated the thunderclouds that blanketed the sky. As the dark clouds parted, the sky regained its clarity. Gongsun Xuanyuan's form gradually materialized within Lin En's courtyard, exuding an air of tranquility. The 9 attendants gasped in astonishment, then knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Gongsun Shenyuan, proclaiming, "Ancestor, your prowess transcends creation. There is none in the world who can rival you. In all the vastness of the realm, how many can dispel the thunderclouds? Surely the Yellow Emperor is among them." Even more astonishing was the fact that this was merely his mark, not his true form. The system remarked, "The great Shenyuan is truly formidable. It was an astute decision to summon you." The Yellow Emperor offered no comment. He waved his hand, and the ground erupted into a deep pit, where streams of thunder liquid cascaded into the chasm, emanating a faint luminescence. This was the thunder liquid of the 5 thunder tribulation. Gongsun Shenyuan spoke quietly, "This will greatly benefit his body. When he awakens, let him reshape himself with the thunder calamity liquid." After speaking, his form gradually dissolved into nothingness, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing the shimmering pool of thunder calamity liquid, Chun Daoxian gasped in astonishment. So, the ancestor ventured deep into the thunderclouds in search of this substance. The thunder calamity liquid is essential for tempering the bones and skin of cultivators. It is a vital tonic for those who refine their bodies. The ancestor is truly considerate. The others nodded in agreement as their own forms slowly faded from the spot. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Lin En sat cross-legged, introspecting his own body. Within his dantian, he observed a spirit root radiating with 5-colored brilliance, coiled around his dantian. "Is this my spirit root? The 5-element celestial spirit root?" Lin En took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. He extended his hand, and swirling strands of spiritual energy danced within his palm. As his thoughts stirred, the energy transformed seamlessly among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The exquisite 5-element celestial spirit root had been established. In the next moment, a voice filled with joy resonated within his mind. "Host, you have succeeded. I have always told you you are indeed a person of destiny. The spirit root you have awakened is the legendary 5-element celestial spirit root." Hearing the system's exultant tone, Lin En sighed softly and then chuckled wryly. "System, do not deceive me. This spirit root is not my innate gift. You are assisting me in forging a spirit root, not awakening one. System, you are already aware? In truth, there exists no spiritual root within me. When I previously ingested the spirit-establishing pill, I began to harbor doubts. If I truly possessed a spiritual root, even a mere pig would have awakened it by now. System, the host is not a pig. The host is destined for greatness." Lin En found himself both amused and exasperated. Shaking his head, and sincerely expressed, "Regardless of everything, I am grateful to you, system. In this world, apart from my parents, you are the one who has treated me the best. System, oh, TSK. Suddenly becoming sentimental, are we? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed? A hypocritical host." Lin En retorted, "What hypocrisy? Please do not ruin the atmosphere. My tears are on the verge of flowing. Your lack of response is quite awkward for me. System, hee. A few minutes later, in the courtyard, as he continued to observe, Lin En increasingly realized that he was indeed undergoing some transformation. The first time he viewed the technique of the chi-strengthening fist, The complexity of the material had left him utterly confounded. Yet now, he discovered that a mere glance allowed him to grasp the essence of it. Upon a second glance, he vividly imprinted every trajectory of the spiritual energy and the methods of striking into his memory. His comprehension seemed to be elevating remarkably. In the next moment, Lynn abruptly opened his eyes wide. A veil of frost instantly enveloped his gaze. Ha! He bellowed, launching a powerful punch. A torrent of frost, accompanied by a wave of energy, instantly swept across the land, freezing the ground within 100 meters and enveloping it in a chilling aura. In the following instant, he abruptly shifted his attributes. Originally enveloped in frost, the fist was instantaneously engulfed by flames. With frost in his left hand and fire in his right, he unleashed the second tier of the chi energy fist. A resounding boom echoed through the sky. The clouds 500 meters above were abruptly split, one half frozen and the other ablaze. Lynn inhaled deeply, his gaze suddenly fierce. He invoked the third tier of the chi energy fist. In that moment, a metallic sheen and the grandeur of the earth adorned his fist. At that instant, he achieved a profound unity of mind and spirit. With a mighty roar, he swiftly turned and delivered a thunderous blow towards his residence. The impact resonated with a tremendous sound, creating a 5-meter-wide void in the very heart of his villa. Yet, this was not the end. The essence of the fourth tier of the chi energy fist flashed through Lynn's mind. He proclaimed the fourth tier with fervor. Letting out a primal roar, he summoned the surging earth spirit energy and struck forcefully upon the ground beneath him. The earth erupted, forming a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter, with countless fissures sprawling outward like climbing vines. Surrounding walls crumbled with a deafening crash, and the already precarious villa shattered spectacularly. Lynn's eyes gleamed with astonishment. The sheer power of the fourth tier of the chi energy fist was astonishing. If such a blow were to land upon a person, it would surely obliterate them. Most astonishing of all was that he had grasped the essence of these two tiers in less than half an hour. This was beyond belief. His comprehension had evidently surged to unprecedented heights for reasons unknown. Moreover, with the enhancement of the 5 elements' heavenly spiritual root, my fists can unleash varying attributes of energy, elevating their power to unprecedented levels. However, Lynn gazed at the ruins of his house. System. Host, our home is gone. Chapter 58. 500 times physical qualities.
Lynn.
Well, ever since I began my journey in cultivation, it seems the wear and tear on my house has increased significantly. Lynn shook his head, casually retrieving his phone and dialing the numbers of his bodyguards. Hello, this is Lynn. Please gather more people. My house has collapsed. Rebuild it according to the original blueprints. Money? Oh, just visit any of my companies and request $2 million in cash from the finance department. The sooner the better. I'm hanging up now. Lynn took a deep breath and ended the call. The very next moment, his gaze fell upon a large pit not far from the yard. Within that pit shimmered a pool of silver liquid radiating a phosphorescent glow, appearing extraordinarily ethereal. Lynn immediately sensed the pure spiritual energy emanating from it. His eyes brightened. He swiftly approached the pit, exclaiming with delight, "System, is this a reward you prepared for me? What is this? The spiritual energy is so pure. It's far more refined than that found in the Great Pill. System. No, this is a treasure discovered by the esteemed Shen Yuan from the Thunder Tribulation, known as Thunder Liquid, which is greatly beneficial for your body." Lynn was taken aback, then solemnly remarked, "The ancestor is truly thoughtful. In the future, I will certainly visit the Yellow Emperor Temple to pay my respects and express my gratitude." The system. Enough with the chatter. Disrobe completely and soak for a while. The Thunder Tribulation liquid can refine your muscles and skin, making it the finest material for body cultivators. Lynn felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, "It's not appropriate to undress here. The walls have collapsed." The system. "Do you have any other place to stay?" Lynn chuckled and took out his phone, saying, "Well, I don't have any alternatives, but I do own quite a few properties. I have a manor by the seaside that I purchased a few years ago for a modest sum. I later found it too large, so I left it unused." The system. Half an hour later, within Lynn's seaside manor. Lynn specifically instructed to drain all the water from the hot spring pool and then poured the Thunder Tribulation liquid into it. He then loosened his attire and sat cross-legged in the Thunder Tribulation liquid, closing his eyes to cultivate. At the moment his spiritual energy made contact with the liquid, his eyes widened in astonishment. In an instant, it felt as though a surge of electricity coursed through the water. The Thunder Tribulation liquid assaulted his skin like a ferocious beast. Lynn gritted his teeth, writhing in pain. The system, host, this is a remarkable substance. The Thunder Tribulation liquid is the essence of heaven and earth, containing the pure energy of divine retribution. You must endure. Lynn clenched his teeth and replied, I understand. To become extraordinary, one must first endure hardship, toil the body, and experience deprivation. Endure. Endure. The system. Endure to disrupt one's purpose. Lynn grit his teeth and asserted, yes, endure to disrupt one's purpose. The system. If it becomes unbearable, the system has pain relief pills available, young one.
Lynn, no.
System. Are you really not interested? Young man, it's free. Lynn exclaimed, can you please refrain from tempting me? If I do not enhance my pain tolerance now, I will undoubtedly suffer greatly after the awakening of spiritual energy. One must think of the future. System. That is a valid point. The host has truly gained insight. Host. I shall support any decision you make. Best of luck. In a flash of white light, a mysterious pill unexpectedly plopped into the Thunder Tribulation liquid. Lynn's eyes widened in alarm as he sensed an impending crisis. What have you added to the pool? System. A pill that can amplify the host's pain sensitivity tenfold. Lynn. In the next moment, the manor echoed with Lynn's piercing cries of anguish. The wails persisted, reverberating through the air. After what felt like an eternity, Lynn emerged from the Thunder Tribulation liquid. His body flushed a deep crimson. He gasped for breath, droplets of the liquid cascading down his robust physique. Incredibly, his skin radiated a soft silver glow. With each breath he took, that silvery luminescence flickered in a dreamlike manner. Lynn gazed at his powerful arms, panting. System. Assess my current physical condition. Beep. Assessment complete. The host's overall physical attributes have increased to 500 times that of an average adult. Defensive capability has risen to 400 times. Strength has surged to 800 times, and pain tolerance has improved threefold. Lynn let out a sigh of relief. The Thunder Calamity liquid indeed surpasses expectations. Although it inflicts pain, the enhancement it provides to his physical prowess is beyond imagination. He is now certain that, if he were to encounter Hua Qiming again, even if he stood still and allowed her to strike, she would be unable to breach his defenses. Lynn glanced at the clock. It was only 5 o'clock, and the hour was still early. With a sudden clenching of his fist, he smiled and said, System. Activate the dream matchmaking system. System. Are you eager for a brawl again? Lynn nodded, yes. I wish to ascertain the true extent of my current strength. System, please match me with formidable opponents, ranging from the 5th level of Qi cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Beep. The dream matchmaking system is being activated. Beep. Matching opponents for the host. Meanwhile, in a hospital room of the first hospital of Zhanghai City, Hua Qiming, clad in a patient gown, lay upon her bed, arms crossed, her gaze cast downwards towards the blanket. Beside her, a young man in a suit frowned and inquired, Menger, is what they said truly accurate? Is there really a cultivator in the 2nd level of Qi cultivation capable of defeating you in Zhanghai City? Hua Qiming turned her head, her expression melancholic as she replied, I do not wish to discuss this matter. The young man took a deep breath, a shadow of gloom clouding his features. His name was Bei Hua, and like Hua Qiming, he was also a disciple of the Qinglan sect. In terms of status, he was considered her senior brother. However, those who knew him understood that despite his youthful appearance, he was at least twice Hua Qiming's age. Merely due to cultivators' resistance to aging, they often appear exceptionally youthful. Bei Hua, prior to Hua Qiming's arrival, was the most gifted disciple, having attained the 8th stage of Qi training. Upon learning of Hua Qiming's grave injuries, he immediately emerged from seclusion, arriving on his sword. He was generally aware of the morning's events. Qiming encountered an independent cultivator of the 2nd level of Qi training, one who had not even unlocked their spiritual roots. within the Martial Arts Association and was defeated. He knew Qiming was proud, and this defeat must have greatly discomfited her. Tell me where he is, Bei Hua said grimly, and your senior brother will ensure he learns a lesson. Hua Qiming turned sharply, retorting coldly. I said, do not interfere. Success and failure are the fortunes of war. My skills were simply inferior. I will personally battle him next time. But, Bei Hua said anxiously. I need to rest, Hua Qiming said calmly. Seeing the tranquil look on Hua Qiming's delicate face, Bei Hua departed the ward, frustrated. Senior brother Bei Hua, how is our junior sister? Several Qinglan sect disciples asked hastily outside the ward. With a dark countenance, Bei Hua said grimly, investigate the cultivator who injured my junior sister. How dare he wound her so severely? I will not let him off. At these words, the disciples exchanged glances. They knew their senior brother well. Though he appeared amiable, he was in reality ruthless and callous. Within the Qinglan sect, in the covert assassination operations against fellow cultivators, Bei Hua was the most prolific and ruthless. Those who fell under his gaze met invariably grim fates. One disciple, drenched in cold sweat, whispered, Senior brother, Master specifically warned us not to engage in combat during our visit to Zhanghai City. Furthermore, the recent appearance of the 5 thunder tribulations in the sky indicates that this place is teeming with hidden dangers. We must exercise utmost caution. Bei Hua narrowed his eyes and seized his junior's collar, lifting him off the ground. Gazing into the terror-stricken eyes of the disciple, he inquired, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The disciple gasped, no, I would never dare. With a disdainful snort, Bei Hua cast the disciple aside and coldly declared, I demand the information on that individual in the shortest possible time. Do not delay. Yes, senior brother. The disciples responded in a flurry, bowing their fists in respect, too intimidated to retort. He settled cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and gradually circulated his spiritual energy within. A mere second-stage Qi cultivator had managed to defeat his younger sister, which suggested that this individual might possess some skill. Yet he dismissed the notion with scorn. His little sister, despite her exceptional talent, was still young and had not undergone extensive real combat experience. It was only natural for her to suffer setbacks. However, he was different. He had taken many lives, even those of cultivators at higher realms. If fate were to bring him face to face with that person, he would ensure they experienced the true essence of cruelty. He narrowed his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered within them. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and a vague voice echoed in his ears. Dream matching successful. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing an expression of intense vigilance. To his astonishment, he found himself in a desolate wasteland. Just moments ago, he had been in a hotel training, so how had he suddenly arrived in such a dreadful place? Was this an illusion? He furrowed his brow slightly, quickly realizing the peculiarities of his surroundings. When he attempted to summon his spirit sword, he distinctly felt its presence nearby, yet he was unable to call it forth. This could only mean one thing. This realm was not the real world. His true self was likely still at the hotel. At that moment, accompanied by a flash of light, a figure materialized 100 meters away. Bei Hua swiftly turned to face the sudden apparition, narrowing his eyes as a glint of murderous intent flickered within them. Lynn stepped forth from the light, immediately spotting Bei Hua across from him, and remarked, 8th stage of Qi refinement, impressive. This opponent's caliber is indeed a cut above the rest. Bei Hua responded earnestly, who are you? Have you trapped me in an illusion? Lynn smiled faintly, slowly clenching his fists as he assumed a stance, saying, you could say that. I merely seek a worthy opponent for a sparring match, and fortuitously, I found you. If you manage to defeat me, you may leave this place. Bei Hua erupted into a hearty laugh, as though he had heard the most absurd joke. His gaze turning cruel as he looked at Lynn and replied, a spar? You've unfortunately chosen the wrong adversary, as I never engage in sparring matches, because, in a fleeting moment, he traversed the 100-meter expanse, arriving beside Lynn. Clasping his hands into fists, sharp metallic spikes instantaneously sprouted forth, aimed directly at Lynn's cranium. Those who have contended with me have all met their demise. A metallic affinity. Upon witnessing the acute spikes, Lynn ascertained his elemental alignment. Lynn offered a faint smile, eschewing any delay, and in an instant, his fist was enveloped by surging flames. Fire supersedes metal flawlessly. A resounding boom ensued as their fists collided with tremendous force. A look of astonishment washed over Bei Hua's countenance as he discovered that he had gained no advantage whatsoever from the exchange. Conversely, due to the opposing fire-based assault, he was immediately placed at a disadvantage in the contest of spiritual energies. Lynn nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Indeed, your quality is quite high." In the subsequent instant, the spiritual energy within Lynn's body coalesced upon his fist with torrential force. Previously, he had employed the second level of the Chi Force Fist. This time, he elevated his Chi by a degree, attaining the third level of the Chi Force Fist. Bei Hua instantly sensed an immense surge of fire elemental Chi force emanating from Lin's fist. His expression underwent a dramatic shift as his power was suppressed, and his body was propelled backward by the Chi force unleashed from the punch, traveling several dozen meters. "Just who are you?" he exclaimed, clutching his chest, his gaze fixed intently upon Lynn. In that very moment, he realized that the individual before him possessed not only a root that countered his own attributes but also a quality far superior to his spirit root. As his spiritual energy made contact with that of his opponent, it dissipated swiftly, akin to snow melting under the sun. Could it be that this person bore an exceptional fire attribute heavenly spirit root? This seemed implausible. Lynn extended his hand and said, "Come, let us continue." Bei Hua gritted his teeth, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood, a fierce glint in his eyes as he declared, "Good, very well, that was merely a test of my capabilities. Since you truly wish to engage in combat, be prepared for the consequences." In an instant, Bei Hua raised his head and let out a thunderous roar toward the heavens. The next moment, a multitude of metallic blades erupted around him, swirling ceaselessly and forming a tempest of steel. Lin marveled, impressive, truly worthy of a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Bei Hua howled, extending his hand to command the countless blades, which shot forth towards Lin in an explosive assault. "Prepare to be torn asunder." His voice was accompanied by the onslaught of razor-sharp blades. Lin smiled faintly, adopting a stance as his fists ignited with roaring flames. Since his opponent was unleashing his full power, he would respond in kind. "Energy fist," he intoned, 4th level. In an instant, the flames engulfing his fist surged dramatically, creating a massive vortex centered around it. The next moment, Lin struck out towards the endless rain of swords with a powerful punch. Boom! The scorching heat surged forth like a colossal beast, instantly engulfing the endless rain of swords in Bei Hua. Faintly, one could perceive countless blades gradually melting and diminishing amidst the searing waves unleashed by Lin's formidable punch. In the next moment, under Bei Hua's horrified gaze, the terrifying heat swept over him like molten lava, consuming his entire being in an instant. Amidst his anguished screams, his flesh and bones painfully tore apart, ultimately collapsing into a cloud of ash. Within the confines of the hotel, Bei Hua abruptly awoke, sitting up in bed, his face contorted in terror as he clutched it tightly, exclaiming, "Ah!" After a while, he trembled as he gazed at his intact hands, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead and splattering onto his palms. Is it a nightmare?" he murmured. "This dream is truly terrifying." Chapter 60. Not even qualified to lick shoes? You are quite enough. Meanwhile, within the dream, such an impressive technique turned out to be so easily countered. System. Quite normal, he possesses golden attribute spirit roots, and you hold a significant advantage over him. Moreover, the 4th level of the Chi Punch has granted you an immense enhancement in strength. It is entirely reasonable to dispatch him with a single blow. Lin shook his head in resignation, saying, "How dull. After finally encountering a high-quality opponent, I should have known to engage him with the 3rd level. System. Shall we continue matching?" A smile spread across Lin's face as he clenched his fist and declared, "Continue. I haven't had my fill of fighting yet." Ding. Dream matching commenced. Matching opponents. Matching successful. Opponent is Qi refining stage 5th level Hua Qiming. Upon hearing her opponent's name, Lynn was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into laughter. Can the world truly be this small? Ah, I can't believe I've matched with this fellow. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of light, Hua Qiming, clad in a hospital gown, appeared bewilderedly in the wilderness opposite Lynn. What is this? Hua Qiming furrowed her brow, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. She recalled just having taken her medicine and was about to fall asleep when she suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness, and then found herself here. In an instant, she realized that her body had inexplicably returned to its pre-injury state. No, this is not right. She calmly observed her hands and uttered, "This is a dream." Just then, a voice that was both familiar and detestable echoed from across the way. "Have you healed, Miss Hua Qiming?" She abruptly lifted her head, but upon seeing the figure before her, her composed expression instantly transformed into one of astonishment. Although she could not clearly discern his features, she recognized his voice immediately.
Lynn.
Lynn replied, "It is I." Instinctively, Hua Qiming took a step back, her gaze fixed on Lynn, filled with wariness as she inquired, "How did you end up here?" Lynn responded, "That is of no concern to you." Hua Qiming stated calmly, "I understand now. This must be a nightmare of my own making. You are not him. You are merely an illusion within my dream. Daytime thoughts manifest in dreams by night. Having been defeated by that Lynn, my mind is in turmoil, which is why I dream of this fellow." Once she confirmed that this was indeed a dream, Hua Qiming began to relax. Even so, the sight of that visage still filled her with loathing. A serene smile graced Lynn's lips as he regarded her resolute countenance, extending his hand in her direction. "Assail me with all your might," he proposed. "Let us ascertain if you can still subdue my current self. After all, you have fallen to my hand before. I shall grant you a handicap of 3 moves. A surge of vexation coursed through Hua Qiming, her teeth clenching as she retorted, "What preposterous jest is this? Even within my own dream, you dare to flaunt such arrogance. Take sword." Hua Qiming was truly incensed. Ordinarily, she would never betray her emotions so readily, but within the confines of her dream, she felt liberated from such constraints. "If I cannot vanquish you in the real world, shall I not prevail in my dream?" she mused. "Vile fiend, today you shall meet your end." In an instant, her orchid gentleman's sword materialized in her grasp, though she was acutely aware that the physical blade remained upon her bedside table. This sword was a manifestation, further solidifying her conviction that she was indeed within a dream. With a swift, aerial maneuver, she lunged forward, fury blazing in her eyes as the keen edge of her blade aimed for Lynn's neck. A resounding clang echoed through the air as her sword struck Lynn's neck, unleashing a cascade of sparks. The gentleman's sword recoiled, propelling her backwards several paces. Hua Qiming's expression morphed into one of astonishment as she exclaimed, What manner of jest is this? How can your defenses be so formidable?" Lynn rotated his neck, remarking, "Indeed, that stung a bit. Do not revel in your triumph." Upon hearing such scornful words, Hua Qiming clenched her teeth and declared, "It is merely an illusion. Watch me vanquish you." In an instant, she thrust her sword once more, channeling all her spiritual energy into this single strike. The force of the blow was immense. However, just as her orchid gentleman's sword pierced Lynn's chest, a sharp crack echoed, and the blade suffered a small nick. This. She staggered back in disbelief, trembling as she gazed at the damaged sword. It was broken. Her own sword had shattered. What sort of jest was this? Lynn, shifting his shoulders, remarked, "There is still one move left. You must seize the opportunity, or it will be lost forever." Hua Qiming looked at him with trepidation, struggling to quell the tumult within her heart, her chest rising and falling dramatically. This man was impossibly resilient. How could she possibly contend with such strength? She incessantly reassured herself that this was merely a nightmare, just a fleeting dream. In reality, he could not possess such power. Yet, the overwhelming pressure instilled a lingering dread within her. In the next moment, Hua Qiming gritted her teeth fiercely. Her fist became enveloped in a torrent of spiritual energy, aimed directly at Lynn's face. Yet, before her blow could reach its target, Lynn's large hand swiftly grasped her fist. A flicker of fear crossed Hua Qiming's eyes as he effortlessly lifted her. She struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Let me go! Release me!" Lynn remarked lightly, "I had initially intended to engage in a serious match with you, but it seems unnecessary now, as the chasm between us has widened." Hua Qiming bit her lip and retorted, "You are not him. You are merely a nightmare. Do not attempt to disturb my true self. Once I have honed my skills, I shall certainly slay you in reality. You are but a rogue cultivator, whereas I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Qinglan sect. You lack even the qualifications to lick my shoes." Observing her calm demeanor, Lynn, with a hint of malicious amusement, replied, "You lack the qualifications to lick shoes? No, I believe you are quite sufficient." A momentary expression of fear and panic flashed across Hua Qiming's face as she asked, "What are you planning to do?" Half an hour later, in her hospital bed, Hua Qiming suddenly sat up with a sharp scream. The disciples of the Qinglan sect, stationed outside, rushed in urgently, asking, "Senior Sister Qiming, what has happened?" Hua Qiming trembled with rage, her long nails digging into the quilt, her teeth clenched, her complexion shifting between shades of green and white. After a considerable effort to regain her composure, she bit her teeth and said, "It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. You may leave now." Instantly, the images from her recent dream flashed through her mind, infuriating her to the point where she wished to flay Lynn alive. Yet, what vexed her most was the realization that it was merely a nightmare, not a reality. Had it been an actual occurrence, she would have summoned the entirety of the Qinglan sect to ensure his demise. It was merely a nightmare, just a nightmare. She continuously took deep breaths, asserting, "In reality, he is not nearly as formidable. As long as my combat experience improves, defeating him would be effortless." Chapter 61. I consider you a brother, yet you treat me like a father? Meanwhile, within the dreamscape, Lin felt a profound sense of relief after delivering a punch that cast Hua Qiming out of the dream. He particularly detested women who held themselves in high regard while exerting their authority over others. Gazing at his own fist, Lin remarked, "Indeed, the exceptional celestial root and thunder tribulation liquid have greatly enhanced my abilities. I doubt there are many Qi refinement stage cultivators who could rival me now." System. Yes, host is the strongest, but do take care not to become overly arrogant. Lin clenched his fist, smiling. I certainly won T. I know my limits. System. Host. Shall we continue the matching process? Lin glanced at the time, realizing there was still ample time, and replied, Let us continue matching. I have a class reunion at 8, so there's no rush. Ding. Dream system matching in progress. Ding. Matching successful. Opponent. Beihua, 8th stage of Qi refinement. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of light, Beihua appeared 100 meters away. Upon seeing him, Lin's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with admiration, You again? Haha. It seems we are truly fated to meet. Beihua opened his eyes, and upon recognizing Lin, he was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal an expression of utter ferocity. Indeed, my guess was correct. It is only in the state of slumber and meditation that one can enter this illusion of yours. Excellent. He roared towards Lin, as a colossal metal sword materialized in his grasp, charging forth. Last time I underestimated you and inadvertently fell into your trap. This time, I shall ensure you call me father. Prepare yourself. Lin assumed a stance, smiling. Good. I admire your enterprising spirit. Come. 2 hours later, within the dream, Beihua beheld Lin approaching and, with a thud, knelt upon the ground, trembling as he uttered, Father, please cease your assault. Caught off guard, Lin halted mid-combat, furrowing his brow. What troubles you? Have we not been enjoying ourselves these past 2 hours? Beihua's tears flowed freely, an avalanche of despair flooding his heart. Enjoying myself? I hardly think so. The one reveling in this battle is you, not I. Yet, at this moment his perspective had shifted. After being relentlessly crushed 500 times, even the strongest would succumb to despair. Initially, he had fought with his metal affinity, easily overpowering Beihua. However, the situation escalated beyond reason. He had employed all 5 elemental affinities, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, against him. What was most infuriating was the fact that he had even utilized the wood affinity. which was inherently weaker against metal and still managed to dominate. But that was not the most exasperating part. It grew increasingly outrageous. First, he would take an arm, then both arms, followed by a leg, and ultimately all four limbs. It was utterly overwhelming. Truly, it was a moment of complete breakdown. Lynn furrowed his brow and said, "Get up, speak to me properly, and stop crying. I detest it when people weep in front of me." Beihua trembled and replied, "Please spare me. I can call you father if that pleases you. If you truly wish to engage in combat, seek another opponent. I implore you, let me be, please. Or how about this?" Lynn took a deep breath and sighed. "I could relinquish both your arms and legs, even your eyes. If absolutely necessary, I would forgo my spiritual roots. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Beihua abruptly lifted his head and shouted, "A gentleman may be slain but cannot be humiliated." Lynn squatted before him, frowning. "When have I ever insulted you? I impose these limitations upon myself solely to accommodate your feelings. After all, given your frailty, I must indulge you." Beihua, trembling, pointed a quaking finger at Lynn and stammered, You, I." Lynn sincerely patted his shoulder and added, "Moreover, you are aware that there are few capable cultivators near Zhanghai City. You are the only one I've managed to find willing to accompany me for 500 battles. If you endure another 500 matches with me, I shall treat you to a meal. What do you say?" Lynn said earnestly. Beihua gazed at Lynn's sincere face, trembling. Suddenly, he clenched his fist. Lynn's eyes lit up. "Ready to fight?" Beihua's expression froze. Then he broke into tears, venting his frustration by pounding the ground with his fists.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
"I am not your brother. I am not your brother." Lynn frowned. "Do you truly refuse to fight with me? I believed we were progressing together. Did you not derive significant insights and enhancements from our battles?" Beihua wailed, striking the ground with even greater fervor, exclaiming, "No, not at all. It is impossible." Lin, wearing a knowing smile, replied, "I do not believe you." The phrase critical hit resonated deeply. Beihua sat frozen in place, and in the next moment, he looked up and cried out, "I call you Dad. Is that not enough? Please, stop fighting me. I beg you." Lin sighed, shook his head, and stood up saying, "Very well. I initially thought we had forged a profound friendship through our battles. Yet the outcome is quite the contrary. I consider you a brother, while you regard me as a father." Lin gazed at him earnestly, then extended a finger, proposing one last match and then we part ways. "How does that sound?" Beihua, overwhelmed, suddenly conjured a blade, pointing it at his own throat, and cried to the heavens, "Why must I endure such circumstances? Why is it me?" Lin quickly reached out, saying, "Brother, this indicates our fated connection. Put down the sword, and let us converse amicably. This is a dream. You cannot perish here." Beihua wept, tears streaming down his face. In a moment of despair, he plunged the sword into himself, blood splattering everywhere. Lin stood frozen, his outstretched hand at a loss. Lin exclaimed in astonishment, "System, do you think I have gone too far? Although the wool comes from the sheep, one cannot simply grasp a sheep and pull forcefully. The host has already exhausted 2 sheep." Lin shook his head, feeling quite distressed. Chapter 62. Upon achieving immortality, remember to greet the Queen Mother. Meanwhile, within the confines of a hotel, accompanied by piercing cries of desperation, Beihua abruptly sat up from his bed. His eyes were vacant, wide open, and he gasped for breath, his sweat thoroughly soaking the entire bed sheet. Hearing his screams, several of his junior brothers rushed in from outside, anxiously inquiring, "Senior brother, what is the matter with you?" Beihua lifted his head, gazing wearily at them, murmuring, "Have you managed to uncover any information about that individual?" Seeing Beihua in such a disheveled state, his junior brothers instinctively swallowed hard. They had never witnessed their senior brother in such a condition, as though he had just returned from the brink of death. We have found out." One of his junior brothers hastily placed a stack of documents before him. The individual in question is named Lin, the son of a prominent tycoon from Zhanghai City, a young entrepreneur. This is his identity in the mundane world. However, we have yet to ascertain his status in the realm of cultivation. This person may not be simple. With trembling hands, Bei Hua picked up the documents and began to peruse them. Yet, upon seeing Lin En's photograph, his pupils contracted sharply. Where did this inexplicable sense of familiarity and overwhelming fear originate? Why did a shiver run down his spine upon seeing this photograph? He rubbed his temples vigorously. It must be the terrifying presence from the realm of illusions that cast a shadow over him. As he regained consciousness, the visage of that scoundrel from his dreams gradually faded into obscurity. It would be best to forget it all. Just remembering even a fragment of such occurrences could drive one to madness. He clenched the documents in his hand tightly, gritting his teeth in a fierce manner, muttering, "All right, very well. Lin En, is it? Today, I am in a foul mood, and you shall serve as my outlet for frustration. Watch as I methodically bring you to your demise." Within Lin En's estate, he concluded over 2 hours of immersive dream training with satisfaction. He recalled that good brother from the dream, stroking his chin and pondering, "If we were to encounter each other in reality, perhaps I should treat him to a meal? Yes. It would be wise to offer some comfort. After all, there may be opportunities for further encounters." Lin En felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his gaming prowess. Lately, he had been experiencing an unusual surge in mental agility. Many particularly challenging tasks now seemed effortless to him. Given his current capabilities, scoring 700 on the college entrance examination should not pose too great a challenge. Lost in his reverie, Lin En picked up his phone and noticed several missed calls, along with a message from Su Yanyan. Upon reading it, a smile spread across his face. "Dear Senior Lin En, please remember our class gathering at 8 o'clock. We will be waiting for you at the intersection of Zhongxing Tianjia. Let us not miss each other." 5 minutes ago, since the holiday began, it had been quite a while since he had seen his classmates. He then opened his call log and was taken aback. All those 7 or 8 missed calls were from his father. "Dad, what is going on? Why have you called me so many times?" A deep voice resonated from the other end. "You little rascal, you still remember I'm your father. Huh? Ignoring my calls?" Lin En plopped down on the sofa, crossing his legs. "It's just that I've been quite busy lately." "Busy with what? I heard you've become quite the slacker overseas. Don't tell me you're just gaming all day?"
Elayena and Shuklat. No, im cultivating immortality.
There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by, "Oh haha, when you achieve immortality, remember to say hello to the Queen Mother for me and perhaps reward your father with a jar of elixir." "Sure thing." The system chimed in, "All right, I have something serious to discuss with you." Lin En casually took out a pill, tossed one into his mouth, and began to chew. "What is it?" "I have a few business associates who are looking to expand their internet ventures domestically. They're in need of investors, but I'm a bit strapped for cash at the moment. Can you lend a hand?" Lin En took a sip of his cola. "I thought it was something major." "No problem." His father chuckled. "Then it's settled. I'll send you their contact information shortly." Lin En nodded. "What are you up to, Dad? Are you still conducting business in America?" "Ha, just like our comrade Trump, indulging in self-care." "Lin, does my mother know?" Lin glared. Lin nodded and said, "Oh, then I shall give my mother a call." As she spoke, she was about to hang up the phone. Suddenly, a roar from her father erupted from the other end. "No, you rascal! Listen to your father, do not." Lin, with her lifeless gaze, held the phone to her ear and said, "Could you do me a favor? I wish to acquire Times Square, but I lack proper channels. Can you mention this to Xiao Chuan?" "Understood, we are comrades after all, it can be arranged." Lin nodded in satisfaction and said, "Thank you, Dad. In a few days, I will send you 2 pounds of local specialties." "What specialties?" "Great Huan Dan. Snacks like figs?" "Quite similar." After hanging up, Lin found an empty takeout box, spent $300 and sealed 2 pounds of Great Huan Dan. Subsequently, she opened a mobile app to call for a delivery service. With a smile, she summoned her little maid, saying, "Lon Lon, here is $2,000 for the delivery fee. I am stepping out. When the courier arrives, please hand him this box." Lon Lon blinked and replied, "Yes, young master, I understand." Lin gently patted her head, glanced at the clock, and noted it was already 7:30. "I must hurry. Otherwise, I will miss the class reunion." Lin strode out of the room and glanced into his garage, his expression darkening at the sight. He promptly dialed his butler's number and inquired, "Hello, where is my car? Why is not a single one present? I apologize, young master. The vehicles in your estate's garage have not been in use for quite some time, so I had them sent for maintenance," the butler replied. "If you require a car urgently, I can have one brought to you immediately." Lynn shook his head and said, "No need. I am short on time. I have to attend a class reunion. It will suffice as it is." With that, he ended the call. He stepped outside and hailed a taxi, heading towards his destination. Meanwhile, at the Zhongjing Tianjie Square, Su Yanyan stood by the roadside, dressed in an elegant white dress, clutching her handbag, her eyes scanning the distance. Checking her watch, she pondered, "It is nearly 8 o'clock. Why hasn't Senior Lin arrived yet?" Just as she finished her thought, two mischievous hands suddenly reached from behind and encircled her waist. Su Yanyan gasped, exclaiming, "Ah, Yan, you startled me." The girl named Yu Yan wore a playful grin, appraising Su Yanyan from head to toe. She seized Su Yanyan's hand and affectionately remarked, "Our Yanyan looks absolutely stunning today. If I were a boy, I would be tempted to devour you right now." Su Yanyan's face flushed as she stammered, "And no." Feng Yuyan, with a playful grin, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Tell me quietly, did you dress up today especially for our class leader Wang?" Su Yanyan was taken aback. "Class leader Wang?" Feng Yuyan chuckled. "Stop pretending. Don't you know? Our class leader has always had a crush on you. Besides, I've heard that his father is a billionaire in the internet industry. Aren't you a little tempted?" Su Yanyan gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and sighed. "Yuyan, you're overthinking it. I only see him as a classmate. I have no other thoughts." "Is that so?" Feng Yuyan questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Then, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she added, "You haven't taken a liking to Lin N, have you?" Su Yanyan froze, her face turning crimson as she exclaimed, "Why, you mustn't say such things." Seeing Su Yanyan's reaction, Feng Yuyan's demeanor gradually turned serious. "Yanyan, as best friends, there are some things I must tell you. Now that we are in college, we have one foot in society, and what does society value? Isn't it wealth? That Lin N is not only lacking in looks but likely comes from a modest background. If you truly get involved with him, you might regret it later." Su Yanyan frowned, feeling displeased with Feng Yuyan's words. Just then, a white Mercedes slowly came to a stop by the roadside not far from them. The car window slid down, revealing a young man in a well-tailored suit, who smiled at the two girls before stepping out of the vehicle. "Yanyan, Yuyan, it has been a long time." Su Yanyan was taken aback, lifting her gaze to the young man. Feng Yuyan's eyes brightened instantly as she hurried over, beaming, "Captain Wang, it's been ages. You've finally arrived." The surrounding students were equally captivated, flocking towards them. "Captain Wang, you are here at last. You look exceptionally handsome today. Captain Wang, I heard you scored 650 on your exam? Is that true?" Observing the enthusiastic crowd, Wang Feng smiled nonchalantly, adjusting his tie. "It's no big deal. Since everyone is here, let us get going. Today I'll treat you all. Feel free to choose what you want to eat or do. No need to be modest." Upon hearing this, the students erupted in cheers. "Captain Wang is truly generous. We wish you success in getting into your dream university." Wang Feng politely nodded to his classmates, then turned his attention to Su Yanyan. One could not help but notice how stunning Su Yanyan looked today. Her natural beauty, accentuated by a light touch of makeup, rendered her utterly perfect. Wang Feng suppressed his inner astonishment and offered Su Yanyan a gentle smile, extending his hand as he spoke. At this, the crowd erupted into playful teasing, eager to join in on the excitement. With Captain Wang's invitation, how could they possibly refuse? "Class leader Wang, this vehicle of yours must be a Mercedes SLS. If I recall correctly, it costs over 3 million. Oh dear, I seem to have stumbled upon something." Observing the smile on Wang Feng's face, along with the teasing of their classmates, Su Yanyan felt a bit embarrassed. She shook her head and said, It's fine, class leader. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. There are still some who have not arrived." Upon hearing this, a look of confusion spread across the faces of those around her. They exchanged glances and soon realized that indeed, two individuals were yet to appear. By the vice class leader, mentioned he had already left, so the remaining one must be Lin N. Correct? Let him be. He can take a cab on his own. Someone chimed in. It's about to be 8 o'clock, and he's already making us wait. The group collectively expressed their dissatisfaction, considering him merely an inconspicuous student, often overlooked in class. Su Yanyan furrowed her brow, casting an unpleased glance at her classmates. Wang Feng smiled gently, opened the car door, and gallantly said, Yan, please get in. There's no need to wait for him. I will give him a call shortly, and if he struggles to find the location, I can arrange for someone to pick him up. Su Yanyan frowned slightly, her gaze drifting anxiously towards the road. Noticing her expression, Feng Yuyan quickly took her hand and, with a mysterious smile, urged, Come on, Yanyan, the class leader has personally invited you. You mustn't let him down. With that, she pulled Su Yanyan towards the car. However, in the next moment, her gaze caught sight of a figure on the nearby sidewalk, and her eyes instantly brightened. It was Senior Lynn. She extended her hand, waving towards Lynn with an expression of pure delight, then swiftly dashed in his direction. The people around her momentarily froze, then turned to look in that direction. In the next instant, everyone was rendered speechless. A strikingly handsome young man, almost beyond imagination, was approaching them, standing over 6 feet tall, with an undeniably superior appearance. The alluring contours of his collarbone were subtly visible beneath his tank top, a fatal attraction for the women present. His eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and his casually upturned lips, combined with the unique aura of masculinity he exuded, unmistakably showcased his charisma. He seemed to have stepped right out of a romance novel, the epitome of a perfect male deity. With a soft thud, Feng Yuyan's bag fell to the ground, yet she remained oblivious. Not only the girls, but even the boys wore expressions of dazed astonishment. Apart from his extraordinary handsomeness, they struggled to find a suitable descriptor. Apologies for my tardiness. Lin extended his hand, his voice rich with magnetism. Upon hearing his voice, Lin's classmates around him instantly melted, their faces reflecting disbelief. Lin, is that really you? They gasped in astonishment. What a joke. Senior Lin, after more than a month, how have you suddenly become so extraordinarily handsome? The eyes of the surrounding female classmates sparkled with a dazzling light, their hearts racing. Chapter 64. Young Master, I've brought your team, Su Yanyan said gleefully as she approached Lin En, gazing up into his eyes, her heart pounding with excitement. She blinked and exclaimed, Senior Lin En, you've finally arrived. Lin En smiled gently and apologized. I had some matters to attend to at home, which caused a delay. I'm sorry for that. Feng Yuyan, observing the enchanting exchange between Su Yanyan and the captivating Lin En, swallowed hard and approached them in a daze. Are you really?
Lin En?
She stammered. Lin En turned his attention to the bewildered young woman, recognizing her as Su Yanyan's close friend. Although they hadn't interacted much at school, he offered a courteous smile and extended his hand, saying, It's been a while. The moment Lin En uttered those words, Feng Yuyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. His strikingly handsome smile, coupled with the overwhelming masculine aura, left her mind blank. It has been a while. She managed to reply. As their hands met, Feng Yuyan experienced a sudden jolt, as if an electric current surged through her from his strong grip, nearly causing her to collapse into his arms. Could this truly be Lin En? She wondered. The transformation is simply astounding. While the former Lin En was tall, he was dark and thin, lacking any semblance of attractiveness. Now, it's as if he's become an entirely different person.
Su Yanyan.
Noticing Feng Yuyan covering her nose, asked with concern, Ian, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Feng Yuyan hastily retrieved a tissue from her bag to wipe away the trickling blood from her nose, murmuring, It's nothing. For someone like her, who was utterly captivated by appearances, she felt no immunity towards Lin En's current allure. It was simply enchanting. The moment Lin En made his entrance, a palpable void enveloped Wang Feng's surroundings. He stood there rigid, as an awkward atmosphere swiftly permeated the air. His brows gradually furrowed as he scrutinized Lin En amidst the crowd. Lin En? Was he truly Lin En? The same Lin En who sat at the back of the class, struggled with poor grades and frequently skipped school? His gaze shifted to Su Yanyan, who stood beside Lin En, her face adorned with an expression of admiration. Instinctively, he narrowed his eyes. Clenching his fist, he strode purposefully toward Lin En, a smile once again gracing his face. It's been a few months, Lin En. You've changed quite a bit. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Lin En offered a slight smile. Although he was the class monitor, they had not exchanged a single word throughout the entire year. I trust you have been well. With that, Lin En politely extended his hand. Wang Feng, still smiling, reached out to shake Lin En's hand. I apologize, but there has been a surge of contagious skin diseases lately. I've heard that many in the slums have been infected. You wouldn't expect me to shake hands without wearing gloves, would you? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Su Yanyan gazed at Lin En with concern, fully aware that he possessed powers akin to that of a superhero. If he were to inadvertently harm Wang Feng, it would surely cause an uproar. She turned her gaze toward Wang Feng and sighed softly. Please, don't court disaster, class monitor. One's demise could genuinely occur here. Despite my ambivalence towards you, perishing in this locale would be a regrettable waste. Everyone sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Lin En, maintaining his composure, offered a serene smile and stated, I certainly don't mind. Subsequently, they clasped hands with reciprocal smiles. A barely audible sound, a subtle crack, resonated. Wang Feng's smile instantly froze on his face, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Broken. My hand seems to be broken. His arm trembled slightly as he attempted to withdraw his hand from Lin En's grasp, only to realize that Lin En's grip was like an iron vice, rendering him unable to extract it. Wang Feng's complexion turned ashen due to the intense pain. Lin En inquired, Class monitor, is something amiss? Are you feeling unwell? Wang Feng, his eyes trembling, gazed at Lin En, his smile fading, and replied, No, nothing. I'm perfectly fine.
Lin En, relieved,
Released his hand and then patted his shoulder amiably, smiling as he said, Good to hear. In that case, let us proceed. Crack. Wang Feng's expression stiffened, and he immediately felt as though his shoulder, where Lin En had patted him, had been struck by a gunshot, instantly losing all sensation. Pain. So much pain. His entire body trembled, and his face turned a shade darker than liver. Several students beside him immediately noticed something was amiss and rushed to support him, asking, Young Master Wang, what's wrong? Wang Feng, gritting his teeth, gasped for breath and said, My hand seems to be broken, and my shoulder is excruciatingly painful. Upon uttering these words, the students displayed expressions of bewilderment, questioning how the situation could have deteriorated so rapidly. Wang Feng, gritting his teeth, strained to turn his gaze towards Lin En, who was conversing and smiling amidst the crowd. The students, furrowing their brows, identified Lin En and expressed their indignation, resolving to confront him for his outrageous behavior. With palpable anger, they glared at Lin En, poised to take action. Wang Feng, suppressing his pain, stood up with a forced smile and approached the group, addressing Lin En with a feigned lightheartedness. He inquired whether Lin En had been training with Bai Zhe, remarking on his considerable strength. Lin En, stretching his limbs, casually dismissed the notion of martial arts training, citing the lack of leisure time for such strenuous activities. Wang Feng, enduring the discomfort, concurred with a strained chuckle, acknowledging the preference for financial pursuits and career advancement over physical training. He emphasized the societal stratification where affluence dictates one's position, enabling the wealthy to indulge in life's pleasures while the impoverished languish at the bottom. Lin En, shrugging his shoulders, conceded the validity of the statement but also alluded to the burdens that accompany wealth, reflecting on his own circumstances. Wang Feng, with an arrogant smirk, remained silent before striding towards his Mercedes-Benz. Settling into the driver's seat, he extended an invitation to Lin En, suggesting that traversing the long distance on foot would be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. This proposition caused a collective holding of breath among the onlookers. Lin En, however, remained unfazed, his mindset having transcended his former self. For him, the city held little allure, its dimensions far too trivial. What vexed him most was the petty rivalry some exhibited, comparing their wealth with a tone of sarcasm. He had long since grown indifferent to such matters. At the age of 2, The sum his father bestowed upon him was sufficient to rival the annual GDP of a small nation. Lin found himself in a state of bemusement. Since Wang Ban had extended an invitation, he decided to proceed. Let those who wish to join do so. With a shrug, he was about to step forward when suddenly, his phone rang. He casually picked it up, pressed the call button, and said, "Hello, who is this?" In the next moment, the voice of the steward from Lin's estate came through, breathless. "Young master, I have summoned your convoy. Please look ahead." At these words, Lin was momentarily taken aback. Then he lifted his gaze towards the end of the road, his expression darkening instantly. What the hell? There, at the road's conclusion, a procession of hundreds of luxury vehicles, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, advanced with grandiosity. The onlookers around the street gasped, their mouths agape in sheer astonishment. What an opulent convoy! My goodness! Could it be the President of the United States arriving? This is beyond magnificent. Is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom Modified? A Lamborghini Miura?
À Bugatti la voiture noire?
This. What kind of joke is this? It appeared that every vehicle was worth millions. As the luxurious convoy glided closer, the surrounding students also displayed expressions of utter disbelief. Feng Yuyan, in disbelief, covered her small mouth, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she murmured, "What? An impressive convoy." Wang Feng studied the procession, his brow slightly furrowed, and remarked, "I'll pull the car over to the side. You all should stand clear as well. We wouldn't want to accidentally bump into any of those vehicles. I certainly cannot afford a scratch." Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the surrounding students collectively gasped. Indeed, within the fabric of society, there existed numerous influential figures. They were well aware that their class leader's father was a magnate worth over $1 billion, a fact that commanded their admiration. However, it seemed that some of the luxury cars in this convoy could easily surpass the entirety of his father's wealth. Particularly, the leading Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, valued at no less than 155 million renminbi, worth a staggering 10 times that of his father. Wang Feng, frowning, glanced at Lin En, who stood nearby, fixated on the convoy. Impatiently he said, "Enough, Lin En, get in the car. There's no point in staring. You'll never earn enough in 10 lifetimes to afford that vehicle. It's merely a fleeting spectacle for you." Yet, Lin En seemed oblivious to his words. In the next moment, the onlookers were astonished to see Lin En striding purposefully toward the convoy. He positioned himself directly in front of the illustrious Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost and, with a swift kick, struck the vehicle. Boom! A resounding crack echoed through the air. In the midst of everyone's utter shock, the front hood of the Rolls-Royce instantly crumpled inward. My goodness! The crowd was left in utter disbelief. Su Yanyan stood frozen, and Wang Feng was left dumbfounded. All the students present, including passers-by, were left astonished and frozen in place by the scene before them. A fleet of opulent vehicles, worth a staggering $1.5 billion, had been kicked. Lin cast a dark gaze at his chief steward seated in the driver's seat, demanding, "Who authorized your arrival?" The steward, driving the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, was instantly struck with fear. He promptly flung open the car door and rushed to Lin, drenched in cold sweat. Bowing deeply, he hastily apologized. "I beg your pardon, young master. It was a grave oversight on my part. I was unaware that you were attending a gathering with your classmates today. Had I known, I would never have taken the liberty of sending the car for maintenance. As soon as you departed, I had the vehicle retrieved, but not knowing which car you wished to drive today, I took the initiative to bring them all." Behind him, the doors of over 100 luxury cars swung open. One by one, bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses rushed forward, swiftly aligning themselves before Lin and bowing in unison, "Greetings, young master." The collective astonishment of those present was palpable. Wang Feng stood rigid, as if petrified, unable to move. "Why, young master?" he stammered, swallowing hard. Su Yanyan and her companions were left speechless, hands covering their mouths, eyes wide open, even their breaths seemingly suspended. Passers-by along the roadside stared blankly at the spectacle, rendered utterly speechless. Lin En glanced at the dazed crowd around him, his teeth clenched in frustration as he swiftly approached the butler. Wrapping his arms around the man's neck, he hissed through gritted teeth, Why on earth didn't you call me? I merely intended to attend a class reunion. Why the ostentation? The butler, drenched in cold sweat, dejectedly replied, Young master, to speak candidly, for all these years, I have driven you to school in that expensive Mercedes, and I have felt utterly ashamed. Who are you? You are the sole heir of the Lynn group. Witnessing your humility daily pains me deeply. Fuming, Lynn retorted, I am not embarrassed, and yet you seem to be. Speak. Did you come here today specifically to disrupt me? With a sorrowful expression, the butler responded, Young master, you too have lived through these experiences. Do you not realize? Today's class reunions are not about reminiscing. They are merely competitions. The mere thought of your classmates posturing before you fills me with distress. They are unworthy, young master. He slapped his thigh, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, exclaiming, They are simply unworthy. Lynn, exasperated and breathless, lowered his voice and exclaimed in frustration, You are driving me to madness. Then just get me a few 100,000 worth of Santana. It's not as if it's impossible. The butler, his eyes reddened, replied earnestly, Young master, I assure you, there is truly none available. The Mercedes, worth hundreds of thousands, was sold on the very day you graduated. It was far too devalued. The most affordable Ferraris currently start at 8 to 9 million. You. Lynn's chest heaved with indignation as he exclaimed, This month's salary deducted. Deducted. A full 10,000. The butler wiped away tears and replied, Thank you, young master. Just deduct 1,000th for me. That's worth it. The elderly servant, observing Lynn's clenched expression, swallowed hard and suggested, Young master, since I have gathered the entire fleet, why not choose one? Lynn turned to glance at his classmates, who were frozen in disbelief, covering their foreheads, and took a deep breath. The surrounding students gazed at him in a daze, inquiring, Lynn, is this luxurious convoy truly yours? They call you young master. What exactly are you? Everyone was engulfed in confusion, utterly bewildered by this sudden twist of fate. If I claimed they had no connection to me, would you believe it? All present shook their heads in unison, their expressions clearly conveying disbelief. Lynn anticipated this outcome. It was his blunder, his gravest error yet. There's no need to hail a taxi. Let's board the vehicles. I will have them escort you. Instantly, the butler's face brightened. He turned to Lynn's classmates, bowed politely and smiled, You are all my young master's classmates. Please, step aboard without hesitation. We shall ensure your safe arrival at your destination. Goodness! This cannot be true. Is our esteemed senior Lynn secretly a billionaire? Am I truly not dreaming? This is utterly surreal. With a resigned sigh, Lynn entered the rear door of Wang Feng's Mercedes, settling into the plush seat. Wang Feng's body instinctively shuddered at the unexpected weight. Captain Wang, Lynn murmured, pressing his forehead against the headrest, inhaling deeply. Your car is indeed a marvel of comfort. Discreet yet rich in substance, simple yet elegant. I envy you immensely. Wang Feng's forehead glistened with perspiration, cascading down like a torrential downpour. He swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lynn. May I ask you something? Yet before he could finish, Lynn's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, furrowing his brow slightly. Please hold on, I must take this call. With that, Lynn picked up the phone, reclining in his seat. Hello, who is this? Oh, General Manager Ma Xiaoyun. Long time no see. What a surprise to receive your call. Wang Feng. Chapter 66. Senior Lynn's misfortunes on the street. Countless onlookers paused to gawk. A remarkably luxurious motorcade lined up in an orderly fashion, gliding gracefully along the road. Vehicles ahead yielded without hesitation, too intimidated to venture near this opulent procession. For a mere moment of carelessness could result in financial ruin beyond imagination. However, what struck one as exceedingly incongruous was the presence at the heart of this grand motorcade. A solitary, unremarkable Mercedes-Benz, escorted by a multitude of opulent vehicles, akin to a lone, ugly duckling amidst a flock of swans, evoking a sense of bewilderment. Within the confines of the Mercedes, Wang Feng's eyes were wide with apprehension as he gripped the steering wheel, his palms slick with cold sweat. He cast a glance in the rearview mirror at Lynn, who was engaged in a phone conversation, and instinctively swallowed hard. No problem. A trivial matter. Leaning back in his seat, Lynn chuckled into the phone. Since my father sent you to find me, the investment is settled. Mr. Ma, name your price. 1 billion. Lynn suddenly furrowed his brow, addressing the phone. Mr. Ma, that is quite inconsiderate. You approach me for an investment and offer such a paltry sum? How dare you propose a mere 1 billion? Upon hearing this, Wang Feng's teeth began to chatter incessantly. In the passenger seat and the back row, Feng Yuyan and Su Yanyan held their breath, too tense to make a sound. Their ears perked up, sitting rigidly in their seats. The voice of Ma Xiaoyun echoed from Lin-En's phone. No, that's not what I meant, Lin. Lin-En shook his head and replied, Enough. No need for further discussion. $500 million, and that is the final word. Wang Feng. Su Yanyan and Feng Yuyan instinctively shuddered. Upon hearing that figure, their breaths quickened. Mr. Lin, that is far too much. The urgent voice of Ma Xiaoyun echoed from the phone. Lin-En, with a tone of earnestness, said, Ma, I truly value the developmental potential of your Alibaba. Even in your retirement, you still seek me out for investment. As a brother, I must extend my support, both publicly and privately. Besides, you are still quite young, just in your 50s. Another decade of work is certainly feasible. Very well, let us finalize this matter. After hanging up, Lin-En took a deep breath, massaging his temples as he leaned back in his seat. The car was enveloped in a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wang Feng swallowed hard, trembling with trepidation, and stammered, Lin-En, I have a question for you. However, before he could finish his words, Lin-En's phone rang once more. A sheepish smile crept across Lin-En's face as he answered the call. Leaning back in his seat, and cheerfully remarked, Ah, Ma Xiaoting. It has been quite a while since we last connected. What prompted you to reach out to your brother today?
Su Yanyan.
Feng Yuyan. Wang Feng nearly stumbled, his grip slipping, almost causing the car to collide with the nearby guardrail. Feng Yuyan instinctively grasped the seat, trembling as she looked at the perspiring Wang Feng and asked, Wang, class leader, are you all right? Wang Feng took several deep breaths, wiped the sweat from his brow, fixed his gaze ahead, and replied shakily, I am fine, really. No issues. The three of them listened intently, not daring to make a sound, as the conversation continued behind them. Are you saying that Alibaba is seeking my investment? Lin reclined in his seat, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. He sighed, saying, Well, I can't help it. He personally sought my father's assistance. I can't just disregard his request, can I? All right, Brother Ma, you needn't worry about market share. I will have a word with old Ma to ensure he doesn't encroach upon your territory, considering I hold 30% of your shares, after all. Very well. Let us arrange a time to gather properly. Shall I expect a red envelope? No need. Do you think I am someone who cares about money? With that, Lin exhaled a sigh and ended the call. The car fell into a profound silence. Lin put away his phone, raised his gaze to the driver, Wang Feng, and inquired, Wang, what did you just say? Wang Feng was on the verge of tears, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he stammered, And nothing, Lin. President Lin. I'm sorry. Su Yanyan swallowed hard, staring blankly at Lin, and asked, Senior. Lin, who exactly are you? Wang Feng and Feng Yuyan both held their breath, too apprehensive to utter a word. Coming from affluent families, they had ample opportunities to engage with the upper echelons of society and had begun to surmise Lin's true identity. Although Su Yanyan had witnessed Lin's extravagant display at the bathhouse, she remained somewhat oblivious to the specifics of his status. She only knew that he was exceedingly wealthy. Lin gazed pensively out of the window and declared, I am Lin, the heir of the Lin Corporation. Upon this revelation, silence enveloped the vehicle. Although they had already surmised Lin's identity, Wang Feng and Feng Yuyan instinctively shuddered. Su Yanyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth in astonishment. You are truly young Master Lin. Given the prominence of the Lin group, how could Su Yanyan have been unaware of it? She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her whole being growing faint. Wang Feng, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of despair. Who could have anticipated this? The notorious underachiever in class, a student frequently reprimanded for skipping classes, turned out to be a hidden super-rich heir. Lynn, his surname is Lynn. They were in Jianghaking, the ancestral home of the internationally renowned Tycoon Lin Zhenying. Lin was undoubtedly the legendary only son of Lin Zhenying, the vice president of the Lin Group, celebrated as the most understated super-rich second-generation heir. No, to call him a second-generation rich kid would be an insult. Legend has it that he established his own business empire on the international stage without any aid from his father. They were even referred to internationally as the Little and Big Lin, ranking among the top 5 on the global rich list. He wished he could slap himself hard. How foolish he was. Flaunting wealth in front of such a person was tantamount to courting death. Lin sighed and said, "Please refrain from mentioning the title young master Lin in my presence, as I find it rather unappealing. In fact, I prefer it when you simply call me by my name." He lifted his head, closed his eyes, and leaned against the seat, saying, "Because my greatest dream in this life is to, like you all, peacefully complete high school, gain admission to an ideal university, and lead a tranquil existence throughout 4 years of college like an ordinary person. I do not wish to be surrounded daily by flashing lights and the media, nor do I desire to be regarded as an outlier due to possessing excessive wealth. While everyone else takes the subway, why should I be the one driving a luxury car?" He slapped his thigh, his eyes glistening with emotion, his voice slightly choked. The system. Wang Feng was nearly in tears. "Brother, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not berate us so harshly. I am on my knees. Is that acceptable?" Beside him, Su Yanyan swallowed nervously, trembling as she extended her hand, her beautiful eyes wide open, softly saying, Senior Lin N. Lin raised his head, gazing wistfully at the rigidly driving Wang Feng, and remarked, "In truth, the person I envy the most is still class leader Wang." Wang Feng immediately shuddered, nearly shedding tears, exclaiming, No, I am unworthy of envy." Lin N sniffled, his eyes slightly reddening as he patted Wang Feng's shoulder, saying, "Because if my assets could amount to even half of what class leader Wang possesses, even just a little more than half, I would not need to so fearfully conceal my identity. The greatest fear one faces is wealth, for wherever you go, it invites the flash of cameras and the scrutiny of the media. Your life is perpetually devoid of peace. Hence, I truly envy you. If my assets could match those of Captain Wang's family, I would be able to drive my car to and from school with genuine ease.
Lin En's voice trembled.
I wouldn't have to live in constant anxiety every day. The system." Feng Yuyan and Su Yanyan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. It was truly tragic. Senior Lin N was suffering immensely. Chapter 67. It's all really with me. I'm unsure of its authenticity. Wang Feng was on the verge of tears. "I know you are quite affluent, but please, is this truly how you speak? Must you demean others so? I was wrong. Am I not allowed to apologize to you?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Feng Yuyan stared at Wang Feng in astonishment and asked, "Captain Wang, why are you crying?" With reddened eyes, Wang Feng vigorously wiped away his tears and replied, I am just overwhelmed." A few minutes later, over 100 luxury cars majestically parked in front of a premier bar. The handsome men and beautiful women entering the bar were all taken aback. "Wow, whose motorcade is this? It's astonishingly opulent. Which esteemed figure has arrived? The value of this convoy must not be less than 50 billion. The reception attendant struggled to contain his envy. He understood that anyone capable of possessing such a lavish fleet must be extraordinary. However, when he noticed a modestly priced Mercedes among the luxury vehicles, he paused in surprise. What is this? How did a duck find its way among a flock of swans? Quite peculiar indeed. Yet, adhering to his professional ethics, the attendant smiled and approached the Mercedes, preparing to open the door. Seated in the driver's seat, Wang Feng had already opened the car door and stepped out. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, recognizing this young man behind the wheel as Wang Feng, the affluent patron who frequently visited their Mingyue bar. Casting a glance at the lavish convoy of 100 luxury vehicles behind him, he was utterly astonished and exclaimed, "So it is you, Mr. Wang. Could it be that this fleet belongs to you?" At this revelation, the surrounding crowd was enveloped in disbelief. Wang Feng was a familiar figure at the bar, known for his extravagant spending and generous nature. Many here were well aware of his status as a super-rich heir. His father a tycoon worth over 100 million. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Clearly, this opulent vehicle procession was indeed Wang Feng's, leading one to ponder if his wealth might even surpass the 100 million mark. Wang Feng shot him a sharp glare, uttering not a word. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he swiftly approached the rear door, extending his hand to open it, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Lin Xiao, we have arrived. This statement elicited a wave of astonishment from those around. Goodness! The next moment, Lin shook his head and emerged from the back seat, patting Wang Feng on the shoulder. Wang Feng, how many times must I tell you? Do not address me as Lin Xiao. Simply treat me as an ordinary classmate. Wang Feng, visibly anxious, replied hastily, I dare not, Lin Xiao. It was my oversight before. From now on, consider me merely your errand runner. Truly, there is no need for formality. Could you please go buy me a bottle of water? Sure. As Wang Feng stumbled towards the convenience store across the street, Lin shouted, Do you need me to transfer you 10 yuan?
Wang Feng hurriedly replied, No, no.
The classmates who had descended from the luxury car stood in a daze, watching their class leader, Wang, precariously dodge the swiftly approaching cars as he rushed towards the convenience store. A collective gulp echoed among them. Their gazes soon shifted to Lin. It turned out that Senior Lin was the vice president of the Lin Group, one of the super-rich individuals internationally known as the Lin Duo. I felt as if I were in a dream. My classmate was, in fact, a concealed tycoon. They had overheard the driver, a bodyguard, discussing Lin's identity while in the car. Such a status was astounding. If Wang Feng's assets could be likened to a two-story building, then Lin's fortune had already breached the stratosphere. In less than a few minutes, Wang Feng, panting, returned from across the street, holding a convenience bag.
Lin,
I've brought you the drinks. Lin nodded approvingly and said, Well done. Let us go. Wang Feng appeared somewhat timid, unable to meet Lin's gaze directly, hesitantly suggesting, Lin, perhaps you could lead today's gathering? I feel I don't quite measure up. Lin smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, What are you talking about? Bring back that bold spirit. Who are you? You are Wang, the young master. Surely you possess this capability. Wang Feng felt a twinge of distress. With your presence, what pretense could I possibly maintain? He cast an awkward glance at his classmates and stammered, Fellow students, let us proceed inside. Today, let us indulge in good food and drink. The group nodded in a daze, witnessing for the first time such a reserved demeanor from their class leader, though it was understandable under the circumstances. Soon, under the watchful eyes of his peers, Wang Feng led them into the Mingyue bar. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant with vivid lights and pulsating music. As he walked ahead, he exuberantly proclaimed, Lin, to be candid, this is a place I frequent. The ambience here is unparalleled in Jianghai City, and it boasts a comprehensive range of entertainment options. Over there is the dance hall, and upstairs is the VIP area, complete with professional spa technicians, not to mention the fine imported spirits we serve. Of course, we also have the finest mixologists, all hailing from Europe. Lin smiled and remarked, Quite impressive. Wang Feng continued his enthusiastic introduction, cheerfully retrieving a black card from his pocket. Well, everyone, enjoy yourselves today. I possess an exclusive VIP membership card that entitles us to a 50% discount on all expenses. Today's bill will be under my name. Lin responded with a smile, that black card must not come cheap. Wang Feng scratched his head, chuckling, That's easily arranged. I'm acquainted with the manager here. If you wish, Lin, I could leverage my connections to help you obtain one as well. Lin remained non-committal. As the crowd gathered at the bar, the barmaid greeted Wang Feng with a warm smile, saying, Mr. Wang, welcome. Your private room has been prepared, and your classmates are already waiting for you there. The barmaid promptly added, We've had it ready for quite some time. I shall fetch it for you right away. A few moments later, she returned with a bottle of exquisite red wine in hand. The sight of the recognizable Lafite label captured the attention of the surrounding classmates, who exclaimed in unison, Wow, it's truly Lafite. Class monitor Wang is indeed extravagant. an 82 vintage. Despite Lin N's presence beside him, Wang Feng couldn't help but display a hint of pride upon hearing his classmates' enthusiastic reactions. The barmaid then inquired with a smile, "Mr. Wang, would you like me to decant the wine?" Just as Wang Feng was about to respond, Lin N furrowed his brows and turned to the barmaid, asking, "An 82 Lafite?" The barmaid replied with a smile, "Indeed, it is authentic Lafite from 82, freshly airlifted from Europe just yesterday." Observing Lin N's expression, Wang Feng questioned, "Lin N, is something amiss?" Lin N shook his head and replied, "What, 82 Lafite? Are you being deceived? Can't you see through it? When buying wine, one shouldn't be swayed by the brand's prestige and simply accept whatever is offered. Where outside can one find a genuine 82 Lafite these days?" The barmaid's demeanor shifted as she frowned, scrutinizing Lin N with a critical eye, unable to discern his significance. Lin N, still frowning, insisted, "Stop with the smokescreen. Summon your manager." The surrounding classmates immediately discerned a flicker of anger in Lin. Everyone was taken aback, uncertain as to why Lin had suddenly become so irate. Surely, even if it weren't the 1982 Lafite, such anger was unwarranted. The bar attendant shot Lin a glare before turning to head backstage, evidently to summon the person in charge. With a dark expression, Lin stated, "All the 1982 Lafite wines are stored in my cellar. Do I not know their authenticity?" Upon hearing this, Wang Feng was rendered speechless. All the classmates around him were equally astonished. This. Chapter 68. I am here introducing people with great enthusiasm. Before long, the bar attendant returned with a well-dressed middle-aged man, who glared fiercely at Lin and declared, "Manager, this is the individual who claimed our Lafite is counterfeit. I suspect he is deliberately attempting to disrupt our establishment." The manager's brow furrowed as he scowled. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in our venue? Truly audacious." In the next moment, he caught sight of Lin's face, and his expression froze in shock. "Young master," the manager exclaimed. At these words, Wang Feng felt a jolt of disbelief coursing through him, his face betraying his astonishment. The surrounding classmates were equally taken aback. "Young master, what is happening?" Under the astonished gaze of the barmaid, the manager hurriedly sprinted to Lin's side, displaying a sycophantic smile as he inquired, "Young master, what a pleasant surprise to see you here today. Had I known of your visit, I would have made the necessary arrangements." Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "What? Am I not allowed to come?" The manager quickly responded, "Oh, young master, how could you say such a thing? This is your establishment. You are welcome to visit at any time. It is my grave oversight for not anticipating your esteemed presence today." Wang Feng felt a sudden jolt in his mind, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. He stared blankly at Lin, realizing that this bar was his property. The manager was momentarily taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he stammered, "This, is..." Lin's temper flared as he coldly admonished, "How many times must I remind you that business is built on trust? Earning money must be done with integrity. How dare you sell counterfeit liquor right under my nose?" With a thud, Lin slammed the bar counter. The manager's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, his face pale as he pleaded, "Young master, I apologize. We have acted with malice. It was. Suppressing his anger, Lin gravely commanded, "I want a thorough overhaul by tomorrow. Should I discover any further misconduct, I expect all of you to vacate this place immediately. I invest substantial sums each month to support you, and yet, you dare to tarnish my reputation." The manager, drenched in sweat, stood frozen in fear, not daring to utter a single word. The bartender stood trembling at the bar, her head lowered in fear. Who could have anticipated this? Their predicament had inadvertently ensnared their employer. The 1982 Lafite was indeed counterfeit, for all authentic bottles from that vintage were safely stored within their master's vineyard. Yet, upon the arrival of numerous affluent patrons, who demanded the 1982 Lafite, they were blinded by greed and devised a plan to peddle false wine. But who could foresee that it would backfire upon their employer? Lin N, suppressing his anger, spoke gravely, "What are you still dawdling for? Take people to my vineyard and ensure my classmates are served several bottles of genuine red wine." The manager, struggling to regain his composure, replied, "Yes, yes. Young master, I shall go at once." "Wait," Lin En interjected sternly. "Once the wine is aerated, shatter the bottles. Should I catch anyone using my empty wine bottles to deceive others, I will not spare you." The manager nodded vigorously, hastily exiting the bar. All present were left in stunned silence. Lin En inhaled deeply, shaking his head. "I apologize for the embarrassment. It is my failure to manage my subordinates properly. Wang Feng, please, continue." Wang Feng swallowed hard, gazing at the trembling bartender, feeling an overwhelming sense of bitterness. "Why on earth did you not mention earlier that this was your establishment? I had been here, earnestly introducing myself before you, and now it feels like a slap in the face." The surrounding classmates collectively gasped, their gazes fixed on Lin En, rendering any attempt at description utterly inadequate. A true magnate, perhaps this is the essence of a genuine tycoon. He effortlessly discerned that the 1982 Lafite was counterfeit. Why? The authentic bottles were nestled within his own abode. Following this brief interlude, the crowd felt a profound sense of embarrassment as the barmaid, visibly trembling, guided Lin En and his companions toward the private room. "Sir," the barmaid nearly burst into tears, apologizing profusely, "I am so sorry. I truly had no idea you were the owner here." Lin En shook his head and replied, "It's quite all right, you may leave now. As for the Lafite incident, it seems you won't be involved. Just focus on your work, and if you perform well, I shall consider promoting you with a raise." Instantly, tears of joy welled in the barmaid's eyes as she bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you. I will certainly do my utmost." As the proprietor, Lin En understood the intricacies of such dynamics. It was imperative to exhibit magnanimity towards the grassroots employees to inspire their diligence, while those drawing higher salaries necessitated a firmer hand to prevent any mischief. A few minutes later, they arrived at the private room. As the door swung open, a dazzling sight met their eyes. "Ah, teacher, you two have come?" Lin En exclaimed, noticing Bai Zhe conversing with a middle-aged woman seated on the sofa. It was instantly apparent to him that this woman was their homeroom teacher. A wave of awkwardness washed over Lin En as he recognized her. Their teacher, surnamed Zhang and named Jianhua, was notoriously strict and had been their instructor for 5 long years. The homeroom teacher harbored no affection for the recurrent truant who had been held back, often utilizing him as a cautionary exemplar of poor academic diligence. With a cheerful demeanor, the teacher extended a hand, exclaiming, "You have graduated. Surely I must come to see you. Soon each of you will be heading to university, and I rejoice in witnessing your remarkable achievements." The female students in the class immediately giggled and moved closer. However, when Bai Zhe observed Lin En entering the room, he instantly sprang to his feet, his body taut, cold sweat trickling down his brow. A sense of foreboding surged within Lin En. In the next moment, Bai Zhe executed a perfect 90-degree bow, beginning to utter the word master. Yet, before he could complete the title, a sudden chill coursed through the floor, surging into Bai Zhe's being. His eyes widened in shock, his tongue rendered as immobile as a popsicle. Nonetheless, his actions caught the attention of both his classmates and the homeroom teacher. The teacher, perplexed, inquired, "Bai Zhe, what is the matter?" Lin En approached with an amiable smile, assisting Bai Zhe to his feet, reassuring him, "It's nothing. Bai, the vice class monitor, likely has some issues with his lumbar spine." Casting a fierce glance at Bai Zhe, the latter immediately nodded, stammering, "And no. It's nothing." At that moment, the homeroom teacher noticed Lin En's face, her eyes widening in astonishment. "This student is exceptionally handsome. Even I, a woman in my 40s, find my composure wavering." Her heart raced uncontrollably as she exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you a student from another class? Why do I feel like I recognize you?" Su Yanyan smiled as she grasped the arm of her homeroom teacher. "Teacher, don't you remember? This is Senior Lin En." The teacher's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lin En, what kind of joke is this? Did you undergo plastic surgery in Thailand? How could you suddenly become so handsome?" Lin En smiled gently and replied, "No, perhaps it's due to some supplements I have been taking. Haha, old teacher, it's been a long time." The teacher's expression darkened as he retorted, "Don't put on airs in front of me. How dare you come to see me? What were your grades this year? State them in front of everyone." Chapter 69. It's not that I don't want to. I simply lack the courage. The surrounding students fell silent. Lynn, feeling somewhat awkward, sat on the sofa and replied, 305. The teacher glared at him and said, Lynn, 5 years ago when you first enrolled, I was your teacher. It has been 5 entire years. 3 college entrance examinations. How can you show no signs of improvement whatsoever? Lynn felt embarrassed and at a loss for words, yet the teacher's words held truth. The room was silent. The teacher sighed and remarked, throughout these years, I have never given up on you, but you must also consider your future. You're no longer a child. You can't just waste your days away here. Look at class leader Wang. All eyes turned to Wang Feng, and Lynn's gaze followed suit. Wang Feng immediately shivered. Teacher, please don't involve me. The homeroom teacher shook his head and remarked, look at your class monitor, Wang. Not only does he possess striking looks and exemplary academic performance, but he also hails from a well-to-do family. Even if he fails to gain admission to a university, he will undoubtedly lead a prosperous life in society. However, you, Lynn, are in a different predicament. The teacher sighed, you lack the privileged background of your class monitor. Gaining admission to university is your sole avenue for success. If you do not exert yourself further, you may find life in society quite arduous. A profound silence enveloped the room, as stillness settled like a heavy blanket. Wang Feng instinctively swallowed hard, his pupils trembling.
Lynn,
Please, say something. Counter the teacher. After a moment of silence, Lynn, with resignation, replied, what you say is true, teacher. The atmosphere remained thick with silence. Wang Feng cautiously began to inch towards the door, sensing that if he lingered any longer, dire consequences might ensue. Yet, before he could reach the exit, the homeroom teacher called out, Wang Feng, come over here. Is there something you need, teacher? Wang Feng asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The teacher sighed and motioned for him to sit beside Lynn, saying, Wang Feng, while I may not have much to say in this matter, I truly cannot bear to watch any longer. Lynn is your classmate. As the class monitor, I urge you to assist him as much as possible, whether academically or in daily life. If Lynn finds it impossible to enter university, perhaps you could help him secure some form of employment, given the bond you share as classmates. The room fell silent once more, an oppressive stillness hanging in the air. Wang Feng felt paralyzed, unable to utter a single word, tears welling in his eyes. I arranged a job for Lynn? My goodness! Teacher, such words should not be uttered lightly. I lack the capability for that. Wang Feng trembled, saying, Teacher, please allow me to explain. The homeroom teacher, puzzled, inquired, is there a difficulty? Wang Feng was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, it's not a matter of difficulty. It's that, The homeroom teacher breathed a sigh of relief, stating, in that case, I need not worry. Although Shaolin has a poor foundation, he should be able to manage physical labor. Henceforth, he need not fear a lack of work. Wang Feng felt overwhelmed with emotion. The classmates around him swallowed hard, casting sympathetic glances at Wang Feng. This sentiment was truly beyond comprehension. The homeroom teacher admonished, why aren't you thanking your class monitor? Lynn, with resignation, replied, thank you, class monitor Wang. At that moment, Wang Feng's legs grew weak. Had he not been leaning against the sofa, he would likely have collapsed. With tears streaming down his face, he looked at Lynn and said, no need to thank me. Bai Zhe stifled the urge to laugh, his face contorting in shades of blue and purple, feeling quite uncomfortable. Were it not for Lynn's presence, he would have likely burst into laughter. The homeroom teacher then turned to Bai Zhe, sighing, Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe was taken aback, responding, teacher, what is it? The homeroom teacher sighed again, saying, I have heard that your family runs a martial arts school? Bai Zhe was suddenly overcome by a foreboding sensation, staring blankly as he uttered, indeed, my father is the head of the Bai martial arts school. The homeroom teacher shook his head and replied, I see, Bai Zhe. After all, you are the vice class leader. It is only fitting for classmates to assist each other. Lynn has not passed the university entrance examination for 3 years. Given his foundation, the prospects of him gaining admission are rather bleak. It would be unreasonable to solely burden class leader Wang. How about this? If your father is amenable, perhaps you could assist Lin by inquiring whether your martial arts school would be willing to accept him? This way, he could acquire a skill and perhaps become a martial artist in the future, which is certainly better than living aimlessly without any abilities. Bai Zai felt a jolt of shock. He instinctively glanced at Lin's eyes, which were filled with profound meaning. Then his legs weakened, and with a thud he collapsed. The surrounding classmates were taken aback and hurried to help him up, asking Vice Class Leader Bai, "Are you all right?" Bai Zai gasped, attempting to rise, but his legs refused to obey him, leaving him utterly powerless. "I'm fine. Don't help me. I can get up by myself," he insisted, cursing himself for his lack of resilience. Why could he not stand? Several male classmates struggled to lift Bai Zai and placed him on the sofa. Trembling with fear, he looked at Lin's eyes, which sparkled with amusement, his heart sinking in despair. How had he become entangled in this predicament again? He should have foreseen this. Why hadn't he taken the chance to leave earlier? The homeroom teacher glanced over and asked, "Bai Zai, can you assist with this?" Bai Zai swallowed hard, his face ashen as he replied, "I'm afraid I cannot." Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Would refusing to help not disrespect his teacher? Yet agreeing would mean undermining his own father's authority by having him take his teacher as a disciple. If his father were to discover this, he might very well break his legs. Observing Bai Zai's tearful expression, the teacher, filled with concern, said, "Bai Zai, I merely mentioned it. If it's truly too difficult, then it's perfectly fine to decline." Bai Zai cast a glance at Lin, then at the anxious teacher, on the verge of tears. "It's not that I don't want to. It's just, I lack the courage. After all, he is." Lin cleared his throat and said, "Thank you, Vice Class Leader Bai." Bai Zai, looking as if he might burst into tears, stammered, I don't dare. Master, please stop pretending. Let us be frank. This charade is truly unbearable." The teacher, puzzled, observed the timid and exceedingly uneasy Wang Feng and Bai Zai seated beside Lin, feeling something was amiss. What had happened to these two today? They had always been such confident and somewhat arrogant youths at school. Why were they behaving so oddly today? The teacher shook his head, stood up, and declared, "I will step out to the restroom for a moment. You all entertain yourselves in the meantime, understood? Lin, don't you forget to toast your two class leaders." The teacher admonished, eyes narrowed. Lin, smiling broadly, stood up, took a bottle of beer, and said, "Understood, teacher. You go ahead." "Very well. I shall take my leave then." With a loud clang, the door slammed shut. In an instant, Wang Feng and Bai Zai jumped up as if electrified. Chapter 70. The door is closed. No one shall leave today. Wang Feng hurriedly assisted Lin in taking a seat. Trembling as he spoke, "Lin Xiao, please do not heed our teacher's reckless words. How could I possibly dare to seek employment for you? If I encounter any issues in the future, I will still rely on you." Bai Zai abruptly knelt down, bowing his head to Lin with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Master, please, I implore you to forget everything I just said. I am a man of principles. The saying goes, once a teacher, always a father, and that is a truth I shall never alter." The surrounding friends stood in shock. It seemed somewhat understandable for Wang Chuangyo to react this way, but they were utterly astonished that even Bai Zai, the vice friend, would behave similarly. Just how remarkable was their elder Lin? It appeared Bai Zai had indeed taken him as a master. Observing the two men who trembled with apprehension, Lin shook his head and remarked, "In truth, what our teacher said is not entirely erroneous." "What do you mean not erroneous?" "Everything is wrong." Wang Feng and Bai Zai exclaimed in unison, interrupting Lin's words. Lin sighed and shook his head, saying, "In fact, I have a fondness for our teacher, for he is the only individual in my life who has regarded me as an ordinary student. Once you achieve success, please extend your assistance and care towards our teacher. Understood?" Yes, yes. Wang Feng and Bai Zai responded hastily. Lin smiled faintly, lifting his glass and stating, "Come, let us toast." Wang Feng and Bai Zai quickly grabbed a bottle of liquor, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, master, we shall drink to honor you. Bottoms up." Under the watchful eyes of all the onlookers, the two individuals swiftly downed an entire bottle of liquor. Observing their eagerness to toast Lynn, the surrounding spectators swallowed hard. Is this what financial prowess entails? I feel utterly out of place. In such an atmosphere, I find it nearly impossible to interject. As time ticked by, the ambience gradually grew more lively, with everyone exchanging toasts, reveling in the merriment. Suddenly, the rosy-cheeked Su Yanyan cast a puzzled glance at the entrance and remarked, "Excuse me, I'll check on the gentleman in the restroom. Please continue." Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Yanyan opened the door and stepped outside. Just a few minutes later, she burst back through the door, breathless and urgent, exclaiming, "This is terrible. Lynn, something has happened to the gentleman." Bai Zhe and Wang Feng sprang to their feet. Lynn narrowed his eyes and urged, "Take your time. What is going on?" With tear-filled eyes, Su Yanyan nearly sobbed, "You must see for yourselves. The gentleman is covered in blood, and there are so many people surrounding old Ban Lin's expression instantly turned cold as he leapt to his feet, heading for the door. "Lead the way." Bai Zhe and Wang Feng clenched their jaws, grabbing a beer bottle as they rushed outside. The anxious onlookers quickly followed the three into the hallway. There, amidst the cacophony of music, they found Lynn's gentleman lying on the ground, bloodied and gasping, surrounded by shattered beer bottles. The gentleman's eyes were bloodshot, and blood flowed profusely as he exclaimed, "How can you strike someone?" The leader, a young man adorned with an earring, spat disdainfully and delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, rebuking, "Don't you pay attention when you walk? Have you not noticed you bumped into my girlfriend?" Beside him lounged a heavily made-up woman, a cigarette dangling from her lips as she exhaled a ring of smoke, casting a condescending smile upon the prostrate Zhang Jianhua. The gentleman clutched his abdomen, retching violently as his body convulsed. The woman took a drag from her cigarette and, with a sultry smile, remarked, "Perhaps you should find a mirror and assess your reflection. Do you even comprehend where you are? This is the largest nightclub in Jianghai City, a place not meant for someone of your stature." Clutching his abdomen, the gentleman shut his eyes and trembled, murmuring, I am sorry." The woman responded with a smirk, "Oh, now you realize your mistake? What were you doing just moments ago?" She cast a scornful glance at him, her high heels clicking against the floor as she held her cigarette, commanding, "Aren't you going to hurry up and leave? Should I summon someone to throw you out?" However, just as her words lingered in the air, a dark voice emerged from behind. "Who do you intend to throw out?" At that very moment, as the woman turned, a fist surged from the crowd, crashing violently against her face. With a piercing scream, she was propelled several meters, landing heavily in the midst of the dance hall. What the hell? The surrounding youths were instantly taken aback. In the next heartbeat, they beheld Lynn, clad in casual attire, standing impassively before the fallen woman. The gentleman trembled as he gazed at Lynn's silhouette, extending his hand and imploring, "Lynn, do not engage in combat." Lynn coldly retorted, "Dare to strike my mentor, and not a single one of you shall leave here alive today." The group of young men erupted in a furious shout, abruptly seizing a nearby chair, bellowing, "How dare you!" Unperturbed, Lynn delivered a powerful punch, sending the young man and the chair soaring through the air for several meters. Meanwhile, two others attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Lynn, with an expression devoid of emotion, swiftly pivoted and struck with a decisive blow, causing them to cry out in agony as they were hurled away. This astonishing scene left all witnesses in utter shock. Lynn turned to assist his mentor, observing the wound upon her head, and coldly inquired, "Sir, who struck you?" Her mind still reeling from the impact of Lynn's previous blow, she instinctively glanced toward the direction of the young man who had been sent flying. Lynn abruptly rose, his expression stoic, and approached the moaning figure on the ground. Seizing him, he picked up a bottle of liquor from the bar and smashed it against the bloodied head of the young man. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and the young man fell unconscious. Bai Zhe and Wang Feng, having rushed over with their companions, were met with the sight of their mentor's blood, causing their eyes to redden in fury. Bai Zhe clenched his teeth, grabbing a nearby chair and declaring, "Su Yanyan, take care of the mentor. I shall deal with this." Fueled by righteous anger, Bai Zhe approached another young man whom Lynn had dispatched, raising the stool and unleashing a flurry of blows upon his head. Wang Feng, emboldened by liquor, followed closely behind Bai Zhe as they charged forward, delivering a few well-placed kicks amidst Bai Zhe's assault. The ferocity of their onslaught rendered those around them speechless. The teacher, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "Lin and Bai Zhe, cease this at once. Such actions could lead to dire consequences." In the next moment, a middle-aged man violently pushed through the crowd, his countenance dark and foreboding as he fixed his gaze upon Lin En. "Who are you to lay your hands on my subordinate?" he demanded. Instantly, dozens of young men encircled him, standing resolutely behind the middle-aged figure, some revealing steel rods from their sleeves. Lin En, with a swift kick, sent the unconscious youth sprawling several meters away. Turning abruptly, he asked, "Are these your men?" The middle-aged man, his expression unyielding, replied, "Indeed. Do you know who I am? Those who have harmed my people today shall not leave this place alive." Lin En stretched his limbs, rose to his feet, and strode forward with purpose, bellowing, "Shut off the music! Close the doors! No one leaves here today." A barmaid rushed to the stage, whispering urgently into the DJ's ear. The DJ, suddenly drenched in cold sweat, paled as he stammered, "You mean he is our boss?" Without hesitation, the DJ ceased the music, plunging the dance hall into an immediate silence. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition beginning to take root in his mind. In the next moment, as the music ceased, a formidable array of security personnel, wielding batons, surged into the ballroom. The chief security officer immediately spotted Lin standing resolutely in the hall, and a wave of trepidation washed over him, causing him to sweat profusely as he hurried towards Lin. The middle-aged man, upon seeing the head of the bar's security, promptly approached him, gravely stating, "Captain Wang, you have finally arrived. I." However, in the next instant his expression froze. The security chief disregarded him entirely, pushing him aside and stepping directly before Lin. Saluting with respect, "Boss." This proclamation plunged the room into silence. The middle-aged man's face transformed, revealing sheer astonishment. Even the homeroom teacher gazed at Lin in disbelief. "Boss? He calls Lin boss." "This," Lin solemnly commanded, "lock the doors. Not a single person is to leave. If I discover anyone attempting to escape, you will be dismissed." The security chief, drenched in sweat, turned and bellowed, "Close the doors." Instantly, several security guards at the entrance shut the doors, drawing down the rolling shutter and securing it with a lock. Hundreds of security personnel, batons in hand, swiftly surrounded Lin, bowing their heads in unison, "Boss." All other patrons, trembling with fear, hastily retreated to the sides of the corridor. The middle-aged man stared in astonishment at the scene before him, taking a step back as he gazed at Lin, exclaiming, You cannot possibly be the one from the Lin family." Just as his words hung in the air, a beer bottle soared from a distance, striking him on the head and shattering with a thunderous crash.
Bai Zhe bellowed.
"How dare you act tough in front of my master?" With that, Bai Zhe darted into the crowd, ready to engage. Instantly, the venue erupted in screams. Lin abruptly waved his hand and commanded, "Fight back! Hit them hard!" Chaos ensued as security personnel armed with batons rushed in, mercilessly attacking the group of youths. Within moments, the entire dance hall transformed into a battleground. Amidst the cries of distress, it took mere minutes for Lin's security to bring everyone to the ground. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, clutching his head, and trembled as he stared at Lin, demanding, Who are you?" Lin remained silent, assisting his shocked homeroom teacher to her feet and guiding her to a chair, frowning as he inquired, "Are you all right, teacher?" The teacher gazed at Lin in bewilderment and asked, "Lin, who exactly are you?" Without hesitation, Wang Feng rushed forward, delivering a kick to the middle-aged man and pointing at Lin, shouting, "Who dares? My brother is the heir of the Lin group, and this bar belongs to him. Do you have the audacity to act recklessly on my brother's territory?" With that, Wang Feng landed another kick. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the crowd. All eyes were riveted on Lin. He is Master Lin, the vice president of the Lin Group, one of the two who single-handedly established a world-class business empire. The homeroom teacher gazed at Lin in disbelief, saying, "Lin, you You truly are. Lynn took a deep breath and retrieved a large pill from his pocket, stating, Old teacher, take this medicine first. We can discuss everything later. I need to handle this matter. With that, Lynn turned around and, with an expressionless demeanor, approached the middle-aged man who was filled with terror. He squatted down before him and said, My teacher is in his 40s or 50s. After enduring this blow from you, he has lost half his life. What do you think I should do with you? The middle-aged man trembled and replied, You. Let me tell you, my name is Luo Chen, and my father is the master of the Luo Martial Arts School. You have offended me. Lin extended his hand, and the captain of the security team immediately handed him a baton. Without a second thought, Lin swung it at the man's head. The middle-aged man instantly screamed in agony. Do you think this is a novel? Lin coldly gazed down at him, impatiently saying, What I detest most are those like you who invoke their father's name. Don't you find that rather kitsch? Luo Chun clutched his head, glaring at Lin with a malevolent intensity, his eyes seemingly longing to tear him apart. Lin, with an impassive expression, extracted his mobile phone from his pocket, opened his contacts, and dialed his father's number. He then tossed the device to the nearby head of security, stating without emotion, Inform my father that his son is in trouble and that he should bring additional personnel to Minghua Bar. Rockhen immediately exhibited a look of terror, stammering, What do you mean? Lin replied, devoid of any expression, I am in a foul mood and wish to take it out on your father as well. Panic enveloped the room. Lin strode purposefully to the front of the dance hall, where a security guard hastily placed a chair behind him. He crossed his legs and sat, awaiting the unfolding events with a stoic demeanor. After consuming the pill given by Lin, she felt as though her injuries had miraculously healed. Supported by Su Yanyan, she cautiously approached Lin, trembling as she spoke, Xiao Lin, please do not escalate this matter too much. The teacher is fine now. Lin gritted his teeth and declared, No, this matter is far from over. You have suffered such indignity in my domain. It is a slap in my face. Today, no one shall escape unscathed. The homeroom teacher trembled as he extended his hand, saying, Lin En, alas, I truly never anticipated that you would be. So you skipped classes every day. Lin En replied with a sense of melancholy. I am constantly traversing the globe, attending meetings. Today I meet with presidents from various countries, and tomorrow I must participate in an international conference. I scarcely have time to study. The homeroom teacher sighed deeply, remarking, Lin En, I genuinely do not know how to address you. Lin En responded gravely, Old classmate, since you are aware of the situation, let us not dwell on it today. You have guided me for 5 years. If I were to allow you to suffer grievances here, what would that signify? At that moment, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside. Lin En said resolutely, Let them in. A few minutes later, an elderly man with his head bandaged burst in, accompanied by a throng of over 100 martial artists. The elderly man scanned the room with fury, exclaiming, Who dares to harm my son? Lin En abruptly turned, his expression impassive, and stated, Luo Jiang, it has been 2 days. Do you still recognize me? Upon hearing this, the elderly man's face froze. He turned, gazing at Lin En in disbelief, stammering, You are. Lin En replied with a blank expression, It is I, Lin En. The elderly man and the martial artists who had surged in all displayed expressions of shock. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Could it be that he is the very monster who single-handedly confronted their entire martial arts association just days ago? Lying on the ground, Luo Chun trembled as he gazed at his father and then at Lin En, exclaiming, Father, do you know him? Before Luo Jiang could respond, Lin En bellowed, Close the door. Tack. Instantly, with the resounding clang of the descending roller shutter, Luo Jiang and over 100 martial artists found themselves trapped within the confines of the bar. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin En plunged into the crowd, akin to a tiger entering a den of wolves, delivering devastating punches that elicited cries of anguish from the martial artists. Upon realizing that the individual before them was Lin En, they dared not retaliate. Many among them had witnessed the terrifying prowess Lin En exhibited at the Martial Arts Association. Cultivator. He is a cultivator. One by one, the martial artists crouched down, clutching their heads, paralyzed by fear, Even as the security personnel wielding their batons rained blows upon them, they did not dare resist. They feared Lynn's fist might truly end their lives. Please, no more. Stop hitting us. Great Lynn. We have only just arrived and are utterly bewildered by what is happening. Let us speak calmly. Let us talk. In merely a few minutes, the 100 martial artists brought by Luo Jiang lay battered and bruised, moaning on the ground. Luo Chun trembled as he beheld the scene, utterly astonished that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. Even the martial artists accompanying his father had been taken down en masse. No more. Please, stop. Luo Jiang sat on the ground, his face swollen and bruised, extending his hand in distress, nearly on the verge of tears. Lin squatted before him, retrieving his phone from Luo Jiang's embrace, his expression devoid of emotion. Your son is unwilling to concede, requesting your presence for support. I have merely complied with his request. What about you? Do you wish for me to call your father as well? Luo Jiang hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, I concede. Please, do not contact my father. He is 90 years old, and it would be a grave injustice for him to endure such a beating. Lin, while sifting through the stolen phone, remarked indifferently, what about your friends? Those few martial arts masters you are close with. Should I summon them for assistance? Luo Jiang was on the verge of tears as he replied, No, truly, that won't be necessary. Lin rose, his expression unyielding as he looked down upon him. Your son's associates have assaulted my teacher, and I am quite incensed. You ought to consider how to address this situation. Luo Jiang turned his gaze sharply towards his son. Luo Chun, who immediately shivered with trepidation, stammering, I truly had no knowledge of it. Those few ruffians were under the influence of drugs. It has nothing to do with me. Luo Jiang, filled with exasperation, retorted, You ungrateful wretch. How could I have a son like you? You neglect your martial studies, spending your days gallivanting with a band of delinquents, and you genuinely believe yourself to be a gang leader? Damn it. I came here only to take a beating on your behalf. With that, Luo Jiang delivered a sharp slap across Luo Chen's face. Luo Chen quickly scrambled to his knees before Luo Jiang, pleading, Father, I shall not dare again. It was my failure to manage my subordinates properly. I promise it will not happen again. Luo Jiang solemnly inquired, Where are they? The surrounding security personnel dragged over several youths who were bloodied and barely clinging to life. Lin turned his gaze toward his trembling classmate, who was cowering in the distance, and said, Yan, please assist the teacher to the private room to rest. Classmates, you should also accompany the teacher for a while. I can handle things here. Su Yan nodded, her complexion slightly pale as she approached to support their homeroom teacher, saying, Meanwhile, the other classmates, filled with fear yet brimming with excitement, felt their blood surge. Though they had engaged in minor scuffles at school, nothing could compare to such a scene. They looked at Lin, their eyes alight with unspoken fervor. This was the real deal, and this formidable figure was none other than their classmate. It felt like a dream. Lin nonchalantly crossed his legs as he sat on the chair, stating coolly, Wake them up. The nearby security guards immediately whispered among themselves, and soon, they returned from the kitchen with several buckets of salt water, dousing the youths with it. Instantly, piercing screams reverberated throughout the bar. The youths jolted awake amidst the excruciating pain, their faces contorted with terror. They turned to the kneeling Luo Chun, crying out, Boss, please save us. Luo Chun shot them a menacing glare and retorted, Silence. You have brought me nothing but trouble. It was only then that the youths grasped the gravity of their predicament, their eyes wide with fear as they realized the magnitude of the calamity they had unleashed. Lin calmly stated, How should we handle the situation when someone dares to strike in my establishment, especially a frail elderly woman? Wang Feng stepped forward, pointing at them and bellowing, If my brother is not satisfied today, none of you shall leave. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Wang Feng. The thrill of wielding authority with a formidable figure behind him was truly intoxicating. He felt as though the pain in his wrist and shoulder had all but vanished. Ro Chun gritted his teeth, turning to glare fiercely at the group of young men and women, declaring, One hand from each of them, so they may provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing this, the youth were instantly engulfed by terror, wailing, "Boss, please no. We understand our mistakes. We will never dare again. Spare us, we beg you." With a mere gesture, Lynn signaled, and several security guards promptly emerged from the kitchen, tossing a few kitchen knives before Ro-Chun. He trembled, utterly unprepared for the ruthlessness Lynn was exhibiting. Lynn coolly instructed, "You shall carry out the task." With clenched jaws, Ro-Chun picked up a knife and approached the three terrified youths. Under their fearful gaze, the blade rose and fell. Blood-curdling screams reverberated throughout the bar. Lynn's classmates instinctively shut their eyes, unaccustomed to such a brutal scene. Clattering to the ground, the bloodied knife lay abandoned. Gasping for breath, Ro-Chun implored, "Young Master Lynn, I apologize. I will ensure that my subordinates are properly managed, and they shall never set foot in your bar again. I am truly sorry." Lynn cast a fleeting glance at him before turning to Ro-Jiang and said, "Ro-Jiang, it is your responsibility to manage your own son. Do not allow him to flaunt your name indiscriminately. Otherwise, you may never know when misfortune may strike." Ro-Jiang nodded repeatedly, bowing in agreement, vowing to properly educate his son. "Now be gone. I do not wish to see you again." With that, Lynn turned and made his way towards the private room. The surrounding classmates were immediately stirred, trailing after Lynn, their eyes shimmering with admiration. The female classmates' hearts raced, unable to contain their excitement. "Senior Lynn is truly charismatic and so handsome. If only I could have a boyfriend like him, the sense of security would be overwhelming." Senior Lynn embodies the quintessential domineering CEO. The novels do not lie. Lynn, however, remained oblivious to the chatter behind him. In his mind, he pondered, "System, do you think my actions in this matter were somewhat inappropriate?" The system replied, "Host, you have handled this situation impeccably. This is precisely what it means to be my destined host. Unfazed by life and death, ready to fight back. Go for it." Lynn gritted his teeth and declared, "Well then, anyone who dares to harm those close to me will face my wrath. I will not tolerate it." The system gently reassured him, their host, "Take a calming pill to ease your agitation." Ding! You have received a system benefit. Calming Pill X1. Chapter 73. It's not about looks. Old classmate, how are you? Is your head still hurting? Lynn approached with a hint of concern, settling onto the sofa as she inquired. The homeroom teacher sighed, casting a complex gaze upon Lynn, and remarked, "I am all right, Lynn. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude to you today. Without your assistance, I would not have withstood this ordeal." Lynn shook her head, smiling as she replied, "What are you saying? Why should I be thanked? You have been my teacher for 5 years." The homeroom teacher playfully retorted, "It seems I have been overly sentimental." Lynn picked up a glass of wine, chuckling incredulously, "Sentimental? You are exceedingly sentimental." The teacher laughed in response, raising his glass, and soon, the surrounding classmates followed suit, lifting their own glasses. "Is sentimentality desired?" "Not at all." They chimed in unison. "Cheers." The clinking of their glasses resonated, and the atmosphere within the private room swiftly became lively once more. Observing this harmonious scene, Wang Feng felt a genuine admiration for Lynn. Previously, he had considered himself a member of the upper echelons of society, allowing arrogance to cloud his demeanor. However, upon witnessing Lynn, he realized the vast chasm between himself and those who inhabit such heights. Truly remarkable individuals do not feel the need to flaunt their prowess. They engage with everyone amicably, yet when the moment calls for it, their decisive handling of matters is unparalleled. Wang Feng felt a pang of envy. It was no wonder that Lynn achieved success. Such mastery over the broader landscape and resoluteness was beyond his reach. After indulging in a few drinks, the homeroom teacher, slightly tipsy, remarked, "Lynn, I cannot fathom why, as the heir of the Lynn group, you choose to present yourself as so ordinary." Upon hearing this, the surrounding students fell silent, their ears perked up in anticipation as they gazed expectantly at Lynn. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lynn took a sip of his drink, sighed, and gazed upward, expressing, "Teacher, I understand that many strive relentlessly to achieve wealth and a better life. However, upon attaining global affluence, one realizes that such a lifestyle can be exceedingly monotonous." Lynn's thoughts drifted back to his childhood, his eyes reddening as he continued, Can you fathom the dreadful sensation? From the moment of my birth, my father placed ownership of numerous diamond mines in my name. Presidents from various nations, eager to curry favor with my father, shamelessly bestowed upon me estates and mineral rights. By the age of 2, my personal fortune had already soared into the hundreds of billions, and it continued to appreciate daily. All present were left in stunned silence. Lynn abruptly raised his head, drank from a bottle, his eyes glistening with emotion as he added, "Each morning, I awaken to find a dozen maids attending to my every need. I insist I can manage on my own, yet the moment I say so, they burst into tears. What can I do? Simply mentioning a desire for Maldivian red shrimp for breakfast leads them to fly across the globe to procure it for me. Am I truly so capricious? What is most infuriating is that each day, I am compelled to engage in reading the ABCs with the British little princess, to observe the Japanese princess arranging flowers, and to play juvenile golf with the American princesses. I remain oblivious to their intentions. Are they attempting to cultivate a bond from a young age, so as to entrap me and their royal families in a shared destiny?" Wang Feng swallowed hard and asked, "Are those little princesses beautiful?" Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he replied, "It is not a matter of beauty. It is that kind of." He sighed deeply and casually switched on the television, changing the channel. The screen displayed a grand celebration for the British royal princess's coming-of-age ceremony, where a young girl adorned in an opulent gown, with golden hair and azure eyes, smiled gracefully at the throng of media representatives surrounding her. All of the classmates were taken aback. Wang Feng trembled and murmured, "The British princess. Elizabeth IV, could it be?" Lynn changed the channel once more, revealing a documentary featuring an elegantly poised young girl in a kimono, standing beneath a cherry blossom tree, breathtakingly beautiful. She gracefully held a brush, tenderly sketching the visage of a boy on a pristine canvas. The moment the boy's image appeared, the audience gasped in astonishment. Wang Feng was rendered speechless, exclaiming, This is..." Lynn switched channels again, revealing a tall, regal girl adorned with a platinum crown, facing the camera as she engaged with the media. Wang Feng shivered with realization, murmuring, "The little princess of the United Arab Emirates. Princess Ekaterina, I wonder if you have a beloved now?" The young black princess gazed into the camera, revealing a captivating smile as she spoke fluently in Mandarin. "Brother Lin, I..." Click. Lin switched off the television, pressing his forehead, a look of chilling dread crossing his face. All his classmates stared at him in a daze, with Wang Feng rendered completely motionless. Lin lamented, "This is yet another reason for my desire to live incognito. If I could relive those moments, I would certainly not have been so kind to them. I would have dealt with each one decisively." The homeroom teacher swallowed hard, his expression blank as he asked, Lin, and then what?" Taking a deep breath, Lin sipped on a cocktail, offering a wry smile as he replied, "And then, it's best not to mention that. At the age of 8, I could no longer endure such inhumane existence, and I truly did not wish to remain a useless being sheltered by my father. Thus, I made a pact with him for 5 years." The homeroom teacher opened his mouth in astonishment. 8 years old? What happened afterward? Did you achieve success in your endeavors?" Lin, feeling dejected and aggrieved, responded, "I did succeed. Yet, the nature of that success was somewhat overwhelming. Within 2 years, my assets reached half of my father's, and by the 3rd year, I matched him. By the end of the 5 years, I had surpassed him by more than half." As these words escaped his lips, a stunned silence enveloped the room. Lin, consumed by sorrow and slightly inebriated, covered his eyes and began to weep softly. Su Yanyan swallowed hard, reaching out to pat his back in an attempt to offer comfort, yet she found herself at a loss for words. All around them, classmates were visibly moved to tears, with a few young girls unable to restrain themselves from pulling out tissues to dab at their eyes. This sorrow, though difficult to fully comprehend, was palpably felt. How burdensome life must be for Senior Lin. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. The manager timidly entered, stating, "Young master, I have procured your 1982 Lafite. Please see." Lin wiped away his tears and waved his hand, instructing, "Open a bottle for everyone." After that, You may take your leave. Yes, young master. Amidst the stunned gazes of his classmates, the manager rolled in boxes of the 1982 Lafite, opening a bottle for each person. Lynn seized a bottle, draining half in one go. His eyes slightly reddened as he declared, "From that moment onward, I resolved to live as an ordinary person, to diligently complete high school and gain admission to a university." The crowd gazed at the boxes of Lafite and then at the tearful Lynn, and then they all wept. How inspirational! Senior Lynn truly is a beacon of motivation. Chapter 74. Bei Hua, my good brother, you've arrived. Soon, they were satiated with food and drink. Goodbye, Senior Lynn. As they boarded their vehicle, Lynn smiled and waved. With a grand gesture, he said, "No rush. Let me first enjoy the cool breeze and sober up." System. Humph. Starting tomorrow, no leniency will be afforded to you, host. I shall instruct you in the art of swordsmanship, and your training in both physical conditioning and energy cultivation will be meticulously scheduled. You may devote yourself to your practice for the next few weeks. My canine host, Lynn, cradling the back of his head, strolled along the street with a cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, I understand. However, what Lynn failed to notice was that, in the distant night sky, several cultivators, traversing through the air on their swords, concealed themselves in the darkness, quietly observing Lynn as he ambled along the street. The moon shone dimly, and a chilling breeze swept through the night. One of the cultivators remarked solemnly, "Senior brother Bei Hua, indeed, that individual is the one who previously injured our junior sister, Lynn." Draped in black attire, Bei Hua's expression remained indifferent as he stood motionless in the night sky, his feet resting upon a flying sword, arms crossed. Excellent. He narrowed his eyes. After searching for so long, he has finally revealed himself. Today would not be a comfortable day for Bei Hua. The torment he endured for several hours in his dreams at the hands of that scoundrel was not something that could be easily forgotten. Merely recalling the scenes from the dream caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Clenching his fists tightly, he seethed with displeasure. "Let us proceed," Bei Hua stated coldly. "Find a secluded place, and witness how I teach him a lesson for daring to harm my junior sister. He truly has a death wish. Yes, senior brother." In a flash, accompanied by a surge of sword intent, they vanished into the clouds. Lynn continued his leisurely walk along the empty road, blissfully unaware that he had become the target of their scrutiny. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, the inebriated Lynn abruptly lifted his head, only to hear the streetlights around him emit a series of crackling sounds. In the next instant, all the streetlights extinguished simultaneously. Lynn, bewildered, muttered, "Are the streetlights malfunctioning?" Darkness descended like a viscous iron curtain. He glanced around, observing the desolate surroundings. Not a single pedestrian nor vehicle graced the empty road. The night was dark and windy, with the cold moon hanging overhead. In that moment, a prompt from the system echoed in his ears. "System. Host, be cautious. Danger is imminent." Just as the system's words faded, a series of clear, ringing sword sounds resonated from the distance. In the blink of an eye, Lynn's eyes widened. He beheld several flying swords, shimmering with an azure light, hurtling toward him from the direction of the full moon above. Lynn instinctively sidestepped, as a sword narrowly grazed his cheek before plunging into the ground with a resounding clang. The next moment, another sword shot toward Lynn's head. He quickly crossed his arms to shield his face. With a sharp clang, the blade struck his arm, erupting in a shower of blinding sparks before ricocheting off and embedding itself in the earth. "What on earth?" Lynn grimaced, exclaiming, "That hurts." At that very instant, 3 more swords descended from the heavens, each striking at different positions around Lynn. The 5 flying swords instantly radiated a blinding brilliance. With a swift motion, beams of light erupted from the swords, intertwining with one another, forming a pentagram array. Lynn was suddenly ensnared within the confines of the formation. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "Is this truly a formation?" The system responded affirmatively. Indeed, it is likely the most rudimentary of the 5 elements formations. Once enacted, it can confine an individual within its grasp, rendering them immobile. Higher-tier 5 elements formations are exceedingly formidable. Even ferocious beasts at the nascent soul stage find it arduous to escape. Lynn shifted slightly, and the 5 swords began to quiver, as if they were on the verge of being drawn forth. Furrowing his brow, Lynn remarked, "Yet, why do I feel as though the slightest movement could cause this formation to collapse?" The system explained this is a basic 5 elements formation, capable of restraining only second-tier chi practitioners. For you, a foundational level formation would be necessary. Ah! In the next moment, a detached voice echoed through the night sky. "Lynn, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Lynn immediately lifted his gaze, and in an instant, he beheld 5 figures gliding gracefully through the moonlit sky, illuminated by the full moon. The wind billowed through their garments, and the blades beneath their feet emanated an icy chill. As the 5 appeared, Lynn was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of grandeur. If a piece of somber music, such as 10 Sides of Ambush, were to play at that moment, the atmosphere would be utterly heightened. On this dark, windy night, it was indeed an opportune time for bloodshed. Under such an evocative ambience, even Lynn felt his breath quickening, for the sensation was simply overwhelming. These 5 individuals were undoubtedly extraordinary beings. Amidst this atmosphere replete with prestige, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonlight, Lynn discerned the countenance of the man at the forefront, who exuded an air of superiority as he clasped his shoulders. Lynn was momentarily taken aback. This visage, how could it be so familiar? A series of vivid images flashed through his mind, memories of having thoroughly bested this man in combat. He is. Could it be? Beihua, with an indifferent demeanor and arms crossed, gazed down imperiously at Lynn, who was ensnared by the 5 elements array, and coldly inquired, "Lynn, do you know why we have come to seek you today? Do you know who I am?" His voice thundered, sharp and resonant, reverberating with intensity. In the very next moment, he unleashed his formidable aura. The terrifying presence of an 8th stage chi refinement practitioner surged forth like a chilling gale, sweeping towards Lynn. However, the anticipated shock that would leave Lynn paralyzed did not materialize. Instead, in the following instant, Lynn joyfully raised his head and exclaimed, "Beihua, it is you, isn't it? What a coincidence!" Beihua's body suddenly froze, instinctively shivering. The astonishment in his gaze deepened, manifesting as growing disbelief and trepidation. He recognized his name, and moreover, that tone filled with exuberance and incredulity was. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the several cultivators beside Beihua, Lynn appeared entirely unaffected by the 5 elements array, striding boldly out of the formation. Instantly, the array erupted in a cacophony of brilliant light, and as Lynn stepped forth, the 5 sword blades shattered with a series of sharp cracks. The cultivator, Lin strolled leisurely towards Beihua, exclaiming, "Beihua, I knew you wouldn't forget your good brother. Today, in my dream, I witnessed your self-inflicted demise. I thought you truly wished to sever our ties. Yet here you are, seeking me out in reality. How deeply moving." Lin laughed heartily, brimming with joy. In midair, the 4 cultivators beside Beihua turned their heads, astonished at the sight of Beihua standing there in shock, and inquired, "Senior brother, how does he claim you are good brothers? Did you know him before?" Beihua trembled as he gazed at Lin, whose face was alight with laughter as he approached step by step. He muttered, "Run." The junior cultivators, puzzled, asked, "Senior brother, what are you saying? Run? Run." His body shook increasingly, as if he had encountered a sight of unimaginable horror. In the next moment, Beihua suddenly turned his head and screamed with all his might, "Run!" Chapter 75. Confirmed by the gaze, he even summoned his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, and in an instant, he vanished into the night sky of the city. His expression was ashen. His lips quivered slightly, and his eyes were filled with terror. There was no mistaking it. It was undoubtedly that infuriating tone, coupled with that utterly despicable smile. He was the very scoundrel who had tormented him 500 times in the dream realm. He was none other than Lin. Oh, gods! Tears welled up in Beihua's eyes. His sole thought at that moment was to flee as swiftly as possible, distancing himself from that monstrous being. He resolutely vowed to avoid any form of interaction with it, for the psychological trauma was overwhelming. Behind him, his fellow disciples pursued with all their might, gasping, "Senior brother, slow down. What is happening? What is going on?" Bei Hua trembled as he urged, "Do not ask. Just heed my words and run with me." One of the disciples, panting heavily, shouted, "Senior brother, we have finally uncovered the true culprit behind the injury to our junior sister. Are we truly going to let him go so easily?" Tears welled up in Bei Hua's eyes. "Let him go? Spare me. You truly do not comprehend the terror of this creature. He is a monster, one who does not regard humans as equals. Engaging him may well leave us as mere remnants of our former selves." Clenching his teeth, Bei Hua insisted, "Do not concern yourselves with that. Quickly, check if he is gaining on us." "No, senior brother." When we fled, Lynn was still standing still. Bei Hua took a deep breath and replied, "As long as he hasn't caught up, that is good. That is good." "Bei Hua, why are we flying so fast? Why don't we pause for a meal? I know of a splendid eatery where we can enjoy some beer and chat leisurely. What do you think?" Bei Hua shook his head, stating, "There is no time for that. We must," but in the next instant his body froze. That voice was. He turned abruptly to glance beside him, and in an instant, it was as though he had encountered a specter. His pupils dilated in horror. Behind one of his junior disciples, Lynn stood atop the hilt of his junior's flying sword, arms crossed and a cheerful smile adorning his face. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Bei Hua exclaimed in terror. "When did you arrive?" The fright he experienced was profound, nearly causing his heart to rupture. Lynn shook his head, still smiling. "I am not yet adept at sword control, so I simply hitched a ride. I hope you don't mind? Also, Bei Hua, why do you run from me? I won't harm you. Don't you wish to catch up?" His junior disciple turned in astonishment, and upon seeing Lynn behind him, froze momentarily before letting out a shrill scream. "A ghost! A ghost!" Lynn swiftly slapped him, saying, "Stop shrieking like a specter. Focus on piloting your sword without flailing about." Bei Hua was on the brink of tears, while the other 4 cultivators were paralyzed with fear, their teeth chattering uncontrollably as they gazed upon Lynn with dread. When had he approached so stealthily? Was he human or specter? What level of cultivation must one possess to achieve such feats? Lynn, with an air of familiarity, patted the disciple navigating the flying sword and gestured towards the city ahead. "Let us pause in that alley over there. Yes, that one. There's a splendid barbecue stall that should still be open. I'll treat you all to some grilled delights." The disciple piloting the sword was nearly in tears, casting a desperate glance at his senior. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Senior? Where did he go? Why is there only a sword left? Where has my senior brother gone? He was just here moments ago. He has even abandoned his sword and fled." Meanwhile, in the night sky, Bei Hua gritted his teeth and plummeted towards the earth like a falling star, descending rapidly in free fall. "No, I absolutely cannot allow that fellow to find me again. I have already been tortured 500 times in dreams, but that is merely a dream. In reality, it could truly lead to death. I have never been this desperate before. Yet, it matters not. As long as I can evade that person, my dignity can be entirely forsaken." Boom! With a thunderous crash, Bei Hua fell from a height of over 1,000 meters into a secluded alley. The concrete ground erupted with cracks upon his landing. Amidst the dust, a triumphant smile crept across Bei Hua's face. "At last, I have finally escaped that fellow." He then lifted his head, and in an instant, their gazes met. A crow flew overhead. Lynn squatted at his landing spot, a smile gracing his face, his eyes resembling crescent moons. The surroundings instantly fell silent, as an eerie aura began to spread. "Ah!" Bei Hua clutched his head, terror consuming him. "What a joke! My heavens! Are you a ghost? Why are you everywhere? Weren't you flying in the sky?" Lynn drew his sword from behind and remarked, "Oh, I saw you suddenly leap down, forgetting your own sword, so I jumped down as well, just a tad quicker than your landing. Am I not here specifically to deliver the sword to you?" Lynn asserted confidently. "I see you merely wish for me to treat you to a meal." Bei Hua, in a fit of frustration, wept profusely and exclaimed, "I do not want that. How could you possibly deduce that I desire you to treat me to a meal?" Lynn pointed towards a brightly lit barbecue stall not far behind them, his eyes sparkling with a knowing gleam, as he remarked, "The moment I mentioned there was an excellent barbecue place nearby, You hastily jumped down. Is that not a clear indication of your desire for me to invite you for a meal? Bei Hua turned his head stiffly, tears still adorning his cheeks, and his gaze fell upon the barbecue stall in the distance. He became momentarily dazed. Why is it that there happens to be a barbecue stall right here? Why am I so coincidentally positioned next to this very stall? Lynn chuckled heartily, burped, and, like an old friend, draped an arm around Bei Hua's shoulder. Ignoring Bei Hua's dazed expression, he strode towards the barbecue stall. Come now. Today I shall treat you. Order whatever you desire. It won't cost much. After we eat, we can engage in a good exchange of ideas. A few minutes later, in the open space outside the barbecue stall, 2 square tables were pushed together, laden with an array of grilled delicacies. With a crisp pop, Lynn opened a bottle of beer, grinning as he raised it high. Cheers, my friend. Across the table, Bei Hua sat in a stupor, still unable to recover from the earlier events. His 4 junior brothers sat huddled together, their legs crossed and trembling, resembling timid brides too afraid to utter a word. Bei Hua, with a quivering hand, lifted a beer and clinked it with Lin-En's, murmuring, Am I not here today to confront him? Why am I now sitting here with him, barbecuing? Lin-En, having downed a bottle, looked puzzled and asked, Brother, what did you just say? Bei Hua instantly shuddered, his expression turning sorrowful, and stammered, And nothing. Lin-En, with a belch, gestured towards the junior brothers beside him, saying, Come on, make some room for me. I need to have a good chat with your senior brother. The junior brothers promptly stood up, trembling, and made way for Lin-En. Bei Hua's eyes widened in alarm, and he pleaded, Don't leave. Lin-En plopped down beside him, while Bei Hua sat there, choking back tears, his legs tightly pressed together, overwhelmed by the urge to weep. Lin-En, holding his beer, burped again and said, Bei Hua, my dear brother, to be honest, I may have gone a bit too far today. You are the only one I could find who was willing to play 500 matches with me. I truly should not have pressed you with my words. Bei Hua cried out, No one wants to play 500 matches with you. This was never my choice. Lin-En, slightly intoxicated, raised his beer and proposed, How about this? Today I apologize, and we shall consider the past as settled. What do you say? As brothers, let us drink to that. Can you grant me this courtesy? Bei Hua tremulously grasped a bottle of beer, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he stammered, A clean slate? Lin-En, with bleary eyes, replied, A clean slate. Those 500 matches from today onwards shall be rendered null. Bei Hua's eyes instantly brightened. Really? Is that true? If so, that would be simply marvelous. Lin-En declared, Let us engage in 500 more matches. Having just guzzled half of his beer, Bei Hua sputtered it out upon hearing those words. Calm down. Calm down. Lin-En patted him on the back, offering reassurance. Take your time. My friend, I know you are elated, but do take care of your health. Bei Hua, trembling, pointed a finger at Lin-En, stammering, You. Lin-En shook his head, smiling, Say no more, brother. I comprehend. We are kindred spirits, after all. Given the scarcity of cultivators in this world, finding a congenial opponent is indeed a rarity. You are just being sentimental. I know you desire to spar with me as well. Am I right? I understand.
I truly do.
Seeing the knowing expression on Lin-En's face, Bei Hua felt tears welling up. In frustration, he extended his hand, tears streaming down his cheeks. Are you trying to thank me? Thanking me for being your sparring partner? Lin-En flashed a knowing smile, as if he had seen through Bei Hua's thoughts. Bei Hua trembled. You. No need for thanks. Lin-En chuckled, delivering a light slap on his back. A critical hit. It's only right. Lin-En followed with another playful slap. Critical hit x2. We shall progress together. Lin struck him again. A critical blow. Poof. Bei Hua, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood. Tears shimmered in his eyes as 2 streams cascaded down his cheeks. Why did fate compel me to encounter this fellow? Senior brother, what has befallen you? Lin exclaimed in astonishment, hastily retrieving a tissue to wipe the blood from Bei Hua's lips. Brother, what is wrong? Even in joy, one cannot bleed. Lin, taken aback, turned to his 4 junior disciples and asked, "What did he say? Where is his home?" "The north, quite distant. Several thousand kilometers away." Lin promptly grasped Beihua's hand and said, "Brother, your home is too far. Why not stay at my place for a night?" Lin, bewildered, remarked, "Brother, do not weep. What troubles you? Are you homesick?" His junior disciples stood in shock. Is this truly their senior brother? In their recollection, he was a proud genius, brimming with arrogance. Yet today, after merely a few drinks, he had succumbed to such a state. Could it be that he truly longs for home? It appears he has had too much to drink. Lin shook his head, gently swaying Beihua, and commented, "With such thin arms and legs, it is evident that your tolerance for alcohol is lacking. How about?" Lin turned to Beihua with a serious demeanor and proposed, "Let us engage in a spirited match to rekindle that fiery passion within you. It would greatly aid in sobering you up. What do you think?" "I." Beihua trembled as he gazed into his earnest eyes, grasping the table as he unsteadily rose to his feet. "I do not wish to fight you." Beihua broke down in tears, abruptly shoving everyone aside. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Beihua suddenly embraced a utility pole, his head striking it with a resounding thud. In an instant, the pole was marred with numerous cracks, revealing the tremendous force behind the collision. Lin and his disciples were taken aback. "Shixiao, Beihua," they rushed over, lifting Beihua, whose head was bloodied and battered. Lin, observing his brother's despondent expression, felt a pang of sorrow and concern. "Brother, what are you doing? If something troubles you, confide in me." Beihua trembled. "I do not wish to fight you." Lin, distressed, retorted, "I thought it was something serious. Why didn't you say so sooner? Had you communicated your feelings earlier, we could have avoided this confrontation. Why didn't you speak up sooner?" You. Beihua trembled, suddenly spewing forth blood, his head tilting as he lost consciousness. Lin and his disciples gasped in alarm. "Beihua! Lin reached out to check for a pulse at his brother's temple, then exhaled in relief, shaking his head. "It is nothing grave. It is merely the result of pent-up emotions. He has fainted and will recover with some rest." Lin, with a hint of melancholy, expressed, "To be candid, my bond with your senior brother is forged through the trials of genuine combat, rendering us inseparable companions. Our relationship is profoundly solid. Witnessing my exhilaration today, to the point of impulsively striking my head against the wall to convey my inner joy, brings me great comfort." With a sigh, Lin observed that his disciples were momentarily stunned. It seemed that the wall banging was not merely an expression of joy. Lin shook his head, wistfully stating, "Once he regains consciousness, you must remember to inform him that we have yet to fulfill our agreement of 500 encounters." "I shall certainly visit him often." The disciples swallowed hard, dazedly responding, We understand, Lin." Lin, with a tinge of sorrow, added, "Since I share such a profound connection with your senior brother, you may address me as Brother Lin." Brother Lin," they echoed. Lin then patted his pockets, realizing he had no money. Reluctantly, he rummaged through Beihua's pockets, retrieving a wallet and placing 2,000 yuan on the table, calling out to the proprietor, "The money is on the table. No need to give change." Chapter 77. Within the door, there are many ethereal female disciples. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Beihua was staying, an elderly man exuded an aura of ethereal grace. Though his hair was white, he possessed the vitality of youth, unmistakably revealing his extraordinary nature. He was the Red Lien true man of the Qinglan sect and also Beihua's master. Upon hearing of his junior sister's misfortune and departure from the Qinglan sect, he became increasingly anxious. He was acutely aware of his disciple's character, which was imbued with excessive pride, and he harbored a particular fondness for that junior sister. Should he witness Hua Qiming injured, he would undoubtedly seek retribution at the earliest opportunity. Later that afternoon, he received a call from another disciple, who informed him that Beihua intended to confront the cultivator who had harmed Hua Qiming. "This wretched creature." Qi Lian Zhenren gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "This is truly infuriating." The tumultuous thunderstorm at noon had sufficiently demonstrated the hidden talents lurking within Jiang Heiking. Furthermore, he heard that several supernatural institutions affiliated with the state had also been unsettled by the midday tempest, indicating that turmoil was imminent. At such a critical juncture, any disturbances could lead to dire consequences. Just then, a series of sword cries echoed from the sky. Qi Lian Jinren immediately looked up to see several of his disciples soaring down on their swords, and upon one of the flying swords, a stranger was seen carrying his disciple Beihua. Qi Lian Jinren was taken aback and rushed forward, asking, Beihua, what has happened to him? The disciples trembled as they jumped off the flying sword and stammered, Master, we...
Lynn en was momentarily stunned.
Then turned to the elder and approached, saying, Are you Beihua's master? I am a friend of his. Beihua has been drinking and I have brought him back. Qi Lian Jinren was taken aback, exclaiming, Drunk? Then why is he covered in blood? Lin sighed. Seeing me has stirred such excitement that he has succumbed to drunkenness, and there is no way to restrain him. The master of the Crimson Serpent gritted his teeth and remarked, This is truly humiliating, yet it is fortunate that he merely indulged in drink without causing me any trouble. He then lifted his gaze to Lin, momentarily taken aback. I observe, young brother, that you possess a remarkable presence. May I inquire about your origins? He instantly discerned that Lin was no ordinary individual. From his perspective, Lin exuded a swirling aura of spiritual energy, his brows embodying a profound essence, and his stature was tall and imposing, indicative of exceptional lineage. Furthermore, he could tell at a glance that this youth's cultivation level surpassed the 4th stage of qi refinement, and the intensity of his spiritual energy was far beyond that of his peers. This person's aptitude was undoubtedly superior to that of Beihua. Could it be that such a companion exists in Beihua? Lin shrugged off the despondent Beihua from his shoulder and declared, I am Lin, a solitary cultivator without a sect or affiliation. Upon hearing this, the master of the Crimson Serpent's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He glanced at the bloodied Beihua in his arms, suddenly finding his disciple less appealing. Without hesitation, he tossed Beihua aside. Senior brother, exclaimed the disciples in alarm. Lin paused, his gaze drifting towards the face-down Beihua pressed into the ground, and said, About Beihua. The master of the Crimson Serpent stroked his beard, regarding Lin with growing admiration. Excellent. A solitary cultivator is indeed commendable. Young hero at such a tender age, to possess such cultivation. Truly, you possess extraordinary talent and brilliance. Uncertain of how the young hero became acquainted with me, Lin En stared blankly at Beihua, who lay face down on the ground, and casually remarked, The bond we forged was born from the trials of battle, where we mutually advanced and established a profound friendship. Master Qilian stroked his beard, his eyes suddenly gleaming with delight. Ah, how splendid! I never expected that my disciple would engage in such splendid camaraderie. The more he observed Lin En, the more he appreciated him, and a sense of yearning began to stir within him. To have cultivated to this level without the support of a sect speaks volumes of his exceptional talent. If I could indeed entice him into my fold, my standing within the Qinglan sect would undoubtedly rise. The opportunity laid before me, especially after missing out on that little girl, Hua Qiming, was not something I could easily forego. In an instant, Master Qilian cast aside thoughts of Beihua and focused entirely on Lin En. Young brother, might I inquire if you have any interest in joining my esteemed sect? The resurgence of spiritual energy is imminent. Should you be part of a sect, it would be akin to a dragon encountering water, soaring to great heights. Lin En, still in a daze, replied, A sect? Master Qilian, with a conspiratorial gleam in his eye, urged, Indeed, our sect is known as the Qinglan sect, a prominent force in the north, boasting numerous cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Would you consider this opportunity? Lin En stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, You mean there are even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage? I once believed that cultivators were a rarity in this world. With a twinkle in his eye, Master Qilian remarked, in comparison to a population of 7 billion, cultivators may indeed be few, yet they are not entirely absent. Most simply choose to remain in seclusion. However, the revival of spiritual energy is imminent, and in the future, we shall undoubtedly witness an influx of ancient cultivation families re-entering society. Our Qinglan sect is among the earliest to do so, dear brother. Have you considered joining? Observing Master Qilian's playful demeanor and suggestive expressions, Lin felt a slight shiver. For the time being, I do not intend to join any sect, but I appreciate the offer, Lin replied, declining politely. Master Qilian displayed no sign of disappointment. He had not anticipated that he could recruit such a young prodigy so swiftly upon their first encounter. With a cheerful demeanor, Master Qilian said, "No worries, time is on our side. Take your time to contemplate, but should you ever wish to join a sect in the future, make sure to prioritize our Qinglan sect." As he spoke, Master Qilian leaned in conspiratorially and added, "Within our sect, there are numerous enchanting female disciples, all in their tender years, innocent and naive." He gave Lin a knowing glance that only a man could comprehend. Lin immediately felt a chill run down his spine and awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, well, that sounds quite appealing. Suddenly, Master Qilian scanned the surroundings with an air of mystery and produced a gleaming white card from his sleeve, pressing it into Lin's hand. "This is for you." Lin was taken aback. "What is this?" The venerable Zhi Lian quietly remarked. "It appears that you are still unaware, young brother. In 2 weeks, the current leader of the Yawang Valley and Mr. Dugu, the president of the National Martial Arts Association, will host a grand banquet in the imperial capital. Our Qinglan sect has also received an invitation. This is the last entry pass I possess. If you are interested, you may attend, for half of the guests will undoubtedly be cultivators." Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes brightened with intrigue. What might this grand banquet entail? Zhi Lian, with a cheerful smile, elaborated. With the imminent resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of the Yawang Valley into the world, they naturally seek to recruit disciples widely. To be candid, the Martial Arts Association is under the influence of many prominent cultivation sections.
L'un en S at momentarily.
Could it be that Hua Qiming had come for this very reason? Chapter 78. An incredibly terrifying system task. Zhi Lian stroked his beard and continued with a grin. Moreover, the Yawang Valley, which is a major sect, has had a long-standing friendship with our Qinglan sect, intertwined through generations. After this grand banquet, the Yawang Valley will bestow upon us a significant quantity of rare elixirs, and all participants will receive their share. Lin was taken aback and inquired, "Rare elixirs?" Zhi Lian further enticed him. "Indeed. Have you ever seen large quantities of low-grade Dawandan, or the golden-hued low-grade Shisue Dan and Nailing Dan?"
Lin was momentarily stunned.
Recalling the tens of thousands of exquisite Dawandan he had stored in his inner space, he pondered low-grade Great Rejuvenation Pill. Indeed, I have never encountered one. The Red Serpent Master smiled warmly. Of course, do not underestimate these elixirs simply because they are of lower grade. In our era, even low-grade pills are considered miraculous treasures. Countless cultivators are eager to acquire them. What do you say? Are you tempted? He spoke mysteriously. If you choose to join our Qinglan sect, I will ensure you receive 2.5. Lin was taken aback. 2.5? The Red Serpent Master's eyes sparkled with pride. Do not think it scant. Our sect leader can only obtain a few dozen from the Apothecary Valley each year. For those who are not distinguished inner disciples, it may take over a decade to even receive a single share. Lin coughed lightly. Indeed. That is quite a substantial amount. The Red Serpent Master chuckled. Remember, if you wish to attend this grand banquet, bring this invitation with you to the imperial capital in 2 weeks. Of course, should you choose not to join the Qinglan sect, you shall forfeit any share of the elixirs, haha. Lin, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "All right, thank you, esteemed sir. It is rather late now." He nodded, turned, and cast a worried glance at Bei Hua, saying, "Bei Hua, my brother, I shall take my leave here. Take care, and once you awaken, I will return to seek you out." The unconscious Bei Hua trembled slightly. Watching Lin's departing figure, the Red Serpent Master brimmed with satisfaction. Convinced that he had secured his interest, no cultivator could remain indifferent in the face of 2.5 low-grade Great Rejuvenation Pills. After all, such a treasure was not easily attainable by just anyone. System. Host, judging by your expression, you genuinely wish to join the Qinglan sect? Lynn lay on the bed, waving his hand with a chuckle. What a joke. I have no such intention, system. In fact, it could be quite splendid, considering the abundance of youthful, innocent little fairies. Why not, dear host, go ahead? Lynn stroked his chin and mused. Well, perhaps. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of electricity surge through his body, causing him to leap from the bed in an instant. System, are you out of your mind? Why are you shocking me? That hurts. System. The host has been negligent, indulging in leisure and revelry daily. How can one aspire to become a lofty immortal king under such circumstances? Starting tomorrow, you shall not venture outside. The system has devised a comprehensive study plan for you. Lynn grimaced, but there was no need to shock me, that really hurts. System. Humph. The following morning, Lynn yawned as he arose. Under the system's urging, he lethargically made his way to the hot spring room within his estate. Previously, while soaking in the thunder tribulation liquid, he had instructed someone to drain the hot spring completely. Now, the hot spring room lay desolate and parched. Lynn yawned again and asked System, what are we practicing today? Wasn't it sword control? Why are we here? Clenching his fist with newfound confidence, he declared, Ah, I see. System. Then, let's begin by disrobing completely. Lynn System. You must also remove your shorts. Lynn, reluctant to disrobe, found herself compelled by the system. No way. Soon, she was completely unclothed, seated cross-legged in the pool that had once flowed with hot springs. Time ticked by, and Lynn felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Although the room was not particularly cold, the act of sitting there rendered her acutely self-conscious. System, are you there? The system replied, Stay put and do not move. I am currently searching for a task. Please do not bother me. Oh. Meanwhile, within the confines of the system's realm, it perused its task list, grappling with a profound dilemma. One task involved traveling to the Qinling Mountains to slay 50 ferocious beasts of the Qi refinement stage, but that was far too perilous. Another suggested a 50-year seclusion, abstaining from food and drink to hone one's spirit, yet that too was unfeasible, as the host would undoubtedly find it intolerable. Rapidly, the system scrolled through the list, discarding task after task. Eventually, in frustration, it tore the task list apart, exclaiming, what nonsensical tasks are these? They are clearly designed to vex my host. No, I shall compose my own. As another half-hour slipped away, Lynn's anxiety began to mount. The entire night had passed with the system ignoring her, which surely indicated its displeasure. Was it seeking to impose particularly arduous tasks upon her? Surely not. System. I was merely jesting yesterday. I would never consider venturing to that wretched Qinglan sect. No matter how many little sisters there may be, I certainly would not go. Lynn grew increasingly anxious, an ominous premonition swelling within him. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed impending misfortune. Clenching his teeth, he inquired, System, have you yet located a task? What is it this time? Am I to traverse a mountain of blades or plunge into a cauldron of oil? I am mentally prepared. At last, a voice echoed in Lynn's mind. System. Apologies for the wait. I have indeed found a task for the host. Lynn's eyes widened in disbelief. After such a lengthy delay, the difficulty must be considerable? System. Indeed, it is quite challenging. With determination, Lynn gritted his teeth, asserting, Bring it on. I am ready. System. Very well. Host, please raise your left hand. Lynn was taken aback, confused. Why? System. Just raise it as instructed. Why so many questions? Heart pounding with trepidation, he lifted his left hand above his head, uncertainty gnawing at him. What could it entail? Would he be engulfed in flames, beset by a flurry of swords, or perhaps endure a grueling task that would break his hand to enhance his pain resistance? Regardless, Lynn resolutely raised his left hand, gritting his teeth, thinking, Bring it on. In the next moment, a notification resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing the system's task. Raise your left hand to signify understanding. You have received a system reward, 1 ton of supreme spiritual water. Lynn. Chapter 79. Today, I must elevate my realm, supreme spiritual water. A divine liquid infused with pure spiritual energy, Immersing oneself in it offers myriad benefits, including enhancing cultivation and accelerating the pace of training. In the next moment, accompanied by a brilliant flash of white light, a torrent of ethereal water cascaded down, filling the hot spring pool. Staring at the surging waters, Lynn found himself utterly stunned. What was happening? I merely raised a hand. How could the system task have been completed so suddenly? Moreover, this ton of supreme spiritual water seemed to be an exceptionally precious substance. Lynn exclaimed in astonishment, "System. This. The system responded, "Host, simply raise your right hand for a moment,"
Lynn swallowed hard, dazed.
and extended his hand, lifting it above his head as instructed. At the very instant he elevated his arm, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing the system task. Raise your right hand to reveal the truth. You have received a system reward, 5 Elements Spirit Gathering Formation X1.
Lynn.
In the next moment, under Lynn's bewildered gaze, a series of formation nodes gradually materialized on the ground surrounding the hot spring pool. Centered around him, a massive formation began to illuminate slowly. At the 5 cardinal points of the formation, traditional characters inscribed the words metal, wood, water, fire, earth, representing the 5 elements. In that instant, the spiritual energy emanating from the supreme spiritual water within the pool was instantly sealed within the formation. Lynn could distinctly feel that his body had transformed into the eye of a storm, as torrents of spiritual energy flowed through his pores and entered his being. The circulation of spiritual energy within him began to activate, driven by the overwhelming richness of the external spiritual essence. Lynn was taken aback. The system spoke, "Host, blink your left eye again." Lynn's mind went blank, and he instinctively followed the system's command, blinking his left eye. Ding! Congratulations on completing the system task. Blink your left eye to reveal the truth. Congratulations! You have received a system reward, a bottle of celestial nectar and 50 years of spiritual ginseng. Before Lynn's astonished gaze, accompanied by beams of white light, a jug of indescribably fragrant wine appeared at the edge of the hot spring, along with 50 pieces of ginseng swirling with spiritual energy. Lynn swallowed hard, staring blankly at the scene before him. This, the system urged. "Host, please blink again." Wait a moment. Lynn felt anxious and quickly reached out to stop the system. The system responded with confusion. Taking a deep breath, Lynn tried to calm the turmoil within him and exclaimed, "System." The system replied, "Yes. Today, the tasks I generated for you were rather inhumane, so I've secretly edited a few tasks for you. Keep it discreet. It wouldn't be good if the higher-ups found out." Lynn swallowed again, forcefully suppressing his astonishment. "System, but aren't these tasks a bit too simplistic?" The system countered, "Simplistic? To increase the challenge, I specifically added the phrase reveal the truth at the end of the tasks. Do you think an average person can simply raise their hand to reveal the truth? Who, besides those with extraordinary talent, can accomplish such a feat?" Lynn replied in disbelief, "But it seems I haven't revealed the truth either." The system insisted, "If I say you have, then you have." Lynn, "Well, it seems we have begun to lose all sense of reason. But why does it feel as though my system has suddenly become so adorable? Such a system, I would gladly take a dozen." Lynn, with tears in her eyes, remarked, "Those who truly understand me, including the system, I too believe I have gained clarity, and quite a profound one at that." System, "Ah, but I am indeed a very formal system. All rewards are strictly administered through the proper channels." Lynn was moved to tears. "Indeed, my adorable system is exceedingly formal. There is no system more proper than mine. Oh system, I adore you. Let us become sworn siblings." System, "This is merely due to regulations. System benefits can only be granted for minor tasks. Significant rewards necessitate that the host complete their missions. Otherwise, they will be detected. Hence, we must adhere to the protocol. Host, please cooperate. Let us complete the process." Lynn nodded vigorously, saying, "I shall heed your every command." System, "Very well. Follow my instructions. Blink your right eye." Lynn blinked her right eye. Ding! Congratulations on completing the system task. Blink your right eye to gain clarity. Congratulations on receiving your system reward, Precious Flower and Jade Dew Pill X999. Detoxifying Pill X99. Precious Flower and Jade Dew Pill. An exceptional spiritual medicine for chi refining stage. Upon consumption, it swiftly aids cultivators in clearing their meridians, thus breaking through obstacles, though it may generate a certain amount of pill toxicity and should not be overconsumed. Detoxifying Pill. Capable of dispelling pill toxicity. Lynn. System, indeed perfect. Now follow my command, stick out your little tongue. Lynn stuck out her tongue. Ding. Congratulations on your completion. In the ensuing half hour, a series of system notifications echoed in Lynn's ears. Lynn now felt an unprecedented clarity coursing through her entire being. Tears welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, "System, you are remarkable. In this world, I am in awe of you." The system responded, "All right, enough. Let's get to work. Host, today we must elevate your realm. Are you confident?" "Yes." Outside the hot spring room, Lynn's 10 training companions had stood in silence for quite some time. When Lynn rose, the system summoned them and informed them that after she broke through several realms, they were to teach her the art of sword control. As time progressed to noon, Chen Daoxian spoke quietly. "This morning, the system informed me that it has a method to elevate Lynn's realm from the 4th stage of chi cultivation to the 8th stage within 2 hours. What are your thoughts?" One of the companions raised their head, a stiff expression on their face, and replied, "She is teasing us." The other 8 companions nodded in agreement. Chen Daoxian shook his head, stating, "Achieving the 1st stage might be possible, especially considering she possesses the supreme 5 elements heavenly spirit root within Lynn. However, the 4th stage seems rather fanciful. After all, cultivation emphasizes a gradual progression. There are no effective shortcuts to reach the heavens in a single leap." He turned to the distant figure of Gongsun Shenyuan. Though merely a remnant, he held the same respect. "Elder, what is your perspective?" "According to my accumulated experience, achieving consecutive breakthroughs in 2 realms within a short span significantly elevates the difficulty of surpassing the next level by 2-fold. Should one manage to ascend through 3 realms, the challenge escalates to an astounding 20-fold. If 4 realms are traversed in succession, the difficulty reaches an unprecedented 200 times. The assembly clasped their fists and remarked, "We are enlightened, esteemed ancestor." Chen Daoxian turned his gaze towards the hot spring pool and inquired, "Thus, Lynn's aspiration to reach the 8th tier in a brief period will encounter 200 times the obstacles, correct?" Gongsun Shenyuan, in a state of quietude, interjected, "You are mistaken. It is 4,000 times." At this proclamation, the crowd was taken aback, struggling to comprehend its implications. Gongsun Shenyuan elucidated, "Yesterday, he surged from the 2nd to the 4th tier, yet his period of consolidation has not yet passed. Should he attempt to ascend to the 8th tier at this juncture, it would entail overcoming the challenges of 6 tiers. The 5th tier presents 400 times the difficulty, and the 6th tier amplifies this 10-fold, resulting in 4,000 times." At this revelation, the assembly gasped in astonishment. Chen Daoxian, in solemn contemplation, remarked, "Therefore, she is merely toying with us." The crowd nodded in agreement. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty, akin to scaling the heavens. This 4,000 times the challenge indeed represents the celestial firmament. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated in their minds. "Shenyuan, Chen Daoxian, please enter. My host is on the verge of breaking through to the 8th tier of chi refinement. Hurry and come to protect Chen Daoxian." Gongsun Shenyuan. Other companions. Chapter 80. Truly struck, the 10 sparring partners exchanged bewildered glances, all reflecting the astonishment in each other's eyes. What on earth is happening? What kind of joke is this? It has only been 2 hours, merely 4 hours of time. "Let us go," Chen Daoxian said with a furrowed brow. The 10 sparring partners nodded in unison and rushed into the hot spring room. Yet, the moment they entered, they stood frozen, their faces a canvas of disbelief. The spiritual energy was overwhelmingly dense. The entire room was enveloped in swirling spiritual essence, which had transformed into a mist that obscured their vision. The group gasped in unison, exclaiming, "The spiritual energy has turned to mist." Such an environment can typically only be found in the legendary sanctuaries of the immortals. Many among them belonged to an era that had long surpassed its zenith, and they cast astonished glances towards Gongsun Shenyuan. Gongsun Shenyuan extended his hand, gathering a wisp of mist, and murmured, "The purity of this spiritual energy is extraordinarily high. I have only encountered such essence once atop Kunlun Mountain. This environment resembles the mystical abodes of the immortals." The crowd inhaled sharply. "System, hurry! You must come quickly. The master is on the verge of a breakthrough." The sparring partners swiftly navigated through the mist and reached the edge of the hot spring. However, the sight that met their eyes left them utterly astounded. In the crystal-clear pool, the bubbling spiritual water resembled the celestial waters of Yaoqi. Scattered around the pool were countless elixirs and rare herbs, their mere sight inducing an overwhelming sense of awe. Is this truly not the realm of immortals? Gongsun Shenyuan crouched down, his fingers tainted by a drop of spiritual water, drawing in a sharp breath. It is indeed supreme spiritual water. I recall that this water is one of the 5 most renowned spiritual waters of the 3 realms, alongside the Luo water, rootless water, blood pool of the netherworld, and the water of the heavenly pool. Gongsun Shenyuan's body trembled slightly as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Such a precious substance, how could it be used for bathing?" Chun Daoxian felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, his gaze then landing upon the scattered elixirs by the edge of the pool. Instantly, his pupils quivered violently. The Baohua Yulu pill. In an instant, memories flooded his mind of the moment he first entered the Qi refining realm, when his master, trembling, unearthed that very elixir from their ancestral grave. He faintly recalled his master's words as he handed the pill to him. "Daoxian, this Baohua Yulu pill. You must remember, it is imperative that you only consume it upon reaching the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. This must be the last Baohua Yulu pill in existence. Your master was pursued by enemies for a full 20 years because of this very pill. You must never allow others to discover that you possess such a precious elixir, for a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences, as this pill is far too valuable." Chun Daoxuan's breath quickened, and he felt his consciousness tremble. He gazed at the precious flower jade dew pills, piled on the ground like colorful candies. I can hardly believe it. System, I kindly request all esteemed individuals to assist in safeguarding my host. Thank you all. Fortunately, it was a close call. I have finally enabled my host to reach the 8th tier. Chun Daoxian stood there in a daze, murmuring, I managed to reach the 8th tier through pills. System. Yes, indeed, it was quite arduous. Gongsun Shenyuan inhaled sharply and said solemnly, "What kind of joke is this? To forcefully navigate the settling period is a challenge with 4,000 times the difficulty. Even with pills. System. Then simply consume more. Won't that suffice?" Gongsun Shenyuan was momentarily speechless, and all the accompanying practitioners fell into a stunned silence. This statement indeed seemed devoid of flaw. If one were to consume enough pills, it appeared that no matter the magnitude of difficulty, it would be entirely manageable. Yet, why did it always feel as though something was amiss? Why did an impulse to strike out arise within him? Gongsun Shenyuan took a deep breath, turned away and despondently remarked, "I have grown old. It seems I can no longer keep pace with the evolution of our times. Who would have thought that cultivating immortality could be approached in such a manner?" Chun Daoxian picked up a half-eaten flower jade dew pill from the ground and murmured, "In my youth, I was pursued by 5 sects for 5 whole years, all to protect a single flower jade dew pill." The accompanying practitioners stood frozen in place, truly feeling a sense of defeat, except for Gongsun Shenyuan, who among them was not a formidable figure that had risen against the odds in an era of dwindling spiritual energy. In those days, even the most worthless elixir, if seized by another, would incite a profound enmity akin to that of a husband abducting his wife or a murderer slaying one's parents. Has the era truly transformed? The crowd's eyes glistened with tears. Within the spirit pool, Lynn gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing the 10 esteemed practitioners around him, he clasped his fists and greeted, "Masters, you have arrived?" Gongsun Shenyuan nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, we are here to safeguard you. What is your current level of cultivation?" Lynn smiled confidently, forming a fist. "Ancestor, I have already reached the 7th stage of Qi cultivation. Please wait a moment while I strive to break through to the 8th stage." Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Lin eagerly approached his safe and retrieved 2 stacks of cash. He spoke earnestly, "System, please exchange for 10,000 Baohua Yulu pills, the finest quality. Here are 100,000. At this proclamation, both Chun Daoxian and Gongsun Xianyuan felt their hearts race uncontrollably. 10,000 Baohua Yulu pills. 10 coins each. Goodness! In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, the 10,000 Baohua Yulu pills cascaded down like ripe fruits, landing with a delightful clatter. Before the crowd's astonished eyes, the pills quickly piled into a small mountain. Lin then sat cross-legged before this mound, inhaling deeply before suddenly opening his eyes wide. As he drew in a long breath, the potent energy of the pills surged forth like a tempest, rushing into his mouth. Chen Daoshuan's breath quickened abruptly as he stepped forward, exclaiming, "No! How could this be? Absorbing the elixir in such a manner will result in a loss of 50% of its potency." Lin expressed his confusion. "Is that so? Yet, I find the absorption process quite swift," he replied. Chen Daoxian, filled with frustration, seized a precious Baohua Yulu pill, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how valuable this single pill is?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned to gaze upon the mountain-like pile of elixirs, his expression becoming vacant. "How precious it is!" The words escaped his lips, laden with helplessness. Chapter 81. I have yet to teach you, yet you already know. Observing the look on Chun Daoshuan's face, Lin was taken aback. He rose and supported Chun Daoxian, his voice tinged with concern. "Master." Chun Daoxian, his eyes glazed, turned and stumbled toward the door. "System. What is wrong with him?" Gongsun Xianyuan inhaled deeply, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "He is likely feeling disheartened." "System, I am sorry." Lin lowered his head, murmuring, "I was wrong." Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head, letting out a sigh. "I will step outside for a moment. There is nothing to worry about. We are all thousands of years old, after all. There's no need for such sensitivity." With determined strides, Gongsun Xianyuan exited the door, only to pause in astonishment. There sat Chen Daoxian on the steps, his body trembling, muffled sobs escaping him. "You are crying?" Gongsun Xianyuan inquired with surprise. Chun Daoxian gritted his teeth, vigorously wiping his eyes with his sleeve, his eye sockets reddened. "I must not cry. I am a formidable 7-foot man and shall not weep." Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head, sitting beside him and gently patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Daoxian, you are over 1,000 years old. There is no need to shed tears over this." Chun Daoxian, with reddened eyes, replied, "But it is truly infuriating. Did you not see that insufferable brat's air of entitlement? Had I experienced even 1/10 of his quality of life back then, I would have soared to great heights." Gongsun Xianyuan merely sighed. He smiled and said, "In truth, this child possesses a commendable disposition. He is indeed a promising candidate for cultivation. It is just that he has been coddled since childhood and has not faced any hardships. With Shaoqi indulging him so, his behavior may come across as, well." Gongsun Xianyuan pondered for a moment and hesitantly suggested, "A bit spoiled? What do you mean, ancestor?" Chun Daoxian asked in astonishment. Gongsun Xianyuan replied with a smile, "Did not Shaoqi ask us to train this child? Indeed, it is time for him to understand what proper training entails." Soon, within the hot spring, Lin, under the protection of his companions, successfully elevated his cultivation to the 8th stage of qi training. The spiritual energy within him became more condensed, with veins interconnected, forming a vast cycle within his body. Lin sat cross-legged, absorbing all the spiritual energy swirling around him. He opened his eyes, which sparkled with enlightenment. "Ah, now I understand. I shall rely on all of you masters from here on." At the 8th level of the qi refinement stage, albeit achieved through the forceful consumption of elixirs, the surging spiritual energy had significantly enhanced his prowess. He inhaled deeply, raising his gaze towards the distant sea. In an instant, he let out a thunderous shout, and the immense spiritual force coalesced upon his fist. The Qi Force Punch, 4th layer. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, sending towering waves crashing into the ocean, while countless salted fish were propelled ashore by the force. Lin gazed in delight at the spectacle. The might of this punch was sufficient to effortlessly demolish a building, far surpassing his previous strength. Indeed, Gongsun Shenyuan remarked in silence. Lin immediately clasped his fists together and proclaimed, "Yes, ancestor, I shall strive diligently." Gongsun Shenyuan fell silent, extending his hand towards a nearby tree, which, under the influence of an unknown mystical power, transformed into two 3-foot wooden swords. Sword control is a form of chi manipulation. To master it, one must first learn to project spiritual energy outward and harness one's mental power to control the released energy. Thus, spiritual energy becomes an extension of oneself, enabling one thought to set the universe in motion. Lin nodded in understanding as he extended his hand, gathering the rolling spiritual energy upon his fist. "Master, is it like the Chi Force Punch?" Gongsun Shenyuan responded, "The principle is the same, yet the paths diverge completely. The spiritual energy you expel with the Chi Force Punch is filled with ferocity and destructiveness, and once you unleash that punch, the energy will no longer be under your control. However, the art of Chi control stands in stark contrast. It requires a continuous exertion of influence over one's spiritual energy, precisely as demonstrated." Gongsun Shenyuan closed his eyes, delicately flicking his fingers. In an instant, the wooden sword soared skyward, emitting a resonant cry, and then began to whirl around his body. In the next moment, Lin was astonished to witness slender threads of spiritual energy slowly illuminate the space between Gongsun Shenyuan and the wooden sword. They appeared densely packed, each filament resembling dancing silk, ethereal and dreamlike. Lin exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" Gongsun Shenyuan replied with solemnity, "This is the essence of Chi control. The sword is your marionette, and the spiritual energy is the thread in your hand. Every movement of the sword is entirely contingent upon your command." Taking a deep breath, Lin closed his eyes, and a flurry of images depicting the flow of spiritual energy in his swordsmanship flashed through his mind. He settled cross-legged on the ground, entering a state of meditation. The wooden sword thrust into the earth before him. Gongsun Shenyuan extended a finger, and in an instant, a golden light surged into Lin's brow. Countless key points regarding Chi control appeared vividly in Lin's mind. Gongsun Shenyuan continued, "These are the insights I have gleaned over the years regarding Chi control. How much you comprehend is entirely up to you." After speaking, he fell silent, assuming a meditative posture akin to Lin's. Time flowed steadily, seconds turning into minutes, and the celestial bodies shifted in their courses. Before long, night had descended, with the cold stars twinkling in the sky. Suddenly, Gongsun Shenyuan sensed a subtle stirring of spiritual energy. He slowly opened his eyes, and in that moment, a flicker of astonishment flashed across his gaze. A delicate thread of spiritual energy slowly emerged from Lin's hand, resembling a serpentine creature gracefully coiling around the hilt of the wooden sword. Gongsun Shenyuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he possessed an innate wisdom. In less than half a day, he had already brushed against the threshold of manipulating spiritual energy. For other practitioners, reaching this stage would require years of arduous cultivation. He rose to speak, but at that moment, his brow furrowed, and he fell silent. Something was amiss. It was not yet complete. The spiritual energy continued to surge forth. In the next instant, he was astonished to witness hundreds, even thousands, of luminous threads bursting forth from Lin's body like silken strands. One after another, they swiftly entwined with the wooden sword before him. They became so densely packed that they were nearly impossible to count. Yet, the threads continued to emanate ceaselessly from within him. Gradually, the threads were no longer confined to the wooden sword. They began to attach themselves to the surrounding rubble, the grass and trees, and even the ocean waters. In the next moment, accompanied by a melodious chime, the wooden sword soared skyward. At the instant the sword suspended itself, the surrounding rubble, flora, and sea began to levitate in tandem with the shifting threads. This, Gongsun Shenyuan's eyes quivered slightly. Was it a convergence of myriad threads? He had transformed the vast majority of his internal spiritual energy into these threads, thereby achieving the ability to manipulate multiple objects simultaneously. Such control over spiritual energy surpassed that of single-thread manipulation by far. Each thread required focused intent for individual control, and to command thousands of threads demanded an unparalleled unity of mind and purpose. Gongsun Shenyuan inhaled deeply and remarked, I have yet to teach you how to manipulate multiple objects. How is it that you have managed it on your own? Just then, the 82nd chapter unfolded, revealing a novel path in sword control. In the following moment, Gongsun Shenyuan beheld an astonishing sight. Countless fragments of stone and blades of grass, deftly maneuvered by ethereal threads, were swirling in unison under his command. All the debris and foliage gradually accumulated, forming a towering structure, layer upon layer, continuously building. Upon witnessing this remarkable formation, even he could not suppress the frantic fluttering of his eyelid. It was a gesture, a fist with the thumb extended. Silently, it stood upon the coast, and with a resounding clang, the wooden sword pierced the summit of the thumb, swaying in the breeze. A gentle zephyr swept by. Gongsun Shenyuan observed as Lin slowly opened his eyes, noticing him standing beside the thumb, tousled by the wind. His eyes brightened with excitement as he approached, exclaiming, Ancestor, what do you think of my creation that symbolizes extraordinary? Isn't it quite? Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded as Gongsun Shenyuan delivered a swift reprimand, sending him sprawling onto the sandy shore. Enough of these frivolous antics. Rubbing the back of his head, Lin replied, I understand now. Gongsun Shenyuan's eyelid twitched incessantly as he remained silent. Meanwhile, Lin, grinning broadly, climbed back to his feet, massaging his sore head. He promptly seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, embracing his arms and smiled. However, after reflecting on your insights, esteemed ancestor, I have conceived a method that could optimize efficiency at minimal cost. Gongsun Shenyuan, momentarily silent, inquired, what method? Lin picked up a twig and began to sketch in the sand, saying, Ancestor, have you ever heard of programming? Gongsun Shenyuan raised an eyebrow and replied, Programming? Lin continued to delineate with enthusiasm. Programming is a computational method utilized in modern computers. By composing code in advance within specific equations, one can input commands, and the equation will automatically compute the results. Therefore, I pondered whether we could organize the spiritual threads as a form of equation, enabling them to function semi-automatically. In this manner, with merely a thought, these spiritual threads could autonomously translate my intentions into distinct commands. The spiritual threads at the hilt would manage thrust, while those at the tip would alter the flight direction, and a series of threads at the hilt would channel spiritual energy to control power, all unified for semi-automated governance. For, according to traditional methods of individual control, not only is there considerable consumption, but any lapse in mental focus would lead to a sharp decline in efficiency. Listening to Lin's eloquent exposition, Gongsun Shenyuan's eyes sparkled with increasing astonishment. Yet, under my proposed method, not only would efficiency be heightened and consumption diminished, but the semi-automated system would ensure that even in moments of mental instability, the control of the flying sword remained steadfast. Lin brushed off the dust from his hands and, with a smile, pointed to the intricate programming diagram he had drawn in the sand. Master, this is the result of my contemplation over the past half-day. Gongsun Shenyuan gazed at the remarkably complex designs on the beach, focusing intently for over 10 minutes. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. Having practiced for millennia, he had never encountered such a method of spirit manipulation. Taking a deep breath, he expressed his disbelief. Is this the interlinking of spirit threads? Lin smiled and replied, Indeed, each spirit thread is no longer an isolated entity but rather a component of a cohesive whole. We no longer need to control them individually. We can execute various operations seamlessly, such as this. With that, Lin extended his hand, intertwining the spirit threads, connecting them to the wooden sword. He pointed to the sky and commanded, Bring that bird down for me. In an instant, the wooden sword soared into the sky, chasing after the seagull that was calling out and flapping about wildly. Under Gongsun Shenyuan's astonished gaze, the wooden sword pursued the seagull for hundreds of meters before striking it down with a single blow, elegantly curving back to land before Lin. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin picked up the seagull and stated semi-automation, I do not need to exert full control. I simply issue commands. Gongsun Shenyuan inquired, What was the expenditure of mental energy? Lin responded, a mere tenth of the usual amount. Gongsun Shenyuan gasped in astonishment. The consumption of less than a tenth of his mental energy was simply unfathomable. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and inquired, this is merely the most rudimentary control of flying swords. But what if there are 1,000 swords or even 10,000? Lin En replied with a smile, the only challenge of this method lies in the programming phase. However, once the editing is complete and each equation is interlinked, under semi-automated processing, it becomes a sophisticated mechanism. The greater the number of swords, the higher the efficiency. Gongsun Shenyuan gasped in astonishment. If this were indeed the case, it would infuse a new essence into the eternally unchanging art of qi manipulation. He could hardly believe that Lin En possessed such extraordinary talent, having, in a mere half-day, devised such a profound principle. Lin En suggested, Ancestor, why not try my approach? Gongsun Shenyuan looked up and agreed. Very well. Thus, for the next several hours, Lin En meticulously guided Gongsun Shenyuan on how to program using spiritual threads. True to his heritage as the father of culture, Gongsun Shenyuan exhibited an astounding capacity for learning. In just a few hours, he had mastered the spiritual thread programming that Lin En had pioneered. Beneath the darkened sky, Gongsun Shenyuan suddenly opened his eyes. Countless spiritual threads surged forth from his body, intricately weaving into complex structures, ultimately connecting to the surrounding debris. In the next moment, a myriad of fragments soared into the sky. A flicker of indescribable astonishment crossed Gongsun Shenyuan's eyes. Indeed, it was precisely as Lin En had described. Efficiency had increased, consumption had diminished, and control had become increasingly adept. The art of sword manipulation had achieved semi-automated management. If one were to wield the sword in such a manner, their potential prowess could undoubtedly increase by more than fivefold. Gongsun Shenyuan inhaled sharply, murmuring, the synergy of spiritual energy, semi-automated management. A foolproof manipulation. This truly marks a groundbreaking transformation. With just this, you are destined to carve your name into the annals of history. Gongsun Shenyuan turned his gaze, perceiving Lin En with newfound respect. Lin En shook his head and smiled, saying, at the age of 8, in pursuit of my first fortune, I dedicated myself to learning programming, even developing a few commendable software applications. This journey introduced me to the world of coding. Today, while pondering, it struck me like a flash of inspiration. I wondered if I could merge programming with swordsmanship, and lo and behold, it truly succeeded. Gongsun Shenyuan sighed, lamenting, it appears I have been detached from the mundane world for far too long. I never fathomed that elements of the secular realm could provide such substantial aid in the pursuit of immortality. Yet, this is also due to your extraordinary intellect. Were it another, they might not achieve what you have. Master, would you like to learn programming? I possess a slight interest. Perfect. Master, I shall teach you. Chapter 83. The Shenyuan sword technique and the 10,000 sword formula. Soon, with the crowing of a rooster, dawn broke in the east. Chun Daoxian gradually manifested within Lin En's estate, only to pause in surprise. He sensed Gongsun Shenyuan's presence within the room. Could it be that the master had been instructing him from yesterday until now? Truly, the master is exceptionally diligent. He shook his head and pushed open the door, saying, Ancestor, Lin En, today. But the next moment, he froze in disbelief. No, this is not right. Lin En shook his head, rhythmically tapping 2 times on the small blackboard with chalk, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, Ancestor, this code should be written this way, not the way you did it. Furthermore, C language is not merely ABC. One must distinguish between the two. Opposite Lin En, Gongsun Shenyuan sat cross-legged on the floor, wearing a pair of reading glasses, furrowing his brow as he perused the programming book titled Programming from Beginner to Oblivion. In front of him lay a stack of books, at least 800 pages thick, titled The Encyclopedia of C Language from Long Hair to Baldness. Gongsun Shenyuan frowned, then turned to the keyboard, typing out several lines of code with rapid keystrokes before flipping back to the book to search meticulously. This cycle continued. Chun Daoxian stood there in a daze. Did not the ancestor say yesterday that he would teach him the way of qi manipulation? How? How had the tables turned? Upon seeing Chun Daoxian enter, Gongsun Shenyuan looked up, adjusted his glasses, and greeted him. Good morning. Chun Daoxian replied, still in a daze. Good morning, ancestor. What are you doing? Gongsun Shenyuan removed his glasses and calmly stated, I am learning programming. It feels quite intriguing. However, my foundation is somewhat lacking, so I must first grasp the basics of ABC before mastering the C language. Right now, I am attempting to write some code. Chun Daoxian swallowed hard and inquired, Ancestor, how is your learning progressing? Gongsun Shenyuan closed the book with a sigh, reflecting, having just embarked on this journey, there remains an abundance of knowledge yet to be acquired. I never anticipated that the culture of future generations could be so vast and profound. Indeed, the sea of learning knows no bounds. He shook his head, donned his spectacles, and with a furrowed brow, reopened the tome titled From Novice to Master in Programming Instruction. Chun Daoxian, in a state of bewilderment, interjected, But ancestor, is today not the day you were to teach him the art of qi manipulation? How could this be? Gongsun Shenyuan paused, and Lin En also fell silent. The atmosphere in the room descended into an eerie stillness. Half an hour later on the sandy shores, 50,000 push-ups, 80,000 sit-ups, 100,000 squats, and run 50,000 laps around your estate. Gongsun Shenyuan, his expression darkened, pointed at Lin En, who was struggling through his push-ups, exclaiming, You shall not be permitted to eat until these tasks are completed. Lin En, grimacing, protested, Ancestor, it was you who asked me to teach you programming. I did not intend to shirk my responsibilities, truly. Gongsun Shenyuan's eyes twitched furiously. His face remained stormy. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, he turned to depart, stating, Come find me once you have finished. I shall then instruct you in the sword techniques. As time inexorably ticked away, 2 days swiftly passed. By the seaside, the relentless waves crashed against the rocks. Lin En, bare-chested and with a serious demeanor, stood surrounded by a dozen wooden swords intricately carved. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a gleam of brilliance sparking within.
Ten-tous en sword technique.
He shouted, swiftly executing a series of intricate hand seals. The wooden sword surrounding him suddenly emitted a gentle chime, and in the next moment, a dozen blades soared into the sky, piercing through the tumultuous waves. Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosions of spiritual energy, the air was filled with the essence of the swords. In an instant, the blades broke through the water's surface, and vibrant fish were impaled upon the wooden swords, landing beside Lin En. Abruptly, Lin En extended his hand, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. Qingling sword. Come, he bellowed. A sword, as thin as a cicada's wing, soared from the direction of the manor, instantly grasped by him. With a mighty roar, golden patterns surged from his palm, enveloping the sword's body, transforming the Qingling sword into a colossal blade that seemed to touch the heavens. Shenyuan sword technique, first layer. In a daze, torrents of golden radiance erupted from the sword in Lin En's hand, ultimately cascading into the sea. Boom! A vast expanse of the ocean was cleaved apart, parting to either side from that single strike. Lin En, panting, sank into the sofa, consuming several large pills. The Shenyuan sword technique was indeed formidable. A single strike had drained all of my spiritual energy. It seems I cannot wield this sword too often. System. Host. Remarkable. In just 2 days, you have mastered the first layer of both the 10,000 swords art and the Shenyuan sword technique. You truly are my destined one. Lin En couldn't help but boast, feeling a sense of pride, as he leisurely carried a sword full of fish towards the manor. Need I say more? I am a genius. System. Love you. Yet, Lin En remained oblivious to the happenings on the second floor of the manor. Chun Daoxian gazed from afar at the triumphant Lin En, then turned his attention to Gongsun Shenyuan, who, with reading glasses perched on his nose and a furrowed brow, was perusing the tome entitled Mindless Teaching from Programming to the Grave. He remarked, Ancestor, you indeed taught him both sword techniques, and he has truly mastered them. My intention was to test the limits of his innate understanding with these two styles, yet it appears I have underestimated him. Gongsun Shenyuan shook his head and replied, He is indeed a prodigy unparalleled in the realm of cultivation. Chun Daoxian sighed, Indeed, he possesses remarkable talent, along with the 5 elements spiritual root. And with the pampering he receives from Shao-Chi, he surely lacks for resources. It seems his life is destined to be smooth sailing. Gongsun Shenyuan responded indifferently, yet this does not necessarily bode well. Chen Daoxian cast an inquiring glance. Gongsun Shenyuan continued solemnly. Although he is gifted, his mental fortitude leaves much to be desired, a consequence of his sheltered upbringing. With Shao-Chi indulging him so, he risks becoming a fragile bloom in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the tempests of life. Chen Daoxian contemplated this grave concern. This indeed poses a significant issue. Without a solid mental foundation, even the mightiest strength is rendered futile. Gongsun Shenyuan turned away, closing the book, and stated, I can arrange a tribulation for him, but he must first pass Shao-Chi's test. It is ultimately for his own benefit. Chapter 84. System, I can't go on, I am dying. Half an hour later, within the confines of the system space. System. No, absolutely not. It is far too perilous. What shall I do if my host perishes? I will never consent to such a fate. Gongsun Shenyuan stood resolutely, facing off against Shao-Chi. The other 9 companions exchanged glances, bewildered. A mere half-hour prior, Gongsun Shenyuan had sought out Shao-Chi with the intention of orchestrating a calamity for Lynn, only to be met with vehement opposition from Shao-Chi. Gongsun Shenyuan fell silent, stating, My true form has left the Shenyuan sword in the mortal realm, allowing me to communicate with its spirit. The Shenyuan sword harbors 7 miniature worlds, each imprisoning 100,000 ferocious beasts. However, you need not worry. The miniature world I have opened for him contains only beasts of the Qi training realm, and he will not perish. Should he find himself on the brink of death, the spirit of the Shenyuan sword will promptly transport him away. System. That is still unacceptable. It is far too perilous. Gongsun Shenyuan lifted his gaze, his expression indifferent. Yet, if he does not confront the trials of life and death now, he will suffer greatly when faced with genuine danger in the future. System. As long as I am here, I shall ensure that the host encounters no peril. Gongsun Shenyuan responded solemnly. Can you remain by his side for eternity? System. I. Do you wish for him to endure some hardship now, or would you prefer he meets his demise in the future? System. But. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. After what felt like an eternity, a hint of desolation crept into the system's voice. What will you choose to do? A collective sigh of relief echoed among the group, for it seemed that Shao-Chi had begun to waver. Gongsun Shenyuan fell silent for a moment before speaking. At 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, I shall summon the Shenyuan sword and then entrust it to the small world. Within the realm of the Shenyuan sword, 10 days equate to a single hour in the outside world. I will grant it 9 hours, which corresponds to 90 days. Should it successfully navigate this trial, its state of mind shall undoubtedly be refined. The system, with a tinge of melancholy, remarked, Is this truly for the benefit of the host? Gongsun Shenyuan nodded affirmatively, stating, It is indeed for his good. I understand. The following dawn, Lin lay soundly asleep in his bed, entirely oblivious to the impending events. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the 10 companions manifested. The system declared, Humph! Although I have acquiesced to your requests, should my host encounter any misfortune, I shall personally descend into your realm and extract each of your true forms, administering a thorough reckoning. The companions exchanged anxious glances, their nerves palpable. Only Gongsun Shenyuan remained steadfast within the estate, his expression unperturbed. He lifted his gaze and announced, I am preparing to summon the Shenyuan sword. Please maintain your distance to avoid being affected by the sword's will. The companions promptly stepped back, widening the space between themselves and Gongsun Shenyuan. A gust of wind swept through, rustling his garments. Suddenly, a golden radiance enveloped his eyes. He extended his hand with fervor and intoned, Sword, arise. In that instant, it felt as if the very essence of the sky underwent a profound transformation. The heavens roiled and churned, and in the next heartbeat, a golden point of light emerged from the distant horizon, accompanied by a piercing sound of a sword's cry. A golden longsword, intricately engraved with mountains, rivers, flora, and celestial bodies, descended like a meteor from the heavens, ultimately grasped by Gongsun Shenyuan. The onlookers gasped in awe at the sight of the sword, realizing it to be the legendary Shenyuan sword, the sacred blade of the Tao. We are truly fortunate to witness its emergence. Gongsun Xuanyuan's fingers delicately traced the blade's edge, akin to reuniting with an old friend after many years. He inhaled deeply and plunged the sword into the ground, producing a resounding clang. Gongsun Shenyuan spoke solemnly, "In that case I shall commence. Esteemed friends, please take a step back." He turned his gaze toward the chamber where Lin En rested and extended his hand. In that moment, Lin En's sleeping form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing from sight. Within the small world, the forest swayed, and the leaves danced in a flickering light. Lin En suddenly felt a chill envelop him, causing him to shiver instinctively, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. "System." Lin En yawned and murmured, "Good morning." However, in the next instant, a wave of bloodlust surged toward him, and his eyes widened in alarm. With a thunderous roar, a massive white lion lunged at him with ferocity. "Oh no!" Lin En snapped to attention, his eyes widening as he rolled to evade the lion's onslaught. He quickly realized that he was no longer upon his comfortable bed, but had instead found himself in a dark, foreboding forest. The lion across from him emitted low growls, its gaze cruel and intent, clearly regarding Lin En as its prey. "System." Meanwhile, within the confines of the system's realm, the system anxiously exclaimed, "The host is calling for me. The host must be in peril. I must go." Gongsun Shenyuan shook his head and said, "Little Seven, remain calm. If he were truly gravely injured, the sword spirit would have transported him out." The system replied, "But..." In the microcosm, Lin En shouted, "System, are you there? I can't hold on much longer. I feel as though I am about to perish." As he cried out, Lin En drew the Qingling sword from the skull of the white-maned lion. He then skinned the lion and draped its hide over himself, sword in hand, striding forward with determination. The pungent scent of the lion's blood instantly attracted numerous predators lurking in the forest. Countless crimson eyes flickered in the shadows, locking onto the seemingly harmless Lin En. In the outside world, the system urged, "The host is calling for me again. The host must be facing an insurmountable crisis." "I." Gongsun Shenyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Yet the Shenyuan sword spirit assures me that everything is normal and that he is in good spirits. He should not be in danger." The system insisted, but... Back in the microcosm, Lin En cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "System, system, I am besieged by ferocious beasts and am on the brink of collapse. Come save me quickly." As he shouted, Lin En extended his hand, channeling the fire spirit, igniting a blaze within the forest. He then skinned and dismembered a wild beast he had slain, placing it upon the flames to roast. Not far off, the corpses of the ferocious beasts had accumulated into a small mountain. "System, I am dying. I cannot endure any longer. I am going to be killed." Lin shouted a few exclamations and then tore off a piece of roasted meat, chewing it heartily. What a delightful aroma! Even the external world and the system seemed on the verge of tears. The host lamented his impending demise. "Oh dear." Gongsun Xuanyuan's temples throbbed with visible veins as he took a deep breath and remarked, "He is merely shouting in a frenzy. The spirit of the Shenyuan sword has already informed me that he is in a remarkably cheerful mood, with no issues at hand." The system retorted, "Impossible. How could he be in a good mood in such a dreadful place? My host is surely terrified to the point of tears." The companions remained silent. Chapter 85. Life is as dull as it is comfortable. Time slipped away, second by second. Before long, 2 hours had passed in an instant, and Lin had spent a full 20 days within the small world. Inside this realm, Lin lay atop the back of a fuzzy giant bear, and according to tradition, he bellowed, "System, come to my rescue. I am to be devoured alive." Beneath him, the giant bear, covered in wounds, shed large tears from its eyes. This bear, having been tamed earlier that morning due to its profound exhaustion, had developed wisdom and was a powerful beast at the 9th stage of Qi cultivation. "My lord," the bear wept, "why do you call for the system every day? Who is this system?" Lin glared, elbowing the bear's back, and retorted, "Why do you have so much to say? Have you gathered your subordinates yet?" The immense bear lamented, "My lord, they are all trailing behind." Not far behind the giant bear, a multitude of enormous beasts, battered and bruised, timidly followed in its wake. They had all endured the wrath of Lynn. Lynn bellowed, "Stay in line. I am now your mountain king. Though I am uncertain of this peculiar place, remember this. Following me guarantees sustenance. We shall assault the next peak." The surrounding ferocious beasts, tears streaming down their faces, replied, "Yes, my lord." The giant bear was on the verge of tears. "My lord, please do not utter such falsehoods with your eyes wide open. It is broad daylight, and such words may invite unnecessary misunderstandings. To say you have oppressed us is utterly absurd. It was you who attacked our mountain this morning, seizing our resources and attempting to use me as a steed. This is no way to treat a bear." Lynn thundered, "Why aren't you all shouting along with me? Are you tired of living?" One by one, the beasts behind him, tears flowing, timidly lifted their heads and began to wail, "System, save me. Awoo!" The cacophony of howls reverberated through the sky. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the system was on the verge of tears. "Did you hear? The host has been shouting for 4 hours. The host must be suffering greatly. Hold on, dear host. The system will come to your rescue." Chen Daoxian sighed, "Alas, have I indeed been too harsh? Lin's current capabilities seem excessive for facing 100,000 ferocious beasts." The surrounding training partners were disheartened, fully aware of Lin's cries. The heart-wrenching and anguished cries stirred their souls. At last, one of the assistants could no longer bear it and pleaded, "Shenyuan ancestor, perhaps we should bring Lin out. It's too tragic." The veins at Gongsun Shenyuan's temples throbbed, yet a flicker of uncertainty appeared in his eyes. The spirit of the Shenyuan sword had clearly conveyed to him that Lin's current emotional state was characterized by joy, contentment, and even a hint of ambition. However, upon hearing Lin's piercing wail, he found himself at a loss. Could it be that the Shenyuan sword spirit had erred? Was it possible that Lin truly? Gongsun Shenyuan furrowed his brow and shook his head, asserting, "No, that cannot be. He is still able to scream, which indicates he possesses strength. If we are to cultivate his mental fortitude, we must not show leniency. Only through enduring greater hardships can he aspire to greatness." Chen Daoxian grew anxious, saying, "But Lin might truly." Gongsun Shenyuan interrupted with gravity, "No more discussion. I have my own judgment." He clenched his fist in secret. "Lin, you must hold on. The ancestor is also deeply concerned for you. Do not disappoint the ancestor's expectations." As time ticked away, the sky had brightened considerably. The 10 assistants anxiously paced around the Shenyuan sword. They glanced at the clock on the wall and realized that Lin had been in the small world for 7 hours, which meant he had already experienced 70 days within that realm. The system choked with emotion, saying, "My host has been calling for me for 2 hours. I fear he can no longer endure." Gongsun Shenyuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sword spirit, how many fierce beasts has he slain?" In an instant, a wave of mental energy surged from the Shenyuan sword spirit, conveying a single figure, 250. 250 fierce beasts? Gongsun Shenyuan frowned, pondering, in 70 days, he has only managed to slay so few. It seems he may truly be facing obstacles. Perhaps he has sought refuge in some hidden place. The system exclaimed with fury, "Listen closely. If my host does not emerge in 2 hours, and if either his body or spirit is compromised, I shall annihilate all of you. Do not presume I lack the ability to do so." The surrounding training partners instinctively shivered. This time, they could discern that the system was genuinely enraged. "Lin, muster your strength. If you falter, your masters shall not fare well either." The system wailed, "Host, you must not come to harm. Hold on, just endure a little longer. The last 2 hours remain. Strive with all your might." Meanwhile, within a small world. Time, 70 days. Upon a misty mount, atop a throne fashioned from colossal beast hides, Lin indulged in spiritual fruits, reclining in utter comfort and leisure. Yet, at that moment he suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit. The several beast kings standing guard around him were instantly alarmed and hurriedly asked, "My lord, what ails you?" Lin extended his hand, a pained expression crossing his face, and said, I have overindulged in spirit fruits and am now choked. Please allow me a moment to recover. The surrounding beast kings immediately turned, bellowing, "Quick! Fetch the supreme pure spirit water for our king. Replace all today's spirit fruits with the freshest Qilin fruits and blood bodhi. Is that understood?" The smaller demons below nodded tremulously and hurried down the mountain. On the mountainside, countless colossal beasts lay prostrate, paying homage to the summit, while at the foot of the mountain, a throng of small demons moved about in a seemingly endless swarm. A flag fluttering in the wind bore the large character for Lynn, dancing wildly in the breeze. Lynn gazed wistfully at the multitude of small demons under his command. They were undoubtedly all his subordinates. Over the course of the past 70 days, he had gradually developed his territory, conquering one peak after another. Now, he ruled over an expansive domain, commanding more than 50,000 fierce beasts as the king of beasts. He no longer needed to personally engage in battle, and each day, rare spirit fruits and spirit beasts were presented to him from various lands for his enjoyment. Life was thus exceedingly leisurely and comfortable. One of the beast kings beside him respectfully inquired, "My king, do you require anything further? I shall promptly relay your commands." Lynn waved his hand, stifled a yawn, and replied, "Bring me more spirit fruits. Remember, they must be high-quality Qilin fruits and blood bodhi of yellow grade, free from any wormholes, and ensure the seeds are removed. Additionally, bring me some roasted meat and fish fins, but keep them light. Understood?" Chapter 86. For the ordinary, to rule the world. Lynn gazed wistfully at the azure sky, letting out a deep sigh. Beside him, a cat-eared girl twitched her ears in concern and asked, "My lord, what troubles you?" Lynn casually pulled the little cat demon closer, stroking her fur as he lamented, "Dubai, do you think I was destined for a life of luxury? No matter where I go, I inexplicably thrive." The cat-eared girl nuzzled against Lynn's chest, sweetly replying, "It is because you are magnificent, my lord. For millennia, no one has managed to unify this world, yet you have achieved half of a small realm in merely 70 days. Now, all the spirit beasts hail you as the king of beasts." Lynn replied indifferently, however, "This is not the life I desire." The cat-eared girl blinked and asked, "What kind of life do you wish for, my lord?" With a hint of melancholy, Lynn expressed, "An ordinary life, simple and unadorned. To hunt, gather firewood, care for a cat like you, engage in idle chatter with the system, and live a humble existence. That is the life I long for." The cat-eared girl, concerned, said, "But my lord, you are the king of beasts. Such a life is far beyond your reach." Lynn sighed wistfully, "Thus, to attain such a life, I must strive. Once I have unified this world, I can live as a mere salted fish, embracing the life I truly desire." He took a deep breath, gazing sorrowfully at the sky, a faint shadow of sadness crossing his brow. "System, how are you? In your absence, I find myself increasingly enveloped in melancholy." Gazing upon his sorrowful expression, the cat-eared girl was captivated. Although not of the same species, she could not help but find the king exceptionally handsome. Moreover, the simplicity of the king's aspirations was profoundly charming. To lead an ordinary life while casually aspiring to rule the world, such sentiments could only emanate from our illustrious king. For the sake of the king's dreams, for the sake of an unremarkable existence, for the sake of frugal meals, the surrounding beast kings, along with the 50,000 ferocious beasts from the valley below, all erupted in a fervent roar. "We shall unify the entire beast king realm." Lynn yawned and replied, "There is no need for haste. It will eventually be ours. Let us conserve our strength and, once unity is achieved, you shall all be hailed as great contributors." Time continued its relentless march. Soon, 9 hours had elapsed amidst the anxious anticipation of the crowd. As the clock's hands reached the final moment, the system could no longer contain itself, exclaiming with urgency, "Old Shenyuan, it has been 9 hours. Surely this trial must come to an end." The surrounding companions looked eagerly towards Gongsun Shenyuan. During these hours, Lin had seldom called upon them, a clear indication that he was teetering on the brink of demise, perhaps devoid of even the strength to utter a word. The system lamented, "How infuriating! How infuriating! I shall never heed your commands again." What does it matter if they are delicate flowers in a greenhouse? After all, he is my host. What concern is it of yours? Gongsun Shenyuan opened his eyes and shook his head, a look of concern evident in his gaze. Could it be that Lin En truly could not endure any longer? Over the past few hours, the emotional state relayed to him by the Shenyuan sword spirit had undergone a significant transformation. The essence of Lin En's feelings had shifted to words such as mundane, tedious. Had he reached the brink of despair, allowing his will to be completely eroded? Or was it that the torment had extinguished any flicker of emotion within him, leaving him merely awaiting the arrival of death? Let us first observe the circumstances within the small world. Gongsun Shenyuan sighed and clenched his fist. Lin En, if anything has indeed befallen you, the ancestors will surely provide an explanation. In the next moment, Gongsun Shenyuan abruptly waved his hand. The Shenyuan sword instantly emanated a soft golden light, and in an instant, that golden radiance projected an image from the small world onto the wall opposite them. However, in the very next moment, upon witnessing the scene within the small world, they were all left in shock. System? Gongsun Shenyuan? 9 accompanying practitioners? Chun Daoxian, in a daze, uttered, "What? What is happening here?" In the center of the small world, countless ferocious beasts were breaking mountains and shattering stones, while an extraordinarily magnificent statue of Lin En stood proudly at the heart of this realm. Surrounding that statue, stone edifices rose dramatically from the ground. Meanwhile, vast forests were being felled, as colossal creatures cultivated fields, sowing seeds across the fertile land. This was undeniably the nascent form of a city. Gongsun Shenyuan stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by uncertainty, for he too was at a loss. 9 hours prior, when he surveyed the small world, it was still a treacherous and dense jungle. The scene continues to unfold, traversing through the city and into the forest. Wide avenues crisscross the woods, where ferocious beasts leisurely stroll along the paths. Were it not for their beastly nature, Gongsun Shenyuan and his companions might have mistaken this for a civilized agrarian society. Then, they overheard a conversation between 2 of these formidable creatures. Alas, 3 months ago I could never have imagined that I, a tiger demon, would become friends with you, a white rabbit. Truly, the world has changed. This, of course, is all thanks to our esteemed Lord Lin En, who aspires to transform this place into a harmonious society. His Majesty's ambitions are beyond the comprehension of you lesser demons. Indeed, His Majesty is remarkable. I have never witnessed anyone unify the entire Beast King realm in just 90 days. My admiration for His Majesty knows no bounds. Gongsun Shenyuan. Chun Daoxian. System. Chun Daoxian swallowed hard, his mind in a daze, murmuring, His Majesty Lin En. A harmonious society. This. Gongsun Shenyuan clenched his teeth and said, "Let us see what he is doing now." Meanwhile, within a grand palace, Lin En sat pensively upon an imposing throne. His left arm draped around a white-haired catgirl and his right around a pink-haired fox-girl, gazing at his burgeoning empire with profound emotion. "Tabai Ali, what do you think of my empire?" The white cat-eared girl sweetly remarked, "Your Majesty, this world is now entirely the territory of the empire. You are undoubtedly the king of beasts." Lin En sighed. "Ah, this world is truly too small. It is hardly larger than a province from my previous realm. It was conquered with such ease, lacking any challenge." He spread his hands and lamented, "There isn't even a worthy opponent to be found." A fox girl named Ali gently peeled a grape, affectionately saying, "Your Majesty, have a grape." Lin En opened his mouth and bit into the grape Ali offered, feeling quite content. Alas, this wretchedly dull life. It seems I can only drift through existence like this from now on. Observing the contented expression on Lin En's face, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. All the accompanying trainees stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Chapter 87. You're not playing by the rules. After an indeterminate amount of time, 10 trainees finally regained their composure from the spectacle. "Can someone explain what just happened?" Chen Daoxian exclaimed, bewildered. "This is entirely different from what I envisioned. Wasn't Lin En supposed to be hiding away somewhere, trembling in fear of the ferocious beasts?" Suddenly turning, Chun Daoxian pointed at Lin En's relaxed demeanor on the screen. his eyes wide with disbelief. What is this situation? How has he become an emperor? And with such a serene expression, what has he been doing for these 90 days? Yet, wasn't this trial intended to expose him to life and death experiences, deliberately orchestrated for him? Under normal circumstances, he would either be hiding in some obscure corner, biding his time for 90 days, or he would have risen against all odds, carving a bloody path through countless ferocious beasts. Is this script misplaced? This is not how things are supposed to unfold. Lynn, we did not place you in this small world merely for you to establish a nation and indulge in life's pleasures. Gongsun Shenyuan gritted his teeth, feeling exasperated, and declared, "Let us go. We must confront him personally." Soon, accompanied by a flash of golden light, Gongsun Shenyuan, along with 9 companions, swiftly entered the small world within the Shenyuan sword, materializing in Lin En's palace. Lin En, who was comfortably seated on the throne, enjoying a life of leisure, was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon gleamed with recognition as he exclaimed, "Ancestor, masters, you have finally arrived." Lin En strode forward, his face alight with joy. System, host. System, host. That, Your Majesty? Why do you refer to yourself as Your Majesty? Lin En burst into laughter, spreading his arms wide, and replied, "Of course, it is because I am now the sovereign of a nation. I have unified this small world, and as the king of all beasts, I naturally must distinguish myself from ordinary mortals." System, host, has become arrogant. The 10 companions trembled as they beheld Lin En's exuberant demeanor, a growing sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. This was undoubtedly arrogance. "We are doomed." They nervously turned to Gongsun Shenyuan, who stood rigidly. "Ancestor, you ought to say something. Shouldn't this experience elevate his mindset, rendering him more composed and resolute?" It appears to have had the opposite effect. Lin En strode toward the door with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing grandly as he laughed. "Old ancestor, esteemed masters, follow me. I shall show you around my empire." The accompanying trainees trembled as they looked at Gongsun Shenyuan, imploring, "Old ancestor. Old ancestor? Please say something. What shall we do?" The system whispered ominously, "Eliminate them." A shudder coursed through the crowd. The system continued in a low voice, "You have brought my host to this state. You must be eradicated." Panic-stricken, the trainees rushed forward and seized Lin En. Lin En exclaimed in bewilderment, "What are you doing?" "Guards! Guards!" Gongsun Shenyuan abruptly waved his hand, and in an instant, a golden light enveloped them, causing Lin En and the 10 trainees to vanish from sight. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The rushing guards shouted in vain, for Lin En had already disappeared. The 10 trainees exchanged bewildered glances before turning their gaze towards Gongsun Shenyuan. Taking a deep breath, he observed Lin En's inflated expression, feeling a pang of despair. How had matters devolved into this? He was behaving entirely unpredictably. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? The intention behind orchestrating this experience was to curb his excessive pride, yet it seemed to have exacerbated it instead. Gongsun Shenyuan, feeling dejected, said, "Lin En, please take a seat. The situation is as follows." He promptly recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin En in detail. Lin furrowed his brows and remarked, "So, to clarify, I am not traversing realms, but rather, I have been covertly transported into the realm of the Shenyuan sword by your design, with the intent of honing my character?" Gongsun Shenyuan fell silent and replied, "That was indeed the original intention." Lin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "So, have I successfully cultivated myself?" The onlookers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Gongsun Shenyuan, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, lamented, "Those ferocious beasts were meant for you to vanquish, not for you to claim as your empire's foundation. I must admit, I have never encountered a situation quite like yours." Lin frowned and said, "Ancestor, though you are my forebear and I hold you in high regard, do you comprehend the psychological trauma I have endured because of this?" Rising to his feet, Lin declared, "I had intended to retire there peacefully. My empire was on the brink of entering an agricultural age. In 3 to 5 years, we would have ushered in a period of comprehensive industrialization, embarking on an era of great development. At that moment, The 9 accompanying trainers rushed to restrain Lynn, fearing an outburst. Who could have anticipated such an event? Gongsun Shenyuan sighed deeply and, in a resigned tone, said, "This is my oversight. How about this? Ancestor shall bestow upon you the Shenyuan sword as compensation, allowing you to enter the small world at your leisure to observe your empire. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The Shenyuan sword? That legendary sword of the sacred path. Lin was momentarily stunned, then thoughtfully stroked his chin and replied, "Well then," after pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "Deal. Thank you, ancestor." The crowd gasped. "Wait a moment. Lin, did you not agree rather too readily? Did you not just express such anger? Is this transformation not rather abrupt?" Chapter 88. Others may belittle me, but you shall not. Gongsun Shenyuan let out a bitter laugh, extending his hand towards the door. The Shenyuan sword, embedded in the courtyard, began to tremble and then soared through the air with a resounding chime. The magnificent golden sword materialized in his grasp, adorned on one side with intricate carvings of mountains and flora, and on the other with celestial bodies. The sword of the sacred path, Shenyuan. Gongsun Shenyuan spoke solemnly. "My true self has long ascended, and this sword was left in the mortal realm for a fated individual in the future. Since you desire it, from this day forth, I shall entrust it to you. You shall be its second master." Lin replied with a goofy smile, "I love you, ancestor." Gongsun Shenyuan. Gongsun Shenyuan's fingers gently caressed the blade, and he continued solemnly, "However, I will not fully unseal the power of Shenyuan for you. Firstly, your current strength cannot wield it, and secondly, I do not wish for you to become complacent due to this sword. Therefore, I shall impose a seal within it. The seal will gradually lift as your strength increases. Yet among peers, Shenyuan will remain the mightiest sword." Gongsun Shenyuan turned and hurled the Shenyuan sword toward Lin. Lin instinctively reached out and grasped the hilt. With a resounding chime, the golden light emanating from the Shenyuan sword erupted, causing the ground beneath Lin to shatter. Taking a deep breath, Lin exclaimed, "Such formidable sword intent." Gongsun Shenyuan inhaled deeply and asked quietly, "Is your heart now at peace?" Lin nodded. "It is balanced." As twilight descended, Lin reclined upon his bed, resting his head upon a soft pillow. He employed his spiritual energy to levitate the Shenyuan sword above him, taking in its exquisite form with great admiration. "Truly, the Shenyuan sword is a divine weapon," Lin exclaimed. "When compared to this extraordinary artifact, the Qingling sword pales in insignificance." "Host, are you all right?" the system inquired. Lin gently caressed the blade and replied, "I am perfectly fine. Do you hold me and your ancestor responsible for casting you into that diminutive world?" The system probed further. "Oh, not at all," Lin casually remarked the moment I arrived. "I knew it was your doing." The system was taken aback. Moreover, having previously studied the Shenyuan sword techniques, I immediately sensed the sword aura permeating the air upon entering that realm. The Shenyuan sword is your ancestor's weapon. Thus, I was certain that place was conjured by him. Lin yawned, his eyes half closed, and added, "Since I know this is your handiwork, why should I worry? I might as well enjoy myself." "Then what about the cries for help I heard earlier?" the system pressed. With a playful grin, Lin responded, "Ah, that, you tossed me into that dreadful place without a word. Naturally, I felt compelled to have a little fun at your expense. You, despicable, you have no idea how I shall ignore you henceforth," the system retorted angrily. Lin sighed in resignation. "Alas, I was all alone in that wretched place for 90 days. Were it not for my awareness of your machinations, I would have contemplated spending my twilight years in that place." System. "So, have you indeed inflated your ego?" Lin stroked his chin and replied, "Well, that might be true or perhaps it is not. It all depends on your interpretation. Primarily, it stems from my frustration after calling out to you for so many days, only to be met with utter silence. Thus, I took it upon myself to toy with your mindset." System. "You." Lin leaned back on his arms, a smile gracing his lips. "I understand that you are acting in my best interest, aiming to fortify my mental fortitude. However, dear system, There are some candid thoughts I must share with you. Do you truly believe that my mental state is flawed? His smile gradually faded, and a hush enveloped the surroundings. System. Host. Lin En fell silent for a moment, gazing far out at the sky beyond the window, and said, "Do you genuinely think I am merely a pampered scion of wealth? Do you truly perceive me as a frivolous and inept dandy? Why do you not consider that if I were solely reliant on my father's fortune, how could I possibly surpass his 30 years of toil in just 5? Lin En narrowed his eyes, a glint of ferocity igniting within them. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, fraught with peril at every turn, where countless adversaries seek to undermine you. It is no safer than an actual war zone. Without a resilient mental constitution, one cannot merely aspire to be the strongest. Every step could lead to utter ruin. System. Host. Lin En spoke calmly. Yet the facts have demonstrated that those who sought to bring me down have been eliminated by my own hand, and I remain steadfast in my position. Do you truly believe that my ascent here is merely the result of fortune? System. I. Therefore, please do not misconstrue my cynicism as frivolity. Lin En closed his eyes and declared, "My heart is like a mirror. I possess a clear judgment of the future. The ancestors may underestimate me. Master Chun may look down upon me, but you must not, for we are bound together. If even you do not believe in me, what significance does the pursuit of immortality hold?" Lin En shut his eyes and took a deep breath. These words had never been uttered to anyone else. In the minds of many, he was merely a privileged heir with a wealthy father. Even though his wealth had surpassed that of his father by twofold, many still assumed it was solely due to his father's covert assistance. Yet, he had no intention of proving his strength to others. Invincible and at ease within, he pondered, "How? Do you know, or do you not? What does it matter to me?" But this time he wished for the system to understand. "Why? I merely wish to convey that I am not inferior to others. The truth shall reveal all, and in the end, it is I who shall emerge victorious." System. I apologize, host. It was my error. System. Host, I believe in you, and I shall undoubtedly assist you in ascending to the supreme throne. I promise to uphold my word. Lin En smiled and replied, "Yes, I shall remember that." System. Is this not rather poignant? Lin nodded, stating, "Indeed, it sends shivers down my spine." The system replied playfully, "Hee hee. Dear host, whatever compensation you desire, I can provide." Lin pondered, compensation. Can the warm bed fairy be included? ZZZ. Crackle. Ouch. That hurts. Stop the electricity. I was merely jesting. Location, military base of Zhanghai City. Within a dimly lit interrogation room, a man with a black cloth covering his head sat alone on a chair. The criminal, known as Gun Demon, is an internationally renowned assassin with 31 lives claimed, wanted by Interpol for 5 years with a bounty of 10 million. Days prior, an anonymous tip led to his capture on the rooftop of the international building in Zhanghai City, where he was found in a state of extreme shock with multiple fractures. With a swift motion, a hand removed the black cloth from his head, and the glaring light momentarily blinded Gun Demon. As he gradually adjusted to the brightness, he beheld a man clad in black, appearing to be around 30 years of age, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. "What do you want?" Gun Demon gritted his teeth. The man retrieved an identification card from his pocket and calmly stated, "I am Su Feng, a special investigator from the Bureau of Supernatural Research. I have summoned you today to assist us in uncovering the identity of an individual." Gun Demon, on high alert, retorted, "What Bureau of Supernatural Research? I have never heard of it." The man named Su Feng took out his phone and spoke nonchalantly, "It matters not if you have not heard of it. You merely need to relay to us what you know." He squinted at his device and inquired, "You must recognize this man, correct?" The gunman gazed at the video displayed on the screen, his expression increasingly filled with terror and trepidation. The footage depicted Lin En ascending the stairs, dismantling a helicopter. Su Feng inquired earnestly, "What is his name?" Chapter 89. Opening the door to check the water meter on the third day, at Lin En's estate. Ding dong. The doorbell rang from beyond the iron gate. Lon, humming a tune while tending to the lawn, turned her head in confusion. Is there a guest arriving? The young master did not mention anything to me. She approached the grand entrance and opened a small window, peering outside with curiosity. There stood a man clad in a gray uniform, who raised his head and addressed her. "Hello? I am from the water company, here to check the water meter." "Check the water meter?" Lon scratched her head in bewilderment. "But we do not use tap water here. We have our own reservoir, and the water is airlifted from the Alps." An abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. The man's eyes darted to either side, where dozens of fully armed soldiers stood at attention. Su Feng cast him a knowing glance, prompting the man to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He then retrieved an identification card from his jacket pocket and stated, "We also need to check the electric meter. Here's my work permit. May I kindly ask you to open the door, miss?" Lon inquired with a hint of confusion. "Electric meter?" The man furrowed his brow and said, "Do not tell me you lack an electricity meter." Lon, even more perplexed, replied, "We truly do not have an electricity meter. We operate our own private power station and do not pay for electricity." The man was taken aback. Leaning against the gate, Su Feng, unable to bear it any longer, pushed the man aside. He then retrieved an identification card from his pocket and said solemnly, "Greetings, miss. I am Su Feng, an investigator from the National Supernatural Research Association. Here is a search warrant authorized by the relevant authorities. Please cooperate with our work and open the door." Lon was momentarily stunned, covering her mouth and taking a slight step back. Please wait a moment." Meanwhile, Lynn, having just finished his workout by the seaside, walked leisurely towards the manor, shirtless and carrying a wooden sword. The system inquired, "Host, how are the results of today's training?" Lynn clenched his fist and smiled. "With the current power of my chi strength fist, I could easily demolish a skyscraper with a single blow. I feel my stagnation period is about to end. My meridians have started to loosen, and I estimate it 1 TB long before I reach the 9th stage of chi training." The system responded, "Excellent work, host. After reaching the 9th stage, you must prepare for the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Although the tribulation for foundation establishment is not particularly strong, due to your innate 5-element spiritual root, its power may be greater than that of an ordinary person. Please be cautious." Lynn smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry." Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the manor. Lynn boldly stepped through the grand entrance of the estate. However, at that very moment, his senses detected the presence of living beings within the manor. Squinting his eyes, Lynn remarked, "There are uninvited guests." The system responded, "Indeed, exercise caution." With a wooden sword resting on his shoulder, Lynn strode confidently to the center of the courtyard. At that instant, warriors clad in full armor emerged from the adjacent bamboo groves, their dark barrels aimed squarely at him. "Don't move. Raise your hands." Observing the soldiers surrounding him, Lynn raised an eyebrow, loosened his shoulders, and declared, "Special forces?
What ist?
I am a law-abiding citizen, and you have trespassed into private property. What are your intentions?" With a swift motion, Lynn thrust his wooden sword into the marble pathway beneath him, releasing a formidable aura that momentarily caused the soldiers to instinctively retreat a step. Just then, a calm voice resonated from within the villa. "Lower your weapons." The soldiers redirected their aim but remained vigilant, their eyes locked on Lynn. The villa doors creaked open, revealing Su Feng in a tailored suit, who scrutinized Lynn intently. "Mr. Lynn, we represent the Supernatural Bureau. We kindly ask for your cooperation, as we have matters to discuss with you." A few minutes later, in the living room, Lon gently placed 2 cups of tea in front of Lynn and Su Feng, saying, "Please enjoy the tea." Lynn waved his hand dismissively, and Lon bowed before exiting the room. Lynn reclined upon the genuine leather sofa, lighting a cigar, crossing his legs with a smile, and remarked, "The Supernatural Investigation Bureau? I'm afraid I've never heard of it." Su Feng gazed intently at the young man seated across from him. From the moment Lynn entered, Su Feng had been assessing him. Lynn, the scion of the Lynn Group, ranked among the top 5 on the global rich list, possessing stakes and involvement in numerous major national conglomerates. Due to his discreet demeanor, he seldom appeared in the public eye. Investigative reports suggested that his actual assets might well exceed twice that of the nation's wealthiest individual, with the world's richest being none other than his father. Were it not for this extraordinary incident, few institutions would dare to approach him. Su Feng replied calmly, "It matters not that you are unaware. Our organization is directly subordinate to the highest echelons of national decision-making. Established just a year ago, our mandate is to investigate supernatural occurrences affecting society and to maintain social stability. Whether it be spirits, sorcery, supernatural abilities, or ancient martial arts, all fall within our purview." He lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Lynn, and retrieved several photographs from an envelope, stating, "Mr. Lynn, may I inquire which of these categories you belong to?" Lynn examined the photographs laid before him on the table, images captured by passers-by during his recent ascent of a skyscraper. Unfazed, he leaned back on the sofa and replied with a smile, "I suppose it was the gun spirit that informed you." Su Feng did not conceal his intentions, stating calmly, "He has been quite cooperative with us, Mr. Lin N. Moreover, we have discovered that following this, you proceeded to the Martial Arts Association building, where you engaged in a significant conflict. Among the wreckage of the helicopter, we found the body of the pilot, who perished in the explosion. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Wang Hong, is dead, and you are the one responsible. You carry the weight of 2 lives on your shoulders. In fact, your existence has become a considerable threat to society. We have ample grounds to apprehend you." Lin En smiled, unfazed, and replied, "Then why have you yet to take action?" Su Feng, with hands interlocked, responded coolly, "We wish to converse with you first, but should our discussion falter, this will become your final resolution."
Lynn chuckled softly.
"Are you threatening me?" Chapter 90. In the realm of martial arts, only speed prevails. Su Feng remained indifferent, retrieving a handgun from his pocket and placing it on the table. "We are aware that ordinary bullets have no effect on you, so we have specially prepared armor-piercing rounds. These bullets can effortlessly penetrate 10 centimeters of tank armor from a distance of 1,000 meters. At close range." Su Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes cold as he continued, "We have yet to identify anything they cannot breach." An abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Intrigued, Lin En's eyes flickered with interest as he swiftly seized the handgun. "Don't move. Put down your weapon." The surrounding special forces remained exceedingly vigilant, instantly directing their dark muzzles towards Lin. Su Feng raised his hand, halting their actions. He gazed at Lin with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Mr. Lin is my friend. I trust that you will not act out of line. Am I correct?" Lin toyed with the handgun, slowly responding, "You are testing my resolve. Your confidence suggests you believe you have me cornered. Hence your audacity to wield that firearm before me. Confidence is indeed a virtue, but it must be tempered with discernment regarding the occasion, the location, and the audience." A flicker of astonishment crossed their eyes. Su Feng narrowed his gaze, a hint of wariness flashing within. The surrounding special forces tightened their grips on their weapons, acutely aware of the destructive potential of the bullet before them. In the face of such a projectile, the human skull was as fragile as paper. Lin maintained his smile and inquired, "Have you ever heard that saying?" Su Feng squinted. "What saying?" Lin replied slowly, "In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. Fire Cloud Demon God." The special forces around them widened their eyes in utter disbelief, a profound shock evident in their expressions. Could it be that he was the Fire Cloud Demon? No. Was he really attempting to catch a bullet with his bare hands like in the movies? Impossible. This was armor-piercing ammunition, and such scenes were mere fiction, not to be taken seriously. Lin smiled and uttered 2 words. "Not broken." In that fleeting moment, under the astonished gaze of all the special forces present, Lin pulled the trigger of his weapon. Bang! What the hell? Bang! What the hell? Bang! 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 What the hell? Lin discharged 5 rounds in rapid succession, emptying the chamber of his firearm, smoke curling from the muzzle, yet his expression remained one of serene amusement. The surrounding special forces were utterly taken aback by this spectacle. Su Feng, too, found his breath quickening, his heart pounding with an indescribable urgency. Had he caught them all? Did he truly catch them all? Those were specially designed armor-piercing rounds. Unfazed, Lin extended his hand, slowly opening it, and smiled, in the face of true speed. "Do you truly believe that the bullets in your guns can strike me?" He revealed his palm, where a flattened bullet lay quietly nestled. A hush fell over the assembly. All the special forces stared in disbelief at the bullet. This, he actually caught it. Remarkable. However, a troubling realization dawned upon them, their expressions becoming vacant. He had fired 5 shots, yet why was there only 1 bullet in his hand? Where had the other 4 gone? They gasped, their gazes rigidly fixed on the ground, and in the next moment, they were stunned into silence. There, embedded in the floor, were the flattened bullets. In other words, they stiffly raised their heads to look at the composed Lynn. He hadn't caught the other 4 bullets at all. Instead, it struck him on the temple only to rebound. Goodness! The hearts of those special forces soldiers sank, and even Su Feng's complexion turned slightly pale. They gazed at the enigmatic smile on Linn's face, feeling a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. Just how terrifying must this individual be? System. Does it hurt? Lin forced a calm smile, striving to appear inscrutable, while inwardly he murmured, "It hurts." System. Host, I have long cautioned you against pretending, yet you persist in ignoring my advice. Was this a miscalculation? Lin maintained his smile, mentally responding, "System. Allow me to provide a little assistance." A gentle breeze wafted in from the window, brushing against Lin's temple. He slowly placed the bullet in his hand upon the table, his countenance adorned with a faint smile as he addressed Su Feng. "Do not truly believe that with these so-called armor-piercing rounds, you possess the capability to confront me. If you wish to engage in discourse, then demonstrate some sincerity. I have a strong aversion to threats." Su Feng swallowed hard, then tremulously retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the sweat from his brow. This was indeed a blunder, a grave error on his part. He had never anticipated that this person could be so formidable. To be struck by 4 bullets to the temple and still wear a smile so unfazed. Just how formidable must his defenses be? Lin appeared even more inscrutable in Su Feng's eyes. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said, I apologize. I did not intend to threaten you. It was I who acted thoughtlessly." Lin smiled, reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed, and replied, "Furthermore, Mr. Su Feng, you might as well let your 3 companions come in. It is rather impolite for them to remain hidden on the rooftop of my home." Su Feng's expression stiffened. Had he been discovered arranging for people in secret? Observing the inscrutable smile on Lin's face, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. With a wry smile, Su Feng admitted, "It appears that nothing can be concealed from you. Long E, Long Air, Long San, please come out." The moment his words fell, Lin curiously noticed that her own shadow began to undulate slowly. Before her eyes, a woman clad in a black bodysuit, accentuating her alluring figure, emerged from the depths of his shadow. She bore 2 handguns at her waist, wielded a dagger in her hand, and her long hair cascaded down, making her exceptionally enchanting. Su Feng spoke solemnly, "This is Long E, a shadow manipulator who can traverse through shadows. She is our bureau's finest supernatural agent." Lin stroked her chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Supernatural agent? How intriguing." The woman stood coldly behind Su Feng, her gaze fixed on Lin. Soon after, 2 more women entered, identical in appearance to Long E. Their height, looks, and even figures were indistinguishable. Lin hesitated and mused. Shadow clones? Su Feng shook his head and said, "They are the triplet younger sisters of Long E, namely Long Air and Long San, though their abilities differ. Long Air excels in, while Long San wields the power of fire." Lin scrutinized the 3 identical women who gazed at him with a cold demeanor, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Remarkable indeed." Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity filled the air. Lin's eyes widened in surprise, his body tensed, and he shivered involuntarily. Su Feng, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Lin instantly flashed a smile, crossed his legs anew, and replied, "Nothing. Are these 3 your trump cards? Quite intriguing. Is my first encounter with abilities today." He lifted his teacup and took a sip, only to have sparks of electricity dance at the corners of his mouth. The individuals with extraordinary powers are those awakened by the resurgence of spiritual energy. Chapter 91. Qin Ling. The resurgence of spiritual energy. Su Feng sighed with a bitter smile, These three were among the first members to join our supernatural bureau after its establishment. They are quite formidable, yet they cannot compare to you, Mr. Lin N. The woman named Long E coldly remarked, without a spar, how can one know? Lin N, known for his fiery temper, nearly retaliated with a sharp rebuke at her audacity. It was evident to him that this young lady possessed merely the strength of the fourth stage of qi cultivation, making her relatively weak. Step back. Su Feng chided. Do you not see that I am conversing with Mr. Lin N? The one referred to as Long E huffed disdainfully and turned her head away. Su Feng took a deep breath and, with a look of apology, gazed at Lin N. Mr. Lin, your capabilities are indeed remarkable. I must express my regrets for the previous matters that may have caused offense. I apologize sincerely. Su Feng rose and bowed respectfully to Lin N. Lin N smiled faintly and replied, Please, do tell me, what brings you here? If it concerns an arrest, I would prefer to forego that discussion. Su Feng sat down, his demeanor serious. To be candid, I have come to seek your assistance, Mr. Lin. I hope you will consider joining our Bureau of Supernatural Affairs to address an urgent incident. Lin N raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh? Su Feng retrieved several photographs from a folder, placing them solemnly before Lin N. As Lin N examined the images, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The first photograph depicted towering trees, each at least 100 meters high, which appeared to be nothing more than ordinary weeping willows, yet their lushness far exceeded the norm. The second photograph showcased a massive beast being dissected, its fangs comparable in length to a human arm. Lin N meticulously flipped through the photographs, each revealing scenes of anomalous flora and fauna alongside bizarre phenomena. Su Feng spoke gravely. In recent years, for reasons unknown, peculiar occurrences have surged globally. Particularly since the beginning of this year, the frequency of such events has escalated dramatically. This is especially true in regions such as the Five Sacred Mountains, Zhongnan Mountain, the northwestern Kunlun, and the Qinling-Huaihe area, where these anomalies are proliferating at an alarming rate. He took a deep breath, retrieved his mobile phone, and then opened the video player, saying, Take a look at this. Lin accepted the phone, her eyebrows slightly raising. The video displayed a dense jungle, seemingly filmed from a considerable height. Within the thicket, an array of enormous beasts marched in a lengthy procession, as if partaking in some form of migration. The sheer size of these creatures was astonishing. Lin inquired, Where was this filmed? Su Feng responded gravely, Last week in the vicinity of Mount Taibai in the Qinling Range. The area has since been cordoned off by the military. The emergence of such a vast number of unknown colossal beasts has drawn significant attention from the higher authorities. If these giants were to migrate into populated areas, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin pondered for a moment. Could it be that the revival of spiritual energy is about to commence? She instantly recognized that these beasts were undoubtedly ferocious creatures, and their large-scale appearance in the real world was alarming. It seemed that the world was on the brink of a tremendous transformation. Su Feng continued solemnly, It is precisely due to these bizarre occurrences that our Supernatural Bureau was established. However, our formation has not been without its challenges, as the Martial Arts Association previously handled such matters. Lin felt a flicker of interest and remarked, The Martial Arts Association, you say? Su Feng nodded, Indeed. The Martial Arts Association has always been our nation's reserve force in response to emergencies. However, in recent years, for reasons unknown, the Martial Arts Association has gradually begun to detach itself from the control of the state. Many of the high-ranking officials within the association have been replaced by individuals of obscure origins but remarkable strength. His brows furrowed slightly as he remarked, The Martial Arts Association is nearing the point of slipping from the nation's grasp. Upon hearing this, Lin N immediately understood. Those enigmatic powerhouses must undoubtedly be the worldly cultivators. His master, Beihua, had already informed him of the cultivators' influence behind the Martial Arts Association. For those who have lived for centuries, or even millennia, the notion of a nation is utterly foreign. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, they will inevitably begin to extract the Martial Arts Association from the clutches of the state, a fact that is glaringly obvious. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin N smiled faintly and inquired, So, is a significant part of your establishment aimed at restraining the Martial Arts Association? Su Feng sighed and replied with a wry smile. Indeed, that is one aspect of our purpose. However, we are merely at the outset lacking in foundation. Without sufficient strength, it is futile to speak of restraint. Managing these supernatural occurrences is already a formidable challenge. He lifted his gaze, earnestly looking at Lynn, and said, Therefore, I hope, Mr. Lynn, that you can join the Supernatural Bureau and assist us in serving the nation. Observing the solemn expression on Su Feng's face, Lynn smiled slightly, offering no immediate response. Instead, he asked, Are you planning to go to the Qinling Mountains? Su Feng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, The authorities have already issued directives. Tomorrow we will descend south to the Qinling Mountains for an investigation alongside some members of the Martial Arts Association. This is a sudden event, and we only received the news recently. Lin inquired, with members of the Martial Arts Association. Su Feng replied with a wry smile. Although the Martial Arts Association has shown signs of becoming uncontrollable, they are still, at least nominally, a state-sanctioned organization. They must heed the call of the nation. Lin glanced once more at the photographs on the table. The anomalies occurring in the Qinling Mountains were undoubtedly harbingers of the resurgence of spiritual energy. The world ahead would surely undergo significant transformation. Those who could seize the initiative would possess greater leverage in the future landscape. Lin lifted his gaze and declared, I will accompany you to the Qinling Mountains tomorrow. I can offer you some assistance. Upon hearing this, Su Feng was elated and said, So that means... Lin shook his finger with a smile. Do not misunderstand. I will not join any organizations or institutions. However, if you are willing, you may give me a title, and I can travel with you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Feng's eyes, but he quickly nodded and replied earnestly, All right, regardless, having Mr. Lin's assistance will undoubtedly bolster our efforts on this southern expedition. After Su Feng provided the meeting point for the following day, he departed swiftly. After bidding farewell to Su Feng, Lin's smile instantly faded. He rubbed his temples and grimaced, exclaiming, System, please provide me with some pain relief. I am in agony. System, humph. Now you feel the pain, do you? Ding. Congratulations, you have received a system benefit. Pain Relief Pill X1. Upon consuming the pill, Lin felt an immediate sense of comfort and relaxation. He remarked, System, you truly care for me. Chapter 92. As long as I leave here, I can go anywhere. System. Host, are you genuinely intent on going to the Qinling Mountains? I must candidly inform you that it is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to demise. Lin inquired, System, do you know something I don't? System. The revival of spiritual energy is on the verge of commencing, and Qinling will be among the first regions to experience this resurgence. As spiritual energy awakens, many dormant, ferocious beasts will stir, and remnants of ancient restrictions will gradually manifest due to the resurgence of spiritual energy. The video that person showed you, depicting the tide of ferocious beasts, could not have occurred naturally. It is highly probable that a certain small world sensed the external spiritual energy and merged with the main world, thus allowing them to materialize in our realm. Lin pondered the merging of small worlds and the main world. System. Indeed. To survive the end of the magic era, many formidable beings from your ancient times forcibly separated a territory from the world, shielding the small world from the external environment. However, once they sensed the revival of external spiritual energy, most of those small worlds will inevitably return to their original positions. It is precisely for this reason that, following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the authentic world will far exceed your current understanding. Lin stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. If this is indeed the case, then the Qinling Mountains are undoubtedly a perilous realm teeming with both crisis and opportunity. Meanwhile, within the hotel in Jianghaking, Beihua reclined on the bed, vigorously rubbing his eyes as he awakened from a deep meditation. His master, the esteemed Qilian Jinren, wore a gratified smile as he stroked his beard and remarked. Beihua inhaled deeply, and in an instant, Lin's chillingly eerie smile flashed through his mind, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. Gritting his teeth, he declared, It matters not. As long as I do not encounter that scoundrel again, I shall be quite well. Qilian Jinren raised an eyebrow and teased. You share such a close relationship with him. Have you not considered bringing him over to our side? Beihua was taken aback and inquired, Master, whom do you refer to? Qilian Jinren chuckled heartily, giving him a playful pat on the shoulder. Do not feign ignorance before your master. Of course, I speak of Lynn. Is he not your bosom buddy? He mentioned he would come to visit you in a few days. In an instant, Beihua's expression froze, his mind racing back through the myriad scenes from the dream battle until now. Trembling, he stammered, he said, He would come to find me? In the next moment, Beihua flung off the covers, stumbling out of bed, scrambling to grab the phone from the table, and quickly dialed a number, shouting, Hello! Is this the airline? At once, secure the earliest flight to the capital for today. Right now. The urgency was palpable as Qilian Jinren exclaimed in astonishment. Beihua, what on earth are you doing? Beihua dashed towards his wardrobe, hastily gathering his garments and stuffing them into his suitcase, his voice tinged with urgency. A moment of surprise washed over Beihua as he inquired, What is happening? Qilian Jinren, stroking his beard, allowed the gravity of his expression to deepen, stating, Signs of spiritual energy resurgence have emerged. Master received word that, a week ago, a large-scale beast uprising occurred in the Qinling region of the south. Both the nation and the sects regard this matter with utmost seriousness. Therefore, on this journey southward, Master intends to take you to Qinling to investigate the unfolding events. With this anomaly, it is likely that many sects near Qinling will also emerge into the world. We must remain vigilant. Beihua furrowed his brow slightly, then raised his head to ask, So, we are to leave Jianghaking and head south? Indeed, came the reply. Beihua swiftly approached his master, grasping his collar with urgency. Excellent. When do we depart? Let us hurry. I am eager to escape this dreadful place.
He shall go anywhere.
Are we leaving now? Shall I book the tickets immediately? As time ticked away, the following day at noon, within the conference hall of the martial arts building, Beihua and Hua Qiming, accompanied by numerous disciples of the Qinglan sect, entered the meeting room. Upon encountering Su Feng and the trio of sisters, Beihua could not help but furrow his brow. He promptly turned to the esteemed Master Qilian and inquired, Are they the representatives from the Supernatural Bureau you mentioned? Are we truly to venture south with them? His tone was laced with unabashed arrogance and disdain, for he immediately discerned that Su Feng could at best be regarded as a practitioner of the fifth tier of qi refinement, while the three sisters were scarcely worthy of his consideration. With a slight smile, Su Feng rose and extended his hand towards him, saying, Greetings, I am the commander for this operation. Welcome, esteemed members of the Martial Arts Association. Beihua's indifferent gaze swept across Su Feng's face, showing no intention to reciprocate the handshake. A hint of awkwardness gradually crept onto Su Feng's visage, his smile becoming rigid as the surrounding atmosphere swiftly turned peculiar. Crossing his arms with a cold smirk, Beihua retorted, You are the commander of this operation? Surely you jest. It seems anyone, no matter how insignificant, can assume the role of commander these days. Which among us do you believe you could surpass in strength? At this remark, the three sisters abruptly stood, glaring at him with icy contempt. And who do you think you are to speak so boldly here? They challenged. Master Qilian frowned, casting a disapproving glance at the sneering and disdainful Beihua. Beihua, cease your insolence and step back, he commanded gravely. Suddenly, he extended his hand and shook Su Feng's, cheerfully exclaiming, Commander Su, it brings me great joy that our Martial Arts Association can collaborate with the Supernatural Bureau. During our expedition to the Qinling Mountains, we must all work together to overcome the challenges ahead. Su Feng cast a glance at Beihua and the remarkably beautiful yet silent woman beside him. He realized that he could not fathom the strength of these two individuals, a sensation reminiscent of his encounter with Lynn the previous day. The elderly gentleman before him, whom he had never met, instilled a subtle tremor of apprehension within him. The old man's prowess was beyond imagination. Could this be what constitutes the upper echelon of the Martial Arts Association? Indeed, it was unfathomable. Chapter 93, Beihua. This is the 50th floor. 500,000 Great Rejuvenation Pills, 100,000 Spirit Gathering Pills, and 10,000 Harmony Pills. The system assessed Lynn's internal space, stating, Host, if you provide me with an additional 2 million coins, I can assist you in exchanging for 200 clear spirit swords. This will prepare you for unforeseen circumstances. Lynn replied helplessly, System, that is enough. Enough. Your upgrades have already expanded my internal space twice. It is now filled to the brim, resembling half the size of a basketball court. If we add anything else, there will truly be no room left. The system insisted. The Qinling Mountains are fraught with danger. One must be thoroughly prepared. If the need arises and you delay the exchange, you will find yourself in utter disarray, not even knowing how you met your demise. Lynn took a deep breath, managing a wry smile. My little ancestor, spare me, please. As I observe the systems in other novels, they simply assign a task, and should the host fail, they are annihilated. How utterly convenient. Yet, here I am. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Lynn's ears. Ding! Congratulations. You have accepted the system task. Hold your breath for 5 years. Task reward. None. Failure penalty. Annihilation. Lynn's eyes widened in shock, and he hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. The system inquired, Are you dissatisfied with me? In utter exasperation, Lynn vigorously shook his head, his movements resembling a rattling drum. Ding! The system task has been modified. Hold your breath for 5 seconds. Task reward. Clear Spirit Sword X200. Fire Spirit Talisman X100. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving the system rewards. Lynn immediately released his grip and inhaled deeply, exclaiming in a mix of laughter and tears, I was wrong. The system urged, Hurry, gather the items swiftly and set off, or you shall be late. Location: Martial Arts Tower. Within the conference hall, Su Feng occupied the main seat, perusing the directives for this operation. Once finished, he lifted his gaze to the assembly and declared, This is the objective of our mission: to assist the local military in tracing the source of the recent beast outbreaks and investigating the reasons behind their emergence. The military will fully support our endeavors. We must ensure that these ferocious beasts do not encroach upon the residential areas surrounding the Qinling Mountains. Does anyone have any objections? Su Feng inquired, raising his gaze. Bei Hua, with a gentle smile, raised his hand and stated, I have an objection. Su Feng furrowed his brow slightly and smiled.